Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 2689 to Chapter 2772. Although Ling Xiao had his suspicions, in this natural illusory formation, his primordial spirit was passively sent into one illusory world after another, passively accepting the test. Ling Xiao had yet to find a way to break the formation. If this continued, Ling Xiao felt that sooner or later, his soul would be completely destroyed and he would sink into endless darkness. While Ling Xiao was trapped in the strange natural illusion, a pair of eyes were watching his every move. In a mysterious and ancient palace, immortal light filled the air and auspicious vapors rose. The immortal clan's majesty was casually reclining on a white jade couch. He looked valiant and spirited. His eyes seemed to be able to reflect the heavens, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura. A woman in white stood behind him. Her slender jade-like hands were sparkling and translucent like jade, flawless and flawless. She was currently massaging the immortal clan's majesty's shoulders. The woman in white had a beautiful face and a cold temperament. Her eyes were filled with lofty arrogance. However, her gaze towards the immortal clan's majesty was filled with fanatical worship. Her eyes were full of charm and flirtatiousness. If Ling Xiao were here, he would definitely recognize that this woman in white was the servant in white who had been burned to ashes by the rainbow immortal fire, by Ling. Your Majesty, do you really think Ling Xiao can break the seal on the great wilderness's heart? Bai Ling's eyes were filled with curiosity as she asked. Perhaps he can. After all, he's the chosen one and possesses the fortune of the heavenly Tao. No one knows whether he can pass the third trial or not. However, if he can really pass the third trial and break the seal on the great wilderness's heart, then our trip will be complete. The immortal clan's majesty said lazily. He held a cup of fragrant immortal wine in his hand and took a sip before handing it to Bai Ling behind him. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. However, Your Majesty, if Ling Xiao really does break the seal on the great wilderness's heart, will you really hand over the 4 sacred clans to him? Bai Ling carefully received the cup and downed it in one gulp. Her eyes were filled with intoxication. The 4 sacred clans are but a bunch of ants. The 4 sacred clans still have 4 old monsters. I can't control the demon realm with just them. As long as Ling Xiao is willing to hand over his fortune of the heavenly Tao to me, what's wrong with me sparing their lives? His Highness said faintly with a very relaxed tone. Your Highness is truly benevolent. What kind of heaven's chosen child was Ling Xiao? Only His Highness was worthy of obtaining the heavenly Tao's providence. In this servant's opinion, we should kill them all to prevent future troubles. Bai Ling's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have burned herself with the 7-colored celestial fire and made Her Highness pay a great price to revive her. Bai Ling, we, the immortal race, are destined to rule the heavens in the future. They will be our subjects and servants in the future. We can't treat them too harshly. However, I see that this Ling Xiao's talent is not bad. He has the qualifications to be this consort's servant. His Highness said with a strange look in his eyes. I'm just afraid that this lad won't be willing to be under someone else and will be arrogant and unruly. He won't understand Your Highness' good intentions. Bai Ling sneered. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, I'll hand him over to you when the time comes. How about that? His Highness said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Ling's eyes immediately lit up. She stared at the light screen in front of her. Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged in the natural illusion. It was as if he was trapped and couldn't pass the second test. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could break the seal of the third test and open the great wilderness's heart. After all, this was something that even Her Highness couldn't do. However, regardless of whether Ling Xiao could open the seal of the great wilderness's heart, Ling Xiao was doomed. And by Ling's heart, in the natural illusion formation, Ling Xiao's soul experienced life and death over and over again. The power of his primordial spirit had also increased by 30%. His cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Soon, he had reached the peak of the Saint King realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao's soul had also become much stronger. In this life and death situation, it even began to emit an immortal aura. This kind of improvement was somewhat excessive, but it wasn't something that Ling Xiao could control. Even a saint ruler would have fallen long ago under such a powerful life and death voids. However, Ling Xiao was still persevering. His primordial spirit had completely spread out, forming an extremely strange domain that enveloped the surrounding void. He wanted to find a way to break out of the formation. Life and death illusion. This natural illusion formation only targets the soul, not the physical body. Perhaps I can use the strength of my physical body to forcefully break out of the formation. A trace of understanding appeared in Ling Xiao's heart. Boom, just as Ling Xiao's soul died in the illusion again and returned to his body, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Ling Xiao's body. He punched the void in front of him. As if thunder had exploded, the void in front of Ling Xiao trembled violently. It was as if something had collapsed. A strange aura spread out, causing a flaw to appear in the natural illusion formation. Now. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. The void in all directions trembled violently. He shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom, it was as if Ling Xiao had collided with a huge mountain, causing a loud explosion. However, Ling Xiao's body did not stop at all. He smashed the huge mountain into pieces and charged out. Crack, all the illusions in front of him disappeared. Ling Xiao saw that the mountain he had smashed into was actually an incomparably thick and sturdy tree. At this moment, it had completely shattered, and its branches and leaves had turned into fine powder. A strange liquid covered Ling Xiao's entire body, emitting a strange fragrance. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that there was actually a stretch of towering ancient trees around him. Each of them was thousands of feet tall. The trunks were thick enough for dozens of people to wrap their arms around. Thick tentacles grew on the trees, and strange flowers bloomed. The air was filled with a pink mist, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. It was these towering ancient trees that had formed a powerful natural illusion, causing Ling Xiao to sink into it and be unable to extricate himself. Ling Xiao unleashed his powerful physical strength and shattered a towering ancient tree. Only then was he able to break out of the formation. So many people have fallen here? Seeing the scene in the towering ancient trees, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a look of incomparable shock. In the center of the towering ancient trees, there were hundreds of powerful corpses. They looked like glowing treasures, and their bodies were resplendent. They were at least saint kings. However, their souls had completely dissipated, leaving behind only their powerful bodies. They had died silently here. This scene was extremely shocking. P.S. End of third update. Everyone, rest early. Those towering ancient trees were glowing all over like transparent crystals. Their tentacles were constantly waving, forming an extremely mysterious natural illusion formation between them. Ling Xiao could feel the immense spiritual energy within. It was as vast as the sea. The spiritual energy of each ancient tree far exceeded that of a celestial master. The tentacles and the strange fragrance formed a powerful natural illusory formation, causing the experts to sink into it. If Ling Xiao had not destroyed one of the ancient trees with his strong physical body, it would have been extremely difficult for him to leave the area covered by the natural illusory formation. However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was that there were actually several hundred saint kings that had fallen here. The corpses exuded immortal energy waves. The physical body of a saint king could remain immortal for hundreds of millions of years. It contained the power of the Great Way and could be called the body of the great laws. The sight of so many saint kings gathered together was extremely shocking. These saint kings are probably the people who have barged into the untainted territory for hundreds of millions of years. However, they were unable to leave the natural illusory formation. Their souls dissipated and only their bodies were left. In that case, this is no longer the eternal celestial palace. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The space that Ling Xiao was in was like an incomparably huge underground cave. The surroundings were dusky, and only a faint light flickered. The surrounding air was incomparably hot, and towering ancient trees were uprooted from the ground. It was a very strange sight. When he faced the endless chaotic flame and magma in the first stage, Ling Xiao was a little suspicious. Even an imperial emperor would find it difficult to set up such a vast flame origin. Although Ling Xiao did not know what the ancient trees in front of him were, they had grown for hundreds of millions of years. They contained boundless life force and extremely powerful spiritual energy. The environment here looked very real. Ling Xiao suspected that this was no longer the eternal heavenly palace. This place looks like the depths of the earth. Could this be the underground of the untainted territory? Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, Ling Xiao was soon attracted by the scene in front of him. He walked out of the range of the natural illusion formation. Suddenly, he sensed a weak light flickering in front of him. It looked extremely pure and contained powerful energy waves. Ling Xiao strode forward. He was surrounded by gray fog, but the light in front of him grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as if a resplendent sun had burst out, emitting millions of rays of dazzling light. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that the light source of this space was right in front of his eyes. After he passed through the gray fog of chaos, there was no longer any obstruction. The scene before him was clearly presented in front of him. In the void before Ling Xiao floated a strange crystal. It was about the height of a person and vaguely resembled a human. It had 9 orifices and emitted 9 colored divine light. Auspicious chi rose and divine light spread out. It was like a heart that was slightly beating. It was that crystal that was emitting boundless light, becoming the only source of light in this mysterious space. However, there was an incomparably huge transparent barrier around the crystal. It did not look very big, only a few hundred meters in radius. However, it was like a mysterious halo, sealing the crystal within. What is this? Could this crystal be the third test that the Immortal's Highness mentioned? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. The resplendent crystal was like a blazing sun, but also like a beating heart. Every time it beat, it emitted a strange rhythm, causing Ling Xiao's heart to beat along with it. Ling Xiao instinctively felt that this crystal was not simple. Roar! Roar! As if sensing Ling Xiao's arrival, 4 ancient and mysterious voices suddenly sounded from the transparent barrier. The tiger's roar shook the void, the phoenix's cry pierced through. Golden cracked stone, the black tortoise roared into the sea, and the Qilint's roar shook the earth. Above the transparent barrier, 4 figures with terrifying auras suddenly appeared. One was a huge white tiger, one was a phoenix shrouded in endless flames, one was a ferocious black tortoise that could overturn seas and rivers, and one was a Qilin that exuded a 5-colored radiance and an auspicious aura. White tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, Qilin, the images of the 4 sacred beasts appeared on the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that the 4 sacred beasts in front of him were not complete, as if they were still missing something to completely open the seal of the transparent barrier. Could it be that they're still missing the primordial ancestor dragon? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition that when he saw the resplendent crystal in front of him, all the blood in his body seemed to boil, wanting to rush out of his body and erupt with a vast dragon's roar, echoing the 4 sacred beasts from afar. It was as if as long as the essence blood of the primordial ancestor dragon flew out of Ling Xiao's body, it would transform into the image of the 5 sacred beasts and open the seal in front of him. The Immortal's Highness' true objective is this crystal. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. In a flash, he seemed to sense the truth hidden behind the layers of fog. Everything made sense now. The Immortal's Highness controlled the members of the 4 sacred beasts, but they hadn't killed Ling Xiao. Instead, they'd sent him to undergo the so-called 3 trials. The so-called 3 trials hadn't been left behind by the Immortal's Highness at all. They were probably natural dangers that had existed since the beginning of time. Whether it was the chaos flames, the natural illusion formation, or even the transparent barrier in front of him, they were all meant to protect this strange crystal. If the Immortal's Highness' true objective was this crystal, then all of Ling Xiao's suspicions could be explained. It was because Ling Xiao possessed the bloodline of the primordial ancestor dragon and was strong enough to pass the first 2 trials. As long as Ling Xiao opened the seal in front of him, the Immortal's Highness would probably immediately appear and snatch the strange crystal. This sounded like a conspiracy, but it was also an open one. The members of the 4 sacred beasts were in the Immortal's Highness' hands. If Ling Xiao wanted to save them, he could only do as the Immortal's Highness requested. As for why the Immortals needed the essence blood of the 5 sacred beasts to open the seal, that was even easier to understand. After all, the Chaos Mystery Realm had been left behind by the 5 sacred beasts. This crystal might very well be a supreme treasure left behind by the primordial ancestor dragon and the other sacred beasts. Unfortunately, even Ling Xiao didn't know what this crystal was. Eh? it's the chaos heart? At this moment, an old and surprised voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Uncle Su, you're awake? When Ling Xiao heard the voice, he was stunned for a moment before a look of surprise appeared on his face. Uncle Su was the weapon spirit of the Great Void Temple. When Ling Xiao died in the battle at Ling Xiao Mountain, Ling Xiao's heart realm was also destroyed. However, since the Great Void Temple had always been in the Void Realm, the Great Void Temple and Uncle Su were only severely injured and were not completely destroyed. Ever since Ling Xiao formed his heart realm, his heart charm scripture had improved by leaps and bounds. He had also completely refined the Great Void Holy Temple. However, Uncle Su had been in a deep slumber in the Great Void Holy Temple and had yet to wake up. Young master, I've also just woken up. You actually came to the untainted secret land and found the untainted heart? This is a great opportunity. Young master, no matter what, you must refine the untainted heart. The untainted heart must not fall into the hands of others. Uncle Su said excitedly. Uncle Su, what's the untainted heart? What does it have to do with the untainted secret land? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao, the untainted heart is the core of the untainted secret land's power. You should know the origin of the untainted secret land. The untainted secret land is a fragment of the untainted continent. It's an extremely important fragment. When the untainted continent was shattered and turned into the myriad worlds, the untainted secret land was obtained by the archaic dragon, the true phoenix, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the qilin. In the end, it evolved into a secret land that was controlled by the 5 great sacred tribes. Due to the archaic dragon's incomparable strength, it merged with the bloodline of the 5 great sacred tribes and refined the untainted heart. However, ever since the 5 great sacred beasts transformed into Tao, the 5 great sacred tribes could open the untainted secret land and enter it to train. However, they could no longer completely control the untainted secret land. Countless living beings in the untainted mystery land, including supreme talents from other great thousand worlds, had tried to enter the untainted mystery land to find the untainted heart and refine it completely. Unfortunately, no one had found the whereabouts of the untainted heart. Back then, the old master had entered the chaos secret realm by chance. Although he found the chaos heart in the end, he was unable to refine it, so he could only leave. I didn't expect that the untainted heart would be found by you, young master. It seems that you're worthy of being the chosen one with the fate of the way of heaven. As long as you refine the untainted heart, you'll have the most solid base in the future when all the heavens merge. Even emperors would find it hard to break through your base. Uncle Su explained excitedly. He explained the origin of the Great Desolation's heart in detail. Was the Great Desolation's heart refined by the primordial ancestral dragon? No wonder when I saw the Great Desolate's heart, the blood in my body would boil and my heart would beat along with it. There was a look of understanding in Ling Zhao's eyes. Young master, refining the Great Desolation's heart is equivalent to controlling the entire untainted secret land. Once all the heavens merge and you control the Great Desolation's heart, the untainted secret land will become a realm of its own. When the untainted formation is activated, you will have the most solid base. Your family and friends will be able to live in the untainted secret land. At that time, you will have fewer worries. With the support of the Great Desolation's heart, master, you will be invincible in the untainted secret land. No one will be able to defeat you. Even if you face a supreme emperor, you will be able to put up a fight. Moreover, the Great Desolation's heart has accumulated a vast amount of energy from the untainted secret land for countless years. As long as you refine the Great Desolation's heart, your cultivation will increase tremendously. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must not miss it. Uncle Su hurriedly said. Uncle Su, this Great Desolation's heart was not found by me. It was found by a prince from the immortal tribe. He even captured people from the 4 great sacred clans and fused their blood essence into the seal. His goal was to use me to open the seal on the Great Desolation's heart for him. Ling Xiao sneered and then told Uncle Su about the prince from the immortal tribe. The immortal tribe has also reappeared? It seems that the integration of all the heavens is not far away. Young master, you must not give the Great Desolation's heart to the immortal tribe. However, we can beat them at their own game and trick them once. Uncle Su said in surprise. Trick the immortal tribe once? Uncle Su, what should we do? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. Young master, you may not know this, but after opening the seal on the Great Desolation's heart, in order to refine the Great Desolation's heart, one must sacrifice a supreme expert, at least in the Saint King realm. Only when the Great Desolation's heart devours the essence of their flesh and blood will it be able to calm the violent Great Desolation force that has accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. Only then can the Great Desolation's heart be refined. Moreover, in order to refine the Great Desolation's heart, one must possess the bloodline of the ancestors of the 5 great sacred clans. In this world, only you, young master, have this qualification. Although the immortal tribe is powerful, I'm afraid they don't know the secrets of the Great Desolation's heart. Moreover, due to the suppression of the Great Desolation's heart, it is absolutely impossible for Emperor Realm experts to enter the Great Desolation's secret realm. According to young master, since the prince from the immortal tribe has the cultivation of an Emperor Realm expert, the one who entered the Great Desolation's secret realm must only be his clone and not his actual body. Uncle Su's eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom. Many thanks, Uncle Su. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. In that case, let's beat them at their own game. The most important thing now is to rescue the people from the 4 great sacred clans. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he spoke with a smile. These were the secrets that the Great Void Emperor had discovered when he entered the Great Desolation's secret realm. Ling Xiao believed that the immortal tribe definitely did not know either. In fact, the prince from the immortal tribe probably still thought that Ling Xiao had not seen through his scheme and was waiting for Ling Xiao to open the seal on the Great Desolation's heart so that he could snatch it away. Your Highness, why isn't Ling Xiao moving? Could it be that he's beginning to suspect us? In the ancient palace, Bai Ling looked at Ling Xiao on the void crystal and asked in confusion. Ling Xiao is the chosen one after all. If he still doesn't have the slightest bit of suspicion, then it would be too disappointing. However, regardless of whether he suspects us or not, he can only choose to open the seal on the Great Desolation's heart. The prince from the immortal tribe smiled faintly as if everything was under his control. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the void and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Your Highness from the immortal tribe, didn't you want me to open the seal on the Great Desolation's heart? I can open the seal, but you must hand over the people from the 4 great sacred clans to me. They're no longer of any use to you. He actually knows about the Great Desolation's heart? The prince from the immortal tribe was slightly taken aback and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Great Desolation's heart was extremely secretive. Even the people from the 4 great sacred clans did not know about it. How did Ling Xiao know about it? Third Sect Master. I know you can hear what I'm saying. I want to see the people from the 4 great sacred tribes now. As long as you hand them over to me, I'll open the seal immediately. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Your Highness, this Ling Xiao deserves to die. How dare he negotiate with you when he's about to die? Bai Ling's expression turned cold as a trace of icy killing intent appeared in her eyes. Interesting. Not only did he see through our plan, but he also recognizes the Chaos Heart. I'm getting more and more curious about him. Let's go. Since he's negotiating with us, let's meet him. The Immortal Highness smiled faintly as he slowly stood up. An ethereal and otherworldly aura emanated from his body as if a terrifying aura was surging out, causing the surrounding space to distort. Yes. Bai Ling's eyes revealed a trace of reverence as she lowered her head and replied. Whoosh, a dazzling light swept up the Immortal Highness and Bai Ling before they disappeared from the palace. In the next moment, immortal light filled Ling Zhao's eyes as the Immortal Highness and Bai Ling appeared before him. Immortal Highness, this is all part of your plan. However, I'm very curious. Since you've passed the first 2 tests, why can't you open the seal on the Chaos Heart? Why must I open the seal? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke indifferently. Ling Xiao was also extremely shocked by Bai Ling's appearance. He had seen Bai Ling turn into ashes in the 7-colored immortal fire with his own eyes. Now, she had appeared before him in perfect condition. The immortal tribe's methods were truly strange and unfathomable. However, Ling Zhao's face did not reveal the slightest trace of shock. After all, Bai Ling was only a minor character. He was only curious about the Immortal Highness' intentions. Although opening the seal of the Great Wild's heart required the ancestral bloodline of the 5 sacred tribes, Ling Xiao didn't believe that the Immortal's Highness wouldn't be able to capture someone from the dragon clan and extract the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Furthermore, the 4 great sacred tribes were in the Immortal Highness' hands. If he used the lives of the 4 great sacred tribes to threaten Ling Xiao would have no choice but to hand over the ancestral dragon bloodline. From Ling Xiao's point of view, it was unnecessary for the Immortals to use him to open the seal on the Great Desolate's heart. You don't understand. Opening the seal of the Great Desolation's heart is not something that can be done with the bloodlines of the 5 sacred tribes. His Highness of the Immortal Race said with a faint smile. You still need my heavenly Tao providence? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked. Smart. Ling Xiao, didn't you want the 4 saint clans? I can give it to you. With a wave of his sleeve, a dozen figures appeared before Ling Xiao. They were the Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huangju, and the rest of the people from the 4 sacred clans. However, they all seemed to be unconscious at the moment. Moreover, all of them were greatly injured and their vital energy was greatly depleted. With a single glance, Ling Xiao could tell that most of the blood essence in their bodies had been extracted by the celestial race's highness. That was why they had become like this. Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. He didn't think that the celestial race's highness would hand over the 4 sacred tribes to him so easily. However, Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a prison steel with heavenly might and sucked the 4 sacred tribes into it. Ling Xiao, are you very curious as to why I would hand over the 4 sacred tribes to you so easily? The celestial race's highness asked indifferently. That's right. I am indeed very curious. Ling Xiao nodded and said. It's actually very simple. Even if you didn't ask, I wouldn't kill them. I don't want to offend those 4 lunatics from the 4 sacred tribes. The celestial race's highness smiled faintly. You're quite calm. Ling Xiao sneered. The celestial race's highness didn't seem to hear the mockery in Ling Xiao's words. You don't understand. Ling Xiao, you may be the chosen one, but you don't understand this world. You don't understand true power, and you don't understand the strength of the immortal race. Why don't I give you a choice? Become my follower, and I guarantee that you'll be able to prove your Tao and become an emperor. The celestial race's highness looked at Ling Xiao seriously, his expression extremely sincere. Prove one's Tao and become an emperor. These 4 words were easy to say, but how difficult was it to actually do? Countless geniuses and demons had tried to break through the limits of the Tao and become an emperor, becoming an invincible great emperor. However, they had all failed. Whether it was the great void emperor or the fierce Lord Gu Daoi, which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent of the current era? They were the most dazzling geniuses who ruled over an era, but they had all failed. However, the celestial race's highness had told Ling Xiao with absolute certainty that he could guarantee that Ling Xiao would prove his Tao and become an emperor. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that perhaps this wasn't a lie after all. From this sentence, a deep sense of fear towards the celestial race emerged in Ling Xiao's heart. Just how powerful was this immortal race that had existed for billions of years, the legendary master of the first era? Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. That's such a pity. This celestial race's sincerity was actually rejected by you. You're the first person to reject this celestial race. Since you've rejected this celestial race, then you're my enemy. The celestial race's highness said regretfully. Aren't we enemies to begin with? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You're right, we are enemies to begin with. However, before we become enemies, I believe that you'll fulfill your promise and open the seal on the great wilderness heart, right? The celestial race's highness looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. His tone was extremely relaxed, as if he wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would go back on his word. Of course. Naturally, I'll do what I promised. However, once I open the seal on the great wilderness heart, I'm afraid that your highness might not be able to obtain the great wilderness heart. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then we'll rely on our own abilities. This celestial race believes that destiny is on my side. What do you think? The celestial race's highness said in an extremely casual manner. I don't believe in destiny. I only believe in myself. Ling Xiao said calmly. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and walked towards the huge boundary outside the great wilderness heart. A sharp glint in his eyes. Roar! Ling Xiao directly cut open his arm. Immediately, golden blood gushed out and turned into a golden dragon. It flew towards the barrier like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, it erupted with an incomparably vast dragon roar that reverberated through the void. Your Highness, when Ling Xiao opens the boundary, I'll hold him back while you refine the great wilderness heart. Bai Ling's eyes flashed coldly as she spoke slowly. No. You're no match for him. I'll hold him back while you obtain the great wilderness heart. I believe that you won't disappoint me, right? The celestial race's highness smiled and looked at Bai Ling. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll definitely obtain the great wilderness heart for you. Bai Ling's body trembled when the celestial race's highness looked at her. Her eyes were filled with fanaticism and determination as she spoke earnestly. All right. I believe in you. The celestial race's highness smiled. Immortal light filled her eyes and auspicious air flowed. She looked ethereal and mysterious, making her seem unfathomable. P.S. The third update has ended. Everyone, rest early. Roar, Ling Xiao's chi and blood rose, transforming into a giant golden dragon that coiled around his body. It let out a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The great desolation's heart in front of him seemed to have sensed the ancestral dragon's bloodline in Ling Xiao's body. It trembled violently as if a heart was beating faster and faster, spewing out a blazing light. Above the transparent barrier, the four sacred beasts appeared once again. As if responding to the dragon's roar, they let out a furious roar at the same time. Now's the time. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as his body trembled violently. His vast chi and blood surged toward the barrier once again. It was as if a golden divine dragon had merged with the four sacred beasts in an instant, transforming into 5 sacred beasts. At the same time, they exuded a powerful pressure and spewed out a 5-colored divine glow. The 5-colored divine glow contained the power of the 5 elements. It intertwined and condensed, forming a 5-element divine ring that began to ripple in the surroundings. The originally incomparably sturdy and powerful transparent barrier began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Your Highness, the seal is about to be opened. Bai Ling's eyes lit up, and she looked eager to give it a try. Don't rush. If you want to open the seal, you must withstand the backlash of the great path. Only Ling Xiao's heavenly fate can do that. When the backlash of the great path descends and is about to end, you can rush in and snatch the great desolation's heart. The Immortal's Highness said slowly. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. I will definitely obtain the great desolation's heart for you. Bai Ling's eyes were filled with gratitude. If not for the Immortal's reminder, she would have rushed in and died from the backlash of the great path. Be careful. The Immortal's Highness patted Bai Ling's shoulder and said. Rumble. At the same time, the barrier trembled more and more violently. The 5 powerful sacred beasts' shadows seemed to be about to transform into their true forms and rush out directly. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The originally sturdy and perfect barrier trembled violently. Runes shattered one after another, and the great desolation's heart appeared before Ling Xiao's eyes. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a vast energy of the Grand Tao descend, the surrounding void shook violently. The vast power of the great path contained waves that could destroy everything, intertwining with the way and reason. Divine chains of order appeared and wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Flames of the great path even burned within them. Ling Xiao felt as if there were billions of mountains pressing down on him, rendering him immobile in an instant. Is this the backlash from the great Tao? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, but he did not reveal the slightest trace of panic. Previously, the Celestial Lord had told him that only his heavenly Tao providence could open the seal on the great desolate heart. Ling Xiao had already guessed that opening the seal would result in an incomparably powerful backlash from the great Tao. The Great Desolation's heart was the power core of the Great Desolation mystic realm. It contained the power of the Great Tao. The primogenitors of the 5 sacred clans sealed the Great Desolation's heart. The transparent boundary itself contained the power of the Great Tao. When Ling Xiao opened the seal and released the Great Desolate Heart, it was equivalent to breaking open the power of the Great Tao. Naturally, he would suffer a backlash from the great Tao. Within Ling Xiao's body, the mysterious holy Tao tree bloomed with 3,000 dazzling rays of light. It was enigmatic and unfathomable. Rooted in the chaos, it contained the power of the 3,000 great Tao. It was mysterious and immortal. Ling Xiao's heart also beat violently. The fortune jade disc emitted strands of light of the great Tao that covered Ling Xiao's entire body. It made him seem holy and mysterious. Ling Xiao seemed to have become the embodiment of the great Tao. The backlash from the great Tao that had supported him actually slowly disappeared like snow. Crack. At this moment, the seal of the great desolation's heart was completely shattered. The resplendent great desolate heart was like a sun that bloomed with a myriad of rays of light. It radiated with a dignified and ancient ripple that made the depths of one's soul tremble. It was as if one couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Bai Ling, who had been standing guard at the side, instantly soared into the sky. She turned into a dazzling ray of light that surpassed Ling Xiao and reached out to grab the great desolate heart. The great desolate heart can only belong to His Highness. Ling Xiao, you despicable and wretched ant. You don't deserve the great desolate heart. Bai Ling's eyes were filled with excitement and cold indifference. She could even feel the mysterious and holy light of the great desolate heart. It contained an incomparably majestic and violent power. This was a priceless treasure. This priceless treasure can only fall into the hands of His Highness. Boom. However, the moment Bai Ling touched the great desolate heart, her entire body shook violently. A mysterious ripple spread from her body and Bai Ling's expression instantly froze. She maintained her outstretched hand. The light in her eyes dimmed as if the flame of her life had been completely extinguished. Then, her entire body exploded into a rain of light with a loud bang and merged with the great desolate heart. After swallowing Bai Ling, the great desolate heart's blazing light slowly receded. Its violent power began to dissipate. In the end, it turned into a human-shaped crystal that was overflowing with light and color. It quietly floated in the void. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness attacked at the same time. They were like two bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. In an instant, they violently collided in the void. Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness bodies shook violently. Then, the two of them retreated at the same time. The great desolate heart was between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness. However, when their gazes met, it was as if solid lightning had collided, exploding into a blazing light. As expected of the heaven's chosen one who possesses the fortune of the heavenly Tao. You actually managed to resolve the backlash of the great Tao so quickly. How astonishing! The Immortal Highness sighed softly. Your Highness is also very impressive. I never thought that your Highness would have already known that the great desolate heart required a sacrifice. You actually did not hesitate to sacrifice your maidservant. I'm afraid that your maidservant would not even know that you had used her as cannon fodder until she died. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. If I told you that I also did not know that the great desolate heart required a sacrifice, would you believe me? The Immortal Highness looked indifferently at Ling Xiao as he spoke. I believe you. A heaven's chosen one like you, high and mighty, has probably long been used to being cautious. Even if you did not know that the great desolate heart required a sacrifice, you would not have done it yourself. You would have needed others to share the risk for you. At a critical moment, even the closest person would be heartlessly abandoned by you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He did not conceal the mockery in his eyes at all. You're very smart. However, we both want the great desolate heart. What do you think we should do? The Immortal Highness smiled faintly. What should we do? Then let's fight. The winner will have the great desolate heart and everything of the other party. The loser dies. Killing intent rose in Ling Xiao's eyes. In an instant, an incomparably powerful battle intent erupted from his body. He soared through the sky and charged towards the Immortal Highness. Not only was the celestial race's Royal Highness unfathomably powerful, but he was also extremely scheming. Ling Xiao did not know how many tricks he had up his sleeves, so he decided to strike first and kill the celestial race's Royal Highness with lightning speed. After Ling Xiao had broken through to the Saint King realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Even without the help of an extreme Path Emperor weapon, he was confident that he could kill a heavenly venerate expert. As long as the celestial race's royal highness did not descend in person, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him. This was the belief of being invincible. He was invincible. Ling Xiao, hold on. The celestial race's royal highness turned into a stream of light and dodged Ling Xiao's powerful attack. His eyes revealed a strange look. Look, what is this? The celestial race's royal highness smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, a bright light screen appeared in front of Ling Xiao, displaying the scene outside the eternal immortal palace. Zhao Ritian, Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, Long Outyin, and Long Xiaoxiao were fighting a bloody battle. At this moment, they were completely at a disadvantage and seemed to be in imminent danger. The three heavenly venerates were surrounding the five of them. The three heavenly venerates were extremely powerful. At this moment, they were unleashing their full strength. Their saint aura was as vast as the sea, and their fighting strength was extremely strong. Even though Zhao Ritian had an extreme path emperor weapon, he was only a great saint. Two of the heavenly venerates joined forces and suppressed Zhao Ritian firmly. The other heavenly venerate expert had the absolute upper hand. Old Goat, Long Outyin, and the others were in imminent danger, as if they would die at the hands of the heavenly venerate at any moment. Damn it! Who are they? Ling Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with rage. Ling Xiao, please tell me your choice now. Do you choose to fight with me here to decide the ownership of the wilderness's heart, or do you choose to save them? I believe that the heaven's chosen one, who is loyal and affectionate, will definitely not care about the wilderness's heart. You will definitely choose to save them. Am I right? The celestial race's royal highness said with a smile, as if everything was under his control. Although Ling Xiao could not help but want to kick the celestial race's royal highness's face a few times, he suppressed it. At this moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out rapidly. Your Highness of the immortal race, wait for me to kill those three celestial venerables, then I'll kill you. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao left after saying that. Young master, this is all part of His Highness' scheme. You shouldn't have left. The Great Desolation's heart is extremely important to you. It's the foundation for you to conquer the heavens in the future. How can you give up the Great Desolation's heart for a few outsiders? Uncle Su said worriedly and anxiously. Uncle Su, they are not outsiders. They are my brothers, my family. If I can sacrifice them for the Great Desolation's heart, then what's the difference between me and the Immortal's Highness? Ling Xiao said seriously. His speed was extremely fast. Sigh. What a pity. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the Chaos Heart will fall into the hands of the Immortal Clan's Highness. Since he's so confident, I'm afraid that he also possesses the bloodline of the 5 great sacred tribes. Uncle Su smiled bitterly. Uncle Su, even if I don't have the primeval Chaos Heart, I'm confident that I'll be able to rule the heavens. I won't sacrifice anyone. Uncle Su, I won't sacrifice you either. Ling Xiao said solemnly. His eyes were filled with determination. Whoosh, he was like a bolt of golden lightning. In an instant, he passed through the endless towering ancient trees and entered the blazing sea of chaotic fire. Then, he headed for the exit of the eternal immortal palace without any hesitation. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Uncle Su fell silent for a long time. Young master, perhaps we still have a chance. We're now fighting against His Highness for time. The Great Desolation's heart is the core of the power of the Great Desolation's secret realm. It won't be easy to completely refine it. I'll hold him back. No matter what, we have to stop him from refining the Great Desolation's heart. Young master, you quickly deal with the 3 celestial masters and then come kill His Highness. As long as you can kill him before he completely refines the Great Desolation's heart, the Great Desolation's heart will still be yours. Uncle Su gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with incomparable madness. Uncle Su, you're the weapon spirit of the Great Void Temple. How can you hold His Highness back? No, it's too dangerous. Even if I give up the Great Desolation's heart, I won't put you in danger. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Young master, there's no time. Trust me, I'll definitely hold His Highness back. Uncle Su said quickly. Then, in an instant, he turned into a black ray of light and rushed out of Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. He shot toward the great desolation's heart in the distance. Uncle Su. Ling Xiao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. However, he knew that Uncle Su was right. Now, he had to fight against His Highness for time. He had no right to hesitate. Although Ling Xiao's heart was filled with incomparable struggle and worry, he did not hesitate and rushed out of the Eternal Immortal Palace. Outside the Eternal Immortal Palace, two celestial masters were besieging Zhao Ritian. Their eyes were filled with greed as they stared at the Yen Emperor Cauldron and the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword in Zhao Ritian's hands. Zhao Ritian had also gone completely crazy. Terrifying radiance gushed out from his body. The Yen Emperor Cauldron and the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword simultaneously unleashed an unparalleled Emperor's aura, causing serious injuries to the two Heavenly Masters. However, wielding two Emperor weapons at the same time was extremely stressful for Zhao Ritian. At this moment, his face was pale and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The strength of the two celestial masters was beyond Zhao Ritian's imagination. Zhao Ritian could feel that the bodies of the two celestial masters were demonic plants, similar to the 10,000 demonic ancient tree. The strength of a demonic plant far exceeded that of a demonic overlord of the same rank. It was extremely terrifying and was even stronger than the great elder of the Purple Moon Divine Clan, Zifeng Lai. The joint attack of the two celestial masters was extremely stressful for Zhao Ritian. On the other side, the old goat, Daoist Wuliang, Long Outyin, and Long Xiaoxiao were facing off against a celestial master expert. All of them suffered serious injuries and seemed to be at the end of their rope. Zhao Ritian was extremely anxious. He wanted to help but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao, if you don't come out now, we're all doomed. Zhao Ritian roared angrily. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Ling Xiao? Hee, don't talk about him not coming out. If he dares to come out, do you think he can save all of you? All of you will die today. An old celestial master sneered coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Rumble, the celestial master who was fighting against the old goat and the others burst out with blazing light. In an instant, a huge palm print descended from the sky and slapped the old goat down from the sky. Old goat! Daoist Wuliang shouted. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Sword chi rose around him. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword rays whizzed out like a vast sea and shot toward the heavenly venerate in the sky. Child's play. The celestial master's eyes were filled with disdain. He pressed down with his palm, which seemed to contain a world of its own. In an instant, it devoured the billions of strands of sword chi that Daoist Wuliang had unleashed. In the next moment, the palm descended and slammed Daoist Wuliang deep into the ground. The difference in cultivation was just too great. Long Outyin and Long Xiaoxiao were only in the Saint Realm, while the old goat and Taoist Wuliang had just entered the Great Saint Realm not long ago. They were almost at their limits to be able to withstand the suppression of a celestial master for so long. With the old goat and Daoist Wuliang suppressed, Long Outyin and Long Xiaoxiao were immediately exposed to the celestial master. Die. The heavenly venerate's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. A huge palm print descended once again like a mountain, wanting to crush Long Outyin and Long Xiaoxiao into dust. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao. I'll protect you. Long Outyin shielded Long Xiaoxiao behind him. Blood chi surged around him as a dragon's roar erupted. His eyes were filled with madness. He immediately wanted to ignite his bloodline and origin spirit to block the killing blow. Boom, at this moment, it was as if a resplendent sun had risen into the sky. In an instant, millions of rays of light bloomed and turned into an unparalleled fist that shot towards the celestial venerate. The fist print was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the celestial emperor was suppressing the world and sweeping through the heavens. It contained an invincible fist will. In an instant, it turned the celestial lord's palm into dust. Then, without losing any momentum, it blasted toward his head. Who's there? The celestial master's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He could only see a resplendent figure shrouded in light shooting towards him, but he couldn't see the face clearly. He felt a great threat from that fist. He didn't even think about it. His palms shot out and an extremely cold chi erupted. It instantly froze everything within 10,000 miles in an attempt to completely freeze that figure. Crack, the cold chi condensed into ice, but it shattered in an instant, revealing Ling Xiao's figure. A ray of light that contained boundless fluctuations of time pierced through the void and pierced towards the celestial master's forehead. Ling Xiao? The celestial master's expression changed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to come. It's cousin. Ha ha ha, cousin is here. These three old things are dead. Long Outyin shuddered, and his eyes were filled with excitement. It's Ling Xiao. He's finally here. Taoist Wu Liang heaved a sigh of relief. If he came a little later, he wouldn't have been able to see us. The old goat muttered softly, but there was a relaxed smile in his eyes. Rumble, the celestial master's palm was instantly pierced by Ling Xiao's finger. The age annihilation finger erupted with a power that could destroy everything. The light was extremely bright, intending to kill the celestial master with a single finger. The celestial master's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He felt an extremely strong threat from Ling Xiao. It was a feeling of death. Suppress! Ling Xiao shouted coldly. In an instant, the heavenly might descended from the sky like an immemorial mountain. It contained a vast and mighty emperor's might and pressed down on the celestial venerate. The celestial master originally wanted to escape and avoid Ling Xiao's age annihilation finger. He didn't expect the heavens might to erupt with such terrifying power. His body froze for a moment. Puff! It was at this moment that Ling Xiao's age annihilation finger pierced the celestial master's forehead. The vast power of time gushed out and rushed towards the celestial master's primordial spirit. At the same time, a wisp of devouring fire danced on Ling Xiao's fingertip. It contained the power of fire origin and rushed into the celestial master's forehead. Ah! Save me! The celestial master's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed crazily. The finger of time destruction had only heavily injured his soul, but the sky-devouring fire contained the origin of fire. When it touched his skin, it actually began to burn fiercely. Very soon, he was engulfed in flames. Rumble, the celestial master trembled violently. Blazing light gushed out of his body as endless flames burned. Amidst the flames, he revealed his true form, which was a huge locust tree. A painful face appeared on the locust tree, and it even began to distort. He was actually a locust tree. What? Celestial Master Huai. The two celestial masters who were besieging Zhao Rantian were trembling all over. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. When Ling Xiao attacked Celestial Master Huai, they also noticed Ling Xiao. They originally thought that Celestial Master Huai would be able to hold on for a while, but they never thought that Ling Xiao's attack would be so fierce and terrifying. He actually killed Celestial Master Huai in an instant. Celestial Master Huai's strength was unparalleled. He was second only to the two of them, but he was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Didn't that mean that Ling Xiao also had the strength to kill the two of them? The two celestial masters' eyes were filled with shock and anger. In an instant, they gave up on attacking Zhao Rantian and pulled away from him. Their eyes were filled with extreme vigilance. Ling Xiao is actually so strong? Zhao Rantian was also extremely shocked and a little dejected. He originally thought that he had caught up to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be left behind by Ling Xiao again. He was suppressed by the two celestial masters to the point where he couldn't resist, but Ling Xiao killed Celestial Master Huai in an instant. Zhao Rantian, hold the line for me. Don't let them escape. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He didn't even look at Celestial Master Huai, who was suffering from the burning pain. Instead, he looked at the remaining two celestial masters. Rumble, Ling Xiao did not hesitate in the slightest. His heavenly might soared into the sky like a divine mountain. At the same time, an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth erupted from Ling Xiao's body. It was as though a dark hell had risen up. An invincible great emperor figure appeared, carrying with it a power that could destroy the heavens and earth as it charged towards the two heavenly venerables. Celestial Emperor Prison Suppression Technique. Ling Xiao had no intention of wasting time with them. He only wanted to kill these three celestial masters as soon as possible, then return to the Eternal Immortal Palace to kill the Immortal Clan's highness. He couldn't let Uncle Su fall into danger. Ling Xiao, do you really think that you can kill us all by yourself? The two celestial masters were shocked and angry. Their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. In an instant, terrifying auras erupted from them as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, the two celestial masters seemed to know that Ling Xiao was incomparably terrifying. They also began to fight with their lives on the line. Black light surged around them, revealing a huge black flower and countless thorns that looked like tentacles. These two celestial masters were actually Rose Flower and Thorny Thorn respectively. They could be called Celestial Master Rose and Celestial Master Thorny Thorn respectively. The two of them revealed their true forms, and their strength instantly increased by several times. P.S. This is the end of the third update. I wish everyone a happy new year and everything goes well. Brothers, you can join Muyu's reader group. Muyu will give everyone a big red packet tonight and tomorrow. Kacha, blazing lightning flashed across the sky as divine light gushed out. The gigantic black rose seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth, forming a gigantic black vortex in the sky. The thorns that looked like tentacles were covered with sharp barbs that danced like dragons and snakes. They were surrounded by blazing lightning as they pierced through the void towards Ling Xiao. Both Heavenly Sovereign Rose and Heavenly Sovereign Thorns were demonic plants that had attained the Tao. Their strength was unparalleled and they were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Their bodies also contained boundless origin energy. The gigantic black rose and thorns were tens of thousands of feet tall. Their auras were extremely terrifying and they surrounded Ling Xiao almost instantly. They could feel the immense threat coming from Ling Xiao, so they did not hesitate to reveal their true forms, wanting to kill Ling Xiao once and for all. Rumble, vast heavenly might pressed down like an immemorial sacred mountain that contained the power to suppress everything. In an instant, the boundless darkness was cleansed and a majestic and holy light bloomed. The great emperor's shadow was like a supreme ruler that could sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every strike contained unstoppable power. This was the heavenly emperor's prison suppression art, a peerless emperor technique created by the heavenly prison great emperor. Every strike contained the heavenly prison great emperor's extreme power that could destroy everything. The boundless black light dissipated and the gigantic thorns were smashed into pieces by the great emperor's shadow. Purple chi rose around Ling Xiao's body, and thousands of rays of divine light shot out. Almost all the attacks that came towards him were annihilated within 10 feet of him. They melted like snow and completely disappeared. Ling Xiao did not seem to care about the attacks of the two heavenly sovereigns. Instead, he displayed his peerless killing power in an attempt to kill the two heavenly sovereigns. Looks like Ling Xiao has really carved out his own path. Zhao Ritian said enviously. He stood aside to support Ling Xiao. The Yen Emperor's cauldron and Heavenly Emperor sword shone brightly and spewed out blazing Emperor's aura as if they were ready to unleash their strongest attack at any time. Although Zhao Ritian was no match for Heavenly Sovereign Rose and Heavenly Sovereign Thorns, he had no problem stopping the two heavenly sovereigns from escaping with his two emperor weapons. Zhao Ritian did not make a move, but Heavenly Sovereign Rose and Heavenly Sovereign Thorns felt an even greater pressure. Big brother, what should we do? Ling Xiao's physical body is almost indestructible. Our attacks can't do any fatal damage to him. Celestial Venerable Thorn quickly transmitted her voice to Celestial Venerable Rose. Her expression was extremely ugly, and her eyes were filled with shock. His sharp thorny tentacles were comparable to a full-powered attack from a Celestial Venerable. The dense thorns were extremely tough, but they were unable to penetrate Ling Xiao's body. Instead, they were all shattered by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not need to be on guard at all. He could attack with all his might. However, Celestial Venerable Rose and Celestial Venerable Thorns had to be on guard against Ling Xiao's ferocious attacks. This guy is simply a mad dog. A mere Saint King Realm cultivator was actually able to kill a Heavenly Venerable. Could this be the destiny of the Chosen One? Heavenly Venerable Rose's expression was also extremely ugly. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. Big brother, we can't hold back anymore. Let's use His Majesty's forbidden technique. As long as we can kill Ling Xiao, those trash won't be able to stop us. Heavenly Sovereign Thorn sneered. That's the only thing we can do now. If we can kill Ling Xiao and bring his body back to His Majesty, we can make up for our mistakes. Celestial Venerable Rose took a deep breath and nodded. Rumble, Ling Xiao's attacks were extremely powerful. His Heavenly Emperor Prison Suppression Technique, Heavenly Might Prison Technique, Age Annihilation Finger, Heavenly Emperor's Fist, and many other powerful Emperor techniques were unleashed by Ling Xiao. They posed a great threat to Heavenly Sovereign Rose and Heavenly Sovereign Thorns. Ling Xiao's fighting style made the two Heavenly Sovereigns feel great pressure. They even felt their scalps go numb. In the end, they could only passively defend against Ling Xiao's attacks. They couldn't even counterattack. The two Heavenly Sovereigns were completely at a disadvantage. It seems like the two Heavenly Sovereigns are doomed. Long Out Yan's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Ling Xiao's cultivation has skyrocketed. I'm afraid they miscalculated. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. The old goat nodded. But why does Ling Xiao look so anxious? Did something happen in the Eternal Immortal Palace? Daoist Wuliang glanced at Ling Xiao and frowned. He could vaguely sense that Ling Xiao's killing intent and battle intent had reached an extreme level. It was as if he was extremely anxious to finish off these two Empyrean powerhouses as quickly as possible. His attacks were swift and decisive, without the slightest bit of nonsense. Daoist Wuliang wondered if Ling Xiao had encountered any mishaps in the Eternal Immortal Palace. Crack, just then, something strange happened. A thick bolt of lightning shot across the sky in an instant. It contained an extremely terrifying origin power of lightning and blasted Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning. Lightning flashed all over his body, and his entire body stiffened for a moment. Even though Ling Xiao's physical body was strong, he couldn't withstand such terrifying lightning origin energy. Skymaster Thorny Thorn transformed into her true form. She was a giant thorny vine with countless tentacles covered in sharp barbs. She unleashed a destructive divine power that sent Skymaster Meng flying. Roar! Heavenly Sovereign Thorn let out an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying sound waves intertwined and surged toward Ling Xiao's consciousness. As for Celestial Venerable Rose, she instantly transformed into a huge black rose. Dazzling lightning bolts surrounded her, containing waves of devouring and destruction. Taking advantage of Ling Xiao's stiff body, the lightning bolts swept across the sky and enveloped Ling Xiao. Within the rose, there seemed to be many divine chains of order that pierced through the void, binding Ling Xiao tightly. At the same time, they were like tentacles that wanted to reach into Ling Xiao's pores, wanting to devour the life essence and powerful vital energy and blood in his body. This happened in a flash. No one expected Heavenly Sovereign Thorn and Heavenly Sovereign Rose to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. Is that the lightning origin energy? They are just two Heavenly Sovereigns. How can they unleash such powerful lightning origin energy? Zhao Ritian shuddered as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. It's impossible for them, but I'm afraid there's a powerful Emperor Realm expert behind them. TSK, I've never seen such pure lightning origin in my life. Second uncle's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind as he chuckled. Emperor Realm expert? Is that the Demon King that the three Heavenly Masters were talking about? Ling Xiao is really a troublemaker. Wherever he goes, he'll attract a bunch of enemies. Zhao Ritian said with a bitter smile. Who asked him to be the Chosen One? The Chosen One possesses the Heavenly Fate Chi and the hope of an era. Anyone who sees him will covet the Heavenly Fate Chi of his sacred mountain. Not to mention a mere Imperial Monarch expert, even a Supreme Emperor would probably be envious of Ling Xiao's karmic luck. Second eldest uncle chuckled as if he was gloating over his misfortune. I hope this guy doesn't fail miserably. Zhao Ritian shook his head as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was ready to take out the Yen Emperor Cauldron and Heavenly Emperor Sword to attack Heavenly Master Rose and Heavenly Master Thorns to save Ling Xiao. However, Zhao Ritian was very confident in Ling Xiao. Hence, he did not make a move immediately. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao could resolve the situation. Rumble, in the void, huge thorns wrapped around Ling Xiao's body like dragons and snakes. The vast origin of lightning was like a sea of lightning that drowned everything. The huge black rose completely wrapped Ling Xiao in its petals, wanting to devour Ling Xiao completely. This scene was incomparably terrifying. Even a heavenly venerate powerhouse would not be able to do anything in the face of such a situation. They would definitely die. Boom, however, at this moment, Ling Xiao's body suddenly spewed out a blazing purple gas. In the vast light, a mysterious flame lotus flew out from his body. The flame was bright and dazzling, containing a mysterious fluctuation. As for the divine sequence chains around Ling Xiao, they were all annihilated when they came into contact with the lotus. After the surrounding lightning origin collided with the flame lotus, a wave of power erupted in an instant. Then, it suddenly gushed out in all directions. Ah! How can you still have the fire origin energy? Celestial Venerable Rose screamed. Her voice was filled with disbelief and fear. That flaming lotus was the heaven-devouring fire. It had fused with the chaotic flame origin beneath the chaos mystic realm and was capable of burning the heavens and destroying the earth. Previously, Celestial Venerable Huai had been burned to ashes by the heaven-devouring fire. Celestial Venerable Rose was already very careful. She unleashed the thunder origin left behind by the Demon King and wanted to take the opportunity to devour Ling Xiao. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to fight back. Ling Xiao even had the power of the fire origin in his body. At this moment, the fire origin exploded. The sky-devouring fire instantly burned fiercely, completely enveloping Celestial Venerable Rose. Rumble, within the endless flames, Celestial Venerable Rose's body trembled violently. Even within the flames, a twisted and frightened face could be seen. Celestial Venerable Thorns, who was originally entangling and imprisoning Ling Xiao, felt the power of the fire origin and was instantly sent flying. Her face was full of fear. After fusing with the fire origin energy, the heaven-devouring fire was the greatest nemesis for Celestial Venerables. Anyone who touched it would definitely die. You want to devour my life origin? I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao sneered. In an instant, he activated the heaven-devouring secret skill. The purple gas around him rose and gathered into a vast purple vortex that contained a terrifying power that could devour everything. Rumble, Celestial Venerable Rose's vast life origin, powerful qi and blood essence, and majestic primordial spirit power instantly rushed into Ling Xiao's body and were devoured by Ling Xiao. If Celestial Venerable Rose had been at her peak, it would have been difficult for Ling Xiao to devour her energy even if he used the heaven-devouring secret skill. However, at this moment, Celestial Venerable Rose was completely enveloped by the heaven-devouring fire. Her entire body had turned into a blazing flame and she could barely protect herself. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to devour the pure energy in Celestial Venerable Rose's body. His aura began to soar rapidly. Originally, Ling Xiao's cultivation realm had been greatly improved in the underground of the untainted mystery land. His primordial spirit power had increased by more than 30%, and his cultivation had soared to the peak of an ordinary holy king. Now, as Ling Xiao devoured Celestial Venerable Rose's energy, his cultivation realm was also slowly increasing. Ling Xiao's accumulation was so strong that it was hundreds or thousands of times more difficult for him to break through a small realm compared to others. It required an incomparably vast amount of energy. How much energy did a Celestial Venerable have? It was enough for an ordinary person to break through to the Holy King realm directly. It could be said that Celestial Venerable Rose had been caught in a trap of her own making. Her majestic energy had become a wedding dress for Ling Xiao. More than half of it had been devoured by Ling Xiao. Soon, it turned into ashes in the endless flames. The second Celestial Venerable was dead. Celestial Venerable Thorn's eyes were filled with fear. He did not even have the slightest intention of continuing the battle with Ling Xiao. There was only one thought in his mind. Run! Run! Run, the further the better. In Celestial Venerable Thorn's eyes, Ling Xiao was like an archaean ferocious beast. He was so terrifying that he trembled all over and could not muster the slightest thought of resisting. Trying to escape? You'd better stay. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed coldly as he sneered. He had been guarding against the two Celestial Venerables from the side. When he saw that Celestial Venerable Thorn wanted to escape, he did not hesitate to summon his two extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Rumble, the Yan Emperor Cauldron spewed out endless flames. It soared into the sky like a mountain and pressed down on Celestial Venerable Thorn. Everywhere it went, it turned into a fiery domain that could incinerate all life. The heavenly Dao Emperor sword was extremely sharp. It turned into a dazzling ray of light that pierced through the endless void and pierced towards Celestial Venerable Thorn's forehead. Get out of my way! Celestial Venerable Thorn roared in shock and anger. He tried his best to unleash his most terrifying power to blast away the Yen Emperor Cauldron and the Heavenly Tao Emperor Sword. Celestial Venerable Thorn went completely crazy. Terrifying saint power gushed out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. It swept across the void like a storm. The thick tentacles slammed onto the Yen Emperor Cauldron and the Heavenly Tao Emperor Sword. There was the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying everywhere. The Yen Emperor Cauldron and the Heavenly Tao Emperor Sword trembled violently and unleashed terrifying divine light fluctuations. However, a crack appeared. Celestial Venerable Thorn was like a bolt of black lightning. He passed through the crack in an instant, trying to tear the void apart and escape. His survival instincts were unleashed to the extreme by Celestial Venerable Thorn. Third Sect Leader. Boom. At this moment, an ancient and mysterious sky steel that exuded an ancient aura appeared in front of Heavenly Venerate Thorny. At the same time, a huge palm print came crashing down on Thorny Sovereign. Ling Xiao had arrived. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Thorny Sovereign roared, her eyes filled with madness. She rushed into the sky recklessly and collided with the huge palm print. In an instant, unparalleled waves of divine light erupted. Die. Ling Xiao said coldly. Blazing divine light rose from his body and an immortal and mysterious wave of energy spread out. He unleashed his unparalleled physical strength and punched down. This punch seemed to have pierced through civilization, shattered epics, and shattered the heavens. It contained a mysterious scene of the world's reincarnation and the destruction of the heavens. It was as if it wanted to bury everything in chaos and restart the cycle of epics. Epical Fist, this was Ling Xiao's pure physical strength, and also Ling Xiao's own Tao. This was an extremely terrifying origin energy. It had killed celestial masters, slain the Demon King's clone, and destroyed the immortal prince's imprint. It was unparalleled in the universe. Boom. Heavenly Venerate Thorn hastily tried to block the attack. Her body trembled violently and her arm exploded into a bloody mist. She was sent flying. Boom. 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 Ling Xiao was like a purple-gold lightning bolt. He threw hundreds of punches in an instant, each containing unparalleled fist intent. They all landed on Thorny Sovereign, causing her to tremble violently. She coughed up blood and her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Thorny Sovereign found it hard to believe that such terrifying fist intent could be unleashed by a saint ruler expert. She suddenly felt a trace of energy from Ling Xiao that was similar to the Demon King's. It was the origin of the Great Tao, the power of the Extreme Tao. It was the energy of the Supreme Divinity Realm. I am invincible. Thorny Sovereign suddenly became extremely terrified. Her body trembled violently and her eyes were filled with despair and deep regret. Ling Xiao's final punch landed on Thorny Skymaster's body, causing her to explode. Both her primordial spirit and physical body turned into a bloody mist. Devour. Ling Xiao roared and unleashed the sky-devouring secret technique. His body exuded a terrifying aura that could devour the heavens and earth. The vast and powerful energy around Thorny Sovereign also surged into Ling Xiao's body. Both Empyrean Lord of Thorns and Empyrean Lord of Rosette were monster plants. Their energies were several times or even dozens of times stronger than an ordinary Empyrean. After Ling Xiao devoured the two celestial masters' flesh essence and primordial spirit energy, his cultivation level began to skyrocket. Rumble. Lightning flashed around Ling Xiao's body. His divine light was vast and purple chi filled the air. He had just become a saint king not long ago, but as he refined his body with the chaotic flames and strengthened his yuan spirit with his illusory realm, coupled with the fact that he had devoured the cultivations of the two celestial venerables, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the Saint King realm. It's not enough. A sharp light appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. In an instant, a billion origin source pills flew out from the heaven's might and exploded around him like a resplendent river. They turned into a violent origin source sea that surged wildly into Ling Xiao's body. Kacha. The power source in Ling Xiao's body surged like a great river. With the support of the two celestial venerables' violent energy, Ling Xiao's cultivation was like a hot knife through butter. He broke through that rock-solid bottleneck and directly stepped into the realm of peak Saint Ruler. It only took Ling Xiao 3 days to reach the peak Holy King realm from Tao proving Holy King realm. Although this breakthrough was a little hasty and his cultivation level was unstable, Ling Xiao didn't care. He needed strength. He needed unparalleled strength to deal with the upcoming battle. Facing the Celestial Highness, Ling Xiao had to bring out his strongest strength to fight. Wait for me outside the Eternal Celestial Palace. I'm going to kill the Celestial Masters. Ling Xiao said to Zhao Ritian, Old Goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Outyin, and Long Xiaoxiao. Instantly, a blazing light burst out from his body. Without any hesitation, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the Eternal Celestial Palace. From the moment Ling Xiao swallowed Empyrean Thorn, to the moment he swallowed 1 billion origin pills, broke through to the pinnacle of the Holy King realm, and flew into the Eternal Immortal Palace, everything happened in a single breath. Zhao Ritian and the others didn't even have time to react. What just happened? Ling Xiao. Did he break through again? Zhao Ritian's eyes widened. They were filled with grief and indignation. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was huge. He hadn't even broken through to the Saint King realm, but Ling Xiao had broken through to the peak Holy King realm again. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Zhao Ritian felt that there was no light in front of him. He felt a little hopeless. When would he be able to complete the magnificent feat of beating Ling Xiao up? Ling Xiao said that he's going to kill the Immortal Clan's highness? Old Goat's eyes widened. His face was filled with shock. Even when Ling Xiao killed 2 celestial masters and broke through to the peak Holy King realm, he didn't feel as shocked as Ling Xiao's words. That's right. He said that he's going to kill the Immortal Clan's highness. This is going to be big. The Immortal Clan's highness isn't that easy to kill. Taoist Wuliang's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Even when Ling Xiao was facing the 3 celestial venerables, he was certain that Ling Xiao would win. He was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. However, when facing the celestial race's highness, Taoist Wuliang had no confidence and was filled with worry. The Immortal Clan's highness must be scheming something in the Eternal Celestial Palace. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be so anxious. What should we do? We have to do something. We can't let Ling Xiao fight alone, right? The old goat said anxiously. You're right. We can't let Ling Xiao fight alone. As brothers, we have to help him win this battle. The Immortal Clan's highness is just a clone. He can lose, but Ling Xiao can't. I have a way to weaken the Immortal Clan's highness, but I'm afraid we'll have to pay a huge price. We might even have to use up a lot of our life force. Are you willing to do that? Taoist Wuliang said slowly with a hint of madness in his eyes. Old Taoist Wuliang, don't talk so much nonsense. What's a mere loss of life? Tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. The old goat nodded heavily and said. Me too. Long Outyin said hurriedly. I want to help brother Ling Xiao too. Long Xiaoxiao said seriously. Count me in. Ling Xiao, that troublemaker, is annoying. However, I hate that pretentious Immortal Clan's highness more. F*CK, he's even more arrogant than I, Zhao Ritian. We have to destroy his arrogance. Zhao Ritian walked over as well and sneered. Alright. Since that's the case, you guys listen to me. Now, go and move the 108 mountains here. Follow my instructions and set up the array. Taoist Wuliang said slowly, revealing his crazy plan. Everyone did not hesitate at all. After listening to Taoist Wuliang's words, they instantly turned into streams of light and moved into the distance according to their respective division of labor. P.S. End of 3rd update. Brothers, rest early. The first day of the Lunar New Year can be considered a new beginning. I wish everyone success in everything they wish for in the new year. The Eternal Immortal Palace was located in the center of the Chaos Secret Territory. It was mysterious and ancient. The Immortal's Highness had built the Eternal Immortal Palace here because of the Chaos Heart. The Eternal Immortal Palace led directly to the depths of the Chaos Secret Territory. It was the closest place to the Chaos Heart. Although they had to pass through the Primal Chaos Flame Sea and the Natural Illusion Formation, this was the closest place. The Immortal Race's Highness had already discovered the Great Wilderness's heart long ago. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't open the seal on the Great Wilderness's heart, they would have refined it long ago. Now that the seal on the Chaos Heart had been broken by Ling Xiao, no one could stop the Immortal's Highness from obtaining the Chaos Heart. Rumble, the great desolation's heart looked dazzling, like a blazing sun, emitting an eternal and immortal light. Primal chaos rose in the surroundings, spreading out like an ocean. The Immortal's Highness was sitting cross-legged in front of the chaos heart. His body was surrounded by a five-colored divine glow. Boundless light surged as he refined the chaos heart. A black shadow silently blended into the great desolation's heart. It did not attract the attention of the Immortal's Highness. A five-colored divine ring emerged from the Immortal's Highness' body. It was enshrouded in a strange light. It was the power of the great Tao of the five elements. It slowly surrounded the chaos heart, trying to refine it. The power of the great Tao of the five elements seemed to be extremely attractive to the chaos heart. Even though the Immortal's Highness didn't have the ancestral bloodline of the five sacred tribes, he could still refine the chaos heart quickly with the power of the great Tao of the five elements. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had refined half of the chaos heart. However, the Immortal's Highness sensed that his refining speed was slowing down. It was as if there was an extremely strange power that was preventing him from refining the chaos heart. Buzz, the Immortal's Highness' eyes were instantly covered with a layer of brilliant immortal light. It contained the power to see through everything. He shot into the chaos heart and saw a black shadow inside. "Who is it? Show yourself," the Immortal's Highness said coldly. He had finally found the main culprit that was preventing him from refining the great desolate's heart. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not know when, but a black shadow had entrenched itself within the great desolate's heart. However, after the Immortal Highness finished speaking, the black shadow did not respond. "You don't want to come out? Then don't blame me for being impolite." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Immortal's Highness. He immediately pointed in the air and a blazing five-colored light shot out. In an instant, it turned into a five-colored net and imprinted itself into the great desolation's heart. It swept towards the black shadow. Rumble, as if it felt threatened, a terrifying aura gushed out from the untainted heart in an instant. The black shadow flew out and turned into an old man in a black robe. He had white hair and a beard, and he looked amiable. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from refining the great desolate's heart?" The Immortal Highness stared at the old man and asked. "Immortal's Highness, this great desolate's heart is not meant for you. It originally belonged to the Chosen One. Why don't you give it to him?" The black-robed old man smiled slightly. He was naturally Uncle Su. In order to buy time for Ling Xiao, he entered the great desolate's heart alone. He wanted to delay the Immortal's Highness from refining the great desolate's heart. He did not expect to be discovered by the Immortal's Highness. "You're Ling Xiao's man? What a joke. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. This great desolate's heart belongs to me. Who dares to snatch it from me? I think you're just trying to buy time for Ling Xiao. You're courting death." The Immortal's Highness's eyes flashed coldly. In an instant, he slammed his palm towards Uncle Su. He could sense that Uncle Su did not have a physical body. He was a spiritual body. Therefore, his attack contained a powerful primordial spirit attack. Seven-colored immortal fire rose from his palm. In an instant, it swept across the void and turned into a blazing sea of fire. Although Uncle Su seemed unfathomable, the Immortal's Highness still attacked. He wanted to get rid of Uncle Su and refine the great desolate's heart. Whoosh, the black light around Uncle Su disappeared into the void in an instant. The seven-colored immortal fire missed its target. However, the void around him was distorted as if it was going to shatter at any time. In the next moment, Uncle Su appeared in another place. He was extremely fast. He could teleport without any spatial fluctuations. Therefore, the Immortal's Highness could not catch a trace of Uncle Su. "Immortal's Highness, I don't want to be your enemy. Why are you being so aggressive?" Uncle Su sighed softly. "Don't try to buy time. If you want to stop me from refining the great desolate's heart, then die," the Immortal's Highness said coldly. Rumble, resplendent immortal light bloomed around him. Divine chains of order traversed the void. Endless runes rose from the Immortal's Highness's body. It seemed as if an ancient formation was being carved. With a wave of his hand, an ancient formation flew out and enveloped Uncle Su. Uncle Su's speed was so fast that the Immortal's Highness could not catch him. He decided to set up a mysterious immortal formation. The ancient divine light was dazzling. It shrouded the void in all directions and formed a mysterious territory. Uncle Su's speed slowed down immediately. The divine light that filled the sky surged toward Uncle Su. It contained destructive energy fluctuations. Like a tornado, it was going to tear him into pieces. Great void. Uncle Su's eyes flashed sharply. Instantly, his body became incomparably illusory. The void around him began to distort and devour all the divine light. Uncle Su waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a majestic dragon roar was heard. In the endless chaos, it seemed as if an ancient dragon was soaring through the void and pouncing toward the Immortal's Highness. Child's play. The Immortal's Highness sneered. He pointed a finger in the air. The finger light pierced through everything and blew the chaos dragon into pieces. Boom, the divine light that filled the sky surged. The Immortal's Highness rose and slammed his palm toward Uncle Su. That palm contained the power of a tsunami. It seemed as if it could destroy everything. It enveloped Uncle Su completely. But at this moment, after the chaos dragon exploded, it did not disappear completely. Instead, it formed a dazzling rain of light. It was as if stars were falling from the sky. Streaks of starlight bloomed in the void. In an instant, it changed into various mysterious scenes. Roar, chirp, tigers and dragons roared. Phoenixes and cranes cried. Black tortoises roared. Cheilants howled. Giant beasts spewed out flames. Ice giants froze thousands of miles. Humans wearing beast skins had strong vitality. They could kill powerful beasts. P.S. Muyu drank too much yesterday and forgot to update. I'll make up for it today. An ancient and mysterious world seemed to have appeared around the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. If Ling Xiao were here, he would have noticed that Uncle Su had created an ancient void realm. This was a mysterious scene that could only be created when one cultivated the path of heart to the extreme. The 9th level of the Heart Scripture of Great Void, Ling Xiao's Heart Scripture of Great Void was only at the 8th level. He did not know how long it would take for him to break through to the 9th level, but Uncle Su had already cultivated it to the 9th level. The 9th level of the Heart Scripture of Great Void allowed the Void Realm to create all things. Although the powerful divine beasts, primordial beasts, and ancient mutants seemed to be formed by the heart force, they were extremely real. It was as if the primordial creatures had been revived, and they contained an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, tens of thousands of primordial beasts pounced toward the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Each of the primordial beasts had the combat strength of a saint, and the strongest among them, the 5 sacred beasts, had the strength of a saint ruler. Like a raging beast tide, the vast void realm descended. Tens of thousands of primordial beasts instantly drowned the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Rumble, in an instant, a shocking battle broke out. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness's fists suppressed the void. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. Endless lightning exploded, and his fist intent was incomparably vast. One primordial beast after another fell in his hands and turned into dust. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness's body emitted a resplendent immortal light. The 7-colored immortal fire was dazzling. It suddenly burst out and enveloped the surroundings like flames, turning all the primordial beasts into ashes. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness knew that Uncle Su wanted to buy time for Ling Xiao, so his attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Uncle Su's strength was unparalleled, he could not withstand the Immortal Clan's attacks at all. Boom, the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness instantly appeared in front of Uncle Su. His gaze was sharp and cold, containing a kind of lofty majesty. He pointed at Uncle Su, and a mysterious origin energy burst out from his finger. In an instant, it transformed into a 5-colored divine light and flew toward Uncle Su. Uncle Su's expression instantly turned solemn. The origin power of the 5 elements contained the Immortal Clan's unique fierce and domineering offensive technique. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if it was specially designed to counter a spiritual body like him. Furthermore, the majesty of the immortal race seemed to be bent on killing Uncle Su. His attacks were merciless. The moment he struck out, his attacks were earth-shattering. Not only did he destroy billions of primordial beasts in an instant, he even wanted to kill Uncle Su completely. Sigil of Taishu. Su Bo sighed. He formed a seal with both hands and billions of dazzling runes gathered in his palms, forming an ancient nine-colored divine rune. It was shrouded in chaotic mist and purple divine light, as if it had been born from the void. It slowly flew toward the palace of the immortals. Crack, the majesty of the immortal clan's royal highness finger was extremely fierce. The origin power of the five elements seemed to be able to destroy everything. However, when it collided with the sigil of Taishu, the surrounding void distorted. The origin power seemed to have shattered instantly, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. However, Uncle Su was also sent flying. His body trembled violently, and his figure became much more illusory. His eyes revealed a trace of exhaustion. As expected of the immortal clan's royal highness. The five elements immortal jade finger is indeed extraordinary. Uncle Su said softly. You recognize the five elements immortal jade finger? Who are you? The majesty of the immortal clan's royal highness stared at Uncle Su and asked coldly. The five elements immortal jade finger was a supreme immortal technique of the immortal clan. It was comparable to the top emperor technique and was a secret of the immortal clan. Not only did Uncle Su neutralize it, but he also recognized the five elements immortal jade finger. This made the majesty of the immortal clan even more curious about Uncle Su's identity. I'm just a servant. It's normal that your majesty doesn't recognize me. Uncle Su said with a faint smile. Stop pretending to be mysterious. When I catch you and search your soul, I'll know who you are. The majesty of the immortal clan's royal highness's eyes turned cold. Boom, seven-colored immortal fire rose around him. In an instant, it split into seven mysterious flames, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each flame was incomparably mysterious and holy. They were surrounded by immortal light and contained the mysterious origin energy. In addition to the five elements origin, there was also the origin of yin and yang. The seven flames floated around the majesty of the immortal clan. Then, they slowly merged into a seven-colored fiery lotus. Mysterious flames flowed around it, and the surrounding void instantly burned up. Endless flames surged as the seven-colored fiery lotus spun in the air and pressed down on Uncle Su. As soon as the seven-colored fiery lotus appeared, everything around it seemed to disappear in an instant. Only a gray mist of chaos was left. However, the seven-colored fiery lotus made people feel the most terrifying killing intent. Seven-colored immortal lotus fire? You're able to control the supreme immortal fire of the immortal clan, second only to the nine-colored immortal lotus fire. It seems like you're the true crown prince of the immortal clan. Uncle Su's eyes flashed with a strange light. Facing the seven-colored immortal lotus fire, Uncle Su didn't seem to dodge at all. His expression was incomparably calm as he watched the seven-colored immortal lotus fire fly toward him. This was because he knew that the seven-colored immortal lotus fire couldn't be avoided. It was an immortal fire that directly locked onto one's fate. Not only did it contain the origin energy of fire, but it also contained the supreme law of the immortal clan. You really do know something. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the celestial race's highness. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Uncle Su seemed to know many secrets of the celestial race, but he did not know Uncle Su's true identity. This made him feel like he was losing control. He didn't like this feeling, so he decided to completely destroy Uncle Su. The seven-colored immortal lotus fire instantly swept across the void and enveloped Uncle Su. Rumble, amidst the seven-colored immortal lotus fire, Uncle Su's body shone brightly. His figure became more and more illusory, as if he would completely shatter at any moment. However, there was no sign of pain on Uncle Su's face. He quietly looked at the immortal highness, and a mysterious vortex seemed to be surging inside his body, slowly sucking in the wisps of seven-colored immortal lotus fire. Boom, in the next moment, a nine-colored immortal light seemed to rise from Uncle Su's body. In an instant, it turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. With extreme speed, it flew directly toward Uncle Su. Not even His Highness of the immortal race had foreseen this. Or rather, he didn't think that Uncle Su would have a nine-colored immortal light in his body. For the first time, Uncle Su was shocked. This is the nine-colored immortal lotus fire? His Highness of the immortal race exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Poof, the nine-colored immortal lotus fire instantly pierced through the immortal clan royal highness chest, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. The wound looked extremely neat, but it did not pierce through his heart. The nine-colored immortal lotus fire quickly dissipated. The power of the nine-colored immortal lotus fire was still too weak. The immortal clan Royal Highness suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. Nine-colored immortal lotus fire? How can you summon the nine-colored immortal lotus fire? You're from the immortal clan? Who are you? I told you, I'm just a servant. What a pity, I didn't expect you to have the seed of the nine-colored immortal lotus fire in your body. Uncle Su's eyes revealed a trace of pity. The nine-colored immortal lotus fire was his most powerful attack. Even if it could not kill the immortal clan Royal Highness, it could at least severely injure him. Unfortunately, the immortal clan Royal Highness had a very high status in the immortal clan. Because of the seed of the nine-colored immortal lotus fire in his body, his injuries were not serious and he recovered almost instantly. Uncle Su floated in the void. He was extremely weak and his figure was incomparably illusory, as if he would disappear in the wind at any time. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Since you won't tell me, I'll search your soul and place it on the nine-colored immortal lotus fire to roast it for 10,000 years. The immortal clan Royal Highness said coldly. In an instant, he leaped across the sky and grabbed at Uncle Su. What a pity. I still can't injure him. I hope the young master has already dealt with the 3 celestial masters and can rush back in time. The wilderness heart is too important. I can't let it fall into the hands of the immortal clan. Uncle Su sighed softly in his heart. His eyes were calm and deep. There was no fear of death, only a trace of regret and intense fatigue. He was just a spiritual body. He had already reached his limit to be able to hold off the immortal clan Royal Highness for so long. In the face of the immortal clan Royal Highness attack, he had no strength to resist. Immortal clan Royal Highness, do you want to die? At this moment, a furious roar exploded in the void like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. In the distance, a blazing ray of divine light soared into the sky. It emitted a dazzling radiance, as if a resplendent sun was flying through the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably cold, containing monstrous killing intent and fury. After killing the 3 celestial venerates, he had rushed back to the eternal immortal palace, worried that Uncle Su might be in danger. However, he did not expect to see Su Bo severely injured by the celestial race's majesty the moment he charged through the Chaos Flame Sea and the Natural Illusion Array. He was so weak that he could not fight back at all. Ling Zhao's heart was instantly filled with rage. Rumble, using a secret teleportation technique, he instantly appeared tens of thousands of feet away, blocking Uncle Su's path. With a cold glint in his eyes, he threw a punch at the immortal clan's Royal Highness. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar rang out. Ling Zhao's fist contained the vast might of the ancestral dragon. Condensed from the primordial immortal body's strongest physical body, it was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, it collided with the immortal highness. The void rumbled and the immortal clan's Royal Highness was sent flying by Ling Xiao. Uncle Su, are you all right? Ling Xiao hurriedly helped Uncle Su up, his eyes filled with worry. Young master, I'm fine. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, the primordial heart would have fallen into his hands. Be careful of his rainbow celestial lotus fire. Although Uncle Su looked very weak, he had a relaxed smile on his face as he spoke to Ling Xiao. All right. Uncle Su, go back to the Great Void Temple and recuperate. Ling Xiao could sense that Uncle Su was extremely weak. Without hesitation, he released a vast amount of primordial spirit power into Uncle Su's body and sent him back to the Great Void Temple to recuperate. Ling Xiao? You defeated the 3 celestial venerates so quickly? The immortal clan's Royal Highness was also shocked as he stared at Ling Xiao coldly. Those were 3 celestial venerates. The immortal clan's Royal Highness originally thought that the 3 of them could delay Ling Xiao for a period of time, enough for him to refine the primordial heart. However, he did not expect that not only did Uncle Su delay a lot of time, but Ling Xiao also quickly defeated the 3 celestial venerates and returned here. Moreover, Ling Xiao's cultivation had also broken through to the peak Sage King realm. The Ling Xiao in front of him, the so-called Chosen One, had grown too quickly. Previously, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only in the Great Sage Perfection realm, but now, he had broken through 2 realms consecutively, causing the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness to feel threatened. Immortal Clan's Royal Highness, it seems that I have disappointed you. The 3 celestial venerates have already been killed by me. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to refine the primordial heart safely. Ling Xiao said coldly. It doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, the primordial heart will still be mine. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness said indifferently. His gaze fell on Ling Xiao, and his expression became serious. Ling Xiao had used his strength to win his respect. He had already begun to treat Ling Xiao as a powerful opponent. That's right. Kill me, and the primordial heart will be yours. However, if I kill you, the primordial heart will belong to me. Ling Xiao said slowly, and an incomparably powerful battle intent emerged in his eyes. Ling Xiao, I have to say that your combat strength is indeed very strong. Although the 3 celestial venerates are useless, they actually couldn't delay you for long. However, don't think that you can defeat me just like that. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness smiled faintly. He was enveloped in immortal light, and auspicious vapors rose. His entire aura became indifferent and ethereal. He was extraordinary, perfect, and flawless. No one dared to look at him directly. However, Ling Xiao felt an incomparable sense of danger from his body. We'll only know after the battle. Ling Xiao replied coldly. He stepped on the void and walked toward the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness step by step. Every step was very slow, but every step was very firm. It was as if he had stepped on the node of heaven and earth. It contained a vast power, and a majestic aura rose. The shadows of the 5 sacred beasts seemed to appear behind him. The ancestral dragon roared to the sky, the phoenix burned the sky, the white tiger fought the sky, the black tortoise covered the sky, and the qilin suppressed the sky. The 5 sacred beasts' auras were extremely terrifying. They supported Ling Zhao's body, causing him to exude the aura of a king. Clang, the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness and Ling Zhao's eyes collided. It was as if sparks were flying in all directions. A strong battle intent burst forth from both of them. Neither of them spoke, but the aura around them rose. Their battle intent grew stronger and stronger, as if an earth-shattering battle would erupt at any time. They both understood that this would be an earth-shattering battle. It would determine the ruler of the primordial heart, and it would also determine the fate of the future. His Highness of the celestial race was surrounded by celestial light and auspicious energy. The 7 colored flames contained destructive fluctuations. His entire aura was rising like a resplendent sun. The sun had just risen and bloomed with millions of rays of light. Images of the 5 sacred beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao. Blazing divine light rose, and qi and blood converged, forming a powerful primal chaos dragon ancestor. It coiled around Ling Xiao, giving him a domineering and majestic aura. Both of their auras were rising rapidly like 2 bright suns, causing the void around them to vibrate violently. The huge underground cavern world was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. Just the clash of their auras had already caused such a terrifying commotion. He wondered what kind of scene it would be if the 2 of them were to truly fight. A mere doppelganger has such powerful combat strength. I wonder how strong his real body is. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he stared at the Celestial Highness. The Celestial Highness in front of him had an unfathomable cultivation base. Although he guessed that it was a doppelganger, he couldn't tell his real cultivation base. However, the pressure was everywhere. It was more terrifying than the combined aura of Celestial Venerable Huai, Celestial Venerable Rose, and Celestial Venerable Thorn. This was a formidable enemy. Let's fight. In the end, the Celestial Highness was the first to break the silence and attack Ling Xiao. Boom, he scolded softly. The celestial light around him was dazzling to the extreme. In an instant, his silhouette seemed to be ever-changing in the void, turning into billions of streaks of light, charging towards Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with terrifying palm prints. Tens of thousands of palm prints were like a roaring sea, attacking Ling Xiao from all directions at the same time, locking onto all the vital points on his body. Each of the millions of figures was like a real body, bursting forth with an attack comparable to a celestial venerable. Facing such a violent attack from the Celestial Highness, Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He took a few steps forward, and the vast amount of qi and blood gathered around him. Finally, a huge fist print was formed and blasted out. Vast purple gas rose, spanning 30,000 miles, containing an immortal and eternal energy wave. When Ling Xiao threw out this punch, all the blood in his body seemed to be burning. His heart and head were both spewing out a blazing light, providing him with an almost unlimited amount of energy. This was the full power of the primordial immortal body, as if it could destroy everything. The two peerless geniuses didn't make a move, but once they did, it was an earth-shattering battle. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with surging divine light, shattering the void like a spiderweb. The celestial highness figure was extremely fast, but half of the millions of figures were destroyed by Ling Xiao's punch. But the celestial highness figure. The remaining powerful attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, causing the purple aura around him to rise. His body trembled, as if it was about to shatter. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's body. Ling the primordial immortal body. By primordial immortal body. Without dodging. As soon as they exchanged blows, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. Ling, he. Of course. Unprecedentedly brighter than ever before. Crack, there seemed to be the power of thunder rising from Ling Xiao's palm. His speed was extremely fast. After forcefully taking on the attack from the Immortal's Highness, the runes in his eyes spread out and he almost instantly locked onto the Immortal's Highness' true body. Then, he grabbed the air and directly grabbed the Immortal's Highness' arm. The reason he took the Celestial Highness attack head-on was not only because his primordial immortal body was extremely powerful, but also because he wanted to find the Celestial Highness' true body. Ling Xiao's strongest point was his physical body. He was sure that the Celestial Highness clone was extremely powerful, but it wasn't the real body. Therefore, it couldn't be too strong. If Ling Xiao wanted to use the advantage of his physical body, he had to fight the Celestial Highness in close combat. Roar! After Ling Xiao found the real body of His Majesty, he grabbed him by the arm and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Ancestral Dragon's Roar. This was the Dragon Clan's secret technique and also the most powerful Ancestral Dragon treasured technique. With the support of the Ancestral Dragon's secret technique, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation instantly erupted. It was like a storm that instantly spread out in all directions. The dragon's might was unparalleled and could destroy everything. The sound waves of the Ancestral Dragon roar were like the most terrifying storm. They instantly swept away the Celestial Highness clone. Then, Ling Xiao grabbed the Celestial Highness arm. Unparalleled divine power erupted from his body and he wanted to lift him up. Do you want to use the advantage of your physical body? But I've already said that you don't understand true power. The Celestial Highness' eyes flashed as he said coldly. After being lifted up by Ling Xiao, he didn't panic at all. Blazing immortal light rose around him as if there was a five-colored divine light surging out. His entire body was bathed in the five-colored light and emitted a mysterious fluctuation of origin. Whoosh! His other hand instantly became crystalline and translucent like jade, and he pointed a finger at the center of Ling Xiao's brows. The finger light was resplendent and fierce, and it contained the origin energy of the five elements, and it was fierce to the extreme. He took advantage of the momentum to soar into the air and kick Ling Xiao's neck. Seven-colored immortal fire circled around his foot and vaguely gathered together to form a mysterious seven-colored fire lotus. The Celestial Highness attack was untraceable, but he had the initiative at any time and place, erupting with his most powerful attack. Boom! Ling Xiao also pointed a finger. The vast power of time rose. The Age Annihilation finger shattered everything and collided with the Celestial Highness Five Elements Immortal Jade finger. A resplendent halo suddenly exploded. Although the power of the five elements' origin was unparalleled, it was still obliterated by the power of time. In the end. Moreover, as Ling Xiao circulated the power of time, a mysterious domain of time formed around him. The Celestial Highness body instantly became incomparably stagnant. Ling Xiao kicked out. The sky-devouring fire spewed out and instantly collided with the seven-colored fire lotus. Endless fire origin exploded, causing Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness to tremble violently. Both of them flew backward. Rumble! The battle between Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness was incomparably intense from the beginning. It was like a battle of life and death. Every move was fatal and aimed at the opponent's vital points. It was extremely dangerous. Originally, this underground space was incomparably sturdy, with the imprints and formations left behind by the ancestors of the 5 great sacred beasts. However, in such an intense battle between Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness, it began to tremble violently as if it was about to collapse. Zhu Baihua. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness was even more terrifying than a duel between 2 celestial masters. Both of them had mastered the power of the origin. Even if they were not as strong as real immortal emperors, they were far stronger than ordinary celestial masters. The primitive heart was located deep underground in the primitive mystery land. Not only was it enveloped by the chaotic flame sea, but it was also protected by endless natural illusions. Therefore, very few people had been able to find the whereabouts of the primitive heart for countless years. This was an extremely mysterious underground world. Because of the imprints of the 5 great sacred beast ancestors, it was extremely sturdy. Even a sage king would find it difficult to destroy. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness was too terrifying. The surrounding void trembled and huge rocks shattered. The underground world seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness clashed continuously in the void. They were like 2 dazzling balls of light. Every strike had an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It had to be said that the Immortal Highness was the strongest opponent Ling Xiao had ever encountered. Not only did he master various powerful mystiques and precious techniques, but he also understood the power of the great Tao origin. He moved like lightning and was extremely powerful. Even if his physical body was slightly weaker, with the support of the great Tao origin, he was still evenly matched with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Every strike had a monstrous power of qi and blood, causing the surrounding void to shatter. The void was filled with the roars of dragons and tigers. Chaotic fog rose. It was a scene of apocalypse. Crack, in the end, the underground world seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying shockwaves of the battle. It shattered with a loud bang. It was as if a 1,000,000-foot-long crack had appeared on the ground. The world of the catacombs had collapsed, and the endless mountain rocks had turned into dust. Ling Xiao, the Celestial Highness, and the dazzling Chaos Heart had all appeared in the Chaos Secret Realm. What is that? Zhao Ritian, the old goat, and the others exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. They were worried about Ling Xiao and were about to charge into the Eternal Immortal Palace. However, they realized that the Eternal Immortal Palace had suddenly collapsed. The ground rumbled and shattered. Endless divine light spewed out from the depths of the ground. It was as if a sun was shining brightly. Is that Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness? They are fighting a great battle. Taoist Wuliang's eyes flashed. He recognized the figures in the 2 light balls. They were Ling Xiao and his Highness of the Immortal Clan. On the other hand, the primeval heart rose up from the depths of the ground as well. It seemed to instantly devour the essence of the world, and it was coiled with divine chains of order. It emanated dazzling auspicious light, and it caused the entire secret realm to start trembling. After appearing in the Desolation secret zone, the Desolation's heart seemed to have turned into a resplendent vortex, gathering all the origin energy within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. It was an extremely terrifying sight. The great Desolation's heart beat violently. Every beat caused the great Tao of heaven and earth to tremble. Dazzling runes condensed, and endless Tao and reason intertwined. Even the sun in the 9 heavens lost its luster. Even the most ignorant people knew that the great Desolation's heart was a supreme treasure. Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness seemed to be fighting over that crystal. The battle between them is too terrifying. We can't help them, but maybe we can snatch that crystal. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he said slowly. That's right. That crystal must be a peerless treasure. I could feel the blood in my body boiling as if it was about to burst into flames. No matter what, that crystal must not fall into the hands of the Immortal Highness. The old goat said fiercely. Whoosh! 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 However, just as they finished speaking, a few hundred figures with terrifying auras flew out of the shattered Eternal Immortal Palace. Each of them was at the Saint Realm, and there were even a dozen Saint Kings among them. Their eyes were extremely cold, filled with hostility and murderous intent. They seemed to treat Zhao Ritian and the others as their enemies. After flying out of the shattered eternal immortal palace, they immediately charged toward them. Zhao Ritian and the old goat recognized them. They were the guards of the eternal immortal palace. Even the powerful Saint Kings were probably the subordinates of the immortal highness of the immortal clan. Fortunately, there were no heavenly venerables among them. As long as there were no heavenly venerables, they were not much of a threat to Zhao Ritian, the old goat, and the others. Kill them all and take that treasure. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Instantly, he wielded the heavenly Dao Emperor sword. Vast sword will rose around him as he charged toward the hundreds of experts. Kill. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, Long Out Yin, and the others looked at each other. Then, they unleashed their powerful mystiques and joined in the battle. The commotion at the Eternal Immortal Palace was too great. Almost instantly, many experts in the Chaos Secret Territory were alerted. The experts in the Chaos Secret Territory all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Eternal Immortal Palace in shock. They did not know what was going on. Hurry to the Eternal Immortal Palace. Someone dares to fight in the Eternal Immortal Palace. They are provoking the Immortal Highness. They deserve to die. In the Chaos Secret Territory, within a powerful ancient clan, the clan leader with a terrifying aura soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill. Protect the Eternal Immortal Palace. Protect the Immortal Highness. Many experts of the ancient clan leaped up and followed the clan leader in the direction of the Eternal Immortal Palace. Even though the Immortal Highness had entered the Chaos Secret Territory a month earlier than Ling Xiao, he had still managed to subdue several powerful ancient clans with his unfathomable cultivation base and methods. These ancient clans had become the vassals of the immortal race. The Purple Moon God clan was one of them. Even though the Purple Moon God clan had already been annihilated. When the powerful ancient clans that had been subdued by the Immortal Highness sensed the change in the Eternal Immortal Palace, they all rushed over to protect the Immortal Highness. The entire Chaos Secret Territory seemed to have been thrown into chaos because of the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from the Eternal Immortal Palace, Xianxia was watching the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness with a complicated and frenzied look in her eyes. Let's fight. Let the entire Chaos Secret Territory be buried with the Purple Moon God clan. Xianxia roared in her heart. She had brought the three heavenly masters to the Eternal Immortal Palace. However, because the three heavenly masters had surrounded Zhao Ritian and the others, they did not have the time to deal with her. Xianxia did not run away either. She hid outside the Eternal Immortal Palace and observed everything that was happening. However, she did not expect Ling Xiao's cultivation base to be so terrifying. The three heavenly masters could not even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Before long, they were all killed by Ling Xiao. Third Sect Master. Xianxia had mixed feelings about Ling Xiao. She hated Ling Xiao for killing her grandfather, Zifeng, and so many elders and clansmen of the Purple Moon Divine Clan. However, the three Celestial Lords had exterminated the Purple Moon Divine Clan, and Ling Xiao had killed the three Celestial Lords. It could be said that he had avenged the Purple Moon Divine Clan. She did not know if she should hate Ling Xiao or be grateful to him. After all, it was Zifeng and the others who wanted to steal Ling Xiao's heavenly fate. Ling Xiao did not do anything wrong. Xianxia had been tormented by hatred and pain. The only thing that kept her alive was to avenge the Purple Moon Divine Clan. However, the funny thing was that the person who was avenging the Purple Moon Divine Clan was also an enemy of the Purple Moon Divine Clan. Xianxia was almost crazy now. She even hoped that the Eldritch Mystery Realm would fall into chaos and everyone would be buried with the Purple Moon Divine Clan. Therefore, she hoped that the two of them would perish together as she watched the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Clan's Highness. The entire Eldritch Mystery Realm seemed to have fallen into chaos because of the destruction of the Eternal Heavenly Palace. Countless people were alarmed by the scene of the battle and rushed towards the Eternal Heavenly Palace. Everyone had different thoughts. Some wanted to take advantage of the chaos, some wanted to watch the show, and some wanted to protect the Immortal Clan's Highness. As for the warriors in the Eternal Heavenly Palace, they wanted to surround Zhao Ritian and the others. However, they were all killed very quickly. Without a heavenly venerate expert, even a sage ruler would not be able to cause any harm to Zhao Ritian. The heavenly Tao Emperor sword and the Flame Emperor cauldron swept across the void and quickly slaughtered all the experts. Some of the people who rushed to the Eternal Immortal Palace wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, after Zhao Ritian killed a sage king, no one dared to do anything to Zhao Ritian and the others. Everyone was in a state of alert as they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Clan's highness in the sky. As for the powerful ancient clans that had been subdued by the Immortal Clan's highness, although many experts had arrived, they were shocked to find that they could not interfere in the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Clan's highness. Saints and supreme saints were swept by the shockwaves of the great battle and instantly turned into bloody mists. Even saint kings would be severely injured in an instant. They did not comprehend the source power of the great Tao. Even Empyreans would find it hard to interfere in a battle of this level. As for the great desolation's heart, everyone could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Although many people's eyes burned with greed, no one dared to snatch it. Strangely, the battlefield had become calm. The expected chaotic battle did not break out. Everyone was very cautious. They all stared at the battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness, quietly waiting for the result of this battle. Crack, Ling Xiao and the Immortal Majesty fought in the sky. It was like two stars colliding with each other, erupting with blazing divine light. Endless lightning swept in all directions, shattering large swaths of space. The fighting spirit of the two of them had risen to the extreme. Various powerful techniques emerged one after another, attacking the other in an attempt to completely annihilate the other. Ling Zhao's face became very pale. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely bright. His body was as straight as a divine sword. The fighting spirit in his eyes had risen to the extreme. This was an extremely difficult battle. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness made Ling Xiao feel unprecedentedly difficult. The Immortal Highness was unfathomable. The Immortal Highness's immortal skills were extremely strange. In a short time, Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness had exchanged thousands of blows. Ling Xiao also suffered heavy injuries. The Immortal Highness was even more shocked. After all, Ling Xiao had just broken through to the Saint King realm. He had already comprehended the great Tao origin and reached the Supreme Emperor realm. Although this was only a clone and his cultivation was only at the Celestial Venerable realm, a Celestial Venerable who had comprehended the great Tao origin was not comparable to an ordinary Celestial Venerable. He could kill a Celestial Venerable with a wave of his hand. Previously, the imprint that the Immortal Highness had left on by Ling forced Ling Xiao to use his full strength. He had even used the Epic Fist. However, in just 3 days, Ling Xiao's strength had skyrocketed by dozens of times. The Immortal Highness finally felt the power of the chosen son. This heaven's chosen child, whom he had never taken seriously, had displayed astonishing potential and talent, which made him feel a great deal of pressure. Ling Xiao, your physical body is indeed very strong. However, you have not comprehended the great Tao origin. Next, I will show you how powerful the great Tao origin will be. Compared to me, you are just a firefly to the bright moon. The Immortal Highness said coldly. Immortal Highness, do you only know how to talk? So what if you have the great Tao origin? If I become an emperor, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The battle intent in his eyes surged. The qi and blood all over his body gathered together. In an instant, the roar of a dragon rose and turned into a fist full of yang energy, charging towards the Immortal Clan's highness. Kill me? You are courting death. His Highness of the Celestial Clan was incomparably cold. 7-colored light flickered in his palm. Mysterious flames rose and condensed into a 7-colored lotus in an instant. It contained the origin power of the great path of the 5 elements, yin and yang. Boom, as he struck out with his palm, the 7-colored lotus flew slowly toward Ling Xiao. In an instant, the surrounding sea of fire boiled and surged, completely locking Ling Xiao in place. Is this the 7-colored immortal lotus fire that Uncle Su mentioned? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He remembered that Uncle Su had warned him to be careful of the Immortal Highness 7-colored immortal lotus fire. He sensed the quintessence energy of the grand Tao of yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from within the seven-colored celestial lotus flame. Every single one of them was pure, dazzling. When they gathered together, they seemed capable of incinerating everything. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. In an instant, he shifted the void, wanting to leave the range of the seven-colored immortal lotus. Fire. However, the seven-colored immortal lotus fire followed him like a shadow. It completely locked Ling Xiao in place. Moreover, it was extremely fast. In an instant, it was in front of him. Break! Ling Xiao shouted softly. In an instant, the sky-devouring fire surged out and turned into a huge flame dragon. It suddenly collided with the seven-colored immortal lotus fire. Rumble. Although the sky-devouring fire also contained the great Tao origin of fire, it was obviously not as powerful as the seven-colored immortal lotus fire. The huge flame dragon that the sky-devouring fire had transformed into collapsed with a loud bang. Above the seven-colored immortal lotus fire, two more divine lights emerged, turning the seven-colored immortal lotus fire into 9 colors in an instant. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire, like a beam of light, instantly pierced through Ling Xiao's forehead. It poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and began to burn fiercely. P.S. End of 6th update. Everyone, rest early. Zhu Baihua. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire was the supreme immortal fire of the immortal clan. It contained the supreme power to destroy the universe, create all things, and reopen the chaos. The legendary 9-colored immortal lotus fire could even incinerate a supreme emperor. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire used by the immortal clan's royal highness was actually based on the 7-colored immortal lotus fire. Although it was not as powerful as the real 9-colored immortal lotus fire, it was enough to destroy any Saint Wei expert. Ling Xiao was no exception. Rumble. The 9-colored immortal lotus fire was bright and mysterious. It surged into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and started to burn fiercely. Even though Ling Xiao's physical body was strong and he had the primordial immortal body, he would soon be turned into ashes if he allowed the 9-colored immortal lotus fire to burn him. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm, without the slightest hint of panic. A vast and powerful vortex appeared in his sea of consciousness, exuding a mysterious 9-colored light. A mysterious heavenly book flew out from it. It was the wordless heavenly book that had merged into Ling Xiao's head. As soon as the wordless heavenly book appeared, the 9-colored immortal lotus fire was swallowed up by the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book emitted a bright light. Endless propitious vapors rose from it and immortal light lingered around it. It actually manifested an ancient secret skill. Heavenly Spirit Rank 18, Celestial Immortal Secret Skill. Beams of bright immortal light gathered and turned into golden runes. They gathered together to form an extremely mysterious secret skill and merged into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. The wordless heavenly book contained 108 secret techniques. However, because the wordless heavenly book was too damaged, other than the 12 sky arts secret techniques, the other heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' secret techniques could only be manifested with boundless origin energy and certain conditions. When Ling Xiao felt the threat of the 9-colored immortal lotus fire, he made a prompt decision to take the risk and lure it into his primordial spirit to allow the wordless heavenly book to devour it. Indeed, the wordless heavenly book had manifested the celestial immortal secret skill that was ranked 18th in the heavenly spirit rank. What? Shock appeared on the face of the celestial race's royal highness. He was no longer as indifferent and calm as before. He was in disbelief. That was the supreme immortal fire of the immortal race, the 9-colored immortal lotus fire. Now that it had entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Even if he had an extreme Tao monarch weapon, it would be useless. However, he did not expect the 9-colored immortal lotus fire to disappear so strangely. This is the wordless heavenly book. The immortal clan's royal highness shuddered, and his eyes revealed a trace of blazing light. He finally remembered. Legend had it that the chosen one, Ling Xiao, had the wordless heavenly book, a chaos supreme treasure. From the looks of it, only the wordless heavenly book could devour the 9-colored immortal lotus fire so stealthily. This was because the wordless heavenly book contained an origin secret technique of the immortal clan. Rumble. Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted resplendent immortal light. His entire body emitted an incomparably pure and holy aura. Golden runes seemed to shoot out from his eyes, making him look dignified and mysterious. He actually emitted an aura somewhat similar to the Immortal's majesty. Heavenly Immortal Secret Technique? Could this be the Immortal clan's natal secret technique? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although he had just obtained the Heavenly Immortal Secret Technique and had not had the time to cultivate it, he could feel that the Heavenly Immortal Secret Technique contained an origin energy that was extremely similar to the Immortal clan's Royal Highness. Moreover, with the support of the Heavenly Immortal Secret Technique, the Immortal clan's Royal Highness before him became less mysterious. Ling Xiao could clearly sense that he had the cultivation of a heavenly venerable. It seemed that the so-called Immortal clan's so-called immortal power had not transcended the 3,000 great Daos. It was still below the heavenly way, but it was slightly more special. Ling Xiao, you were able to break my 9-colored immortal lotus fire with the help of the wordless heavenly book, right? After all, relying on external objects is not your own strength. The Immortal clan's Royal Highness stared coldly at Ling Xiao. External objects are also a part of one's strength. Isn't your 9-colored immortal lotus fire also an external object? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his gaze was incomparably deep. His body exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Immortal light filled his eyes, and runes pulsed. They contained a power that could see through everything, which made the Immortal clan's Royal Highness very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was originally just an ant in the eyes of the Immortal clan's Royal Highness, but now he actually gave the Immortal clan's Royal Highness an extremely strange feeling. It was as if Ling Xiao's body was beginning to exude the unique aura of the Immortal clan. You're lucky that the 9-colored immortal lotus fire was not able to kill you. I won't be merciful from now on. Try my Immortal King // The Immortal clan's Royal Highness said coldly, and a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. Rumble, the immortal light around him instantly surged, containing an extremely blazing killing intent. 7-colored immortal fire bloomed around him. The flames burned fiercely, causing the surrounding void to begin to distort. Furnace of heaven and earth. As the Immortal clan's Royal Highness shouted softly, the sky instantly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The 7-colored immortal fire around him soared into the sky, turning into an ancient furnace that burned with raging flames. In the raging flames, it condensed into a peerless saber light. The aura around the Immortal clan's Royal Highness became fierce and domineering. Boom! 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 He walked towards Ling Xiao step by step, and the vast momentum of heaven and earth burst forth. The furnace of heaven and earth trembled violently, and there seemed to be a peerless blade light hidden within it. Before it appeared, it had already locked onto Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. After he felt that the saber light had locked onto him, all the hair on his body began to stand on end, and the vitality in his body seemed to have stagnated. The furnace of heaven and earth was formed by the Great Tao Law. The Great Tao Law was integrated into the peerless Tao Will, and it contained a peerless saber intent. This was the Immortal clan's supreme immortal technique, the Immortal King // Celestial Emperor Prison Suppression Technique. Ling Xiao also shouted loudly, and a vast divine light surged around him. In the endless chaotic fog, the mysterious shadow of the Great Emperor appeared, exuding a peerless power that could suppress hell and sweep across the heavens. This was the Peerless Emperor technique of the Heavenly Prison Scripture. Ling Xiao had obtained the complete inheritance of the Heavenly Prison Great Emperor, and even refined a heart of the Heavenly Prison Great Emperor, which allowed him to improve by leaps and bounds when comprehending the Heavenly Prison Scripture. He was able to erupt with the terrifying power of this Peerless Emperor technique. In the face of the pressure from the Immortal clan's Royal Highness, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to use the Celestial Emperor Prison Suppression Technique. Crack! In an instant, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts bloomed in the void, and the surrounding void trembled violently. Ling Xiao and the Immortal clan's Royal Highness leaped up at the same time, and suddenly collided in the void. Ling Xiao's Celestial Emperor's prison suppression art contained a primitive, ancient, mighty, and domineering aura. It was the Celestial Prison Emperor who wanted to suppress the world, sweep through the 9 heavens, and cleanse all the demons and monsters in hell. It was an aura that could resist the universe. Facing the heaven and earth furnace in the void, Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage at all. He clashed violently with the furnace, erupting with earth-shattering divine light waves. Boom! In the end, the heaven and earth furnace shattered with a loud bang. An extremely blazing blade light rushed out of the heaven and earth furnace in an instant, illuminating the world. It contained the aura of the heavenly Tao as it slashed toward Xianxia. The resplendent immortal light illuminated everything, like an eternal existence that could shatter everything. The Emperor's shadow was directly destroyed by the blade. The speed of the blade light was extremely fast. It almost instantly arrived in front of Xianxia, illuminating his eyes, and then directly piercing through his body. Puff, blood flashed, and Xiao's body instantly shattered, turning into ashes in the void. Something's not right. The Immortal's Highness's eyes flashed sharply. He suddenly felt a strong threat coming from behind him. Without thinking, he leaped up and kicked out in the air. The tip of his foot could pierce through everything. The resplendent immortal light instantly illuminated Xiao's face. Xiao's eyes were sharp, and the battle intent around him rose, exuding a vast ripple of time. He pointed a finger in the air, and the time annihilation finger exploded with a strong killing intent, silently arriving behind the Immortal's Highness. As it turned out, what was destroyed by the heaven and earth furnace was only an afterimage of Xiao's secret teleportation technique had long been cultivated to the realm of perfection. Even the celestial race's highness did not notice. Rumble, although the Immortal's Highness was extremely fast, Xiao followed him like a shadow. The boundless power of time surged, forming a time domain that slowed down the Immortal's Highness. Xiao pointed at the foot of the Immortal Highness. Suddenly, a bright immortal light exploded. The Immortal Highness looked like he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, an extremely strange power of time surged into his body from the tip of his foot. It wanted to rush into his sea of consciousness, causing him to become numb. Your Highness of the Immortals, take my fist of the epic. The battle intent in Xiao's eyes soared. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His entire being was like a violent bolt of lightning. In an instant, he charged towards the Immortal Race Majesty. A peerless fist imprint exploded in front of the Immortal Race Majesty. Chaos was created, the universe reversed, and the heavens were destroyed. Billions of lives were turned into dust, and civilizations appeared one after another. Then, they went from glory to decline, buried by time, giving birth to one epic after another. Xiao's punch contained the power to destroy epics. It seemed to surpass time and space, becoming an eternal existence. That kind of vast fist intent caused the Immortal Clan's highness to instantly become incomparably solemn. Xiao had once used the fist of the epic to defeat the Immortal Race Majesty's branded clone. Back then, Xiao's fist of the epic was powerful, but the Immortal Race Majesty did not take it seriously. However, after condensing the Tree of Saints, Xiao's fist of the epic seemed to have undergone some sort of transformation. It had become complete and contained the most terrifying killing intent. Nature as craft. His Highness of the Celestial Clan roared angrily. Endless celestial light gathered around him. In a hurry, a beam of celestial light of creation gushed out in an instant. It contained a blazing saber aura and slashed toward Xiao. Crack, Xiao's punch landed on the blade of light. Terrifying blade intent surged. The light from the blade was like an ocean, instantly slicing through Xiao's skin and reducing his flesh to nothingness. However, Xiao's fist bone was as clear as crystal. It contained the ripples of eternity, directly blasting the blade of light apart. Nature of Tao. The Immortal Race Majesty took the opportunity to put some distance between himself and Xiao. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. He had never thought that Xiao would be able to force him to this extent. Even the Immortal King's 3 severing slashes could not do anything to Xiao's fist of the epic. Even when Xiao had used the Supreme Emperor technique, he had not felt such terrifying pressure. The Immortal Race Majesty's heart was boiling with killing intent. Xiao had already walked his own path, and he had done so in the Supreme Saint realm. After all, even the Immortal Race Majesty, a genius, had only understood his own Tao and the origin of power when he was in the Celestial Venerable realm. From there, he had broken through and stepped into the Imperial Emperor realm. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that Xiao's talent was too terrifying. Since such a person could not be subdued, he would definitely be a great enemy of the immortal race in the future. He could not be allowed to live. Rumble, the immortal race majesty's body was incomparably ethereal. His entire being seemed to have become one with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Nature of Tao was naturally the most powerful move in the immortal king's 3 severing slashes. The immortal race majesty was confident that he could severely injure Xianxia with this peerless saber technique. The surrounding void resonated, and the vast great Tao laws began to appear. Resplendent runes filled the air, and divine chains of order traversed the void. Terrifying saber intents bloomed one after another. In an instant, billions of resplendent saber lights bloomed from all directions, from every corner of the world. Those were sabers of the great Tao that contained the strongest origin power. They attacked Xianxia indiscriminately, wanting to kill him directly. Nature of Tao was the fusion of one's own body and the great Tao. The fusion of saber intents and the great Tao formed billions of sabers of the great Tao that could kill gods and devils in their way. In the process of conquering the heavens, the immortal race majesty had used the immortal king's 3 severing slashes to kill countless sage kings and even celestial venerables. Boom, Xianxia was instantly drowned by billions of sabers of the great Tao. Endless runes rose, and the divine chains of order were annihilated, forming an extremely terrifying chaotic storm that swept in all directions. Puff! 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 Dozens of sages who were slightly closer to the battlefield between Xianxia and the immortal race majesty exploded into a bloody mist in the void. They were completely annihilated by the storm. Even those powerful great sages and sage kings trembled violently, spitting out blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. They were already hundreds of miles away, but almost all of them died in the aftermath of the battle between Xianxia and the immortal race majesty. This kind of battle was too terrifying. However, the great chaos heart was still floating in the void, as resplendent as the sun. No matter how intense the battle between Xianxia and the immortal race majesty was, it could not affect it at all. At this moment, no one dared to get involved in this battle. Although some people were drooling over the chaos heart, they did not dare to make any moves. The immortal king's 3 ultimate slashes is a secret technique of the immortal tribe. Only the direct descendants of the immortal tribe can cultivate it. It can slay gods, demons, heaven, and earth. It's extremely terrifying. I hope he can block this slash. Daoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with worry. Even he did not have any confidence in facing the immortal tribe's highness. The immortal tribe's foundation was too terrifying. The immortal tribe's highness had endless tricks up his sleeves. Although Xianxia seemed to have the upper hand in this battle, it was actually extremely difficult. The Tao of Nature. This slash has already merged with the heavenly Tao of Nature. It's unavoidable and one can only take it head-on. However, I still believe in Xianxia. He will definitely be able to defeat the immortal tribe's highness. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed. Although his expression was solemn, he still spoke in a serious tone. He could see how terrifying the last slash of the immortal king's 3 ultimate slashes was. Xianxia was no longer fighting against the immortal tribe's highness. He was fighting against the heavenly Tao of all things. This was destined to be an extremely difficult battle. Rumble, the divine light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing the figures of Xianxia and the immortal tribe's highness. Xiao's flesh and blood had all disappeared. Only a transparent skeleton was left. It looked as clear as crystal and contained immortal fluctuations. It was mysterious and unfathomable. However, in Xiao's chest, there was a heart that was as resplendent as the sun beating. It contained boundless life essence, providing Xianxia with endless energy. Xiao's punch had directly penetrated the immortal tribe's highness chest. The epical fist was invincible. Almost half of the immortal tribe's highness body had completely disappeared. The two of them had actually suffered great losses. It was extremely tragic. The immortal tribe's highness face was pale. Cold light surged in his eyes and his killing intent was boiling. However, he could not hide the trace of shock in his eyes. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the Tao of Nature was. When the billions of great Tao blades fell, they could destroy everything in an instant. Even a heavenly sovereign would die without a doubt. Other than an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, there was no other weapon that could block the great Tao blades. Although Ling Xiao's flesh and blood had disappeared, his skeleton was not damaged at all. Not even a mark was left behind. It was still translucent and radiated with immortal energy. Ling Xiao's heart, in particular, contained an incomparably mysterious energy fluctuation, causing the Celestial Highness's entire body to tremble. He could feel that it was definitely an incomparably powerful treasure. At this moment, he was even a little jealous of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had too many treasures on him, and every one of them was an earth-shattering treasure that made countless people drool. However, Ling Xiao's combat strength was also extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao had just broken through to the peak Saint King realm, yet he was able to fight him to this extent, causing him to suffer unimaginable injuries. The Celestial Highness looked very miserable at this moment. He no longer had the carefree temperament he had before. Half of his body had completely turned into nothingness. If he had not moved to the side at the crucial moment, Ling Xiao's epic punch would have shattered his head, shattered his sea of consciousness, and destroyed his primordial spirit. It looked like both of them were injured, and Ling Xiao seemed to be in an even more miserable state. There was not even a trace of flesh and blood left. However, the Celestial Highness knew that he was still at a disadvantage. The damage that Ling Xiao had caused him was irreversible. After all, this clone of his was not his original body. It did not have an incomparably abnormal recovery ability like Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness both trembled and were sent flying at the same time. Ling Xiao's heart beat violently. It was like a sun spewing out endless light, spewing out endless life origin. Vast amounts of vitality condensed, and Ling Xiao's flesh and blood began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, he was as good as new. Although the Heavenly Way's attack was terrifying, Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body was even more abnormal. His head was protected by the wordless Heavenly Book, and his heart was formed by the Good Fortune Jade Disc. The Great Tao Blade could not cause fatal damage to him. On the other hand, the Celestial Highness was not so relaxed. Although he had also recovered in an instant, his face was still very pale, and his aura was much weaker. Kill! Kill! Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness looked at each other. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes, and a fierce battle broke out at the same time. The two of them had fought to a frenzied state. There was no need for words at this moment. They could only continue to fight and kill each other. They would use the life and blood of one side to end this battle. The Celestial Highness did not want to lose, and Ling Xiao could not lose either. Both of them were surrounded by boundless fortune. Although it couldn't be seen, it was real, and it determined their future achievements and the heights they could reach. Especially Ling Xiao, who had the Heavenly Way's fate. If he lost this battle, much of his Heavenly Way's fate would be stolen by the Celestial Highness. Rumble, Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness both used their most powerful attacks. All kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques emerged one after another. In the end, Ling Xiao used the Heavenly Way's prison monument, while the Celestial Highness used an immortal sword that was comparable to a powerful Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Every attack contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. With Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness at the center, the land within 10,000 miles of them was reduced to dust. Mountains collapsed one after another, towering ancient trees fell down one after another, the ground sank, and the rivers flowed in reverse, forming a vast ocean. The Celestial Highness had the supreme immortal technique of the Celestial Highness. His strength was unfathomable. He could kill celestial venerables, sweep across the heavens, and subdue dozens of greater worlds. Ling Xiao was also the chosen one. He had the Heavenly Way's fate and received the inheritance of several great emperors. He had even walked his own path and understood the origin of the Great Tao. The battle between the two was like a battle of fate. Victory and defeat had to be decided, and life and death had to be determined. In the end, Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness went a little crazy. The two of them seemed like they were going to perish together. Boom! When Ling Xiao and the Celestial Highness collided violently again and flew backward, the Celestial Highness's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. He suddenly roared. Eternal unmoving chaos immortal technique. The Celestial Highness gushed out billions of rays of immortal light. In an instant, an extremely strange rune appeared above Ling Xiao's head and imprinted itself between his eyebrows. The rune blossomed with 9 colored rays of light. Like 9 divine chains of order, it instantly pierced through Ling Xiao's body and imprisoned him. The celestial highness's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Surrounded by billions of rays of immortal light, he was like an eternal immortal emperor. He ruled over the chaos and destroyed everything. With an unparalleled shattering power, he suppressed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao instantly fell into the threat of death. PS, third update. There was a power outage in my hometown. I finally finished writing the third update before my computer ran out of battery. Everyone, rest early. The eternal unmovable chaos immortal technique was the ultimate killing move of the immortals. It contained the immortals' greatest secrets. Eternity meant eternal immortality. Immobility meant being as immovable as a mountain, breaking through all illusions. Only I am real. Chaos was the origin of the heavens, the foundation of all worlds, and the sea of creation that encompassed everything. The immortal highness had been pushed to the limit by Ling Xiao. That was why he had used the eternal unmovable chaos immortal technique. He had even used a powerful immortal talisman called the immortal fixing talisman, which could imprison one's primordial spirit and physical body. Its power was unparalleled. The eternal unmovable chaos immortal technique and the immortal fixing talisman were enough to kill a heavenly venerable expert. Rumble, endless immortal light bloomed in the void, containing a mighty power that could shatter everything. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body was imprisoned by the immortal fixing talisman. It was as if his thoughts had stopped, and his physical body and vitality had frozen. He had lost all ability to resist. Oh no! Daoist Wuliang's expression changed, and his eyes filled with anxiety. He was the one who understood the immortals the best. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the eternal unmovable chaos immortal technique and the immortal fixing talisman were. Both of them had exploded at the same time. It meant that the immortal highness had used his most powerful killing move. Would Ling Xiao be able to escape this fatal attack? Is the victor going to be decided? The surrounding crowd couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes shone brightly. The battle between Ling Xiao and the immortal highness had alarmed almost all the experts in the wilderness secret realm. Whether it was the powerful ancient tribes subdued by the immortal highness or those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, everyone was guessing the outcome of this battle. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was going to lose. Not only would he lose, but he would also die. Rumble, Ling Xiao was instantly drowned in endless immortal light. The immortal light contained the power of destruction, and chaos. It frantically wiped out Ling Xiao's vitality. The eternal unmovable chaos immortal technique, supported by the immortal highness's origin power, was terrifying to the extreme. It even contained a powerful emperor's aura. Even with Ling Xiao's powerful physical body and the primordial immortal body, it began to shatter little by little. His flesh and blood turned into ashes almost instantly. Even his incomparably strong bones began to crack. In the end, they exploded with a loud bang. In the endless immortal light, only a head and a beating heart were left. The terrifying immortal light wanted to tear Ling Xiao's heart apart. It even rushed into Ling Xiao's head, completely destroying his primordial spirit. Boom, however, Ling Xiao's heart and head seemed to have felt a strong threat. They instantly emitted a bright light as if a vortex had appeared. The soul fixation immortal talisman was swept away by the vortex and disappeared in an instant. The immortal light that filled the sky also surged violently and was directly swallowed by the vortex. Rumble, in the void, Ling Xiao's figure seemed to have disappeared completely. All that was left was a huge chaotic vortex, emitting an aura that could devour everything. Vaguely, a mysterious immortal light escaped from it. After the eternal unmoving chaos immortal art and the immortal fixing talisman were broken, the immortal highness seemed to have suffered a great backlash. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. His face instantly turned pale, and he was directly sent flying. Is Ling Xiao dead? Everyone shuddered as the same question emerged in their hearts. Ling Xiao seemed to have disappeared, but the chaotic vortex in the void was extremely strange. It seemed to be nurturing an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation. Crack, at this moment, a blazing bolt of lightning shot up from the chaotic vortex. The vast origin energy in the surroundings gathered, instantly condensing into Ling Xiao's figure. Then, it pressed down on the immortal's majesty. Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely sharp and contained an icy killing intent. The epic fist contained the supreme power to reopen the chaos and destroy the epic. It was majestic and mighty as it charged towards the Immortal Highness. The Immortal Highness' eternal undying chaos immortal art and the immortal fixing talisman were extremely terrifying. They had caused Ling Xiao to suffer an unimaginable injury. He could not even use his extreme Dao Emperor weapon. If not for the fact that his head and heart were both formed from the supreme treasure of chaos, which allowed him to activate the origin energy of the supreme treasure of chaos at the critical moment and break through the immortal fixing talisman and the eternal indestructible chaos immortal technique, Ling Xiao would have been completely annihilated. The Immortal Highness was too terrifying, therefore, Ling Xiao did not hold back at all. He took advantage of the moment when the Immortal Highness was suffering from the backlash to suppress him with the epic fist. "You're not dead?" The Immortal Highness was shocked as well. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the eternal indestructible primal chaos immortal skill was. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should have been completely annihilated. Even the wordless heavenly book, which was just an incomplete primal chaos treasure, should not have been able to withstand it. Unless Ling Xiao still had a flawless chaos treasure on him, the Immortal Highness trembled all over. His eyes shone with a blazing light. However, he did not have time to think in the face of Ling Xiao's attack. The blazing immortal light around him rose and condensed into a dazzling fist print that met Ling Xiao's attack. Rumble, the Immortal Highness fist print suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao's fist landed on the Immortal Highness' chest, causing him to tremble violently. In an instant, spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over his body. He coughed out blood and was sent flying. "The heavens are on my side," Ling Xiao said coldly. He punched out in the air, and the sound of explosions rang out in the air. Blazing light gushed out, and his whole body exuded an incomparably powerful aura. He was invincible. The Immortal Highness seemed to have been severely injured. He was now completely at a disadvantage and was sent flying again by Ling Xiao. How? Can Ling Xiao be so strong? He didn't die under the Immortal Highness' powerful attack. The followers of the Immortal Highness all had ugly expressions on their faces. They could not believe it. The world is going to change. No matter which one of them dies, it will be a disaster for the untainted mystery land. Among the spectators, there were a few powerful celestial venerables. They were considered the overlords of the untainted mystery land, but their eyes were filled with worry. Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness' combat strength was too terrifying. Each of them had the strength to kill a celestial venerable. They felt greatly threatened and pressured. It's best if both of them are injured and die at the same time. Someone sneered in a low voice. These overlords of the untainted mystery land all stood at the pinnacle of the untainted mystery land. They controlled the life and death of countless living beings. However, Ling Xiao and the Immortal Highness' combat strength made them feel uneasy. They did not want any major changes to the untainted mystery land. It was best to maintain the status quo. Ling Xiao, don't you want the Chaos Heart? What do you think will happen if I destroy the Chaos Heart? The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness sneered. You won't. The Chaos Heart is in my hands and you still have a chance to get it back. If you destroy the Chaos Heart, you'll never get it again. Ling Xiao said calmly. Boom, although he was talking to the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness, he did not show any mercy. Every punch contained a strong fist intent and chaotic light rose around him. The powerful epic fist pressed down and sent the Immortal Clan's Xianxia flying again. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness' face turned pale and he looked extremely miserable. You're right. Ling Xiao, I'll leave the Chaos Heart with you for now. But remember, I'll take it back personally one day. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness looked deeply at Ling Xiao. Blazing immortal light rose around him and he wanted to open up the void and leave immediately. He was extremely decisive and knew that he had lost this battle. Since he could not defeat Ling Xiao, there was no point in staying here any longer. The Chaos Heart was a hot potato and there were so many experts eyeing it covetously. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to refine the Chaos Heart, he would have to go through a fierce battle. Boom boom boom, however, at this moment, the heavenly might was like a prison monument. It suddenly released an unparalleled glow and an extreme emperor's aura gushed out. It was like an ancient mountain that instantly crushed the void and pressed down on the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. trying to leave? Leave your life behind. Ling Xiao said coldly. Although he knew that this was not the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness' original body, he did not plan to let him go. He wanted to keep him here and teach the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness a lesson. Since entering the Chaos Secret Land, Ling Xiao had been toyed with by the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. This made him very unhappy and he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He had to vent this anger. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness' expression changed. He stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Although I can't kill you, do you really think you can keep me here?" Boom, blazing immortal light erupted around him. In an instant, he punched out, and a vast fist will burst forth. The heavenly might was like a prison monument, and a loud boom rang out. The void trembled violently, and he was actually sent flying by a punch from the prince of the immortal race. Crack, at this moment, a blazing light rose around Ling Xiao. A vast fist descended, colliding directly with the Celestial Highness, sending him flying backward. Zhao's Royal Highness. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. The battle intent around him rose to the extreme. In an instant, he threw out over 100 punches. Each punch contained an unparalleled amount of power, causing the Immortal's Highness to tremble violently. He was constantly sent flying, and his injuries became more and more serious. Although the Immortal Highness was incomparably furious, he could not escape the seal of the Ling Xiao fist, let alone open the void and leave this place. Whoosh, just as the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness was sent flying by Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao took the initiative and appeared in front of the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. A black banner appeared in his hand. In an instant, endless demonic light gushed out. Divine chains of order shot out from it and wrapped around the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. There seemed to be billions of runes on the black banner that shone brightly at the same time. Each rune seemed to have the roar of an immemorial ferocious beast. They contained the powerful imprint of the ancient demon clan. The Immortal Clan's Royal Highness' expression changed. He realized that he couldn't move at all. His entire body was being pulled toward the black banner by the endless divine chains of order. The 10,000 demon banner had made its move. Ling Xiao had not taken out the 10,000 demon banner all this time because he was waiting for this fatal blow. As long as the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness was swallowed into the 10,000 demon banner, the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He would no longer be a threat to Ling Xiao and would be at Ling Zhao's mercy. Rumble, the heavenly might was like a prison monument. It rumbled and pressed down on the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Ling Zhao's boundless blood chi surged. Powerful fist prints tore through the void and pressed down on the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Ling Xiao did not give the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness any chance to retaliate. With two extreme Dao Emperor weapons and Ling Zhao's full strength, the immortal light around the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness dimmed instantly. Although he struggled with all his might, he was still being dragged toward the 10,000 demon banner. Not good. Save the Royal Highness. The expressions of the ancient race experts who had been subdued by the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness changed drastically. They roared and charged toward Ling Xiao. They had already regarded the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness as their master. Seeing that the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness was in danger, they naturally did not hesitate. Moreover, the ancient race had already submitted to the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. They had even plotted against the 4 great sacred clans. If the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness died in battle, Ling Xiao would definitely not let them off. Therefore, they had to take action. No matter what, they could not let Ling Xiao kill the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Rumble, terrifying auras rose one after another. Among the ancient race, there were a total of 2 heavenly venerables and hundreds of sages. They all charged toward Ling Xiao, exuding extremely terrifying auras. Powerful attacks gathered into a storm and whizzed toward Ling Xiao. Courting death. Murderous intent flashed across Zhao Ritian's eyes. He immediately leaped up and the Emperor Yin cauldron spewed out blazing flames. It was like a flaming mountain that instantly expanded in the void. It stood in front of the crowd and blocked all the attacks. The Emperor Yin cauldron was extremely powerful. The numerous attacks did not even cause the Emperor Yin cauldron to tremble. Zhao Ritian controlled the Emperor Yin cauldron and charged toward the crowd in a mighty manner. At the same time, the heavenly Dao Emperor sword in his hand shone brightly. Sword chi swept in all directions and blocked the two heavenly venerables. Protect Ling Xiao. Daoist Wuliang's eyes flashed. He immediately leaped up and charged toward the crowd of experts. The old goat, Long Outyin, and Long Xiaoxiao stood beside Ling Xiao. They constructed an extremely powerful defensive formation around Ling Xiao. They could tell that Ling Xiao was at a crucial moment in suppressing the immortal clan's royal highness. He could not allow anyone to disturb him. Kill. Snatch that crystal. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill this heaven's chosen one and snatch his heavenly Dao fate. Charge. Many of the surrounding experts could no longer hold themselves back. Their eyes were filled with a blazing light as they roared and charged over. Among the spectators, there were 5 heavenly venerables and thousands of sages. They charged toward Ling Xiao. Even though Zhao Ritian was powerful and he was controlling 2 extreme Dao Emperor weapons, he could not hold them off. It became extremely strenuous for him. Daoist Wuliang and the old goat were shocked and furious. They did not expect these people to take advantage of the situation. However, most of them did not attack Zhao Ritian and the old goat. Instead, they wanted to snatch the Chaos Heart. Rumble, everyone could tell that the Great Desolation's heart was a supreme treasure. Thus, everyone rushed over, fighting each other while trying to snatch the Great Desolation's heart. However, something strange happened. A saint ruler was the first to grab the Great Desolate Heart. His eyes were filled with extreme excitement. However, the expression on his face froze instantly. His entire body trembled violently and exploded into a dazzling rain of light. Then, it was all absorbed by the Chaos Heart. Following that, a few other sages who grabbed the Chaos Heart exploded as well. Their flesh and blood emitted a dazzling light as they were absorbed by the Chaos Heart. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of treasure was this crystal? How could it devour a person's flesh and primordial spirit? Even the sage kings were not surprised at all. Their flesh and primordial spirits were directly devoured by the Chaos Heart. It was as if they had been completely wiped out. It was too strange. Although everyone coveted the Great Desolation's heart, no one dared to carelessly touch it anymore. Buzz, the Chaos Heart floated in the void and emitted a mysterious light. However, in everyone's eyes, this crystal had become an ominous demonic stone that could devour everyone's life. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. The Immortal Tribe's Royal Highness said as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have an extreme Great Emperor weapon. Moreover, it was the 10,000 Demons banner, a treasure that contained the fate of an entire Great Thousand World. Such an extreme Great Emperor weapon was much stronger than ordinary extreme Great Emperor weapons. In addition to Ling Xiao's heavenly might, the Immortal Tribe's Royal Highness was heavily injured. He could not resist at all and was directly suppressed by the 10,000 Demons banner. Swoosh, the Immortal Tribe's Royal Highness left a ruthless sentence before he was devoured by the 10,000 Demons banner. Then, he turned into a stream of light and was instantly devoured by the 10,000 Demons banner. You're courting death. After Ling Xiao suppressed the Prince of the Immortal Tribe, he saw the surrounding experts charging over. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly shouted. Rumble, the heavenly might swept out like a prison monument, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. A mysterious and ancient hell suddenly emerged, enveloping many cultivators in an instant. Only those 5 great Empyreans felt that something was wrong and escaped. In addition, many experts were suppressed by the ancient hell formed by the prison steel. Misunderstanding, little friend Ling Xiao, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's get out of here. The expressions of the 5 Empyreans changed drastically when they saw Ling Xiao's cold and murderous gaze. One of the Empyreans smiled and spoke carefully. The 5 of them instantly wanted to leave this place. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was too terrifying. Even the Immortal's Highness was suppressed by him. Although they were the 5 celestial lords, they did not have the slightest confidence to fight against Ling Xiao. Misunderstanding? I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to kneel and submit, and the second is to die. Ling Xiao sneered. The murderous aura around him rose, and the 10,000 demon banner in his hand exuded a vast emperor's aura that locked onto the 5 Empyreans in front of him. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. The 5 Empyreans' expressions changed. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be so domineering as to want them to kneel and submit. It seems like you don't intend to kneel and submit. Since that's the case, then die. The terrifying murderous aura around Ling Xiao seemed to have materialized. He took a step forward, and blazing divine light gushed out from his body. The 10,000 demon banner released thousands of rays of divine light and thousands of auspicious qi. In an instant, divine chains of order pierced through the void and suppressed the 5 Empyreans. After suppressing the prince of the immortal tribe, Ling Xiao had suffered serious injuries. This battle had been very difficult, but his battle intent had risen to the extreme. He had developed an invincible aura, as if he had plundered the prince of the immortal tribe's fortune. Even if there were 5 Empyrean experts in front of him, he did not care at all. Ling Xiao, leave these 2 bastards to me. Zhao Ritian sneered. His gaze fell on the 2 Empyreans who had submitted to the prince of the immortal tribe. His gaze contained a chilling murderous aura. The heavenly emperor sword in his hand was extremely sharp. In an instant, sword intent rose, and it charged towards the 2 Empyreans. Ling Xiao did not care. The 10,000 demon banner released a terrifying fluctuation. Hundreds of millions of divine chains of order circled around it. Ling Xiao raised it and slammed it down towards the 3 Empyreans. Boom, as if a huge storm had erupted, millions of rays of divine light bloomed. Lightning rose and blazed, and a terrifying emperor's aura gushed out. Ling Xiao's attack contained the imprint of thousands of primordial ferocious beasts, and it locked onto the 3 Empyreans. What? The 3 Empyreans could not help but change their expressions. Ling Xiao's attack was too terrifying. The 3 of them felt their scalps go numb, and their hair stood on end. They unleashed all of their cultivation to resist the 10,000 demon banner. Boom, poof. Poof. Poof, the 3 Empyreans trembled. They were sent flying by the 10,000 demon banner. Blood spurted from their mouths, and their eyes were filled with horror. Submit, or die. Ling Xiao took a step forward. His eyes were incomparably cold, and cold light shot out in all directions. The 10,000 demon banner once again pressed down on the 3 Empyreans. The 3 Empyreans could clearly feel the killing intent in Ling Xiao's voice. If they did not submit, Ling Xiao would really kill them. In an instant, one of the Empyreans could not withstand the threat of death. He quickly gave up resisting and knelt before Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao, I submit. With the first celestial venerate submitting, the remaining 2 celestial venerates knelt before Ling Xiao as well. They gave up resistance and submitted to Ling Xiao. Rumble, the 10,000 demon banner landed 3 inches above their heads, and it finally stopped. The 3 Empyreans could even feel the terrifying killing intent of the 10,000 demon banner. If they had been a little slower, the 10,000 demon banner would have landed and killed the 3 of them. Although they were the overlords of the untainted mystery land, they were the ones who kept their word and controlled the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. However, under the suppression of Ling Xiao's invincible combat strength, they lost everything. They were only left with a deep fear of death. This guy, he actually finished off the 3 Empyreans so quickly? Zhao Ritian let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Ling Xiao controlled the 10,000 demon banner with an invincible aura and forced the 3 Empyreans to kneel and surrender. Zhao Ritian's heart was filled with a desire to win. The heavenly emperor sword and Emperor Yan cauldron shone even brighter. Vast Emperor's aura continued to press down on the 2 Empyreans in front of him. He wanted to finish them off as soon as possible. The 2 Empyreans were not as strong as Empyrean Huai, Empyrean Rose, and Empyrean Thorns. Moreover, they were scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao and could not display their full strength. Under Zhao Ritian's suppression, they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. P.S. The 3rd update has ended. Everyone, rest early. Taking a day off for Eternal Emperor, please wait for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Kill. Zhao Ritian bellowed. His eyes were burning with murderous intent as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The heavenly Dao Emperor sword in his hand instantly pierced through the forehead of a heavenly lord, killing him on the spot. Boom, the Yan Emperor cauldron emitted a blazing light as endless flames rose and pressed down from the heavens. The other heavenly master was swallowed into the Yen Emperor cauldron and turned into nothingness. 2 heavenly masters died in the hands of Zhao Ritian in an instant. Pfft! Zhao Ritian's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to kill the 2 celestial masters, it was not as easy as it seemed. Instead, he had paid a great price. He had burned the celestial emperor bloodline in his body and unleashed the might of a celestial emperor. That was why he was able to make the heavenly emperor sword and the Yen emperor cauldron explode with terrifying power and kill the 2 celestial masters. However, he had also suffered serious injuries. Ha ha ha. Who else? Although Zhao Ritian's aura was weak, his eyes were bright. The aura around him rose as he scanned the crowd. Instantly, everyone trembled as their eyes were filled with fear. Those who were still alive were in despair. Not only was Ling Xiao, the god of death, terrifying, but he had also killed the immortal tribe's highness and many saints. He had even subdued 3 heavenly masters. They did not expect Zhao Ritian to be so ferocious as well. Those were 2 heavenly masters, the overlords of the Chaos Secret Realm. Now, they had died silently in the hands of Zhao Ritian. They did not even have time to scream. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Zhao Ritian was still as cocky as before. It was obvious that he was displeased to see Ling Xiao in the limelight. Therefore, he would rather get injured than to deal with these 2 heavenly venerables as soon as possible. However, this battle was finally over. The 3 celestial venerables stood respectfully behind Ling Xiao, their eyes filled with respect and awe. In order to survive, they had all handed over their primordial spirits. From now on, their lives were in Ling Xiao's hands. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's palm shone brightly. In an instant, a 5-colored light spread out. It contained the bloodline aura of the 5 sacred beasts. The great wild heart felt the strange aura in Ling Xiao's palm. It trembled slightly and flew towards Ling Xiao's palm. From today onwards, I am the Chaos Master. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was a supreme ripple in his voice, causing the surrounding space to rumble. Greetings, Chaos Master. Greetings, Lord Ling Xiao. Whether it was the 3 celestial venerables behind Ling Xiao or the survivors in the surroundings, they all knelt respectfully towards Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with reverence. They all understood that the moment Ling Xiao killed the Celestial Highness and subdued the 3 celestial venerables, the Chaos Mystery Land already had a master. Zhou Gan, other than the 3 of you, how many celestial venerables are there? Ling Xiao asked a black-robed elder among the 3 celestial venerables. The black-robed elder, Zhou Gan, had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. He was the oldest and had the strongest aura. He was the clan leader of the Zhoushan clan. His strength was unfathomable, and the 3 celestial venerables regarded him as the leader. Master, I'm not sure exactly how many celestial venerables there are in the Chaos Mystery Land. However, I'm certain that there are no more than 10 of them. There are only 1 or 2 celestial venerables who have not come here. Zhou Gan said slowly. Very good. Zhou Gan, you're the leader of the 3 of you. I want you to unify the entire Chaos Mystery Land as soon as possible and form an army of saints. Train them in formations and help me conquer the heavens. Those who submit can live. Those who don't submit can be killed without mercy. A sharp glint flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes as he stared at Zhou Qian. Yes, Master. Don't worry, we'll unify the entire Chaos Mystery Land as soon as possible. Zhou Gan's body trembled as he spoke seriously. The other 2 celestial venerables also bowed in response. Their eyes shone brightly. Although they were unwilling to submit to Ling Xiao, their primordial spirit imprints were in Ling Zhao's hands. Their lives were in Ling Zhao's hands. They were bound to Ling Xiao for good or ill. Therefore, they began to plan for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the chosen one. He possessed the Heavenly Way's providence and was the ruler of this era. He might even be able to compete with the legendary Celestial tribe. If they contributed greatly to Ling Zhao's conquest of the heavens, their cultivation might be able to improve further. Although they were celestial venerables, they also knew that they had reached the peak of their cultivation. It was impossible for them to improve further. If they did not have a supreme opportunity or good fortune, it would be impossible for them to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. However, they saw hope in Ling Xiao. This heaven's chosen son was too amazing. Perhaps submitting to this heaven's chosen son wasn't a bad thing. Very good. You may go. Ling Xiao nodded and said. The three celestial venerables bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao before turning to leave. The three of them had offered their primordial spirit imprints. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to summon them, he could do so with just a thought. Although the untainted mystery land was only a mystery land and not a complete small world, it was the core of the untainted continent. If Ling Xiao could control the untainted mystery land, he would be able to take the initiative in the great tribulation of the new era. Soon, everyone left. Only Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the others were left. Whoosh, Ling Xiao waved his sleeve. Immediately, Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huang Ju, Xianxia, and the others flew out. This time, the four saint clans had spent a lot of effort. Not only did they allow the four young clan leaders to enter the Chaos Mystery Land, but they also sent a few Saint King Realm elders to protect them. Unfortunately, as soon as the four of them entered the Chaos Mystery Land, they were ambushed and fell into the hands of the Immortal Clan's Royal Highness. Although Ling Xiao saved them, the four Saint clans also suffered heavy losses. Not only did the four of them lose a large amount of blood essence, but their protectors were almost all dead. There were only 3 or 4 Saint King experts left, and they seemed to be in a half-dead state. After Ling Xiao injected them with life essence, they slowly woke up. Brother Ling Xiao, did you save us? The Phoenix Maiden looked at her surroundings and her gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with excitement and were filled with an inexplicable emotion. What are we doing here? Where's the Immortal Highness? Bai Hansong asked cautiously. Ling Xiao, the Immortal Highness' strength is unfathomable. We couldn't even defeat his maidservant. How did you save us? Huang Ju and Xuanji asked. I know you're all full of questions. Come, let me tell you. My cousin and I killed the Immortal Highness, destroyed the Eternal Immortal Palace, and then saved you. Long Outyen looked at Bai Hansong and the others and chuckled. He recounted everything that had happened after they'd entered the Chaos Mystery Realm. What? Ling Xiao killed the Immortal Highness? Bai Hansong and the others trembled, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the Immortal Highness' strength was. A Grand Elder of the White Tiger Clan, a Grand Elder of the Holy King Realm, had been killed with a single finger. It was as easy as swatting an ant to death. They couldn't even defeat the Immortal Highness maidservant in white, much less the Immortal Highness. When they'd fallen into the Immortal Highness' hands, they'd thought they were dead for sure. They'd never imagined that Ling Xiao would save them. What was even more unbelievable was that Ling Xiao had broken through to the Holy King Realm. Not only had he slaughtered celestials like dogs, but he'd also killed the Immortal Highness and destroyed the Eternal Immortal Palace. Wasn't this strength a little too terrifying? As for Long Outyen's shameless claim that he'd killed the Immortal Highness with Ling Xiao, everyone naturally ignored it. Everyone, since we've saved you, does that mean the Dragon Clan has won the bet between the 5 sacred clans? Are you willing to submit to Long Outyen? Ling Xiao asked calmly as his gaze landed on the Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huang Ju, and Xuanji. Ling Xiao was no saint. He'd paid such a great price and was even willing to be used by the Immortal Highness to save the 4 sacred clans because he wanted the Dragon Clan to rule over the 5 sacred clans. He wanted Long Outyen to be the leader of the 5 sacred clans, so he'd treated the 4 sacred clans as his own. That was why he'd paid such a high price. If it was an outsider, then it would be a different story. The Phoenix tribe agrees. From now on, Long Outyen will be the leader of the Phoenix tribe. When the Phoenix girl saw Ling Xiao looking at her, she said seriously without hesitation. Bai Hansong, Huang Ju, and Xuanji exchanged glances. Although they were a little hesitant, they also took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The White Tiger tribe agrees. Long Outyen is the leader of the White Tiger tribe. The Black Tortoise tribe agrees. Long Outyen is the Black Tortoise tribe's leader. The Qilin clan agrees. Long Outyen is the leader of the Qilin clan. After Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huang Ju, and Xuanji agreed, they bowed to Long Outyen solemnly to show their allegiance. Their lives were saved by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have died in the hands of the Immortal Highness. This bet was won by the Dragon Clan. They also understood that the 5 saint clans were bound together. Now that the great calamity of the new era had arrived, they could no longer fight separately. Although Ling Xiao was not a member of the Dragon Clan, he was no different from a member of the Dragon Clan. In their opinion, if they followed this child of fortune, the 5 sacred clans might be able to survive the great calamity of the epic in the future. They might even be able to restore the glory of the ancient times. Rather than saying that they were submitting to Long Outyin, it was more accurate to say that they were submitting to Ling Xiao. The remaining 4 supreme elders of the 4 sacred clans didn't say anything either, expressing their tacit agreement. Ling Xiao's gaze softened. He wasn't surprised that the Phoenix girl submitted to Ling Xiao. Bai Hansong, Huangju, and Xuanji were also so decisive. This made him have a good impression of them. Very good. You've all made the right choice. Now, follow me. I'll bestow upon you a great fortune. A fortune that you can't imagine. Ling Xiao said slowly as his eyes shone with a bright light. Fortune? Bai Hansong and the others were stunned. When they heard Ling Xiao's words, they began to look forward to it. All of you, come with me. This should be the greatest reward we've gained since entering the Chaos Secret Realm. Ling Xiao smiled at Zhao Ritian, the old goat, and the others, keeping them in suspense. After he finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the broken Eternal Immortal Palace. Although the Phoenix girl, Bai Hansong, and the others were puzzled, they didn't ask much and followed Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian, the old goat, Daoist Wuliang, Long Outyin, and Long Xiaoxiao also followed Ling Xiao into the Eternal Immortal Palace. In the end, only the 4 Saint King Realm supreme elders of the 4 great clans were left behind to guard them. Rumble, inside the shattered Eternal Immortal Palace, Ling Xiao waved his hand. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light bloomed and turned into an incomparably huge spirit array boundary that enveloped everyone. Whoosh, the prince of the Immortal Clan slowly flew out of the 10,000 demon banner. The prince of the Immortal Clan looked perfect and handsome. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling divine light. Auspicious vapors rose from him, making him look holy and ethereal. However, he didn't have any signs of life. His primordial spirit had been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's 10,000 demon banner. This was only the corpse of the prince of the Immortal Clan. However, everyone could feel that the body of the prince of the Immortal Clan contained a vast and violent energy. It was unfathomable, like a vast ocean. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao curiously, waiting for him to say something. You all know that this isn't the real body of the prince of the Immortal Clan. It's just a clone. However, for this clone, the prince of the Immortal Clan spent a lot of money. I'm afraid none of you know what treasure he used to refine this clone. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said with some emotion. I can feel that this clone contains an origin energy that's 100 times stronger than a heavenly lord's. Could it be some kind of powerful treasure? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. Taoist Wuliang carefully looked at the corpse of the prince of the Immortal Clan. He saw that there were wisps of chaotic mist surrounding his body. The mysterious origin energy condensed into runes, and divine light lingered behind him. It vaguely seemed to form a mysterious little tree. It was very mysterious and extraordinary. Could it be a clone refined from the legendary world tree? Taoist Wuliang's body trembled violently. Even his voice was trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought of an incomparably terrifying possibility, the world tree. That was the legendary world tree. According to the legends, it was the first spiritual root of chaos after the creation of the world. It was the world tree. P.S. I'll post 2 updates first. There will be 4 more later. Today is the first day of work. I worked until very late before I started writing. However, there will be 6 more updates today. Miyu will stay up late to finish writing. That's right. It's the world tree. I didn't expect the immortals to have such a deep foundation. The Immortal Highness actually used the world tree to refine his doppelganger. Ling Xiao said slowly. It was only after he had swallowed the Immortal Highness into the 10,000 demon banner that the 10,000 demon banner had destroyed the Immortal Highness primordial spirit. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that the Immortal Highness clone had been refined from the legendary world tree. Even though it was only a section of the world tree's trunk, it was already extremely terrifying. What was the world tree? Legend had it that it was the first spiritual root that was born at the beginning of chaos. It contained the origin of life, the 3,000 great ways, and the supreme power. Legend had it that it was the pillar of this universe. It separated the heavens from the earth and determined the four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Later on, the Eldritch continent evolved into the Myriad realms. The world tree even became the source of energy that supported the Myriad realms. Legend had it that one could reach the Myriad realms through the world tree. However, the world tree was destroyed in a great war in the ancient times. It had completely disappeared. Over the years, there were occasionally people who obtained the leaves of the world tree. They all regarded it as a treasure. However, it was extremely rare, let alone the trunk of the world tree. Xianxia didn't expect the Immortal Highness to be so extravagant. He actually used the trunk of the world tree to refine his doppelganger. Using the world tree to refine his doppelganger? Xianxia and Taoist Wuliang's words caused everyone to tremble and their breathing to quicken. The immortals are indeed the masters of the first era. Who knows how many treasures they have accumulated? It would be great if we could go to the legendary immortal realm and plunder them. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other, their eyes turning red. No wonder the Immortal Highness' strength was so terrifying. At such a young age, he had already understood the origin of power, comprehended the power of the great ways, and stepped into the Imperial Emperor realm. All of this was due to the Immortal's foundation being too deep. Xianxia, how can you be sure that he used the world tree to refine his doppelganger? Also, the creation and opportunity you mentioned, could it be the world tree? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. I'm sure that he used the world tree to refine his doppelganger because I formed the holy tree. You'll know when you break through to the Saint King stage. The Saint Tree is actually the world tree. You can sense the aura of the world tree. Xianxia said with a smile. As for the creation and opportunity, it's naturally the world tree. The Immortal Highness' primordial spirit has been completely obliterated by me, leaving only this physical body. This body contains the world tree's boundless origin power, and it's probably 100 times denser than that of an Empyrean powerhouse. However, with his primordial spirit gone, his physical body will soon collapse. Once it collapses, the world tree's power of origin will return to heaven and earth. This is also the best time for us to cultivate. This is the world tree's origin energy. It's the purest, without any impurities. Absorb as much as you can. As long as you devour enough origin energy, your cultivation will skyrocket and break through. I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. Xiao's words made everyone excited. This was the world tree. Even if it was just a tree trunk, the amount of origin energy it contained was immeasurable. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it was enough for everyone to undergo a transformation. Moreover, the world tree's origin energy contained incomparably gentle and vast spiritual energy. It could allow them to raise their cultivation without any worries. Before they reached a bottleneck, they could raise their cultivation without any worries. However, this opportunity was hard to come by because the world tree was created by heaven and earth. Once it was broken, its power would return to heaven and earth. This process was not long, and everyone needed to seize this opportunity to break through. Xianxia alone could not devour the world tree's origin energy. Even if everyone worked together, it would be difficult to completely devour it. This is indeed a great creation. Xianxia, I'll definitely become a Saint King and surpass you in one fell swoop. Zhao Ritian said excitedly. After Xianxia explained the Immortal Highness' current state, he understood. Moreover, Second Uncle was roaring in his mind, telling him not to give up on this creation. The fact that Second Uncle was so excited showed how precious the world tree was. Alright. Everyone, get ready. Even though I'll try my best to control the world tree's origin energy so that it won't be lost so quickly, we only have one day at most. Therefore, everyone must try their best to break through in this one day. Xianxia said seriously. Alright. Everyone nodded seriously, their eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Whoosh, Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely calm, and he became unperturbed. Then, he pointed his finger at the Immortal Highness' corpse. The sharp finger light instantly pierced through the Immortal Highness' forehead. Rumble, like a bolt of lightning, the Immortal Highness' forehead shone with 9-colored divine light. It looked ethereal, mysterious, and dreamy. It flowed with mysterious waves. A vast and pure origin energy slowly surged out. The origin energy was extremely pure, and it contained gentle spiritual energy. Everyone could not help but feel energized. Rumble, in an instant, the Immortal Highness body was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In the end, it shattered into pieces. Everyone could see that the moment the corpse of the Immortal's Highness shattered, it turned into an ancient and mysterious tree trunk. Mysterious runes were imprinted on it, and it contained a boundless amount of source energy. At this moment, it shot out in all directions like a raging ocean, bringing forth an incomparably terrifying storm. Devour. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. In an instant, he activated the sky-devouring secret skill. The vast sky-devouring sacred domain appeared around him, and the vast origin energy surged into his body like a heavenly river. The old goat, Taoist Wuliang, and Long Outyen had all cultivated the sky-devouring secret skill. At that moment, they naturally activated the sky-devouring secret skill and began devouring the vast origin energy around them. Only the sky-devouring secret skill's devouring efficiency was the highest, although Zhao Ritian and the rest did not cultivate the sky-devouring secret skill. Each of them had their own divine treasured skills. They were constantly devouring the origin energy. A blazing aura rose around everyone, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Billions of thunderbolts surged, continuously devouring the source energy. Everyone's aura began to soar. Rumble, this was especially so for Zhao Ritian. Pure golden qi and blood surged around his body, and an ancient and majestic shadow of the celestial emperor appeared behind him. It was as if it was whistling through the sun and moon, sweeping across the heavens and emitting an invincible aura. The heavenly emperor's silhouette devoured the origin energy wantonly and integrated it into Zhao Ritian's body. Zhao Ritian's body exuded an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. His aura skyrocketed and he began to slowly break through to the Saint Kinghood realm. Zhao Ritian's cultivation had already reached the great sage perfection realm. However, like Ling Xiao, his accumulation was too strong. It was not easy for him to attain the Saint Kinghood realm. At this moment, under the impetus of the world tree's vast origin energy, his cultivation began to climb toward the Saint Kinghood realm. The first one to break through was Long Outyen. This guy had originally received the ancestral dragon's blessing and his cultivation had skyrocketed to the great sage perfection realm. It was not easy for him to stabilize his cultivation. However, at this moment, as he devoured the origin energy, his cultivation had directly broken through to the Great Sage Realm. After breaking through to the Great Sage Realm, his cultivation continued to climb. Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huangju, and Xianji were originally at the Great Sage Perfection Realm. However, in order to enter the Chaos Secret Realm, their cultivation had also broken through to the Great Sage Realm with the help of the vast resources of the four great divine clans. At this moment, after their Great Sage Realm cultivation had stabilized, it began to climb toward the peak of the early Great Sage Realm. There was even a trend of breaking through to the intermediate Great Sage Realm. As for the old goat and Taoist Wuliang, their talents were even more terrifying. Their cultivation was originally at the early Great Sage Realm. At this moment, it began to climb toward the late Great Sage Realm. Long Xiaoxiao was also working hard on her cultivation. Although her cultivation was the weakest and was only at the early Saint Realm, the world tree's origin energy was gentle and mysterious, causing her cultivation to skyrocket. Rumble, the void in all directions seemed to be distorted. Although Ling Xiao had left some means in advance to slow down the dissipation of the origin energy, there was still a large amount of origin energy that merged with the heavens and earth. It could be said that Ling Xiao and the others had only devoured 1/3 of the origin energy. Most of it had dissipated. There was only 1 day's time, so everyone was racing against time to devour the vast origin energy. Ling Zhao's current cultivation was at the peak Saint Kinghood realm. His recent breakthrough speed was a little fast. Therefore, although he had devoured a large amount of origin energy, he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation. Instead, he continued to compress and stabilize it. Moreover, he comprehended the power of the 3,000 Great Tao Law in this majestic origin energy. This was an unimaginable fortune and opportunity. Everyone's cultivation speed had reached tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times faster than before. 2 hours of cultivation was equivalent to decades or even centuries of cultivation. The power of origin around them even formed a spiritual chi tide, which liquefied into origin liquid. It was so vast that it drowned everyone. Everyone was immersed in the pleasure of cultivating and breaking through, as if they had forgotten everything. Boom, all of a sudden, a vast and terrifying aura erupted from the ground. Blazing divine light surged around Zhao Ritian's body. It was as if an ancient little tree had appeared behind him. It bloomed with thousands of auspicious colors and rays of light. It became ethereal, mysterious, and ancient. It was his sage path ancient tree. He had finally broken through to the Saint King realm. Whoosh. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be two terrifying divine lights shooting out from his eyes. They seemed to have materialized, containing a majestic and mysterious fluctuation. The aura around him was vast and unparalleled. It was formed by an invincible aura. Moreover, the vitality around him was surging violently. Golden divine light gushed out, making him look like he was cast in gold. His entire person was radiant to the extreme. His entire being seemed to have changed. His black hair danced in the wind. His entire person looked perfect and divine. Every movement of his contained an unfathomable heavenly might. It was as if the current Zhao Ritian looked more like the son of the heavenly emperor. His heavenly emperor bloodline seemed to have completely merged with him, causing him to be covered in a layer of mystery. Is this the power of the Saint King realm? Zhao Ritian let out an incomparably comfortable roar. His eyes were filled with joy. However, he did not stop cultivating. Instead, he seized every second to devour the vast power of origin around him. His cultivation also began to gradually stabilize and improve. Everyone was improving. Every hour, there would be people breaking through. A day passed very quickly. When the power of origin completely dissipated, everyone slowly opened their eyes. There was a trace of regret in their eyes. What a pity. If I was given another day, I would definitely be able to break through to the Saint King realm. The old goat said with some reluctance. Be content. Breaking through a few small realms in succession. Our cultivation has reached the great sage perfection realm. This is already the biggest gain of our trip. Taoist Wuliang said with a smile. He did not have any unwillingness or dissatisfaction. He was the same as the old goat. This day of cultivation allowed him to break through two small realms in succession. He directly advanced from the great sage intermediate realm to the great sage perfection realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Saint King realm. Long Outyin, Phoenix Maiden, Bai Hansong, Huangju, and Xianxia were even more terrifying. They had also broken through to the great sage perfection realm. They all possessed the ancestral bloodline of the 5 great sacred clans. Moreover, a vast amount of energy had accumulated in their bodies. This breakthrough had completely exhausted their accumulation. Although they were all in the great sage perfection realm, they would still need a long time of polishing and cultivation if they wanted to become Saint Kings. Even Lan Xiaoxiao had directly broken through to the great sage initial realm this time. Needless to say, Zhao Ritian had already become a Saint King. Speaking of which, only Ling Zhao's cultivation did not improve much. He was still in the peak Saint King realm. However, his aura was ethereal at this moment, becoming more and more unfathomable. Especially his pair of bright eyes, they seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. They were deep and mysterious. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao had become even stronger. This clone of the immortal Royal Highness could be said to have allowed everyone to obtain an incomparably huge improvement. They had easily broken through a large realm. It was comparable to hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. However, they had only devoured 1/3 of the power of origin contained in the world tree. Most of it had dissipated and merged back into the world. Originally, because of a great battle, the land around the Silver Frost Valley had been flattened. However, because everyone had been cultivating here and devouring a large amount of origin energy, the surroundings were actually filled with towering ancient trees. Countless exotic flowers and herbs had appeared, and there were even strange creatures that contained boundless life force. They had appeared among the towering ancient trees, turning the place into a primordial forest that spanned a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This was simply a miracle of life. Just the presence of life from the world tree alone was enough to create such a vibrant forest, which made everyone gasp in amazement. Everyone woke up from their cultivation state. However, they all discovered that Ling Xiao seemed to still be cultivating. Moreover, he was immersed in an extremely mysterious and miraculous state. The great wilderness heart floated above Ling Xiao's head. The bright crystal emitted a strange energy fluctuation and formed a mysterious resonance with Ling Xiao. Roar, roar, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard from within Ling Xiao's body. Dazzling five-colored divine light spread out, surrounded by chaotic qi. The mysterious images of the ancestral dragon, the phoenix, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the qilin appeared behind him. They looked vivid and lifelike, as if they had come to life. The 5 sacred beasts floated around the great desolation's heart and slowly rotated, forming a mysterious 5-colored divine ring that appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao seemed to be refining the great wilderness heart and also seemed to be accepting some kind of inheritance. His entire being was in a state of thoughtlessness, completely isolated from the outside world. Ling Xiao is refining the great wilderness heart? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he said slowly. That's right. Ling Xiao has just sent me a voice transmission. He wants us to lead the great wilderness secret realm first. He wants to refine the great wilderness heart here. This process may be very long. It could be as short as a few years or as long as 100 years. This great wilderness heart is very important to him. It may be the strongest shelter for us in the future. The old goat said seriously. There was no trace of laughter on his face. Doesn't he need us to protect him? There are still many dangers in the great wilderness secret realm. Long Outyen said worriedly. There's no need. Even a sage ruler can't break this formation that he set up. If there's any danger, he will naturally wake up. Now that the immortals have reappeared and their highness has suffered such a great loss here, I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. The demon realm must unite. The old goat said slowly. All right. Since that's the case, let's return to the demon realm. The 5 sacred tribes have been quiet for too long. It's been so long that some people have forgotten that the 5 sacred tribes are the true rulers of the demon realm. Long Outyen laughed coldly. There was a sharp glint in his eyes and his entire body exuded a powerful aura and domineering aura. Phoenix Maiden, by Hansong, Huangju, and Xianxia shuddered. Their eyes sharpened. Even though their cultivation states had improved tremendously this time around, they knew that the gap between them and the immortal's highness was still way too great. Currently, the Devil Realm was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Myriad realms. Now, there was also the unfathomable Immortal Clan. Everyone could feel the impending storm. Although they had been talking about the great tribulation of the epic, this time, they could clearly feel the impending great tribulation of the epic. It was a power that contained both decay and rebirth, destruction and vitality. Zhao Ritian, where are you going? The old goat asked Zhao Ritian. He could feel that after Zhao Ritian broke through to the Saint King realm, his entire aura seemed to have changed greatly. It was as if he was becoming more and more like the legendary Celestial Emperor. He had a domineering and majestic aura. I will follow the footsteps of the Celestial Emperor and go to the Myriad worlds to have a look. I will test the heavens chosen of the Myriad worlds and hone my cultivation. When I return, Ling Xiao, you and I will have a battle. Zhao Ritian said slowly. Then, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao, revealing a strong battle intent. Rumble, after he finished speaking, he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky without any hesitation. In an instant, he traversed the void and flew into the distance. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. He's quite carefree. He doesn't carry the heavy fate of being the son of the Celestial Emperor. However, perhaps this is the only way for him to transcend his fate and embark on a different path from the Celestial Emperor. Daoist Wuliang looked at Zhao Ritian's back with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He could tell that although Zhao Ritian was always joking around, arrogant, and acting like he was the best in the world, he had a pure and innocent heart. He had a free and uninhibited attitude. He had the tenacity to strive for the top, and he also had the confidence to be strong to the bone. He was a very interesting person, wasn't he? Let's go. I hope Ling Xiao can wake up soon. The old goat added a few more layers of powerful defensive formations for Ling Xiao. Finally, he took a deep look at Ling Xiao and left with the rest. The joy of breaking through did not last long. Everyone felt a strong sense of pressure and urgency. They left the Chaos Mystery Land and returned to the Demon Realm. Only Ling Xiao remained in the Great Desolation Secret Realm, refining the Great Desolation Heart. The Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm could be said to be the most mysterious realm in the myriad worlds. It only existed in legends and no one knew where the Celestial Realm was. Above the Celestial Realm, chaotic fog lingered. Celestial light shone brightly and auspicious vapors rose. It was as if there were 33 mysterious and ancient continents floating in the endless chaos, exuding an eternal and immortal fluctuation. The celestial palaces were dazzling and looked extremely exquisite and perfect. They were crystal clear and were hidden in the ancient continents. They looked extremely majestic. One of the mysterious celestial palaces seemed to have a gathering of stars. Tens of thousands of rays of starlight poured down like a waterfall, holy and ethereal. Several figures in armor with terrifying auras stood guard outside the celestial palaces. Their eyes were incomparably cold and their bodies exuded an extremely powerful aura. In the celestial palaces, a figure sitting cross-legged in the chaotic void slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be millions of rays of celestial light shining in his eyes. It was dazzling and mesmerizing. It was as if one would sink into it forever. Interesting. You were actually able to kill my clone and snatch away my great desolation's heart? As expected of the chosen child. The figure looked ethereal and mysterious. He exuded an aura of superiority as he muttered to himself. Someone come. As his voice rang out, a woman in a white dress with a perfect face walked in from outside the celestial palaces. She was tall and had jade-like skin. Her face exuded a holy and pure aura. At this moment, she knelt down in front of the figure. Her eyes were filled with respect. Greetings, Your Highness. I'll send you to the Celestial Realm. The spy in the Celestial Realm can be activated. If you can seize any of the heavens in the Celestial Realm, I'll give you the greatest merit. A calm and ethereal voice rang out. Yes. During this trip, you can pay attention to any news about Ling Xiao. There's no need to be enemies with him. He's mine. The Celestial Realm is the foundation. If you can make him the enemy of everyone in the Celestial Realm and be despised by the entire human race, he might have a chance to become a member of the Celestial Realm. Yes. Go. As the figure waved his sleeve, the woman in the white dress flew out of the Celestial Palace. Ling Xiao, I hope you don't die so quickly. The figure muttered to himself. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Demon World, Sky Starry Cloud Sea. Darkness. Ling Xiao held the Saintess of Light's waist as they stood on Holy Mountain of Light. The Saintess of Light rested her head on Darkness Ling Xiao's shoulder with a blissful look on her face. Around them, Holy Mountain of Light was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Severed limbs were everywhere and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Darkness. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and sharp. His face was filled with cruel killing intent and the evil aura around him gradually subsided. He and the Saintess of Light had received the Light Emperor's inheritance in the Light Emperor's treasury. The Light Scripture and the Darkness Scripture had a tendency to merge with each other. Darkness. Ling Xiao and the Saintess of Light began to dual cultivate in the origin of light and darkness. Not only did they receive the Light Emperor's inheritance, but their strength also increased greatly. Darkness. Ling Xiao and the Saintess of Light's cultivation had both reached the Great Sage Realm. They were only one step away from breaking through to the Saint King Realm. They had stayed in the Light Emperor's treasury for a few months. As soon as they came out, they were besieged by many demon clan experts who had heard the news. Their eyes were burning with greed and they wanted to snatch the treasures from Darkness. Ling Xiao and the Saintess of Light. In the end, they were all killed by Darkness. Ling Xiao. Dozens of saint experts, regardless of whether they were saints or great sages, died in the hands of Darkness. Ling Xiao. They were all killed by Darkness. Ling Xiao in an extremely miserable manner. Come out. Primitive demon sect Saint King Old Ancestor, is it fun to hide and watch the show? Darkness. Ling Xiao sneered. He had long sensed that the primitive demon sect Saint King Old Ancestor was hiding in the void and watching Darkness. Ling Xiao kill dozens of demon clan experts. He had no intention of helping at all. The celestial nebula sea was a forbidden area of the primitive demon sect. Those daring demon race experts had all sensed the powerful aura coming from the celestial nebula sea, so they had carefully sneaked in to see if any supreme treasure had appeared. They hadn't expected to encounter Dark Xianxia. Darkness Xianxia had long sensed the aura of the primitive demon sect's Saint King old ancestor, but he did not have the time to deal with him. He only sneered after killing everyone. Sure enough, as soon as Darkness Xianxia finished speaking, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air. In an instant, a middle-aged man in black robes with a cold expression appeared before him. His aura was unfathomable. He had already reached the Saint King realm. At this moment, he was glaring at Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden with cold-killing intent in his eyes. The Holy Maiden of Light actually hooked up with the infamous Dark Demon sect's Holy Son? This was truly a fantastic story. However, you shouldn't have barged into the forbidden area of the primitive devil sect. Hand over the treasures you obtained in the forbidden area and give me your primordial spirit imprints. Then, I can spare your lives for now. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The black-robed middle-aged man sneered. He did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. He recognized Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess of Light. Moreover, when he saw how intimate they were, he was even more shocked. The Darkness Demon sect and the Light Demon sect had always been mortal enemies. How did Darkness Xianxia and the Light Saint get together? Not only do we have to hand over our treasures, but we also have to hand over our primordial spirit imprints? Ha ha ha. Old dog, you aren't dreaming, are you? You think you can do that? Dark Xianxia laughed loudly. His eyes instantly became incomparably cold, and a layer of black baleful aura permeated his body. His current state looked very strange. Although he was surrounded by black light, one of his eyes was black and the other was white. It was as if the power of darkness and light intertwined, adding a sense of mystery to him. The Holy Maiden of Light, who had a cold personality, seemed to have completely blended with Darkness Xianxia after practicing the scripture of light and the scripture of darkness. The two of them were inseparable. At this moment, there was only endless gentleness towards Darkness Xianxia. Husband, this old dog dares to scold us. He deserves to die. The Holy Maiden of Light looked around and giggled at Darkness Xianxia. Then, her eyes suddenly turned cold and revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. Don't worry, my wife. Your husband will kill this old dog to vent your anger, okay? Darkness Xianxia smiled and kissed the Holy Maiden of Light's cherry lips. Then, he laughed loudly and turned to attack the black-robed middle-aged man. Crack, he threw a punch at the black-robed middle-aged man. The power of darkness surged and contained the vast law of darkness. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. The aura was extremely terrifying. You're courting death. The black-robed middle-aged man's face changed and instantly became extremely cold. He slammed his palm down at Darkness Xianxia. The palm print was like a huge millstone, containing the power to destroy everything. Primordial millstone, it was the most powerful saint technique of the primitive demon sect. The black-robed middle-aged man was a saint ruler ancestor. Although he saw Darkness Xianxia's ruthless attacks and killed dozens of saints in the blink of an eye, Darkness Xianxia was only a great saint. He did not take him seriously at all. Darkness Xianxia had completely infuriated him, so he used the primordial millstone to kill Darkness Xianxia right away. Boom, the void trembled violently as if there was a thunderbolt exploding. Xiao's dark fist landed on the huge millstone, and an earth-shattering boom erupted in an instant. The primordial grindstone trembled violently, and in the end, it exploded with a loud bang. What? The black-robed man's face changed and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Rumble, at the same time, Darkness Xianxia's eyes were cold. His baleful aura surged up to the sky. His speed was extremely fast. Above his dark fist, boundless light gushed out in an instant. It was as if all living things were growing in this resplendent light. The power of darkness and light collided and produced an extremely terrifying force of light and darkness. It was shrouded in chaotic light, making Darkness Xianxia's punch extremely terrifying. It instantly broke through the black-robed man's saint body shield and slammed into his chest. Spurt, the black-robed man shook violently and his eyes bulged out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a huge bloody hole immediately appeared in his chest. The power of darkness and light intertwined and instantly destroyed the black-robed man's life force, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear all over his body. Bang, like a watermelon being smashed, Darkness Ling Xiao's fist landed on the black-robed man's head. His brain immediately exploded and the force of light and darkness immediately surged into his soul. He was a mighty saint ruler ancestor, but his soul could not even escape in time and was instantly obliterated by the force of light and darkness. Boom, the black-robed man exploded into a bloody mist in the void. The saint ruler ancestor of the primitive demon sect was killed by Darkness Ling Xiao with a single punch. P.S. End of the 6th update. Muyu could not hold on any longer. Finally, he fulfilled his promise. We still have to work tomorrow. Everyone should rest early. Tomorrow's update will still be at night. The power of light and darkness was a combination of the laws of darkness and the laws of light. It contained a trace of the origin of light and darkness. It was extremely terrifying. After Darkness Ling Xiao received the inheritance of the scripture of light, he combined the scripture of light and the scripture of darkness. Not only did his cultivation increase greatly, but he also comprehended a trace of the origin of light and darkness. This meant that he had touched the path of the Emperor realm. Although the Saint King of the primitive demon sect had an extraordinary cultivation, how could he block the attack of the power of light and darkness? He was killed by Darkness Ling Xiao with one punch. Whoosh! 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 Strands of powerful aura swept through the air. They contained vast saintly wave pressure and exuded extremely terrifying and cold aura waves. They instantly surrounded Darkness Ling Xiao and the Saintess of the Light. My original body is already a Saint King. I'm still too slow. But let's start with the primitive demon sect. I'll kill them all. Darkness Ling Xiao sneered. Although he didn't look up, he knew that the Saint Kings of the primitive demon sect had arrived. There were 4 figures with terrifying auras. Each of them was enveloped in blazing saint light. Their eyes were like lightning, containing cold murderous intent. For Sage King ancestors, Darkness Ling Xiao had killed the Saint King of the primitive demon sect. The others didn't even have time to react. They couldn't help in time, but they were filled with anger and murderous intent. Darkness Ling Xiao had killed the Saint King of the primitive demon sect. This was the greatest provocation to the primitive demon sect. They had to kill him to wash away this humiliation. 3 peak Saint Kings and 1 unparalleled Saint King? Finally, something's interesting. Dark Ling Xiao said indifferently as a cold smile appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill the Saint King of the primitive demon sect? Do you want the dark demon sect to be annihilated? The leading black-robed elder looked hale and hearty. His face was stern, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stared at Darkness Ling Xiao and shouted coldly. Although there were 10 demon sects in the demon world, the primitive demon sect, the immortal demon sect, and the blood prison demon sect had always been superior. They looked down on the other 7 demon sects because they had great emperors who were still alive. Although primitive devil emperor, undying devil emperor, and blood prison devil emperor had not shown themselves for many years, they still believed that the 3 great emperors could return at any time. Although the Dark Devil sect was the inheritance of the Dark Devil Emperor, the Dark Devil Emperor had already fallen countless years ago, so the Dark Devil sect was not in their eyes at all. Exterminate the entire Dark Demon sect? Hee, if you have the strength to do so, go ahead and destroy them. I have no objections, but I'm afraid the 4 of you won't be able to see it. How about I send you to accompany the Saint Ruler ancestor? Dark Ling Xiao said faintly. There was an unruly and overbearing look in his eyes. You're courting death. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can fight against the primitive demon sect just because you killed a Saint King. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. The black-robed elder's face darkened, and his eyes revealed a monstrous killing intent. He hadn't expected Darkness Ling Xiao to be so unruly. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing 4 Saint Kings. He even spoke arrogantly about killing the 4 of them. So much nonsense. Wife, these 4 old things are too annoying. How about I kill them for you? Darkness Ling Xiao sighed softly. The Holy Maiden of Light's eyes twinkled, and she looked extremely charming. She giggled and said, Husband, I also want to try my skills. How about this? We'll each take 2 of these 4 old things and see who can deal with them first. If I win, husband, you have to promise me one thing. No problem. If I win, we'll try those new positions. How about that? Dark Xiao said with a devilish smile. Husband, you're so naughty. The Holy Maiden of Light said shyly. Ha ha ha, Darkness Xiao laughed loudly. He suddenly hugged the Holy Maiden of Light's shoulder and kissed her fiercely. The kiss made the Holy Maiden of Light gasp. The 2 of them kept talking as if they didn't care about the 4 Saint Kings of the primitive demon sect at all. The 4 Saint Kings were so angry that they trembled all over. I'm so angry. These 2 shameless bastards. The Dark Demon sect and the Light Demon sect should be exterminated. Kill them. The black-robed old man roared angrily. The murderous intent in his eyes rose to the extreme. Boom, he took the initiative to attack. Black demonic light surged around him. In an instant, his palm pressed down on Darkness Xiao and the Holy Maiden of Light. The huge palm print was like a mountain. Blazing lightning descended like a waterfall, containing the power of great destruction. Primitive Heaven Destroyer Palm, this was a powerful emperor technique of the primitive demon sect. It was passed down from the primitive demon emperor and contained supreme power. It was extremely domineering. The black-robed old man didn't show any mercy. He wanted to kill Darkness Xiao and the Holy Maiden of Light completely. Old dog, you think you can do it? Darkness Xiao sneered and took to the sky in an instant. Crack, his figure was like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was extremely fast. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura. Endless dark light surged like an ocean behind him. Darkness Xiao threw out a punch. In the endless sea of darkness, an immeasurable amount of light bloomed in an instant. It was as if a resplendent sun had risen from the surface of the sea and turned into a ferocious fist. It was extremely resplendent. The originally incomparably dark and evil dark soaring clouds actually became bright and holy in an instant. The fist print was half black and half white. It was intertwined with the power of darkness and light. It majestically charged toward the black-robed old man. Great immeasurable light and darkness seal, this was a supreme treasure technique that Darkness Xiao had developed after combining the light scripture and darkness scripture. He had comprehended the light and darkness origin energy and evolved it. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even the sage ruler grand ancestor wasn't qualified for Darkness Xiao to use the great immeasurable light and darkness seal. This supreme sage ruler of the primitive demon sect had finally made Darkness Xiao get serious. Crack, the 2 equally fierce fist prints collided. In an instant, endless light bloomed. Blazing lightning rose, causing the void in all directions to vibrate violently. The black-robed old man's expression changed. He actually sensed an extremely powerful force of light and darkness. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if it had already surpassed the power of the great Tao laws. It instantly shattered his primordial annihilation palm. Puff. The black-robed old man's body shook violently. As if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How can you be so strong? The black-robed old man exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Third sect master. Trash. Darkness Xiao sneered as if he didn't care about the black-robed elder at all. A black wheel appeared in his palm and instantly expanded in the void. The Dark Wheel, the Dark Devil Sect's extreme emperor weapon, the Dark Heavenly Wheel, was enveloped in boundless darkness. It was like a black sun. The moment it appeared in the void, boundless darkness instantly covered the sky, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into an eternal night. The wheel of darkness slowly spun as if it was turning the heavens. In a single moment, it crushed down on the other Saint Ruler. The Saint Ruler's expression changed drastically as he felt the terrifying extreme emperor aura descend. His scalp went numb as he instantly used all his strength to resist and teleported into the distance. However, after Darkness Xiao activated the Dark Wheel with all his strength, the vast extreme emperor aura was not something a mere Saint Ruler could dodge. Boom, the heavenly wheel of darkness directly crushed all the attacks, shattering the layers of space in an extremely violent manner. It descended with a boom and slammed into the Saint King, sending him flying. Ah, the Saint Ruler. screamed as half of his body was shattered. His flesh and blood wriggled in the void as a majestic aura of life gushed out. Very quickly, he recovered to his original state. However, his aura had become dispirited, and his eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Die! Darkness. Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he punched out. The power of light and darkness was like a blazing bolt of lightning as it instantly appeared behind the Saint Ruler and slammed into his body. Boom! This time, the Saint Ruler did not seem to be able to resist at all. His entire body exploded with a loud bang. The heavenly wheel of darkness descended with a boom, directly devouring his flesh and soul. His soul was completely destroyed. Xiao, you're courting death. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth as he saw this. He let out a crazy roar and charged towards dark soaring clouds. He had never thought that Darkness Xiao would actually kill another Saint Ruler right in front of him. Old man, don't worry. It's your turn soon. Darkness Xiao smiled coldly. He did not take on the black-robed elder's furious attack head-on. Instead, he used a secret teleportation technique to escape. Rumble, the dark wheel emitted a dazzling light as it floated above Darkness Xiao's head. His aura began to rise violently. An extremely terrifying killing intent surged out and locked onto the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder's expression suddenly changed. Darkness Xiao was so powerful. Coupled with the dark wheel, an extreme emperor weapon, could he really be a match for Darkness Xiao? Even though his cultivation was much higher than Darkness Xiao, he could not help but feel nervous at this moment. We must summon the sect's heavenly venerable ancestor. This little bastard is too strong. The black-robed elder gritted his teeth. Crack, a murderous intent flashed in Darkness Xiao's eyes. The dark will swept across the void and took the lead to suppress the black-robed elder. Darkness Xiao also displayed a powerful Supreme Emperor technique and erupted with his most terrifying combat strength. He had inherited the supreme inheritance of the Great Light Emperor and the Great Dark Emperor. If it were another person, such extreme power would be enough to make that person explode. However, Darkness Xiao was Xiao's avatar formed from the Origin Demon Bone. The Origin Demon Bone was the demon realm's most precious treasure and contained the power of the demon realm's origin. Darkness Xiao's talent was stronger than Xiao's before he became the Chosen One. Although Darkness Xiao's cultivation was only at the Great Saint Perfection realm, he had already comprehended the light and darkness origin power. It could be said that there were no bottlenecks in front of him. As long as he had enough resources, he could quickly break through to the heavenly venerable realm. His current combat strength had skyrocketed. At the same time, the murderous intent and brutality in his heart surged, causing him to exude a kind of crazy, invincible, evil, and terrifying aura. It could be said that he was more like a devil than the people of the demon race. Rumble, Darkness Xiao and the black-robed old man almost instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The battle between the two was extremely fierce and dangerous. Every move was aimed at each other's vital points. On the other side, the Holy Maiden of Light exuded a holy and ethereal aura. There seemed to be a sun floating above her head, rotating slowly and emitting endless light. It turned out to be a wheel-shaped weapon similar to the dark heavenly wheel. At this moment, it was also exuding a vast emperor's aura. Its aura was extremely terrifying. The dark heavenly wheel of light, this was the emperor's weapon that Darkness Xiao obtained from the Great Light Emperor. It was originally one with the dark heavenly wheel and could be divided into two emperor's weapons. Now, it was temporarily in the hands of the Holy Maiden of Light. The Holy Maiden of Light's cultivation had also reached the Great Saint Perfection realm. Her strength was superb. She had comprehended the Supreme Emperor's technique of the Great Light Emperor. Under the cooperation of the dark heavenly wheel of light, she suppressed the two peak holy kings. The Holy Maiden of Light's attacks did not seem to have the slightest bit of aura. She could erupt the strongest divine power of light casually, causing the two peak holy kings to suffer. Every time they resisted the suppression of the dark heavenly wheel of light, their bodies would tremble violently and they would cough up blood. They suffered serious injuries. Over time, they felt like they could not hold on any longer. The Holy Maiden of Light was extremely powerful. She was not weaker than Darkness Xiao at all. Gotcha. On the other side, Darkness Xiao fought bravely. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if the sun and the moon were rising and the cycle of life and death was mysterious. Although the black-robed old man was powerful, after resisting the suppression of the dark heavenly wheel of light, his body cracked and was about to shatter. Lingxiao, the primitive demon sect will not let you off. The black-robed old man roared angrily. His eyes were filled with hatred. After saying this, he turned around and was about to teleport into the primitive demon sect. He had lost the will to continue fighting. Darkness Lingxiao was too crazy and his strength was extremely terrifying. He felt that if he continued to fight, he might die in the hands of Darkness Lingxiao. Want to leave? It's too late. Darkness Lingxiao sneered. There was a trace of crazy killing intent in his eyes. Rumble, two mysterious powers of darkness and light appeared on Darkness Lingxiao's body at the same time. In an instant, they filled the void and covered the earth. A huge black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky. The surrounding darkness and light merged, forming an extremely mysterious power of light and darkness. Nobody knew when this area had become the light and darkness domain. Before the black-robed old man could teleport out of the light and darkness domain, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. His speed became extremely slow. Oh no! The black-robed old man's face changed. He instantly felt a fatal danger. Light and darkness domain annihilation. Darkness Lingxiao said slowly. In an instant, the black and white Tai Chi diagram in the sky fell silently. The light and darkness domain shattered like a mirror. A destructive force swept out. It contained the light and darkness origin energy. Like a storm, it instantly enveloped the black-robed old man and the two Saint Kings who were fighting the Holy Maiden of Light. Third sect leader. Spare me. Lingxiao, you'll die a horrible death. Screams, pleas, and curses filled the air. The black-robed elder and the two Saint Kings trembled violently and turned into a bloody mist in the terrifying storm. Darkness Lingxiao had set this up at the beginning of the battle. He used the light and darkness realm to form the light and darkness realm. It could destroy everything in an instant. Even a Saint King couldn't withstand the destruction of the origin energy. As a result, although the three Saint rulers were powerful, they were directly killed by the terrifying storm of annihilation. Whoosh, the wheel of darkness turned into a streak of light. It swept through the sky in an instant, devouring the bloody mist and the shattered power of the soul. Husband, you cheated. I was about to kill the two Saint Kings. Why did you interfere? The Saint of Light said unhappily. Pfft, dark high firmament let out a muffled groan. His face instantly turned pale, and a trace of bright red blood flowed out of his mouth. Husband, you're hurt? The Saint of the Light's expression changed as she cried out. She hurriedly rushed over to help Dark Lingxiao up. I'm fine. Primordial Demon Sect's holy masters have awakened. They'll be here soon. I have to end this quickly. Let's leave first. Darkness Lingxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He already sensed that two incomparably terrifying auras were currently awakening. Furthermore, they were surging over in a grandiose manner. Very soon, they would reach the heavenly starry cloud sea. They must be the primordial demon sect's holy masters, Darkness Lingxiao sighed. The light and darkness realm was indeed terrifying. However, with his current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to use it. He suffered a heavy backlash. However, he didn't have time to sigh. He put away the dark wheel and light wheel and tore the space apart with the Saint of Light. They created a space tunnel and disappeared into it. After all, this was Primordial Demon Sect's territory. They had killed the 5 Saint Kings of Primordial Demon Sect, which was a huge blow to Primordial Demon Sect. One could imagine how furious Primordial Demon Sect would be. What awaited Darkness Soaring Firmament and Light Saintess was an endless pursuit. Rumble, just a few seconds after Darkness Lingxiao and the Saintess left, 2 terrifying figures descended. It was as if they were holding up the world. They possessed unfathomable presences, causing the surrounding space to be destroyed at the same time. Their eyes were as blazing as the sun, their bodies were as tall as mountains, and their auras were as unfathomable as the sea. The Primordial Devil Sect's celestial venerable forefather had arrived. How dare you kill the 5 Saint Kings of my primitive devil sect? Is it because the primitive demon sect can't hold the blade anymore, or is it because the dark demon sect and the light demon sect are too arrogant? He immediately issued the order to hunt down Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light. Ask the dark demon sect and the radiant demon sect to give us an explanation. Anyone who dares to challenge the primordial demon sect will die. When the two celestial venerables saw the battlefield, their eyes turned cold and gloomy. Their bodies exuded monstrous killing intent. Terrifying great path laws surged and shrouded the surrounding void, trying to lock onto the auras of darkness Xianxia and radiance demon sect. But they were disappointed in the end. The dark demon sect was as cunning as ghosts. They didn't forget to erase any traces when they escaped, so they didn't discover the whereabouts of darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess. Rumble, darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess left the sky starry cloud sea together. Husband, we've really messed up this time. I'm afraid the dark demon sect and the radiant demon sect have no place for us. Where should we go now? The radiant saintess looked at darkness Xianxia affectionately as the dark heavenly wheel silently traveled through the endless void turbulence. There's no place for us? Hee, you've underestimated the dark demon sect and the radiant demon sect. But I'm afraid the primitive demon sect is determined to kill us this time. If we don't turn their world upside down, they won't learn their lesson. Darkness Xianxia sneered. Oh? Husband, what do you think? The radiant saintess' eyes lit up. I've just captured the primordial spirit fragments of the 5 Saint Kings. From their memories, I learned that the primitive demon sect discovered an ancient relic left behind by the chaotic demon sect. There are countless heavenly treasures and vast amounts of origin energy. The primitive demon sect has already sent many genius disciples, including their saint sons and saintesses, into the ancient relic to cultivate. Why don't we snatch the ancient relic and kill all their genius disciples? What do you think? Darkness Xianxia's eyes surged with a cruel and bloodthirsty look. Ancient ruin? The chaotic demon sect? The chaotic demon sect is the legendary ruler of the demon realm. It's the most powerful holy land from countless eras ago. The primitive demon sect found the ruin of the chaotic demon sect? This is earth-shattering news. The radiant saintess also exclaimed. I didn't expect it either. If I hadn't found this information from the primordial spirit memories of the 5 Saint Kings, I wouldn't have believed it either. It said that the origin energy in the ruin has already liquefied into a sea. It's called the Origin Sea. Once we enter the ruin, we'll be able to quickly become Saint Kings. By then, we'll even be able to kill the heavenly masters of the primitive demon sect. Darkness Xianxia sneered. Great! Husband, let's go to the ancient ruin of the chaotic demon sect. This time, we'll definitely turn the chaotic demon sect upside down. The radiant saintess said excitedly. Whoosh, the dark sky wheel was like a spaceship. It flew silently toward the chaotic demon sect's ruin in the void turbulence. Darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess had killed the 5 Saint Kings. After the primitive demon sect issued the primitive kill order, the entire demon realm was in an uproar. The primitive demon sect was a supreme holy land with the primitive emperor. It was one of the top 3 forces in the demon realm. Even the dark demon sect and the radiant demon sect paled in comparison. The disciples of the primitive demon sect had always been domineering in the demon realm. No one dared to provoke them. Darkness Xianxia's killing of the 5 primitive demon sect's Saint Kings was like poking a hornet's nest. It instantly attracted the powerful revenge of the primitive demon sect. Not only did the primitive demon sect send out 3 heavenly masters and hundreds of Saint Dao experts to search for Darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess. The primitive demon sect even offered a supreme emperor technique to reward the whereabouts of Darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess. Anyone who could provide their exact whereabouts would be able to obtain the supreme emperor technique of the primitive demon sect. Instantly, the entire demon realm was in an uproar. Countless people were searching for the whereabouts of Darkness Xianxia and the radiant saintess. P.S. End of 3rd update. Everyone, rest early. 3rd sect master. Emosang Mountain Range. This was a barren mountain range in the center of the demon world. It was a barren mountain range with a radius of over 1 million miles. There were no trees or flowers, not even demonic beasts or ferocious beasts. It was as if all life had been sucked out, leaving behind only eternal withered silence. The Mosang mountain range was the place where Darkness Lingxiao found the ancient ruins from the primitive demon sect's Saint Ruler Grand Elder. The primitive demon sect had discovered the ruins of the Chaos Demon sect here. They had been keeping it a secret for a long time. It was a top secret in the entire sect. Only the Saint Ruler Grand Elders and some genius disciples who had reached the Saint Realm knew about it. The primitive demon sect had benefited greatly from the ancient ruins over the years. However, the ruins were too large. The primitive demon sect had searched for dozens of years, but they still hadn't grasped all of it. The primitive demon sect didn't dare to send too many people here because the Mosang mountain range was the territory of the Blood Prison Demon sect. If the Blood Prison Demon sect knew that the primitive demon sect had found the ancient ruins of the Chaos Demon sect in their territory, they would probably try to steal it. When countless people in the demon world were searching for the whereabouts of Darkness Lingxiao and the Saintess, no one knew that they had come to the Mosang mountain range silently. Darkness Lingxiao and the Saintess rushed out of the void and landed on the top of a barren mountain. Is this the Mosang mountain range? There's no life within 1,000,000 miles. No one would have thought that this was caused by the ruins of the Chaos Demon sect. Darkness Lingxiao said slowly. The scene in front of them was very strange. Yellow sand filled the sky as barren mountains stood on the vast land. The bare rocks were yellowish-brown and covered in dense cracks. There was no life at all. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and mist lingered. Bolts of lightning flashed as if it was the end of the world. The life in the Mosang mountain range seemed to have been completely sucked out, causing it to be extremely barren. For countless years, experts from the demon world had come to the Mosang mountain range to investigate. Many Saint Ruler Grand Elders from the Blood Prison Demon sect had personally investigated but found nothing. It was purely a coincidence that the primitive demon sect had discovered the ancient ruins in the Mosang mountains. A Saint Ruler of the primitive demon sect had been hunted down and had fled into the Mosang mountains. He had accidentally entered a shattered spacetime crack, which was why he had entered the ancient ruins. The spacetime crack had been reinforced by the people of the primitive demon sect. It had now become an extremely hidden spatial tunnel. Only through this tunnel could one enter the ancient ruins. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Blood Prison Demon sect, the primitive demon sect did not dare to send too many people into the Mosang mountains. The one guarding the space tunnel was only a Saint King Realm Great Ancestor. Aside from passing through the inspection of the Saint Ruler Ancestor, they also needed to possess a medallion to enter the ancient ruins. Only a medallion could sense the existence of the tunnel. However, this was not a difficult task for Darkness Lingxiao and the Holy Maiden of Light. Among the 5 holy kings that they had killed, they happened to find 2 tokens. There were 2 stones that emitted a chaotic color. There were 2 ancient primordial seal characters on them. They looked mysterious and unfathomable, as if they contained some kind of strange fluctuation. Husband, are we going to kill our way in? Although we have the medallion, I'm afraid we can't hide from the Saint Ruler Ancestor guarding the ancient ruins. The Holy Maiden of Light said slowly. That's right. Let's kill the Saint Ruler Ancestor guarding the ancient ruins and then kill our way into the ancient ruins to steal the treasures. We'll steal as much as we can. It's best if the Blood Prison Demon sect knows that there are ruins of the Chaos Demon sect here. When the Blood Prison Demon sect and the Primitive Demon sect fight, we'll be able to fish in troubled waters. Darkness Lingxiao sneered coldly. Okay. The Holy Maiden of Light said excitedly as she nodded. She used to be the high and mighty Holy Maiden of Light. She was cold and otherworldly like an ice beauty, untainted by the mortal world. However, after dual cultivating with Darkness Lingxiao and comprehending the Tao of Light and Darkness integration, she had already regarded Darkness Lingxiao as the closest person to her. That was why she acted like a little girl in front of Darkness Lingxiao. However, in front of outsiders, she was still the cold Holy Maiden of Light. Buzz. Buzz, the medallions in the hands of Darkness Lingxiao and the Holy Maiden of Light shone brightly. In an instant, a strange spatial fluctuation spread out. Over there. A light flashed in Darkness Lingxiao's eyes. His gaze instantly fell on a barren mountain in front of him. The fluctuations of the spatial passageway were coming from there. Darkness Lingxiao and the Holy Maiden of Light immediately leaped up and turned into 2 streams of light, shooting toward the barren mountain. Whoosh, Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the barren mountain. At the foot of the barren mountain, in a hidden valley, a mysterious spatial fluctuation erupted and formed an extremely bright vortex. It vaguely seemed to lead to an unfamiliar world. Which two junior brothers have arrived? An old voice rang out. In an instant, a white-haired, dignified old man flew out of the spatial tunnel. The elder wore a black robe and held a ferocious snake-headed walking stick. He exuded an unfathomable aura. He was the saint ruler ancestor guarding the ancient ruins of the primitive demon sect. Boom! Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light looked at each other. The moment the black-robed elder appeared, the two of them attacked without any hesitation. Darkness Xianxia threw out a punch. The power of light and darkness intertwined on his fist. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was ferocious and domineering as it pressed down on the black-robed elder. The Holy Maiden of Light struck out with her slender fingers. 5 blazing beams of light pierced through the void. They seemed to be silent, but they contained the power of light. At the same time, the dark wheel and the light wheel seemed to have merged together. They erupted with terrifying light and darkness origin. The mighty emperors might press down. Who are you? The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he roared angrily. He had sensed the aura of the 2 medallions earlier and thought that the saint ruler ancestor of the primitive demon sect had arrived. He had not expected it to be an unfamiliar man and woman. Moreover, their auras were extremely powerful. They had no intention of talking at all. They attacked with killing moves right away. Even though the black-robed elder's cultivation had reached the level of a supreme saint ruler, he still felt his scalp tingle in the face of the joint attack of Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light. The third sect master. Rumble! At this critical moment, the black-robed old man unleashed all of his cultivation. Black divine light surged around him like a vast ocean. His palm wind swept across the sky toward Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess of Light. At the same time, the snake-headed walking stick in his hand seemed to have come alive. It expanded against the wind and turned into a huge black ferocious snake that was over 10,000 feet long. It charged toward the dark heavenly wheel and bright heavenly wheel. Crack! The black-robed old man's horrifying palm print collided with Darkness Xianxia's fist print and exploded in an instant. The dark power of light and darkness contained the power of great destruction. It slammed into the black-robed elder's chest, causing him to tremble all over. His chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying. Puff! 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 The Saintess of Light's 5 light beams were a supreme emperor skill recorded in the light scripture, the great 5 elements destruction light. The black-robed old man's body was covered in bloody light. Instantly, 5 huge bloody holes appeared on his body. Boom! Although the ferocious giant snake was extremely terrifying, it was unable to withstand the attack of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. It was directly split into 2. The boundless extreme Tao Monarch weapon emitted a blazing light and pressed down on the black-robed old man. Who are you people? I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? The primitive demon sect will not let you go. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with despair as he roared crazily. He felt extremely aggrieved. He was a supreme sage king, but he was forced into a corner by 2 great sage juniors. Most importantly, he did not know why they wanted to kill him. How did the chaotic demon sect's relic become a secret? The black-robed old man had too many doubts. However, the 2 of them were determined to kill him and did not say a word. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. You have not offended us, but the primitive demon sect has. The chaotic demon sect's relic will belong to the blood prison demon sect. Ha ha ha. Hey Xianxia laughed aloud. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as he charged towards the black-robed old man in an instant. Blood prison demon sect? How do you know about the ruins of the chaos demon sect? Bastard! The black-robed elder roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Rumble! However, Darkness Xianxia was too lazy to say anything to him. He leaped into the air and attacked. With the help of the Supreme Emperor weapon, the black-robed old man, who was already severely injured, was no match for him. He was quickly killed by Darkness Xianxia. Eh? It seems like we don't need to inform the Blood Prison Demon sect. They have already discovered the anomaly here. Dark Xianxia's eyes flashed as he sensed several extremely powerful divine senses sweeping over from afar. He sneered and instantly turned into two streams of light with the Holy Maiden of Light and shot into the space tunnel. Rumble, just as the two of them entered the spatial tunnel, the powerful consciousnesses also discovered the spatial tunnel. Immediately, their consciousnesses intertwined and exuded an extremely excited aura. This is the aura of the Chaos Demon sect. Ha ha ha. It seemed that the chaotic demon sect was indeed in the Mozong Mountains. However, that was the energy wave of a Saint King of the primitive demon sect. How did they get there first? Damn it. Immediately send out experts to break the seal set up by the primitive demon sect and find the spatial tunnel. The ruins of the chaotic demon sect can only belong to the Blood Prison Demon sect. Whoever dares to steal the fortune of the Blood Prison Demon sect must die no matter who it is. The few consciousnesses exuded a murderous aura and soon dissipated. At the same time, when the news reached the Blood Prison Demon sect, the entire Blood Prison Demon sect was in an uproar. Following the order of the Blood Prison Demon sect master, a large number of experts crossed the void and moved towards the Mozong Mountains. They did not have a pass, but they had already locked onto the location of the spatial tunnel. Even if they attacked by force, it would not take long for them to open the spatial tunnel and enter the ruins of the chaotic demon sect. Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light entered the ruins. This was an extremely ancient world, exuding an ancient aura. There were towering ancient trees everywhere, exuding a rich and majestic vitality. In the distant sky, there was an incomparably vast building complex. It looked boundless, just like the heavenly court of the ancient times. There were many palaces and pavilions, and they were surrounded by chaotic chi. It made people feel reverent at first glance. There were more than thousands of palaces in the group of buildings. Dazzling rays of light lingered and auspicious vapors rose. The mysterious chaotic light floated in the sky, adding a mysterious aura to the vast group of buildings. That must be the ruins of the chaotic demon sect. Let's go. Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, they soared into the sky and swept towards the vast group of buildings. They did not hide their aura. The mighty Saint Path aura spread out, causing the void to rumble. They had killed the guardian Saint King ancestor of the primitive demon sect, so they must have been discovered by now. Moreover, the primitive demon sect had been operating here for decades, so there must be a large number of experts hiding here. As expected, just as Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light came into contact with the group of buildings, a cold voice rang out. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Oh no. There's an invasion. Kill them. Kill. Dozens of Saintly Way experts rushed out of the vast building complex. They were all dressed in black armor, and their eyes were cold like lightning. Their auras were terrifying, and they all wielded powerful weapons as they charged toward Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess of Light. However, these Saint Path experts were only in the Saint Realm and the Great Saint Realm. There were no Saint Kings. Kill them all. Darkness Xianxia sneered. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Boom, he charged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Darkness and light surged around him. The power of light and darkness enveloped him, making him seem like he was wearing a layer of strange armor. Poof, a great Saint Realm expert was directly smashed into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit was completely shattered. The Holy Maiden of Light also rushed up. Her body was surrounded by dazzling light as if there were countless light rains swirling around. However, her attacks were incomparably ruthless. Every strike was powerful enough to shatter the physical body of an expert. It was a one-sided massacre. Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light worked together. It did not take long for them to kill all the Saint Path experts of the primitive demon sect. When Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess of Light worked together, even a Supreme Saint King was killed by them, let alone the experts guarding the ruins. It was as if the two of them had entered a no-man's land. They slaughtered everyone and then charged into the vast building complex before them. Ancient palaces floated in the chaotic mist, flowing with dazzling celestial light. Auspicious vapors rose from them, and they contained an incomparably vast amount of origin energy. The dark soaring firmament could sense that the origin energy in this world of ruins was 10 times, 100 times denser than the outside world. Moreover, the endless origin energy gathered like a storm, flying towards the center of the vast complex of buildings. The palaces in the periphery are all empty. I'm afraid the primitive demon sect has already explored them. There's no need for us to waste time here. Let's go straight to the core. After darkness, Xianxia checked a few palaces. He found that they were empty. The powerful ceiling formations had been broken, and even if there were any treasures, they must have fallen into the hands of the primitive demon sect. That's right. The most important thing for us now is to find the origin sea. As long as we have enough origin energy, we can both become Saint Kings directly. The Saintess of Light nodded. The two of them stopped checking the palaces and flew toward the depths of the heavenly palace. Rumble. After darkness, Xianxia and the Saintess of Light flew past thousands of palaces. A pool with a radius of a few hundred feet appeared before them. Endless origin energy gathered like a storm and merged into the pool, forming crystal clear spiritual liquid. The liquids in the pools were all formed from origin energy and contained boundless energy fluctuations. Why is there so little? Didn't they say that the origin energy has gathered and formed the origin sea? This pool is too small. Darkness, Xianxia frowned and said. Perhaps this isn't the real ruins of the primitive demon sect. I just checked. The ceiling formations of the palaces here have all been broken, and the primitive demon sect has taken all the treasures. It seems that the real core of the sect isn't here. The Saintess of Light said slowly. That must be it. Those people just now were probably cultivating in this pool. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Let's devour all of this source energy and then go to the core area. Dark High Firmament nodded. He could sense that it was very far away from this place, as if it was billions of miles away. There was a tsunami of fluctuations there, like the roaring of the sea. It contained an incomparably terrifying aura, causing him to tremble a little. Perhaps that was where the origin sea was. Located. Rumble. Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess jumped into the pool. Their bodies emitted blazing light. Boundless darkness and boundless light bloomed. Darkness and light intertwined, forming an extremely powerful black and white vortex. It frantically devoured the origin energy in the pool. Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess were both borrowing the light and darkness origins to devour the origin energy in the pool. Their auras began to skyrocket. The origin energy in the pool began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, all the source energy in the pool had been devoured by the two of them. It was completely empty. Let's go. Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess did not have the slightest reluctance. They directly shifted the void and flew toward the core area of the ruins. Their auras were extremely powerful, like a raging sea. The origin energy here was extremely pure. Although it was not as pure as the origin sea, it still allowed Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. They were one step closer to the Saint Ruler realm. Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess had accumulated too much. Both of them were currently studying the Scripture of Darkness and Scripture of Light. They had comprehended the light and darkness origins, and their strength had skyrocketed. It was much harder for them to become Saint Kings than for ordinary people. That was why Darkness, Xianxia was eager to find the origin sea. Crack. The two of them directly tore the void and used the Great Space Shift technique. It did not take long for them to cross hundreds of millions of miles and arrive at the center of the ruins. Rumble. In front of Darkness, Xianxia and Light Saintess was an extremely terrifying storm. Thunder blazed, lightning flashed across the sky, and flames raged. It was like a chaotic region. The storm connected heaven and earth, forming an extremely huge barrier. That storm contained the chaotic power of space, as if it could strangle everything. Even if a saint or a supreme saint dared to barge in, they would be instantly torn apart by the storm, their soul completely destroyed. Dark Xiao's eyes surged. He could feel that behind this storm barrier, there was an incomparably vast origin source aura. The legendary origin source sea might very well be behind this storm barrier. Who are you? Why are you here? At this moment, a shocked and furious voice sounded. Two figures with powerful auras flew out of the storm barrier. They looked at Darkness Xiao and Light Saintess with extreme vigilance, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. They were two Saint Ruler Realm experts. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they should be the Saint Ruler Realm ancestors of the primitive demon sect. Seeing them guarding this storm barrier, Darkness Xiao was even more certain that the Origin Sea was behind the storm barrier. Kill! Darkness Xiao did not hesitate at all and charged forward. Rumble, terrifying divine light surged, and a vast fist mark was released. It contained the power of light and darkness, as if it could strangle everything. Its aura was extremely terrifying. The two Saint Ruler Realm ancestors were only ordinary Saint Rulers. They did not expect Darkness Xiao's combat strength to be so terrifying. Their faces changed drastically, and they turned around to escape into the storm barrier. However, Darkness Xiao and Light Saintess did not give them a chance to escape, as the terrifying power of light and darkness bloomed in the void. Darkness Xiao and Light Saintess quickly killed the two Saint Ruler Realm ancestors. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning. They moved through the void and charged into the storm barrier. Rumble, Darkness Xiao and Light Saintess seemed to have arrived in another world. In front of them was an extremely vast ocean. It looked like there was no end in sight. The waves rose and hit the nine heavens like a storm. However, this place contained extremely dense origin energy. Darkness Xiao and the Saintess could feel endless origin energy surging into their bodies as they stood there. This was the true Origin Sea. P.S. End of the third update. Everyone, rest early. Third Sect Master. Rumble, the vast Origin Source Sea contained an incomparably boundless amount of Origin Source energy. It looked boundless, and no one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had taken to form such a vast Origin Source Sea. Darkness Xiao and the Holy Maiden's eyes lit up. Both of their cultivations were already enough to break through to the Saint Ruler Realm. Now, they only lacked source energy. The Origin Sea contained a vast amount of energy, enough for Darkness Xiao and the Holy Maiden to break through. Dark Soaring Cloud could vaguely sense that there were several extremely powerful auras in the depths of the Origin Sea that were currently absorbing origin energy and entering a deep state of cultivation. Is that the genius disciple of the primitive devil sect? Cultivating in the Origin Sea for a few dozen years is comparable to cultivating in the outside world for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Now, he's probably already attained an extremely profound realm. Dark Xiao thought to himself. The primitive demon sect had found the ancient ruins of the chaotic demon sect several decades ago, but they had kept it a secret. They had secretly sent their genius disciples and saint kings into the ruins to cultivate, so the primitive demon sect had many experts. If Darkness Xiao hadn't killed the 5 holy kings, no one would have known about the chaos demon sect's ruins until the primitive demon sect was fully digested. Are we going to cultivate here? However, the commotion caused by us Dao Vindication Saint Kings will definitely be huge. When the time comes, it will definitely alarm the experts of the primitive devil sect. The Saint of Light said slowly. If I cultivate here, it's inevitable that the experts of the primitive devil sect will be alerted. I'm afraid that the Blood Prison Demon sect will soon discover this ancient ruin. We don't have much time left. Dark Xiao said. All right. The Saint of Light nodded. Cultivating in the Origin Sea with Darkness Xiao was no different from pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Whether the experts of the primeval demon sect discovered them or the people of the Blood Prison Demon sect invaded, it would be extremely troublesome for them. However, Dark Xiao didn't feel the slightest sense of crisis. Instead, he felt as if his blood was boiling. He felt incomparably excited, and his whole body was filled with powerful battle intent. Rumble, Dark Xiao directly used the sky-devouring secret skill and began to crazily devour the vast origin energy in the Origin Sea. Blazing divine light soared into the sky, and huge waves surged into the sky. Vast amounts of origin energy surged into his body, cleansing his meridians, and surging towards his Dantian, divine sea, and sea of consciousness. Origin energy was the of heaven vindication heavens of heaven and earth's essence. Even great emperors and great emperors' cultivation would need a large amount of vindication heaven and earth. Darkness soaring clouds accumulation was extremely strong. Just by extracting and refining the origin energy of heaven and earth, it would take at least 100 or even 1,000 years for him to become a saint king. And this origin source C just happened to provide him with an endless supply of origin source energy. His chi of life source C of heaven of heaven heaven of heaven of heaven of heaven and heaven of heaven of light of heaven and earth heaven of heaven and heaven an ancient and mysterious aura erupted from his body. Darkness and origin force intertwined in his body, evolving into the powerful light and darkness origins. The wisp of origin of light and darkness. Attached to his Saint Tao origin root, tainting his Saint Tao origin root with a mysterious and ethereal aura. Dark Xianxia Saint Tao origin root was like a Tai Chi diagram. It was half black and half white, showing an ancient aura fluctuation. There were only 2 leaves, one black and one white, but it seemed to be able to evolve the heavens and operate the heavenly way. It was extremely mysterious. Crack, blazing lightning blossomed within Dark Xianxia's body. His flesh and blood were incomparably pure, sparkling and translucent without the slightest impurity. But at this moment, it was actually transforming in the direction of crystallization. It was as if an ancient divine kingdom was opening up in his body. Chaotic light spread, and Dark Xianxia's body bloomed with dazzling light. His entire body was bathed in the vast origin energy, causing his aura to transform into that of a saint king. On the other side, the Saintess of Light was also breaking through. Boundless light bloomed around the Saintess of Light. She was like an eternal sun, holy and mysterious. Her white dress fluttered, and chaotic mist filled the air. Her entire body exuded a transcendent and otherworldly aura. She had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have fallen into a state of enlightenment. Dazzling light bloomed behind the Saintess of Light. It seemed as if a saint tree was gradually forming. Dark Xianxia and the Saintess of Light had inherited the Great Emperor's inheritance. Both of them had comprehended the Great Tao of Light and the Great Tao of Darkness to an extremely profound level. Tao-proving Saint Kings only lacked origin energy. Rumble. Dark Xianxia performed the sky-devouring secret technique, while the Saintess of Light performed the devouring secret technique from the Scripture of Light. 2 vast devouring vortexes, one black and one white, seemed to form around the 2 of them. They intertwined with each other and swept out in all directions like a storm. The origin sea was originally very violent, but as Dark Xianxia and the Saintess of Light devoured the origin energy, the origin sea became even more violent. A terrifying storm erupted, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Boom! Boom! The aura around Dark Xianxia and the Saintess of Light rose to the extreme. They were constantly climbing toward the Saint King realm. Both of their auras became extremely terrifying. This was a transformation toward the peak of the Saint Path. Stepping into the Saint King realm represented that one had comprehended the laws of the Grand Tao. So long as one ceaselessly comprehended the laws of the Grand Tao to the perfection realm, then found one's own fortune and comprehended the quintessence of the Grand Tao, one would have a chance to come into contact with the Supreme Monarch realm. The Saint King realm represented the peak of the Saint Path. It also represented infinite possibilities, just as Dark Xianxia and the Saintess of Light were about to break through. In the center of the origin sea, a graceful woman in a Taoist robe with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly opened her eyes. There seemed to be a mysterious light in her eyes that could see through life, death, and the future. Her appearance looked incomparably perfect, without the slightest flaw. She had rosy lips, a tall nose, and a pair of big watery eyes that seemed to be filled with a myriad of emotions, but also seemed to have an ethereal and aloof temperament. Originally, her entire body had merged with the origin sea. While devouring the energy of the origin sea, she was comprehending the Great Tao origin. However, the cultivation of Dark Xianxia and the Saintess of Light still alarmed her. There are actually outsiders who have entered the origin sea to cultivate and are so daring to break through. Interesting. The woman in the Taoist robe whispered to herself. The third sect master. Around her, there were dozens of figures with powerful auras. The weakest among them was at the Great Saint realm. Among them, there were a few whose auras were as vast as the sea. They had already reached the Saint King realm. They were all geniuses of the primitive demon sect. They had been cultivating in the origin sea for decades, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through several major realms in a row. However, these geniuses were obviously centered around the woman in the Taoist robe. I'd like to see who's so arrogant and overbearing. Does he really think that the origin sea is his fortune? The woman in the Taoist robe smiled faintly. She stood up in an instant and took a step forward. Faint ripples appeared in the void around her, and then she disappeared. The next moment, she appeared in front of Darkness Ling Xiao. Darkness Ling Xiao seemed to have reached the final moment of his breakthrough. The terrifying power of light and darkness intertwined, floating in the void like a Taiji diagram. In Dark Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a tree of the divine path was slowly forming, and as it devoured the energy of the origin, Dark Ling Xiao's cultivation skyrocketed. He's mastered the power of darkness and light. This must be the dark demon sex Ling Xiao Saint, right? I didn't expect him to be with the light saint, and to cultivate both light and darkness. The woman in the Taoist robe's eyes were mysterious and bright as she whispered to herself. Darkness Ling Xiao also noticed the woman in the Taoist robe the moment she appeared, and began to be on guard. It was as if he would instantly launch a thunderous attack if the woman in the Taoist robe made any strange movements. The woman in the Taoist robe seemed to only be at the Saint King realm, but she gave Darkness Ling Xiao an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling made him a little vigilant. The woman in the Taoist robe was not ordinary. However, although Darkness Ling Xiao had been on guard, the woman in the Taoist robe floated in front of Darkness Ling Xiao without doing anything after she appeared. Darkness Ling Xiao simply ignored the woman in the Taoist robe because his cultivation had reached its limit, and the barrier had finally shattered. Rumble, Dark Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed several times in an instant. Vast saintly Wei power permeated the air, making Dark Ling Xiao seem powerful and mysterious. The Saint Dao tree instantly formed and then shone brightly in Dark Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The space around them trembled, and the lightning was dazzling. The aura of the Great Path descended, as if everything in the world was celebrating Darkness Ling Xiao's breakthrough to the Saint King realm. However, at this moment, a resplendent streak of light shot out from the woman's forehead. Like an illusionary figure, it rushed into Darkness Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness in an instant. The Taoist-robed woman was extremely fast. Furthermore, the beam of light contained extremely powerful power of the soul. Darkness Ling Xiao was actually unable to stop it at all. Boom! A woman in robes shrouded in resplendent light hovered in the sea of consciousness of Darkness Ling Xiao's soul. She seemed extremely graceful and smiled faintly. She radiated with powerful pulses of mind as she stared at Darkness Ling Xiao's soul. She was extremely calm. What? This guy's origin divinity strength is actually comparable to an Empyrean powerhouse? Darkness Ling Xiao was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Taoist-robed woman's cultivation was only an ordinary Saint King, but her origin divinity was extremely powerful. It was actually comparable to Empyrean's origin divinity and contained boundless energy. You must be the dark demon sex Ling Xiao Saint, right? I can see that you're quite talented. Not only have you cultivated both light and darkness at such a young age, but you've also become a Saint King. You have the right to be my servant. The Taoist-robed woman smiled faintly. Her voice was ethereal, but it contained an unquestionable fluctuation. It was as if she was a high and mighty god of the 9 heavens looking down on all living beings like ants. Swoosh! 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 As she pointed with her slender finger, her powerful origin divinity instantly bloomed with boundless light. Divine chains of order pierced through space and wrapped around Darkness Ling Xiao's origin divinity. At the beginning of chaos, there was a primordial spirit that created all living beings. It passed down the 3,000 paths of the Great Path and suppressed all gods and demons. The Taoist-robed woman softly muttered to herself as if she was reciting a scripture. It contained an extremely strange aura that instantly caused the surrounding space to tremble. Crack! As the Taoist-robed woman chanted, the divine chains of order completely restrained Darkness Ling Xiao's origin divinity. The golden inscriptions on the weapons began to surge towards Darkness Ling Xiao's origin divinity as the Taoist-robed woman chanted. Dark Ling Xiao sensed the tremendous power of the world, which made his soul become extremely dazed. He was eager to fuse the golden inscriptions into his body. Darkness Ling Xiao sensed that if his origin divinity completely fused with the golden inscriptions, he would probably become the Taoist-robed woman's puppet. By then, he would no longer be able to control his own life and death. Damn bitch, you're courting death. Darkness Ling Xiao was furious. Cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. He did not know the Taoist-robed woman, but he knew that she must be a genius of the primitive demon sect. She had the cultivation of an ordinary saint king and the origin divinity of a celestial exalt. However, the Taoist-robed woman had acted high and mighty as soon as she appeared. She even wanted to control darkness Xianxia's origin divinity, so how could he not be furious? The Taoist-robed woman did not treat him as an opponent at all. She wanted to subdue him as a servant. Rumble, darkness Xianxia's eyes emitted a baleful aura, and he suddenly woke up from the illusion. Blazing divine light rose around him, and the power of light and darkness gathered on his fist, which pressed down on the woman in Taoist robes. In darkness Xianxia's sea of consciousness, the divine chains of order had already imprisoned his origin divinity. However, it did not seem to have any effect on darkness Xianxia. Darkness Xianxia's huge fist was still heading toward the Taoist-robed woman. What? The Taoist-robed woman's expression changed. In order to subdue darkness Xianxia's origin divinity, not only did she unleash the origin divinity of a celestial exalt, she even used a supreme secret technique, God-subduing technique. However, she was unable to subdue darkness Xianxia's origin divinity. Darkness Xianxia's origin divinity seemed to have a master and completely excluded the Taoist-robed woman. Boom, the Taoist-robed woman was sent flying by darkness Xianxia's punch. Crack, darkness Xianxia's eyes were blazing with killing intent. He emitted a monstrous killing intent as he walked toward the Taoist-robed woman. The Taoist-robed woman naturally could not control darkness Xianxia's origin divinity because darkness Xianxia was only a clone of darkness Xianxia. Unless the Taoist-robed woman could pierce through time and space and subdue darkness Xianxia's origin divinity, there was no way she could control darkness Xianxia's origin divinity. Third Sect Master. Rumble, darkness Xianxia's fist shot out like a dragon towards the woman. The woman was extremely shocked. She could not believe why she could not control darkness Xianxia's soul, but she did not dare to be careless at all. She slammed out with her slender hand, creating a huge handprint that reduced the origin sea before her to nothingness before colliding with darkness Xianxia's fist. Crack, lightning flashed and space shook. The woman and darkness Xianxia's fist shattered at the same time. The Taoist-robed woman's body was shrouded in a dazzling radiance. She floated backwards like a fairy and used a strange technique to disperse the violent power of darkness soaring sky's fist. As for darkness Xianxia, he advanced instead of retreating. He shifted through the air, and the murderous aura around him surged. In an instant, he appeared before the woman in Taoist robes. His arms struck out like a pair of iron pincers, directly grabbing the woman in Taoist robes into his embrace. Rumble. At this moment, darkness Xianxia's cultivation had officially broken through to Saint Ruler. His presence had become extremely powerful, radiating with an invincible presence. The woman used the soul-vanquishing technique in the sea of consciousness of darkness Xianxia's soul. The chains of order formed by her soul fused into darkness Xianxia's soul. On the other hand, darkness Xianxia's soul shone with black light in an instant. An ancient and mysterious presence permeated the air. Ancient runes emerged from darkness Xianxia's soul. They looked like twisted tadpoles, causing the space around him to tremble. The presence of the origin of the great way flowed like a black net, enveloping darkness Xianxia's soul and the woman's soul in an instant. These are the origin inscriptions of the demon world? How can you possess the origin of the demon world? The woman was shocked for the first time. Disbelief filled her eyes as she could not help but cry out. The inscriptions that appeared in darkness Xianxia's soul made the woman's heart churn. Her entire body trembled violently. She wanted to summon her soul back from darkness Xianxia's sea of consciousness, but she was unable to do so. Under the effect of the origin runes of the devil world, the primordial spirit of the woman in the Taoist robe and the primordial spirit of the dark firmament began to fuse together. It was a very strange state. It was like the two of them were cultivating together, but it was even more blissful than that. The primordial spirit of dark soaring clouds fused with the primordial spirit of the woman in Taoist robes and saw her hidden memories. The woman in the Taoist robe was called Yuan Ling. She was the saintess of this generation of the primitive devil sect and the well-deserved young master. She had the primitive demon body and was born with a natural understanding of the primitive great Tao. Thus, regardless of whether it was the cultivation of the divine arts, the various heavenly arts and secret arts, or even the supreme monarch arts, they all improved by leaps and bounds. She was able to cultivate them all in a short period of time. She was indifferent, like the goddess of the nine heavens, looking down on everyone. She didn't even take the many saint kings of the primitive devil sect seriously. Because she was qualified. Darkness Lingxiao saw how Yuan Ling grew from a little girl to the saintess and young master of the primitive devil sect. She controlled the life and death of billions of creatures and suppressed countless geniuses of the primitive devil sect. She went through countless difficulties and obstacles, which made Darkness Lingxiao sigh in amazement. It was a very strange feeling. It was like Darkness Lingxiao was experiencing Yuan Ling's life. However, because of the Devil World origin rune, Darkness Lingxiao was in a dominant position. Thus, he could see Yuan Ling's memories, but Yuan Ling couldn't see his memories. Yuan Ling was originally fighting with Darkness Lingxiao, but as the primordial spirits of dark soaring clouds and Yuan Ling entered a strange state of dual cultivation, the two of them stopped strangely. A mysterious and vast origin energy spread out from Darkness Lingxiao's body. Feeling that strange source energy, Yuan Ling couldn't help but tremble all over. Her breathing became extremely rapid, and a layer of red appeared all over her body. Damn, what is this woman doing? Darkness Lingxiao's eyes widened. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong with Yuan Ling's sizzle. At this moment, Yuan Ling suddenly tore off all the clothes on her body, revealing a perfect body. Then, she suddenly tore off Dark Soaring Cloud's clothes and pasted herself on Dark Soaring Cloud. Her red lips were like fire, tightly sticking to Darkness Lingxiao's lips. Yuan Ling's entire body emitted a strange virgin fragrance. Am I being pushed back? A strange look appeared in Dark Soaring Firmament's eyes. In an instant, the two bodies intertwined. Red waves surged, and spring filled the garden. The strange sound was like a low chant, making people blush and their blood boil. Darkness Lingxiao couldn't move at this moment. His primordial spirits and Yuan Ling's primordial spirits fused together and entered a strange state of dual cultivation. As for the primordial spirit, it was attracted by the aura of the primordial spirit on Dark Soaring Cloud's body and unconsciously moved closer to it. Neither Darkness Lingxiao nor Yuan Ling had expected this result. Originally, the two of them were still in a state of life and death. Who would have thought that this would happen? Rumble, a bright light enveloped Darkness Lingxiao and Yuan Ling. The two bodies intertwined like the most primitive collision. The sound of breathing and the surrounding storm converged, playing a song of life. At this moment, the Saint of Light had completed her breakthrough and officially became a Saint King. Her aura was ethereal, and her white dress was fluttering. She looked holy and otherworldly, exuding an indescribable temperament. She stared at the figures of Darkness Lingxiao and Yuan Ling with a strange look in her eyes. This vixen got lucky. If she hadn't seduced my husband, she would have been slapped to death by my husband. The Saint of Light muttered to herself. Although she was cultivating on the side, she saw clearly what happened between Darkness Lingxiao and Yuan Ling. She saw with her own eyes that Yuan Ling pushed Darkness Lingxiao down. However, the Saint of Light wasn't jealous or unhappy. On the contrary, she was very excited. Her husband was so charming that he even plucked the ice lotus of the primitive devil sect. How could the Saint of Light not know the name of Saintess Yuan Ling? In the devil realm, Saintess Yuan Ling and Saintess of Light were both ranked among the 9 fairies of the devil realm. However, Saintess Yuan Ling was ranked 2nd, and Saintess of Light was ranked 8th, only higher than Saintess Yu Meng of the Dark Devil sect. Rumble, suddenly, in the origin sea, the origin energy seemed to be boiling and began to rush toward the bodies of Darkness Lingxiao and Saintess Yuan Ling. The two of them were like two bottomless pits, constantly devouring the origin energy in the origin sea. Their aura was also skyrocketing. P.S. The 3rd update is over. Everyone, rest early. /book 62507/L. Darkness Lingxiao had just broken through to the Saint King realm after devouring the vast origin energy in the origin sea, and condensed into the saint tree that contained the light and darkness origins. But as he and Yuan Ling Saintess were in perfect harmony, there seemed to be a mysterious and ancient aura fluctuation between the two. There seemed to be some kind of origin energy blooming in Darkness Lingxiao's body, causing the surrounding void to resonate. As the vast origin energy poured into Darkness Lingxiao and Yuan Ling Saintess, their cultivation began to skyrocket again. Rumble, the aura in Darkness Lingxiao's body rose, and his whole body bloomed with infinite light. Darkness and light intertwined, making his aura more and more mysterious. His cultivation began to break through from the ordinary Saint King realm to the peak Saint King realm. Husband, are you going to break through to the peak Saint King realm? Saintess of Light was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her, and said with some disbelief. She could see that Yuanling Saintess's body was blooming with ethereal and mysterious light, and there seemed to be a chaotic mist between her eyebrows, containing a mysterious aura that transcended heaven and earth. That kind of aura continued to merge into Darkness Xianxia's body, making his cultivation soar rapidly. After Darkness Xianxia became a Saint King, his accumulated foundation had been exhausted, and it was not so easy to continue to break through. Even if he directly devoured the origin energy in the origin sea, it would not be possible to break through in a short time. It was the transcendent aura in Yuanling Saintess's body that made it possible for Darkness Xianxia to continue to break through. Legend has it that Yuanling Saintess has Yuanling Saintess's body, which is a supreme furnace that can help dual cultivators break through to the next realm. I didn't expect it to be true. Saintess of Light stared at Yuanling Saintess, and suddenly thought of a legend, and her eyes showed an extremely surprised look. Yuanling Saintess's body was said to contain a wisp of Yuanling Qi at the beginning of the world. Not only was it extremely talented, but it also had an incomparably heaven-defying cultivation speed. It was also a good furnace that could help dual cultivators break through to the next realm. Yuanling Saintess originally wanted to control Darkness Xianxia, but she did not expect to suffer a double loss in the end, and even helped Darkness Xianxia's cultivation began to soar. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, as if they had sensed the commotion here, several powerful figures came from afar and appeared in front of the Saintess in an instant. They were 3 old men with white hair and beards, as well as over 100 young men with peerlessly powerful auras. All of their gazes were like lightning, and they emitted a sense of lofty arrogance. The cultivation of those hundreds of young people were all in the Saint Realm and the Great Saint Realm. Their talents were extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the primitive devil sect had cultivated so many talented disciples? As for the 3 white-haired old men, their strength was incomparably terrifying, as unfathomable as the sea. Especially the one in the lead, his eyes were cold, as if he was a mountain standing in the abyss. Shockingly, he was an Empyrean powerhouse, 1 celestial master, 2 supreme saint kings, and over 100 saints. This was more than half of the primitive demon sect's experts. The saintess' expression instantly became extremely vigilant. She stared at the 3 white-haired old men in front of her, the aura of light looming around her, as if she was ready to attack at any time. The Saintess of the Light didn't care about the hundreds of disciples of the primitive demon sect, but the 3 white-haired elders made her feel extremely threatened. Especially the Empyrean powerhouse, whose terrifying evil chi was like a sky-burning flame, locking the Saintess and Darkness Xianxia in place. When the experts of the primitive demon sect saw the appearance of Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess Yuanling, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes surged with monstrous killing intent. Although Darkness Xianxia and the Saintess Yuanling were wrapped in bright divine light and looked hazy, their bodies were entangled together. Even a fool would know what they were doing. Ah! Damned beast! How dare you defile the Saintess Yuanling? You must tear him to shreds. Bastard, the Saintess Yuanling has been defiled. His Highness will not let us go. We will all suffer with him. Capture him, I want him to beg for death. The 2 supreme saint kings roared. Their hair and beards fluttering, their eyes full of anger and killing intent. The hundreds of disciples of the primitive demon sect were so angry that they screamed and treated Darkness Xianxia as their enemy. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. That was the Saintess Yuanling of the primitive demon sect, a peerless figure in the entire demon realm. Which disciple of the primitive demon sect was not infatuated with the Saintess Yuanling? Even the crown prince treated the Saintess Yuanling as his exclusive property. There was a rumor in the primitive demon sect that the crown prince was cultivating in seclusion. When he came out this time, his cultivation would reach the celestial master realm. At that time, with the help of the Saintess Yuanling's original spirit chi, he would be able to break through to the supreme emperor realm. But now, the Saintess Yuanling had been defiled. They could imagine how furious the crown prince would be if he knew about this. Bastard! No matter who you are, you have to die today. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the celestial master. His killing intent was almost tangible. In an instant, monstrous killing intent surged around him and he pressed his palm down on darkness Xianxia. Light flashed in the eyes of the Saintess of Light. In an instant, boundless light radiated from her body. The luminous sun disk soared into the sky like an ancient mountain. Dazzling light gushed out and blocked in front of the celestial Master Elder. Buzz, the huge palm print collided with the luminous disks. In an instant, blazing light bloomed, and the luminous disks buzzed. Saintess of Light, how dare you go against the primitive demon sect? The celestial Master Elder stared at the Saintess of Light with killing intent in his eyes and said coldly. Primitive demon sect? You still have time to kill us now? The blood prison demon sect is about to break through this world of relics. When they come in, this antiquity time relic will change hands. The Saintess of Light smiled faintly. She was not being an alarmist. When she and Darkness Xianxia entered the world of relics, she deliberately made a big noise in order to alarm the blood prison demon sect and lure them in. Calculating the time, the blood prison demon sect was about to enter the world of relics. Blood prison demon sect? Stop trying to scare us. The blood prison demon sect doesn't even know about this primordial relic. A supreme sage king sneered. Master, holy master, these people might not be able to sense whether I'm telling the truth, but can't you? If the blood prison demon sect breaks into the primordial relic world, I'm afraid all your efforts will be in vain. The Holy Maiden of Light smiled. A heavenly venerate could sense the energy fluctuations of the world. If the blood prison demon sect was attacking the primordial relic world, a heavenly venerate would definitely be able to sense it. After the Holy Maiden of Light finished speaking, the heavenly venerate's face suddenly turned pale. The Holy Maiden of Light was right. Now, the blood prison demon sect had gathered a large number of experts outside the primordial relic world. They were madly attacking the array seal left by the primordial demon sect, trying to break into the primordial relic world. Damn it! Junior brothers, trap them first. Don't let them escape. Wait until I blocked the blood prison demon sect's people, then I'll come back to take care of them. The heavenly venerate said furiously. Although he wanted to kill the Holy Maiden of Light and Darkness Xianxia immediately, he knew that he couldn't kill the Holy Maiden of Light so quickly with the Supreme Emperor weapon, the luminous discs. After all, the Holy Maiden of Light's cultivation had broken through to the Saint King realm. Moreover, in comparison, it was more important to resolve the crisis of the blood prison demon sect. The primordial relic couldn't be lost. The primordial relic's core inheritance must not fall into the hands of the blood prison demon sect. Senior brother, don't worry. They won't be able to escape. They're just two ordinary Saint Kings. We'll capture them alive and wait for senior brother to deal with them. The two supreme sage king realm elders cupped their fists at the heavenly venerate. Swoosh, the heavenly venerate looked deeply at Darkness Xianxia and the Holy Maiden of Light. Without any hesitation, his body flashed and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. He had to seek help from the primordial demon sect and preside over the primordial relic world sealing array. Without a heavenly venerate like him, the blood prison demon sect would be able to break in soon. This was something he would never allow. For this reason, he could even temporarily give up on killing Dark Soaring Sky and Holy Maiden of Light. Seeing that the Holy Master had left, the Holy Maiden of Light heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure on her was instantly reduced. Even with Guanming's chakra, she could not guarantee that she could hold off that heavenly venerable for long. Moreover, there were two supreme holy kings and hundreds of saints who were eyeing them covetously. Now that the heavenly venerate had left, even if there were still two supreme sacred kings, the Holy Maiden had nothing to fear. Holy Maiden of Light, if you surrender quickly, I can spare your life. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. The two peerless Saint Kings glared at the Saintess with murderous intent in their eyes. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. The Saintess of Light said indifferently. You're courting death. The two peerless Saint Kings' eyes were filled with murderous intent. In an instant, they leaped into the air. Incomparably violent Saint Path energy gushed out from their bodies like raging waves and pounced on the Saintess of Light. The two peerless Saint Kings' furious attack was extremely powerful. Even the Saintess of Light did not dare to be careless. She immediately activated Guanming's chakra to meet them. Rumble, Guangming's chakra was like a radiant sun, releasing dazzling light. Rays of light pierced through the void like sword chi, instantly enveloping the two peerless Saint Kings and hundreds of primitive demon sect's disciples. Great light sword chi. The Saintess of Light scolded softly. In an instant, the rays of light became extremely sharp, containing an extreme emperor aura that could destroy everything. The aura was extremely terrifying. This was an emperor technique left behind by the Great Light Emperor. With the help of Guangming's chakra, it unleashed an extremely terrifying power. Rumble, the two supreme Saint King realm elders were still fine. Their strength was terrifying. Although they were bathed in sword rain, their attacks were incomparably violent, shattering the sword chi that filled the sky. However, the hundreds of primitive demon sect's disciples were not so lucky. They were originally restless, waiting for the two elders to deal with the Saintess of Light so that they could launch a sneak attack on dark soaring clouds. Seeing dark soaring clouds and Yuan Ling's Saintess dual cultivation, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. No matter what, they wanted to get rid of dark soaring clouds first. However, when the great light sword chi fell, a dozen of the weaker primitive demon sect's disciples were unable to dodge in time. The sword chi pierced through their foreheads and completely destroyed their souls. Bastard! All disciples, retreat 10,000 miles. The two peerless Saint King elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They roared crazily, their eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. Their hearts were bleeding. Those were the most talented disciples of the primitive devil sect. Every one of them was extremely talented. Hundreds of them had been selected from millions of disciples and sent to the Origin Sea for training. In just a few decades, they had reached their current level. It could be said that they would at least become Saint Kings in the future. They even had hopes of breaking through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Each of them was the treasure of the primitive demon sect. Now that the Saintess of Light had killed a dozen of them, they were heartbroken. They hurriedly ordered the remaining disciples to retreat from the battlefield. They were really afraid that the Saintess of Light would go crazy and slaughter most of the primitive demon sect's disciples. If that happened, their efforts over the past few decades would be in vain. The primitive demon sect's disciples were all shocked when they knew how ruthless and powerful the Saintess of Light was. They did not dare to stay here any longer. They all retreated. Bitch, I will *CK you 10,000 times and then cut you into pieces. You will never be reincarnated. One of the elders with white hair and beard said viciously. He stared at the Saintess of Light in front of him. Suddenly, a blazing light rose around him and turned into a monstrous void fire, spreading toward the Saintess of Light. In an instant, the sea of flames in the void boiled as the void started to distort. The other elder had an ancient sword in his hand. It shone with dazzling sword radiance and made a clanging sound in the void space. In an instant, the sword was unsheathed and an extremely sharp sword chi slashed toward the Saintess of Light. The two supreme Saint Kings were enraged. They wanted to kill the Saintess of Light once and for all. Old dogs, do you think you are worthy of touching my woman? Just as the Saintess of Light was about to drive the heavenly wheel of light to fight the two primitive demon sect's Saint Kings, a cold and domineering voice suddenly rang out in the void space. Husband, you're awake? The Saintess of Light was shocked. She immediately looked at dark soaring clouds with joy. Dark soaring clouds. Rumble, a huge vortex seemed to have appeared around dark soaring clouds and Yuan Ling Saintess. Endless origin energy violently surged into their bodies. Dark Ling Xiao and Yuan Ling Saintess had both broken through to the peak Holy King realm. Dark soaring cloud walked out of the endless origin energy. His upper body was bare, revealing his incomparably muscular body. Darkness and light coexisted around him like two halos floating behind him. This made dark soaring cloud, who was already incomparably evil, appear even more mysterious and evil. His black hair danced wildly, exuding a wild and unruly temperament. The aura around him was terrifying, exuding an invincible aura. He instantly appeared beside the Saintess of Light. Boom! Dark Ling Xiao threw out a simple punch, the flames all over the sky suddenly exploded into a rain of light in the void. On the other hand, the sharp streak of sword light was shattered by Darkness Soaring Firmament's punch, turning into nothingness. The full force attack of the two supreme holy kings was directly neutralized by Dark Ling Xiao. You are the dark demon sect's holy son, Dark Lingxiao? The expressions of the two supreme saint kings changed. Their eyes turned ugly. For some reason, although the two of them seemed to be a realm higher than Darkness Lingxiao, and Darkness Lingxiao had only just broken through to peak Saint King, they felt an extremely powerful threat from Darkness Lingxiao. It's me. Old dog of the primitive demon sect, are you the ones who want to kill me? Dark Lingxiao sneered, his eyes cold. Lingxiao, you have caused great trouble for the dark demon sect. You have offended the primitive demon sect. Even the dark demon sect can't save you. Surrender now, kneel down and admit your mistake. Perhaps you will still have a chance to live. The two supreme holy kings said coldly. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Darkness Lingxiao sighed softly. In that case, let me tell you. Dark Lingxiao's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp light. Boom, he was like a raging sun that had suddenly exploded. His speed was extremely fast, even faster than lightning. He appeared in front of a peerless Saint King almost instantly. The power of light and darkness intertwined on his fist, and then he threw a punch. Crack, the space exploded at that moment. The violent energy was compressed to the limit. The origin of light and darkness within it made the peerless Saint Ruler shiver. He sensed fatal killing intent and hurriedly retreated. Boom, the dark fist was extremely fast, directly shattering the Saint King's Saint aura and sending him flying. Puff, the peerless Holy King's body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His aura instantly became dispirited. Boom, Dark Lingxiao did not throw a second punch. It was as if he did not take the peerless Saint King seriously at all. He threw another punch and then moved to the other peerless Saint King. The peerless Saint King was stunned by Dark Lingxiao's terrifying combat strength. By the time he reacted and wanted to block the attack, Dark Lingxiao had already charged over. Puff, he spurted out blood as well, and his chest caved in. He was sent flying, even though the two of them were supreme saint rulers and possessed tremendous life origin energy. Darkness Lingxiao's punch contained the origin energy of light and darkness. It wreaked havoc in their bodies, causing them to tremble violently. They had basically suffered unimaginable injuries in an instant. The two peerless Saint King elders could not even withstand a single blow from Dark Lingxiao. In the distance, the disciples of the primitive demon sect were stunned. They could not imagine how Dark Lingxiao could possess such terrifying combat strength. Swoosh, Dark Lingxiao stretched out his hands and grabbed the two elders' necks as fast as lightning. He lifted them up, and a cold killing intent surged in his eyes. As for the two elders, they were struggling violently. Their eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that they were going to die like this? Dark Lingxiao, can you spare their lives for my sake? Suddenly, Yuan Ling's saintess flew over from afar. Her eyes were filled with incomparable complexity as she spoke to Dark Lingxiao. Spare their lives? Sure. Dark Lingxiao glanced at Yuan Ling's saintess and nodded faintly. Then, he tossed the two elders of the primitive demon sect away like they were garbage. Yuan Ling's saintess's eyes showed a trace of surprise. She did not expect Dark Lingxiao to agree so easily. Dark Lingxiao seemed to have seen the surprise in Yuan Ling's saintess's eyes. He said indifferently, "You are my woman. You have just helped me break through to the peak Saint King realm. Since you have asked me, I will naturally agree. But only this time. My woman's heart can only be tied to me. She cannot be bound by anyone else." Hearing Dark Lingxiao's overbearing words, Yuan Ling's saintess's eyes became even more complicated. She originally wanted to use her powerful primordial spirit to control Dark Lingxiao, but she did not expect that she would lose control and lose her virginity to Dark Lingxiao. After being in perfect harmony with Dark Lingxiao and cultivating primordial spirit, she felt an inexplicable closeness to Dark Lingxiao. She could not even hate him even if she wanted to. She did not have any objection to Dark Lingxiao's overbearing words. The two elders of the primitive demon sect looked extremely humiliated. They were supreme saint kings, but they were defeated by Dark Lingxiao so easily. In the end, they had to rely on Yuan Ling's saintess to beg for their lives. Their hatred and killing intent towards Dark Soaring Firmament had reached an extreme. "Lingxiao, if you promise me that you will not kill any disciples of the primitive demon sect before leaving this world, I will take you to the core inheritance of the chaotic demon sect." You may be able to obtain the core inheritance of the chaotic demon sect there. Yuan Ling Saintus pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said to Dark Lingxiao. The core inheritance of the primitive demon sect? Dark Lingxiao's eyes lit up. The primitive demon sect was known as the most powerful force in the legendary demon realm. They had once unified the entire demon realm and made countless experts tremble at their feet. How powerful would the inheritance of such a terrifying sect be? Supreme Emperor Art. Apex Emperor Weapon? Origin Emperor Sutra. Dark Lingxiao's heart was filled with anticipation. No. Yuan Ling, the core inheritance of the chaotic demon sect. You must not bring outsiders there. You are betraying us. The primitive demon sect will not let you go. The Emperor will not let you go either. The two elders of the primitive demon sect heard Yuan Ling Saintus's words and their faces changed instantly. They hurriedly shouted, trying to stop Yuan Ling Saintus. P.S. This is the end of the third update. Everyone, rest early. Third Sect Master. The two elders of the primitive devil sect stared at the Saintess Yuan Ling with fury and disbelief. The inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect was something that the primitive demon sect was determined to get. If they could get it, they might be able to surpass the immortal demon sect and the blood prison demon sect and become the greatest existence in the demon realm. Although the primitive demon sect had been exploring the primordial relic for dozens of years and searched for all the treasures in the periphery, they still couldn't enter the primordial demon sect's land of inheritance. However, they treated it as the exclusive property of the primitive demon sect and didn't allow anyone to touch it. Saintess Yuan Ling wanted to take Darkness Ling Xiao to the inheritance land of the Chaos Demon sect. This was the biggest betrayal. Elders, believe me, the inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect doesn't belong to the primitive demon sect. I'm doing this for your sake. You're not Ling Xiao's match. Saintess Yuan Ling said calmly. Doesn't belong to the primitive demon sect? Does the inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect belong to Ling Xiao? The two elders were so angry that they laughed. Their words were sarcastic, but Saintess Yuan Ling nodded calmly and said, yes, the inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect only belongs to Ling Xiao, and only he can open it. Bullshit. An elder scolded angrily. Yuan Ling, the sect has worked hard to cultivate you. I didn't expect you to be such a traitor. The Emperor won't let you go. There will be no place for you in the demon realm. The other elder was so angry that his entire body was trembling. They didn't expect Saintess Yuan Ling to become a different person after sleeping with Darkness Ling Xiao. She wanted to take Darkness Ling Xiao to the inheritance land of the Chaos Demon sect? Wife, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Let's go. I want to see what's in the inheritance land of the Chaos Demon sect. Dark High Firmament sneered and said eagerly. Okay. Saintess Yuan Ling nodded and said. You all deserve to die. Yuan Ling, the Emperor won't let you go. The two elders of the primitive demon sect roared furiously. Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation. They could only watch as Yuan Ling Saintess left with Darkness Ling Xiao and Light Saintess. There was nothing they could do. Although the two of them had the cultivation of a Supreme Saint King, they were no match for Darkness Soaring Clouds at all, especially the terrifying light and darkness sources, which seemed to be able to destroy everything, completely injuring them with a single blow. However, Dark Soaring Heavens turned a deaf ear to their roars and threats. In any case, they were both defeated opponents, ant-like existences that could be killed at any time. They posed no threat at all. Moreover, Dark Soaring Clouds had promised Yuan Ling Saintess to spare their lives. However, the powerhouses of the Blood Prison Demon sect were about to charge in. Even if Ling Xiao didn't kill them, they were seriously injured and it was hard to say if they could survive the attack of the Blood Prison Demon sect. Whoosh! 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 Ling Xiao, Yuan Ling Saintess, and Light Saintess went to the depths of the Origin Sea together. The Origin Source Sea was able to gather such a vast amount of Origin Source energy because of the mysterious Origin Source formation set up in the Chaotic Demon sect's land of inheritance. It could continuously extract Origin Source energy from the All Heavens voids. The original intention of the Chaotic Demon sect to set up the Origin Array was to protect the core land of inheritance. This was because the land of inheritance of the Chaotic Demon sect was in the center of the Origin Sea. Rumble, the origin sea was turbulent and surging, containing terrifying energy fluctuations. The closer one got to the center of the origin sea, the more violent the origin energy became. Even saints and supreme saints couldn't cultivate in the center of the origin sea. Only a Saint King Realm Master could withstand such violent source energy. That is the core land of inheritance of the chaotic demon sect. Unfortunately, the primitive demon sect has used all means to enter the chaotic heavenly palace for so many years. Yuan Ling Saintess pointed to the void in front of her and said. Ling Xiao looked up and saw an ancient and mysterious heavenly palace floating above the vast and turbulent origin sea. The heavenly palace was filled with chaotic energy and was grayish-brown in color. It didn't look exquisite at all and was very rough, as if it was built with huge chaotic stones without any decoration. However, looking at the heavenly palace, Ling Xiao could feel an ancient aura coming from it. The heavenly palace seemed to have come from the ancient times. The flow of time had solidified on it, and it exuded an eternal and immortal fluctuation. Although it seemed that the heavenly palace was right in front of Dark Ling Xiao felt as if they were separated by endless time and space. What a strange chaotic heavenly palace! A light flashed in Dark Ling Xiao's eyes. Although the chaotic heavenly palace was right in front of him, Dark Ling Xiao sensed an extremely chaotic space and time power. It seemed chaotic, but there seemed to be a pattern, forming an extremely mysterious formation that completely isolated the chaotic heavenly palace from this world. Although this chaos divine palace is in the skies above the source sea, the truth is that it doesn't exist in this spacetime. It's like a projection, covered in an incomparably complex and mysterious spacetime array. Even if a Saint King powerhouse were to rashly enter, they would be instantly torn apart and turned to ash. 2 Saint King ancestors of the primitive demon sect have died, and heavenly master experts have come here and used an extreme way emperor weapon, but they still couldn't enter the chaotic heavenly palace. Yuan Ling Saintess explained. Since you haven't entered the chaotic heavenly palace, how can you be sure that the core inheritance of the chaotic demon sect is here? The Saintess of Light asked curiously. Although we haven't entered the chaotic heavenly palace, we have already plundered all the treasures in the ruins. According to various clues, this chaotic heavenly palace is the real core of the chaotic demon sect. Yuan Ling Saintess said slowly. Your primitive demon sect has the primitive demon emperor, but even you can't break the spacetime formation outside the chaotic demon sect. How can you believe that I can enter the chaotic heavenly palace? Dark Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. You're different. Yuan Ling Saintess said calmly. Your body contains the origin of the demon realm, and you have the luck of the demon realm. It's not an exaggeration to call you the son of the demon realm. If the chaotic demon sect wants to find a successor, you're the best choice. Therefore, you have the greatest chance. Although the spacetime formation is strong, if you release your aura, especially the origin of the demon realm, you'll definitely be able to enter the chaotic heavenly palace. Although Yuan Ling Saintess's voice was calm, it contained a kind of certainty. She was sure that Dark Ling Xiao could enter the chaotic heavenly palace. I'm naturally interested in the inheritance of the chaotic demon sect. In that case, I'll give it a try. Dark Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes flashed as his gaze fell on the chaotic heavenly palace, and he instantly soared into the sky. /book 62507/L. Emosang Mountain Range. Thousands of figures with terrifying auras hovered in the air. Every one of them was a Saint Path Realm expert. Thousands of saints descended upon the Emosang Mountain Range, causing the barren mountain range to shake violently and the void to distort. The 3 figures in the lead seemed to be shrouded in the sun. Their auras were extremely terrifying, as if they contained the majestic energy of a volcano. Every move of theirs contained the fluctuations of the Great Path Law. They were shockingly 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. They were all from the Blood Prison Demon sect. After discovering the primordial relic of the Chaos Demon sect, they decisively mobilized thousands of experts. Under the lead of the 3 holy masters, they began to attack the seal array of the relic world. How dare the primitive demon sect secretly explore the primordial demon sect's relic in our territory? They must have a death wish. The primordial demon sect's relic can only belong to the Blood Prison Demon sect. Kill everyone in the relic. If the Blood Prison Demon sect obtains the primordial demon sect's inheritance, we will immediately become the #1 holy land in the demon world. The gazes of the three heavenly venerables were incomparably cold, containing ice-cold killing intent. Their bodies exuded a terrifying and monstrous fluctuation. Rumble, under the lead of the three holy masters, thousands of experts from the Blood Prison Demon sect displayed their most powerful attacks. They continuously attacked the array of the relic world, trying to forcefully break open the array. The experts from the Blood Prison Demon sect were extremely furious. They had never thought that the primordial demon sect's relic would be in the Amosang mountain range. If they had not accidentally discovered the fluctuations of the battle, they would probably still be in the dark. They hated the primitive demon sect to the core. Rumble, the terrifying attacks were like beams of dazzling divine light that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. They continuously bombarded the array of the relic world. The mountains of the Amosang mountain range crumbled, revealing the dazzling array of the relic world. The chaotic mist was ethereal and vaguely seemed to lead to another world. In the relic world, the primordial demon sect's holy master looked extremely solemn. Damn it! Ling Xiao and the Sanctus of the Light must have attracted the Blood Prison Demon sect. Otherwise, they would not have discovered the relic. I will tear them to shreds. The heavenly venerable ancestor said angrily. Although he was presiding over the core of the array and wanted to stop the Blood Prison Demon sect from breaking the array, he still felt great pressure. Even with him, a celestial venerable, presiding over the formation, the Blood Prison Demon sect had mobilized over 1,000 Saint Wei experts, as well as 3 celestial venerables and over a dozen saint rulers. It gave him tremendous pressure. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the formation barrier was completely shattered. Why haven't the sect's reinforcements arrived yet? The inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect must not fall into the hands of the Blood Prison Demon sect. The celestial venerable ancestor said anxiously. His eyes were filled with determination. A terrifying aura filled the air around him. Vast energy was continuously poured into the matrix, forming a vast matrix boundary. It sealed the entrance of the passage and prevented the cultivators of the Blood Prison Demon sect from entering the world of the ruins. However, the boundary of the matrix continued to tremble. With the attacks of the many cultivators of the Blood Prison Demon sect, the runes were shattered and annihilated, as if they would be completely broken at any time. Rumble, at this moment, a blood-red light bloomed and turned into a blood-red sun. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were spreading out. The blood-red sun exuded a vast emperor's aura and slammed into the boundary of the formation. Extreme Emperor Weapon, Blood Prison Heavenly Sun? The primordial demon sect's celestial venerable ancestor's expression changed instantly. He could not help but exclaim. The Blood Prison Demon sect had actually brought the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun, an Extreme Emperor weapon, with the celestial venerable's aura activating the Blood Prison Heavenly Sun. How long could the matrix boundary withstand it? Rumble, the blood-red sun bloomed. It contained an unparalleled divine might. It directly collided with the boundary of the formation. The innumerable runes exploded with a loud bang. The boundary of the formation trembled violently. In the end, it completely shattered like a spider web. The passage to the world of the ruins had opened. Kill everyone in. Leave no one alive. The celestial venerable of the Blood Prison Demon sect said coldly. Swoosh! 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 Under the lead of the 3 celestial venerables of the Blood Prison Demon sect, thousands of holy path experts flooded into the world of the ruins. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Just as the passage to the world of the ruins was opened, Darkness Ling Xiao sensed something and could not help but look into the distance. The world of the ruins was trembling. There was an ominous aura fluctuation in the distance. It seemed that the Blood Prison Demon sect had entered. Darkness Ling Xiao stood in front of the Chaos Heavenly Palace and collected his thoughts. Regardless of whether the Blood Prison Demon sect had entered, the most important thing was to enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Chaos Heavenly Palace in front of him seemed to be within reach. However, Darkness Ling Xiao felt an extremely chaotic space-time power that seemed to be able to crush everything. It was a space-time origin power that could even kill a Sage King. It was the power of the Emperor Realm. No wonder the primordial demon sect was unable to enter Chaos Divine Palace. Unless the primordial demon emperor personally came and used his transcendent divine might to forcefully flatten the spacetime array around Chaos Divine Palace, even an Empyrean powerhouse wouldn't be able to enter. Darkness Ling Xiao followed the instructions of Saintess Yuan Ling. The aura of darkness and light bloomed around him. The power of evil and holiness appeared on his body at the same time, making him appear more mysterious and ethereal. Darkness Ling Xiao's body emitted a mysterious origin aura. It was the aura fluctuation of the origin demon bone, which was also the origin of the demon realm mentioned by Saintess Yuan Ling. It also represented the supreme luck of Darkness Ling Xiao. The Chaos Demon Sect. I wonder what is the relationship between the Chaos Demon Sect and the Chaos Heavenly Sect in the Divine World. And the Chaos Secret Skill, perhaps it has some use? Darkness Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he began to operate the Chaos Secret Skill. Although he walked the path of Demon Tao, he mainly cultivated the Darkness Scripture and the Light Scripture. Among the 12 Sky Skills, he cultivated the Light and Darkness Secret Skill and the Sky Devouring Secret Skill the most. However, he and Ling Xiao were of the same origin, so he also dabbled in the Chaos Secret Skill. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the end of the Light and Darkness Secret Skill was probably to return to the Chaos. Boom! Darkness Ling Xiao's body emitted a mysterious Chaos Qi, and the aura of the Chaos origin also erupted. As if it had felt the mysterious aura in Darkness Ling Xiao's body, the originally calm Chaos Heavenly Palace actually began to vibrate slightly. It's working. Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and the origin of the demon realm and the Chaos origin in his body were even more majestic. And boom, as if hundreds of millions of thunderbolts burst out, the Chaos Heavenly Palace trembled slightly, bursting out a thunder-like roar, rippling out a mysterious space-time ripple, causing the surrounding void to quickly shatter. A bright rainbow bridge traversed hundreds of millions of miles of void, spreading directly from the Chaos Heavenly Palace, and appeared at the feet of Dark Ling Xiao. It seemed that as long as Dark Ling Xiao stepped on this rainbow bridge, he could directly enter the Chaos Heavenly Palace. He really opened the Chaos Heavenly Palace? Yuan Ling Saintess trembled, and her eyes were full of incomparable shock. Although she thought that Dark Ling Xiao had a great possibility of opening the Chaos Heavenly Palace, she still felt incomparably shocked at this moment. This was the inheritance left by the Chaos Demon Sect, the former overlord of the Demon Realm, the supreme holy land that unified the Demon Realm. If it really fell into the hands of Dark Ling Xiao, how strong would he be, an Imperial Emperor or a Supreme Emperor? The Blood Prison Demon Sect should have already attacked. It's not safe for you to stay outside. Come with me into the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Dark Ling Xiao said to Yuan Ling Saintess and Light Saintess. Okay. Yuan Ling Saintess and Light Saintess both nodded, and there was a look of anticipation in their eyes. They were also very curious, what kind of shocking inheritance was in the legendary Chaos Demon Sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! They leaped up and instantly stepped on the rainbow bridge with Dark Ling Xiao, and then a bright light wrapped the three of them, and they instantly flew into the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Dark Ling Xiao felt the spacetime around him change. He seemed to have shuttled through hundreds of millions of miles of void in an instant, but also seemed to have traveled through hundreds of millions of years. The incomparably chaotic power of space and time intertwined, making Dark Ling Xiao unable to detect where he was. When his eyes lit up again, he appeared in front of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. This was the real Chaos Heavenly Palace. It looked like an extremely ordinary palace. It was made of grayish-brown stones, and its walls were mottled. Traces of time flowed through it, and it was suffused with chaotic energy. It emitted an ancient aura. And now, the Chaos Heavenly Palace was within reach. It was no longer like before, when it seemed to be separated by endless space and time. Ling Xiao, Yuan Ling Saintess, and Light Saintess stood in front of the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Boom! The two ancient doors of the Chaos Heavenly Palace slowly opened, and a vast amount of chaos energy gushed out. The Saintess of Light and the Saintess of Yuan Ling both trembled and fainted. Who is it? Darkness Ling Xiao's expression changed as he said coldly. Such a strange method made the Holy Maiden of Light and the Holy Maiden of Yuan Ling faint directly. Even Ling Xiao did not notice anything, which made him very vigilant. You're finally here. An old and deep voice sounded. The light in front of Darkness Ling Xiao changed, and an old man with white hair and beard appeared. His body seemed to be somewhat illusory, like a spiritual body. However, his eyes were extremely wise and deep, as if he could see through everything. Don't worry. These two young friends have only fainted temporarily because there are some things that are not suitable for them to know. The old man said slowly to Darkness Ling Xiao. Who are you? Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said flatly. I am the Chaos Heavenly Palace. This is the weapon spirit of an extreme emperor weapon. The old man said with a smile. The primal Chaos Heaven Palace is actually an extreme Tao emperor weapon? Darkness Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He did not expect the ordinary-looking Chaos Heavenly Palace in front of him to be a powerful extreme emperor weapon. Most importantly, he did not sense any extreme emperor aura. I have been waiting here for hundreds of millions of years, and finally, the Chaos Demon Tribe clansmen have arrived. You are also the last Chaos Demon Tribe clansman, and the only successor of the Chaos Demon sect. The weapon spirit said to Darkness Ling Xiao. Chaos Demon Tribe? Could it be the aura of the origin demon bone? Darkness Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. The Chaos Demon Tribe is the oldest tribe in the demon world. They came from the beginning of the demon god era, and they were the first to unify the demon world and establish the Chaos Demon sect. You don't have to be confused. Once you obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Demon sect, you will understand everything. The weapon spirit said with a smile. Senior, why do you say that I am a Chaos Demon Tribe clansman? Darkness Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. The Chaos Heavenly Palace can only be opened by the Chaos Demon Tribe clansman. You have the aura of the Chaos Demon Tribe's origin in your body, and no one can fake it. Otherwise, even the Supreme Emperor can forget about opening the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Although your bloodline is very heterogeneous, your bones are the pure bones of the Chaos origin, and they contain the aura of the Chaos origin. Moreover, you have the secret skill of the Chaos origin, so you are a Chaos Demon Tribe clansman, and probably the only one left in this world. The weapon spirit said slowly, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. Senior, since the Chaos Demon sect was the overlord of the demon world, and the supreme existence that unified the demon world, how did it disappear in the demon world, and even its inheritance was sealed? Darkness Ling Xiao asked curiously. All of this was done by the despicable and shameless immortal tribe. In order to obtain the Chaos Ancient Scripture of the Chaos Demon Tribe, they set a trap, killed the Chaos Demon Emperor, and slaughtered countless Chaos Demon Tribe members, causing the Chaos Demon sect to be destroyed overnight. The weapon spirit said slowly, and there was a trace of hatred and sorrow in his eyes. Even though countless years had passed since then, he was still furious when he brought it up. Immortal Tribe? The legendary first epic master, the high and mighty immortal tribe that has existed for countless years? Darkness Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. His original body had met the immortal tribe highness in the Chaos Secret Zone not long ago. He did not expect the immortal tribe to be behind the destruction of the Chaos Demon sect. The first epic master? That's just the shameless immortal tribe trying to flatter themselves. The first epic master was also the true master of the universe, and the supreme overlord of the myriad heavens and realms was the immortal tribe. The immortal tribe was just a servant of the immortal tribe, but unfortunately, the immortal tribe benefited the most from the destruction of the immortal tribe. The immortal tribe is just a bunch of stinky rats hiding in the dark, despicable and shameless bastards. The weapon spirit said through gritted teeth, and his eyes were full of disdain. Immortal tribe? Immortal tribe? Darkness Ling Xiao could not help but be shocked when he heard the secrets of the immortal tribe and the immortal tribe from the weapon spirit. His original body had obtained the immortal tribe mark in the Chosen One convention, and it was vaguely recorded that the immortal tribe was the most powerful overlord of the myriad heavens and realms. Otherwise, the divine world would not be named after God. Later, Ling Xiao heard about the immortal tribe from Taoist Wuliang. He did not expect the immortal tribe to have such a relationship with the immortal tribe. P.S. The third update is over. Everyone, rest early. Third Master. Darkness Ling Xiao did not expect the destruction of the Chaos Demon tribe to be related to the immortal tribe. He gained a deeper understanding of the immortal tribe's strength. It should be known that the Chaos Demon race was the oldest race in the demon world and could be traced back to the beginning of the chaos. They had once created supreme glory and unified the entire demon world. The Chaos Demon Emperor was a peerless existence. According to the old spirit, the Chaos Demon Emperor had once dazzled the heavens and possessed invincible divine might. He had once killed a great emperor of the same level and was a peerless figure who dominated the heavens. Such a figure was probably equivalent to the heavenly emperor of the human tribe. Such a heaven-defying figure had died in the immortal tribe's scheme and led to the destruction of the Chaos Demon tribe. All that was left was this Chaos Demon relic. Dark Xianxia's heart was filled with dread towards the immortal clan. Heavens has allowed you to come to the Chaos Heavenly Palace. This means that the Chaos Demon tribe is not destined to die. From now on, you will be the master of the Chaos Heavenly Palace and also my master. All the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe in the Chaos Heavenly Palace belongs to you. The Weapon Spirit Elder said slowly and looked at Darkness Xianxia with fervent hope. He had been waiting here for countless years, so long that he had forgotten the time and even thought that the Chaos Demon tribe had been completely wiped out. He did not expect Darkness Xianxia to come. What is the inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe? How can I refine the Chaos Heavenly Palace? Darkness Xianxia's eyes flashed and he said slowly. The most heaven-defying inheritance of the Chaos Demon tribe is naturally the Chaos Ancient Scripture. It is said that the Chaos Ancient Scripture was imprinted in the body of the Chaos Demon tribe's ancestor and was bestowed by the Chaos. It contains the supreme mystery of the Chaos Great Tao. Although the immortal tribe destroyed the Chaos Demon tribe and killed the Chaos Emperor, they did not obtain the Chaos Ancient Scripture. Once you have cultivated the Chaos Ancient Scripture, you will naturally be able to refine the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Chaos Ancient Scripture is in the Chaos Heavenly Palace. The Weapon Spirit Elder said. The Chaos Ancient Scripture? Take me there. Dark High Firmament nodded. He followed the Weapon Spirit Elder into the Chaos Heavenly Palace. Rumble, the Heavenly Palace of Primal Chaos seemed to be a mysterious primal chaos world. Endless primal chaos fog was faintly discernible, and mysterious lights were dazzling all around. Lightning interweaved, flames rose, and earth, water, wind, and fire evolved. All kinds of mysterious phenomena appeared. Darkness Soaring Firmament almost thought that he had arrived in the primal chaos space. An ancient stone tablet appeared before him. There seemed to be nothing on the stone tablet. It was surrounded by the aura of primal chaos. However, there was an ancient and terrifying aura fluctuating from it. It was as if it could suppress the heavens and remain eternal. The Primal Chaos Origin Technique is the key to unlocking the Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture. The old artifact spirit said to Dark Xianxia. Dark Xianxia's eyes lit up as he sensed an extremely familiar feeling coming from the stone tablet before him. Darkness Soaring Cloud began to operate the Primal Chaos Secret Technique. Streaks of mysterious chaotic light bloomed from his body. The Primal Chaos Secret Technique contained the law of primal chaos. It contained everything and was incomparably vast. However, Dark Soaring Clouds had only cultivated the surface. Previously, when he used the Primal Chaos Secret Technique, he couldn't unleash much combat strength. This was because the law of primal chaos was too difficult to comprehend. It wasn't something that a Saint Tao realm expert could comprehend. The Great Tao of Primal Chaos was known as the number one Great Tao in the heavens. It was even above the Great Tao of Destiny. As Dark Soaring Clouds used the Primal Chaos Secret Technique, the chaotic light around him bloomed and surged toward the stone tablet before him. Rumble, the stone tablet trembled violently. Mysterious light spewed out, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. As if the dust had been brushed away, the stone tablet shone brightly with golden light. Auspicious vapors rose and ancient and profound golden runes appeared, forming an ancient scripture. The Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture. Dark Soaring Clouds trembled. He immediately sensed that the scripture that appeared on the stone tablet was surging toward his soul like a torrent. Dark Soaring Clouds felt as if he was instantly enveloped by endless chaotic light. Darkness surrounded him. There was no light, no life. Only the eternal chaos was describing the power of chaos to Dark Soaring Clouds in a strange way. Dark Soaring Clouds sensed that the scripture of darkness and scripture of light that he'd cultivated had been completely encompassed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture. Light and darkness fused together and ultimately returned to the chaos. The Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture was incomparably mysterious. It was the supreme inheritance of the chaos demons that even immortals coveted. As Dark Soaring Clouds gradually comprehended the Primal Chaos Ancient Scripture, His comprehension of the law of primal chaos began to advance by leaps and bounds. What dark soaring clouds didn't know was that a strange light bloomed around him. Ancient and mysterious chants seemed to echo from his bones. The surrounding void rumbled and vibrated at the same time. Dark soaring clouds, flesh and blood seemed to be annihilated in an instant. All that was left was a black skeleton covered in ancient and mysterious runes. It was the origin demon bone. Or rather, the origin demon bone of the chaos. Darkness Xianxia had always thought that the origin demon bone that Xianxia had unintentionally obtained might have been the bone of a great emperor. However, he had never expected it to be the origin demon bone of the Chaos Demon tribe. The origin demon bone was branded with the supreme inheritance and fate of the Chaos Demon tribe. Now, it all belonged to dark soaring clouds. His flesh and blood disintegrated. As chaos energy surged, the vast law of primal chaos seemed to be reforging his body, transforming him into a true chaos demon. Legends said that chaos demons possessed an invincible body. When cultivated to the pinnacle, their body would be eternal and indestructible. They could traverse the chaos void and survive myriad tribulations. They possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Dark Soaring Clouds was Dark Soaring Clouds' clone forged from the origin demon bone. His flesh and blood were formed from ordinary treasures, so he was far from being a true chaos demon. While Dark Soaring Clouds was comprehending the primal chaos ancient scripture, the scripture began to mobilize the vast law of primal chaos to reforge his body. However, the process was incomparably slow. Dark Soaring Clouds' flesh and blood were formed from the purest law of primal chaos. When combined with his primal chaos origin demon bone, it would forge the most powerful chaos demon body for him. The great calamity of the epic is coming. There's hope for the chaos demons. The old artifact spirit looked at Dark Soaring Clouds' figure with eyes full of anticipation. Rumble, the door of the primal chaos heavenly palace closed once again. The primal chaos ancient scripture was the heaven-defying inheritance of the chaos demons. Even though Dark Soaring Clouds already possessed the cultivation of a saint king, it would take him a long time to fully comprehend the primal chaos ancient scripture. The process might take years, decades, or even centuries. It's your fortune to be able to become master's women. Fine, I'll give you some good fortune. The artifact spirit looked at the unconscious Saintess of Light and Saintess of Yuanling and said lightly. With a wave of his sleeve, the Saintess of Light and Saintess of Yuanling floated in the air. The chaotic light around them surged and constantly washed their bodies, improving their foundation and cultivation. Although it wasn't as thorough as the Chaos Ancient Scripture's reconstruction of Darkness Xianxia's body, it was still extremely terrifying. After the Saintess of Light and Saintess of Yuanling were refined by the chaotic qi, their bodies were infinitely close to the Chaos Demon body, and their cultivation would also be greatly improved. The artifact spirit treated them as Darkness Xianxia's women, which was why he spent so much effort to reconstruct their foundation and improve their cultivation. They fell into a coma and didn't know that because of Darkness Xianxia, they had obtained a supreme good fortune. Rumble, in the skies above the Source Sea, Chaos Divine Palace slowly faded into the endless chaotic spacetime, completely vanishing from sight. The Primordial Demon Sect and Blood Prison Demon Sect were fighting to the death, but they didn't realize that the Chaos Heavenly Palace had disappeared. If they knew that the most powerful inheritance of the Chaos Demon Sect had fallen into Darkness Xianxia's hands, they would probably go crazy. They had worked hard for decades, but in the end, it was all for Darkness Xianxia. In a vast great thousand world, a mysterious figure floated in the sky. It was a perfect man. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light and was surrounded by 9-colored divine light. His face was extraordinarily handsome, and his figure was tall and heroic. His entire body emitted an ethereal and mysterious aura. He was like a high and mighty celestial emperor, majestic, mysterious, perfect, and powerful. Countless people exuded fanatical worship. Behind him stood 2 figures with terrifying auras. One was an old man in a red robe. He was hale and hearty, and his face was majestic and mysterious. He stood with a sword in both hands, and his expression was extremely respectful. The other was a young woman in a white dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, holy, and ethereal. Her hands were holding a seal, and she was also extremely respectful. Below them, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They were so densely packed that they blotted out the sky. Their vast and terrifying auras seemed to be able to shatter the sky. My lord, of the 23 Saint Kings in the mysterious spirit world, other than the 8 Saint Kings who resisted stubbornly and were killed by us, the other 15 Saint Kings have all submitted. Our Lord's statues have been erected all over the profound spirit world, and tens of thousands of temples have been built. The people of the profound spirit world will worship him every day. Our Lord is the only true God of the profound spirit world. The red-robed elder reported respectfully. That's right. The profound spirit world is already the 9th world that we have conquered, right? Although the Xianling world had tens of billions of living beings, this world was still too weak. Prepare to attack the Fengyun realm. The figure in the void said indifferently. His voice was ethereal and contained the sound of the great path. It was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. His face was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's. He was naturally Ling Zhao's second clone, Faith Ling Xiao. The red-robed elder was the heaven-burning Saint King of the Heaven Prison realm. Originally, he was only a peak Saint King, but after following Faith Ling Xiao and conquering the heavens, he had obtained supreme opportunities. His cultivation had also broken through 2 small realms and reached the Heavenly Lord realm. After all, his accumulation was extremely strong, and what he lacked was only the resources to break through. As for the other Saint Kings, most of them had broken through to the peak Saint King or Supreme Saint King realm. As for the woman in the white dress, she was the Lord of the White Frost world, Bai Linglong. After losing to Faith Ling Xiao, she voluntarily submitted to Faith Ling Xiao. She was also a Heavenly Lord realm expert. The current Faith Ling Xiao was no longer the same as when he had just left the Heaven Prison realm. He had 2 Heavenly Lords and hundreds of Saint Kings under his command. The Saint Army had reached a terrifying number of hundreds of thousands. Along the way, it was like a rolling snowball that grew stronger and stronger. Now, Faith Ling Xiao had conquered 9 boundless worlds and ruled over trillions of living beings. He had built countless shrines and temples, and trillions of living beings were constantly providing him with an endless supply of faith power. However, the 9 boundless worlds that Darkness Ling Xiao had conquered were not strong, but the Wind Cloud world was an extremely powerful boundless world. According to the investigation of the scouts, there were hundreds of Saint King realm experts. This was a tough nut to crack. Has the Lord finally decided to attack the Wind Cloud world? Ha ha ha, the Wind Cloud world will also submit to the Lord without any exception. Burning Heaven Saint King, or rather, Venerable Fan's eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and eagerness to give it a try. My lord, Linglong is willing to be the vanguard and take the lead to attack the Wind Cloud world to investigate the situation. As long as there are no Emperor Realm experts in the Wind Cloud world, the Wind Cloud world will definitely be the Lord's. Bai Linglong also said respectfully. She raised her head slightly and looked at the perfect man in front of her. He was always so calm and wise. He was always able to devise strategies and win battles from thousands of miles away. Under his terrifying calculations, the greater 1,000 worlds had submitted to him. Moreover, Bai Linglong and Fan Tianzuan could no longer see through Faith Ling Xiao's cultivation. Previously, they could barely see that Faith Ling Xiao had broken through from the Saint Realm to the Great Saint Realm with irresistible force. It was as simple as eating and drinking water. However, since Faith Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the Saint King realm, they could no longer see through Faith Ling Xiao's cultivation. Now, Faith Ling Xiao was standing in front of them, but they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. It was like a tsunami, making them feel small in their hearts. They often secretly guessed that Faith Ling Xiao had broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. After all, Faith Ling Xiao's breakthrough did not rely on the great Tao of heaven and earth or the origin energy, but on the power of faith. As long as there was enough power of faith, his cultivation could rapidly improve. Linglong, you don't need to find out the truth. There is an Imperial Emperor powerhouse in the Fengyun realm. This is also the biggest challenge of our trip. This time, we don't need any calculations. We just need to directly push through. Faith Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His smile seemed to be able to make hundreds of flowers bloom and make the world lose its color. Even Bai Linglong was absent-minded for a moment. However, Bai Linglong and Fan Tianzuan were attracted by Faith Ling Xiao's words. An Imperial Emperor powerhouse? The two of them looked at each other with a somewhat solemn expression. If it was a heavenly venerable powerhouse, no matter how many heavenly venerable powerhouses there were, they would not be so worried. After all, an imperial emperor had touched the supreme god realm, far surpassing a saint realm powerhouse. Would they be a match for an imperial emperor? However, when they saw Faith Ling Zhao's indifferent smile, all their worries suddenly disappeared, and their hearts became firm. As long as their master was there, what was there to fear about an imperial emperor? Master's order is to sweep through the Fengyun realm, Fen Tianzuan said in a deep voice. His voice was like thunder, rumbling between heaven and earth. In an instant, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers revealed an incomparably fanatical look, and their bodies exuded a soaring fighting spirit. P.S. Second update, there are only 2 updates today. Everyone, rest early. Tomorrow, 4th update. Wind Cloud Realm. This was an incomparably prosperous upper-class world that contained incomparably dense and powerful origin energy. Geniuses gathered in large numbers and experts emerged in large numbers. There were 2 major clans in the Wind Cloud realm, the Wind Clan and the Cloud Clan. The 2 clans opposed each other and fought endlessly. However, the Wind Clan was overbearing. In recent years, an ancestor of the clan had broken through to the Imperial Emperor realm, causing the Cloud Clan to fall into a disadvantage and suffer heavy losses in the war between the 2 clans. There were many men in the Wind Clan, and they were overbearing and arrogant. There were many women in the Cloud Clan, and all of them were incomparably beautiful. The Wind Clan had always wanted to completely annex the Cloud Clan. During the war between the 2 clans, if the women of the Cloud Clan fell into the hands of the Wind Clan, their fates would be extremely miserable. The Wind Cloud mountain range was a huge mountain range that spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was like the dragon vein of the Wind Cloud realm, separating the territories of the Wind Clan and the Cloud Clan. However, as the ancestor of the Wind Clan broke through to the Imperial Emperor realm, the Wind Cloud mountain range completely fell into the hands of the Wind Clan. Moreover, it was constantly nibbling at the Cloud Clan, causing the territory of the Cloud Clan to constantly shrink. At this moment, an extremely intense battle was taking place in the Wind Cloud mountain range. Protect the princess! Furious roars sounded one after another, filled with soaring fighting spirit and anger. A group of young men and women in silver-white armor with extremely powerful auras held powerful magic treasures in their hands and protected a young girl in the middle. The young girl was also wearing silver-white armor. Her figure was tall and soft, and her curves were exquisite. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her black hair was like a waterfall that hung down to her waist. Her entire body exuded a graceful and noble aura. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anxiety and despair. A group of men in cyan armor had cold eyes and terrifying auras. They exuded powerful fluctuations of the saint path and trapped them in the middle. Cold murderous intent also locked them in place. Princess Xianxia, I advise you not to resist stubbornly. Surrender obediently. Although you don't have the qualifications to become my official consort, you can still be a concubine. A handsome young man in golden armor said indifferently. He had an evil smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with the confidence of victory. His cultivation had already reached the Saint King realm. Fengyun, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't let you capture me to threaten my father. Princess Xianxia said angrily. Sorrow and despair flooded her heart. She had gone to the Wind Cloud mountain range this time to investigate an ancient ruin, but she had never thought that she would fall into the trap of the Wind Clan. The 3rd prince of the Wind Clan, Fengyun, had personally led a large group of experts to kill her. Her 2 Saint King realm guardians had both been killed by the Wind Clan. Currently, she only had a group of Saint Stage and Great Saint Stage powerhouses under her command. Although they were brave, how could they be a match for Fengyun? Not only was Fengyun a Saint King, but he also had 4 Saint King realm guardians. It could be said that they had no chance of survival. You want to die? Ha ha ha. In front of this consort, even if you want to die, it's not up to you. Fengyun laughed. His eyes were filled with coldness. Go. Kill them all. Capture Princess Xianxia alive. As Fengyun waved his hand, the experts of the Wind Clan immediately pounced forward with a ferocious smile. The eyes of the experts of the Cloud Clan were filled with determination. They knew that they would not be able to escape this time, but they were determined to make the Wind Clan pay even if they had to self-destruct and die. Princess Xianxia's face was extremely pale. A silver dagger appeared in her hand. She wanted to commit suicide before Feng Xingyang could capture her alive. Rumble, at that moment, the sky suddenly cracked open. A blazing and brilliant light bloomed, and a vast and unparalleled aura exploded. Immortal light filled the air, and auspicious air rose. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. Among all kinds of mysterious phenomena, it was as if an ancient emperor had descended upon the wind cloud realm. From the crack in the sky, powerful auras swept across the sky like dazzling meteors. There were hundreds of thousands of auras that appeared above the void. That terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. The people of the Wind Clan and the Cloud Clan, who were preparing for the battle, couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. This, an army of hundreds of thousands of saints? Who are they? How is this possible? Feng Xingyang's entire body trembled as he exclaimed. He could tell at a glance that these people weren't from the Wind Cloud realm. That aura was unfamiliar and cold, and contained a monstrous killing intent. An army of hundreds of thousands of saints. Even the Wind Clan and the Cloud Clan combined didn't have that many saints. Especially the figure in the sky. Although he was shrouded in endless divine light and was blurry, one could tell that he was a young man. He was like a celestial emperor descending upon the mortal world. He was high and mighty, and exuded an invincible aura. Beside that figure stood an elder with white hair and a peerless beauty. The aura they exuded made Feng Xingyang tremble. They were the two celestial venerables. Whoosh, celestial venerable Fen was like a stream of light. He instantly teleported hundreds of millions of miles and appeared above the experts of the Wind Clan and the Cloud Clan. Who can tell me where the Emperor of the Wind Cloud realm is? Celestial venerable Fen said lightly. His gaze fell on the people of the Wind and Cloud Clan. It was incomparably deep, as if he could see through them. Who are you? Why are you looking for my ancestor? Feng Xingyang mustered up his courage and asked. His eyes were filled with incomparable sharpness. Oh, that emperor is actually your ancestor? That's even easier. My master has taken a fancy to the Wind Cloud realm. Why don't you bring us to your ancestor and let him submit to my master? Celestial Venerable Fen smiled faintly. What? Feng Xingyang was not the only one. Everyone from the Wind Clan was shaken as well. They all glared at him furiously. Although they were wary of this group of uninvited guests, the monarch emperor ancestor of the Wind Clan was the faith of the entire Wind Clan. He was also the strongest expert of the Wind Clan and the Wind Cloud realm. It was this monarch emperor ancestor that confirmed the supreme status of the Wind Clan in the Wind Cloud realm. Even the Cloud Clan had suffered great losses and could only struggle at death's door. You've taken a fancy to the Wind Cloud realm? Make the emperor ancestor of the Wind Clan submit? Who? Who is he? Princess Yunqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She opened her cherry mouth in surprise as she looked at the figure in the sky who believed in Ling Xiao. Bookmark for easier reading. How dare you? Do you think you can make my ancestor submit to you? I advise you to get out of the Fengyun realm if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when my ancestor comes out of seclusion, you will all die. Feng Xingyang said sternly but weakly. Even though he was afraid, he was facing a celestial venerable after all, and there was an army of hundreds of thousands of saints above him. However, he still scolded them, hoping to scare them away. Moreover, these people had broken through the realm, and their momentum was so great that many of the Feng clan's experts and even the Emperor realm ancestor had already noticed them. Soon, they would arrive at the Fengyun realm. Although there was an army of hundreds of thousands of saints, Feng Xingyang was still very confident in his Emperor realm ancestor. An imperial emperor was a supreme expert who had touched upon the Emperor realm. Although he was not as strong as a true great emperor, he was not someone a mere Saint Dao expert could contend against. Even an army of hundreds of thousands of saints could be destroyed by an Emperor realm expert. Little guy, you might not know who my master is. So what if he's an emperor? It's his honor to be able to submit to my master. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I can only search your soul and go find your Emperor realm ancestor. Fan Tianzuan sighed softly. His gaze fell on Feng Xingyang, and it instantly became incomparably cold. Venerable Fan Tianzuan, the former Saint King Fan Tianzuan, was not a kind person. If it wasn't for the fact that he had followed Feng Xingyang to battle in the north and had restrained himself a little, he probably wouldn't have said a single word to Feng Xingyang. He would have just killed him and searched his soul. However, Feng Xingyang's threat made Fan Tianzuan lose his confidence. Protect the third prince. The experts of the Feng clan immediately protected Feng Xingyang, especially the four guardians of Feng Xingyang. They exuded an extremely powerful aura, and their eyes were full of vigilance. The four guardians were all peak Saint Kings. If they worked together, they could even fight a supreme Saint King. However, they had no confidence in facing Fan Tianzuan. With just you? Venerable Fan Tianzuan sneered and then slapped down. Boom, as his palm fell, the surrounding wind and clouds surged. Endless origin energy gathered and turned into a mountainous palm, enveloping everyone from the Feng clan. Kill! The four protectors roared furiously and unleashed all of their cultivation bases, charging forward to kill Qin Wendian. The powerhouses of the Feng clan unleashed powerful offensive divine abilities, transforming into torrents that soared into the sky in an attempt to shatter Fan Tianzuan's palm print. And the four protectors trembled violently as if they had been struck by lightning. They coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Before they could do anything, a blazing flame rose from Fan Tianzuan's palm and enveloped them in an instant. The flames were like maggots in the bones. They began to burn fiercely. Even though the four guardians were Saint Kings, they couldn't extinguish the flames. Screams were endless. The expressions of the people from the Yun clan changed drastically. The four guardians were soon turned into ashes in the flames. In the blink of an eye, many experts of the Feng clan, including the four guardians, died in the hands of Fan Tianzuan. Only Feng Xingyang was left. If Fan Tianzuan didn't deliberately keep Feng Xingyang alive, he would probably be dead by now. They're all dead? Feng Xingyang's mind went blank. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Only now did he realize that the celestial venerable in front of him was a peerless, ruthless person. He didn't care about the so-called Imperial Emperor's threat. He didn't care about the Feng clan at all. Even the people from the Yun clan couldn't help but step back. They distanced themselves, afraid of being affected. They looked at Fan Tianzuan with reverence. Could these people be from the other greater thousand worlds? Are they trying to invade the Fengyun realm? The Fengyun realm is in danger. Princess Yanqing's eyes were filled with worry. She wasn't happy about the Feng clan's experts being destroyed at all. Because she realized that these people were all invaders from other worlds, not only the Feng clan, but the Yun clan would also be doomed. Moreover, after these people entered the Fengyun realm, they didn't hide at all. They even asked the Feng clan's imperial emperor ancestor to submit. This meant that they had the courage to deal with an imperial emperor. Could it be that this mysterious master is also a powerful imperial emperor? Princess Yanqing raised her head and looked at the figure of Faith Ling Xiao. She was extremely shocked. Whoosh, Fan Tianzuan grabbed Feng Xingyang's neck like an eagle grabbing a chick and lifted him up. The powerful primordial spirit power rushed into Feng Xingyang's forehead without restraint and began to search his soul. Although Feng Xingyang was the third prince of the Feng clan and his primordial spirit was protected by a supreme treasure, he couldn't resist the invasion of a celestial venerable. Soon, Fan Tianzuan found the information he wanted from Feng Xingyang's primordial spirit sea. Fan Tianzuan grabbed Feng Xingyang and flew back to Faith Ling Xiao. Master, I found out. The most powerful clans in the Fengyun realm are the Feng clan and the Yun clan. The Feng clan has an imperial emperor ancestor who just broke through to the imperial emperor realm a few hundred years ago. The Yun clan doesn't have an imperial emperor, but they have 4 celestial venerables. Fan Tianzuan respectfully reported the news of the Fengyun realm to Faith Ling Xiao. Master, are we going to kill the Feng clan now? Bai Linglong asked. Although she didn't know how Faith Ling Xiao was going to deal with the Feng clan's imperial emperor ancestor, she believed in Faith Ling Xiao. A mere Fengyun realm couldn't stop Faith Ling Xiao's footsteps. No need. They're already here. Faith Ling Xiao said indifferently. His gaze was incomparably deep as he looked at the void in the distance. Rumble, the void shook violently as a vast and unparalleled aura erupted. From the east and west sides of the Fengyun mountain range, two resplendent balls of light came across the sky. They emitted green light and white light respectively, enveloping a group of figures with terrifying auras. The people of the Feng clan and the Yun clan had arrived at the same time. The four celestial venerables of the Yun clan had all arrived, leading dozens of Saint King realm experts. Their terrifying auras covered the sky as if they could shatter the void in all directions. Hundreds of figures with terrifying auras came from the Feng clan. They were all Saint King realm experts. Among them, there were two celestial venerables, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and elegant, wearing a dragon robe. The woman was beautiful and wore a phoenix robe. She looked like a mother of the world. However, these two celestial venerables weren't in charge. In front of them, there was a boy in a blood-red robe. He looked about 7 or 8 years old and was very cute. However, his eyes were extremely cruel and crazy, containing bloodthirsty killing intent and a trace of indifference as if he viewed all living beings in the world as ants. Whether it was the two heavenly venerables of the Wind clan or the 4 heavenly venerables of the Cloud clan, they all looked at the blood-robed boy with awe. This was because the blood-robed boy was the imperial emperor ancestor of the Wind clan. People called him Ancestor Shui Pao. He was cruel and bloodthirsty, and his strength was terrifying. "Save me, Ancestor!" Feng Xingyang's eyes were filled with excitement as soon as he saw Patriarch Shui Pao, and he quickly yelled. Although Fan Tianzuan had searched his soul, it didn't cause too much damage to him. It only injured his primordial spirit a little, so he was still conscious. "I don't care who you are. Let me go first, then kneel down and admit your guilt. I can leave your corpses intact." Ancestor Shui Pao's expression turned gloomy when he saw Feng Xingyang. He stared coldly at Faith Lingxiao, Fan Tianzuan, and Bai Linglong. Although he was short and looked like a child, he had an invincible and domineering attitude when he stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Fan Tianzuan and Bai Linglong felt chills run down their spines when they were stared at by Ancestor Shui Pao. It was as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake. "Your Ancestor Shui Pao? What a pity." Faith Lingxiao's gaze fell on Ancestor Shui Pao. His eyes were calm as he spoke faintly. "What's a pity?" Ancestor Shui Pao's gaze turned cold as he stared at Faith Lingxiao. Faith Lingxiao exuded an incomparably holy aura. His body was glowing and contained boundless power. He was like a heavenly emperor walking in the mortal world, capable of propping up the heaven and earth. People couldn't help but feel reverence and faith in him. Faith Lingxiao's aura made Ancestor Shui Pao feel extremely disgusted. Ancestor Shui Pao could see that Faith Lingxiao was the leader of this group of outsiders. Faith Lingxiao's cultivation seemed unfathomable. Even he couldn't see through Faith Lingxiao's cultivation. "Unfortunately, you've just broken through to the Imperial Emperor realm. You haven't even stabilized your first Heaven Imperial Emperor realm cultivation. It's a waste to kill you." Faith Lingxiao sighed softly. "Kill me? Ha ha ha. You? Although I don't know what secret technique you've cultivated to hide your cultivation, you definitely haven't reached the Saint King realm. You think you can kill me? You don't know what Imperial Emperor realm is? You don't know what true power is." Ancestor Shui Pao laughed as if he heard a joke Lingxiao's words. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Faith Lingxiao's words. "Lingxiao. Ancestor Shui Pao. Shui Pao's ancestor Shui Pao. Shui Pao Pao was. Ancestor Shui Pao 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 Pao. Shui Pao 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 of Pao Pao and I Pao Pa Pai Pao Pao Pa realm. Clan of clan, Pao Pao clan, Shui Pao 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 was the Papao Shui Pao Paiashu. "The Mo boy? I think you're dreaming. Brat, don't try to act mysterious in front of this old man. However, you actually have a trace of heavenly Dao luck on your body. The heavens are really helping me. Wait until this old man devours your blood essence and fuses with your heavenly Dao luck. Perhaps not only will I be able to stabilize my cultivation at the first heavenly layer, I might even be able to advance to the next heavenly layer." Patriarch Shui Pao stared at Faith's soaring firmament, his eyes filled with greed. Patriarch Shui Pao noticed that Faith Lingxiao had a sliver of heavenly Dao fortune. As a great emperor, he was able to see the heavenly Dao fortune in the unseen world. Greed immediately welled up in his heart. The providence of the heavenly Tao was a good thing. It was a supreme treasure that even imperial emperors could only come across by luck. You're courting death. He actually wanted the patriarch to submit? Even if it's an army of hundreds of thousands of sages, they're nothing in my eyes. The dragon-robed man from the Wind clan said indifferently. He was the patriarch of the Wind clan. His strength was unfathomable. He had already broken through to the heavenly venerable realm for many years. No one knew better than him how terrifying an imperial emperor was. With this army of hundreds of thousands, if we devour their blood essence and primordial spirit, the patriarch's blood sea scripture will rise to another level. The phoenix-robed woman said with a smile. Although they were extremely surprised by the sudden appearance of these outsiders in the wind cloud realm, they were still shocked. However, they saw that there were only 2 heavenly venerables and faith-soaring firmament was so young. Although they couldn't see through his strength, they assumed that his cultivation wouldn't be too high. In their opinion, these people who dared to provoke the Wind clan were already dead. Patriarch, what should we do? These people don't seem to have good intentions, especially that young man. He's so calm in front of Patriarch Xuepao. Does he really have the strength to fight against Patriarch Xuepao? On the Cloud Clan's side, a heavenly venerable elder of the Cloud Clan whispered to the Patriarch of the Cloud Clan. Let's wait and see. This young man is indeed extraordinary, but Patriarch Xuepao isn't so easy to deal with. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of our clansmen wouldn't have died at the hands of Patriarch Xuepao. He even devoured their blood essence and primordial spirits to cultivate the blood sea scripture. The Patriarch of the Cloud Clan was a middle-aged woman. She wore a palace robe and looked dignified and generous. She exuded a mature aura, but there was a trace of deep resentment and helplessness in her eyes. Patriarch Xuepao of the Wind clan was extremely vicious, but his strength was incomparably terrifying. No one in the Wind Cloud realm could stop him. Others might not know, but the Cloud clan knew very well how Patriarch Xuepao broke through. In order to break through to the Imperial Emperor realm, Patriarch Xuepao set off an endless massacre in the Wind Cloud realm. He killed hundreds of millions of people and used their blood essence and primordial spirits to forge his white bone great path that led to the Imperial Emperor realm. Even hundreds of thousands of the Cloud clan members died at the hands of Patriarch Xuepao. In the eyes of the Cloud clan, Patriarch Xuepao was a complete madman. What a pity. I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. You can only die. Faith-soaring firmament sighed softly. Boy, you think you can do it? Since you're so reckless. When I catch you, I'll let you have a taste of my means. I'll make you beg for death. Patriarch Xuepao sneered and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Rumble, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of blood-red lights blooming around his body, gathering in the hollow of his palm, condensing into a blood-red palm, exuding a monstrous smell of blood, sweeping across the sky towards Faith Xiao and the others to suppress them. Patriarch Xuepao struck out with his palm. It was as if a blazing sea of blood was boiling, and a terrifying aura erupted from it. That was the power of the Emperor realm. It could destroy all life. As soon as the Imperial Emperor made his move, the terrifying energy fluctuation caused all the celestial venerables present to change their expressions drastically. Their eyes revealed an incomparably solemn look. This was the power of the Imperial realm. This was the power of the great Tao origin. Celestial venerables were still saint rulers. They were called celestial venerables because they had comprehended the great Tao origin to the great Tao origin. However, the Imperial realm was another realm. The great Tao origin was also the origin of power. Only by comprehending the great Tao origin could one step into the Supreme Emperor realm. Patriarch Xuepao was able to step into the Imperial Emperor realm because he comprehended the blood Tao origin. However, all the celestial venerables present knew that the gap between them and the Imperial Emperor realm was like heaven and earth. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Patriarch Xuepao. How could Faith Xiao resist such a powerful force? The 2 celestial venerables of the Wind clan sneered. They were full of confidence in Patriarch Xuepao. The 4 celestial venerables of the Cloud clan were nervous. No matter who won this battle, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Cloud clan. As for Celestial Venerable Fan and Bai Ling Long, although they were full of confidence in Faith Xiao, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. This was the first Imperial Emperor realm powerhouse they had encountered since conquering the heavens. This was also the first time Faith Lingxiao had made a move. They were looking forward to Faith Lingxiao's move. Patriarch Xue Pao, in the name of the heavenly Tao, I kill you. Faith Lingxiao said faintly. His calm voice entered everyone's ears. Boom, then, Faith Lingxiao's body shone with golden light. The dazzling golden light looked like it was cast in gold. The mighty faith power surged and burned like a golden flame. Faith Lingxiao raised his palm and lightly slammed it down toward Patriarch Xue Pao. The palm print was very light. It was so light that many celestial venerables felt that Faith Lingxiao had given up resisting, as if he was at Patriarch Xue Pao's mercy. However, the palm print looked very strange. It was crystal clear and dazzling golden light, as if it didn't exist in this time and space. It contained a kind of transcendent power. Rumble, the two palm prints collided in the void. The earth-shattering collision that everyone had imagined didn't happen. They only saw the blood-colored palm print shatter, turning into a bloody light that drifted down. Faith Lingxiao's palm continued to fall towards Ancestor Xue Pao and the people of the Feng clan. Blazing golden light rose, and a sacred and mysterious power bloomed. The palm print seemed to have expanded in an instant, turning into a supreme mountain that was billions of miles tall. On top of the mountain, there were the chants of all living beings, the chants of the ancient people, the marks of all living beings in the universe, and the purest faith and psyche power. The palm print they formed was heavier than the mountain and indestructible, as if it could break through everything in this world. What? The blood-robed elder's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, the palm print had already landed on Patriarch Xue Pao. It was as if it had completely locked onto him. Patriarch Xue Pao trembled all over. There was no room for him to dodge at all. His eyes were filled with intense fear. Bang! Patriarch Xue Pao's figure exploded in the void. Then, the two celestial masters of the Feng clan and the hundreds of saint kings of the Feng clan all exploded in the void like a dazzling rain of light. Then, they disappeared in an instant. An Imperial Emperor powerhouse, two Heavenly Venerables powerhouses, and hundreds of sage kings were directly wiped out. It was as if they had never appeared. How is this possible? Everyone from the Yun clan was completely stunned. The scene in front of them made them tremble uncontrollably. They looked at Faith Lingxiao with intense fear in their eyes. Especially the four celestial masters. They had imagined that Faith Lingxiao would be killed by Ancestor Xue Pao with a single slap. They had also imagined that Faith Lingxiao's strength was unparalleled and that he would have an intense battle with Ancestor Xue Pao. In the end, both of them would be severely injured, and in the end, Ancestor Xue Pao would be killed. However, they had never imagined such an outcome. The powerful, bloodthirsty, crazy, and terrifying Ancestor Xue Pao was wiped out by Faith Lingxiao with a single slap. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? Could it be that they believed that Lingxiao was a supreme emperor? That scared me to death. Master is actually so strong? Fen Tianzuan was also trembling. His eyes were filled with reverence and fanaticism. This result also gave him a big fright. He watched with his own eyes as Faith Lingxiao started cultivating from the Saint Realm. As they conquered the 9 major worlds and subdued trillions of living beings, those trillions of living beings began to worship Lingxiao, providing him with a vast amount of faith power. He could no longer see through Faith Lingxiao's cultivation base. However, he had never thought that Faith Lingxiao could kill Ancestor Xue Pao with a single slap. Master is invincible. Now, I'm more and more convinced that Master is the master of destiny. Bai Linglong said with fanaticism in her eyes. Faith Lingxiao didn't seem to be affected at all after killing Ancestor Xue Pao with a single slap. His gaze fell on the 4 celestial masters of the Yun clan. The 4 celestial masters of the Yun clan instantly felt their bodies stiffen. They lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look at Faith Lingxiao. Yun clan, do you choose to submit or die? Faith Lingxiao said faintly. However, his voice was like a curse of death to the Yun clan. Instantly, the faces of the Yun clan revealed an incomparably terrified expression. The 4 celestial masters of the Yun clan, in particular, had extremely ugly expressions. Faith Lingxiao's gaze was like hundreds of millions of mountains, making them feel endless pressure. Finally, the patriarch of the Yun clan walked out respectfully and bowed to Faith Xiao. "Master, the Yun clan is willing to submit." Her voice was trembling and even contained a trace of unwillingness. However, she knew that this was the only choice. Even ancestor Xue Pao was killed by Faith Xiao with a single slap. She didn't think that the Yun clan had any chance of resisting. If they didn't submit, they would die. They could only submit. Very well. You will be grateful for this choice in the future. Now, hand over your origin spirit imprints. Faith Xiao said faintly. Although the four celestial masters of the Yun clan were very unwilling, they had no choice but to hand over their origin spirit imprints and watch Faith Xiao fuse them into his body. From then on, their life and death depended on a single thought from Faith Xiao. "Fentian, Linglong, I'll leave the Fengyun realms matters to you. Provide the power of faith as soon as possible. We still suffered a great loss in this battle." Faith Xiao transmitted his voice to Fentian and Bai Linglong. There was a trace of deep fatigue in his voice. Everyone saw how he casually killed ancestor Xue Pao and everyone from the Feng clan. However, they didn't know that Faith Xiao had also paid a great price. The price was that the power of faith of hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 great thousand worlds was completely consumed by Faith Xiao's palm. The power of faith was the source of Faith Xiao's cultivation and power. With all the power of faith used up, he was now just an empty shell. Any saint could probably kill him. The four celestial masters of the Yun clan were scared out of their wits by Faith Xiao, so they had no choice but to submit. If they knew that Faith Xiao was just for show, who knows what kind of expression they would have. Although the price of killing ancestor Xue Pao was too great, Faith Xiao also proved one thing. As long as there was enough power of faith, perhaps even a great emperor could be killed. P.S. The 4th update is over. Everyone, rest early. 3rd Sect Master. Wind Cloud Realm. Faith Xiao was hidden in the void of the Wind Cloud Realm. Wisps of faith power gathered around him and merged into his body. He didn't seem to be in a good state. Dense cracks like a spider web appeared all over his body, and his aura became dispirited. Although the power of faith gathered and began to repair his damaged body, the recovery was very slow. The power of faith accumulated by the 9 boundless worlds allowed him to kill Patriarch Xue Pao with one palm strike. Although it looked very easy, the consumption was incomparably huge. The current Faith Xiao needed a lot of power of faith to repair his body and heal his injuries. The entire Wind Cloud realm was already in the hands of Faith Xiao. The most powerful Wind clan was annihilated. Patriarch Xue Pao and the 2 celestial venerables were killed. The remaining people couldn't do anything. Soon, they were flattened by Fentianzuan and by Linglong. The 4 celestial venerables of the Cloud clan had offered their primordial spirit imprints, so they naturally obeyed Faith Xiao. Together with the hundreds of thousands of saints, they quickly swept through the entire Wind Cloud realm. In the Wind Cloud realm, countless Xiao divine halls and temples were built to worship Xiao's statue. Billions of creatures began to worship Xiao, providing an endless stream of power of faith. The Wind Cloud realm was an incomparably prosperous boundless world with trillions of creatures. It was comparable to the other 9 boundless worlds and could provide a huge amount of power of faith. Moreover, there were many ancient ruins in the Wind Cloud realm, and there were also incomparably rich treasures. Faith Xiao and his subordinates temporarily stationed themselves in the Wind Cloud realm. Faith Xiao needed the majestic power of faith to heal his injuries. At the same time, he also needed to digest the resources of the Wind Cloud realm, integrate the army of powerhouses, and strengthen his subordinates. Xiao was refining the great desolation's heart, Darkness Xiao was comprehending the chaos ancient scripture, and Faith Xiao was fighting for hegemony. They were a trinity, but they each had their own duties. They were accumulating strength, waiting for the day when they would make the myriad worlds tremble. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 100 years, the myriad worlds became turbulent, and the battles between the major races became more and more intense. Originally, due to the existence of the world barrier, there were very few interactions between the various worlds other than a few absolute powerhouses. Also, very few powerhouses would go to other worlds. After all, the great Tao laws of each world were different. Forcefully passing through the world barrier would result in great suppression. Therefore, even though there was no great emperor in the divine realm, with the existence of the world barrier, even the devil realm did not invade the divine realm on a large scale. There were only some small-scale battles in places like the battlefield of gods and devils. However, in the past 100 years, even those with very weak cultivations could sense that the world had changed greatly. The most obvious change was that the world barrier had weakened. The suppression of the great Tao laws had also weakened. There would often be invasions by experts from other worlds. In order to seize control of the world and obtain powerful resources, intense battles would erupt. It could be said that the smoke of war rose from all over the universe, and it became more and more chaotic. This was especially so for the divine world. It was the core of the universe and the place where the epic master resided. It possessed the most vast land and the most abundant resources. It had even become a place that countless experts coveted. Other than the devil realm, the various major races in the universe sent experts to sneak into the divine world. Some wanted to spy on the actual situation of the divine world, some wanted to seize the treasures of the divine world, and some wanted to instigate the upper echelons of the human race. This caused the divine world to be filled with smoke of war, and there were small-scale battles breaking out everywhere. Some devil cultivators and heretic cultivators in the divine world also took the opportunity to cause mischief, slaughtering living beings, and causing the divine world to be in a mess. The 12 immortal sacred grounds of the divine world, as well as the various great emperor races and ancient races, began to take action. They launched thunderous operations to kill the heretic cultivators and devil cultivators who were causing trouble. There were also several large-scale battles with the devil realm. In such large-scale battles, some powerful human skyprides gradually emerged. The saints and saintesses of the various immortal sacred grounds, as well as the princes of the great emperor races, began to shine brightly. They were called the hope of the human race. As for the shocking battle at the Xianxia mountain range 200 years ago, it was gradually forgotten. The name Xianxia had even become a taboo in the divine world. Many people thought that Xianxia was already dead. This heaven's chosen one was once as dazzling as the sun. He was a peerless figure who dominated the world and made all the skyprides and experts in the divine world pale in comparison. However, he had been buried by time. This was an era of great battles. This was also the most tragic and most glorious epic in the history of the myriad of worlds. Everyone wanted to be like the heavenly emperor of the past, who dominated the world and slaughtered great emperors as if they were dogs. He ruled over an era and led his race to the top to become the lord of the era. In the divine world, there were even a few peerless figures who broke through to the next realm in a short 100 years. They became the kings of their generation and led their peers. They became the targets of worship for countless young people. In this short 100 years, the human race was filled with vitality. The human race also had great enthusiasm and hope for them. They all thought that they would have the chance to lead the human race to the top again, just like the 9 emperors of the human race. Divine World, Xianxia Ancient City. Xianxia Ancient City was located in the Xianxia Heavenly Domain. Legend had it that a great emperor of the human race walked out from this place. However, Xianxia Ancient City was located at the intersection of Xianxia Heavenly Domain, Yuqing Heavenly Domain, and Taiqing Heavenly Domain. Its location was very special. Therefore, business was very developed. It became a place for countless experts to trade and communicate. Xianxia Ancient City was very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the wide streets. It was said that even the 12 immortal sacred grounds had left their branches in Xianxia Ancient City. As for the power behind Xianxia Ancient City, it was very mysterious. However, it was said that the 5 Elements Saint sect once wanted to occupy Xianxia Ancient City. In the end, they were rejected and could only accept the existence of Xianxia Ancient City. Xianxia Restaurant was located in the center of Xianxia Ancient City. It had 9 floors and looked very elegant and exquisite. Countless people with powerful auras walked into Xianxia Restaurant one after another, making the business of Xianxia Restaurant very lively. In the hall on the 3rd floor, there were hundreds of tables. At this moment, all of them were filled with people. Everyone was talking with each other about the recent events in the divine world. Near the window, a young man dressed in white was drinking by himself. His temperament was extraordinary, but his figure seemed to have a trace of vicissitudes of life. The wine was the best God's nectar. The dishes were the most expensive divine beast meat, rare and precious fruits, and immortal spiritual vegetables. This table of food and wine cost at least 10,000 origin dawn, although the crowd couldn't see the cultivation of this young man in white. Judging from the table of food and wine, they knew that this young man's cultivation must be extraordinary. Many people frequently glanced at him. However, the young man in white didn't seem to care about the surrounding gazes. He lowered his head and drank by himself. His ears moved slightly as he listened to the discussions of the people in the restaurant. Have you heard? 3 months ago, Heavenly King Ling, Yi Liangchen, and one of the 3 kings of the Chinese, Hua Huaxiong, fought in the Sunset Mountains. Yi Liangchen killed Hua Huaxiong, which infuriated the Chinese. They sent out 4 supreme elders to kill Yi Liangchen. Brother, this is something that happened 3 months ago. You just found out about it? I heard that the 4 supreme elders of the Chinese tried to kill Yi Liangchen. Not only did Yi Liangchen not die, but he also escaped to an ancient ruin. His strength has increased tremendously. That's strange. Why is Yi Liangchen so arrogant? How dare he provoke the Chinese? The Chinese have the bloodline of Emperor Tiandu. They are as powerful as the immortal sanctuary. Although Yi Liangchen is a Tao-proving holy king, he is courting death. You don't know about this, right? Hehe, I heard that Heavenly King Ling, Yi Liangchen, claimed that he was Ling Xiao's younger brother and wanted to avenge Ling Xiao. So, he killed Hua Huaxiong as soon as he broke through to the Saint King stage. Ling Xiao? Shu. Do you want to die? That name is taboo in the realm of the gods. If the immortal sanctuaries and supreme emperor tribes hear about it, you're dead meat. Hehe, what are you afraid of? This is Xianxia ancient city. No matter how arrogant the immortal sanctuaries are, they can't stop me from speaking. Speaking of that taboo character, it's such a pity. If he didn't die, he could be called a king now, right? That person dominated the world and made all the geniuses in the realm of the gods pale in comparison. Yeah, it's such a pity for such a peerless character. However, the war god temple is in big trouble. The Supreme Tao Palace is also targeted by the other immortal sanctuaries. It's really difficult for them to move forward. Especially the war god temple. Many of their disciples have died. They will be targeted by the other immortal sanctuaries when they train outside. However, it's said that the war god temple has 2 kings. I think they are King Pengu and Heavenly King Bai. King Pengu is Pengu's celestial body, right? It's said that the Chinese have been pressuring the war god temple to hand over Pengu's celestial body, but the war god temple never agreed. It's said that Pengu's celestial body is the bloodline of Pengu. You can't say that. If the Chinese know about it, people will die. However, that Heavenly King Bai is the mount of that forbidden figure, right? It was said that many geniuses wanted to capture Heavenly King Bai and become his new master. However, Heavenly King Bai was very wretched. With the greater teleportation technique, he would often escape without a trace after obtaining the benefits. Those prodigies and kings have set traps for it several times, but it has always escaped. Hehe, the divine world is really becoming more and more chaotic. In the era of great competition, kings compete for supremacy. I wonder who will be the fish that leaps over the dragon gate. Who will be the true king and be crowned as the emperor? In the Shangqing restaurant, experts from the Grand Pure Sky Domain, Jade Pure Sky Domain, and Shangqing Domain had gathered. These experts were discussing the recent events in the divine world. Did Yi Liangchen become Heavenly King Ling? And eldest senior brother Tiangang, that bastard Bai Long Ma, also broke through to the Saint King realm? But the Chinese really deserve to die. The young man in white sitting by the window softly muttered to himself. His expression was indifferent and calm, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. He was Ling Xiao. In the Chaos Secret Realm, he had spent more than 100 years to refine the Chaos Heart and completely control the Chaos Secret Realm. Now, he was back. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The divine world was still the divine world, but Ling Xiao was no longer the same Ling Xiao. Now, he was no longer at the mercy of the immortal sacred land. He had the power and momentum to stir up chaos in the world. Ling Xiao did not expect that it would take so long to refine the chaos heart. However, he had also gained a lot. The chaos heart was indeed an unimaginable fortune and opportunity. It was no wonder that the celestial race's highness was so calculative to obtain the chaos heart. After leaving the chaos secret realm, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with longing. He wanted to see Jinsei, Shui Wei, and those old friends that he had been separated from for a long time. The heavenly majesty was like a prison. There were no coordinates of the divine world in the stone tablet, so he could not directly open a void passage. Ling Xiao left the demon world and entered the universe. He went against the current and returned to the divine world. He did not return to the war god temple immediately. Instead, he stopped in Xianxia ancient city to inquire about the current situation in the divine world. Unexpectedly, not long after he sat down in Xianxia restaurant, he heard the news of many old friends. Have you heard? Hua Dijia, one of the 3 kings of the Hua clan, has led the 4 supreme elders of the Hua clan to set up the sky-sealing absolute earth formation in the Dragon Abyss mountain range not far away. He has trapped Heavenly King Bai and wants to capture him as a mount. This time, Heavenly King Bai is doomed. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the restaurant, instantly causing an uproar in Xianxia restaurant. What? Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Heavenly King Bai is a mutant of the Chaos world. He has the bloodline of the Pegasus and the Dragon clan. He can move the heavens and is extremely cunning. This time, he was actually trapped by Hua Dijia? Let's go and take a look. This is going to be interesting. Someone said excitedly. Hee, I'm afraid Heavenly King Bai is doomed this time. If Hua Dijia really captures Heavenly King Bai and becomes his master, then Hua Dijia will probably become one of the top kings in the divine world. Moreover, the war god temple will also be slapped in the face by the Hua clan. Let's go. If we're late, we won't be able to watch the fun. Everyone said excitedly and left Xianxia restaurant one after another. Because of this sudden news, not only Xianxia restaurant, but also many people in Xianxia ancient city were excited and rushed out of the city. You want to capture the white dragon horse as a mount? Hua clan, have you asked me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He threw down a storage bag and disappeared silently from Xianxia restaurant as if he had never existed at all. However, at this time everyone was attracted by this explosive news. No one noticed Ling Xiao at all. The Dragon Abyss mountain range was 100,000 miles away from Xianxia ancient city. For a Saint Path expert, a distance of 100,000 miles could be covered in a moment. The Longyuan mountain range was an extremely ancient mountain range with a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a giant dragon lying dormant on the ground, emitting a vast aura. The Longyuan mountain range, which was usually deserted, was very lively today. Many figures with powerful cultivation came from the sky, wanting to see how the earthly king of the Hua clan, Hua Dijia, captured Heavenly King Bai. /7. Rumble. In the middle of the Longyuan mountain range, a mountain peak was enveloped by a blazing and eye-catching array. The barrier formed by the array caused the surrounding space to distort, and it contained a terrifying and monstrous murderous intent. Above the mountain peak, 5 figures with powerful auras floated. One of them was a young man in a purple robe, and 4 of them were old men with white hair and beards. All of them were peak holy kings, 5 peak holy kings. Everyone looked at those 5 figures with eyes full of reverence. This was the foundation of the Emperor clan. They could casually bring out 5 great peak stage saint kings. Especially the young man in the purple robe. His face was like jade, and his figure was slender and handsome. His entire body was surrounded by purple light. His eyes were incomparably cold, and he had a superior attitude. He was one of the 3 kings of the Hua clan, the Earth King Hua Dijia. Dragon horse, I advise you not to resist. This sealing heaven decimating formation is not something you can break. If you know what's good for you, submit to me and be my mount. Hua Dijia said indifferently. His voice was like thunder exploding in the void. On the mountain peak below, there was a white horse. It looked very handsome. Its entire body was as white as jade, without any impurities. Its entire body was emitting a bright and holy light. Its eyes were very intelligent, revealing a very human-like cunning look. Its cultivation had also reached the realm of Holy King. Its aura was extremely powerful, and the chi and blood around its body surged. It was majestic and mysterious. It was the white dragon horse. You Hua clan dregs want to trap me? I'm too lazy to break the formation, so I won't lower myself to your level. If you don't want to die, quickly open the formation. Otherwise, when I break the formation, I'll definitely set off a bloody storm and dig up all your ancestral graves. The white dragon horse sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Hua Dijia's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of killing intent. The white dragon horse's words seemed to have completely enraged him, causing him to exude an incomparably terrifying aura. In an instant, from the great matrix of sealing sky and decimating earth below, beams of blazing sword light rose. They were incomparably swift and fierce. One after another, they slashed towards the white dragon horse. This white dragon horse was too cheap. Hua Dijia was extremely angry. Even the entire Chinese hated white dragon horse to the core. Not long ago, white dragon horse sneaked into the ancestral land of the Chinese and wanted to open the tomb of a Chinese ancestor. Although it was discovered in the end, white dragon horse escaped in an instant. Since the white dragon horse had dug up the ancestral graves, the Chinese people hated it so much that they wanted to tear the white dragon horse into pieces. This time, it was not easy for Hua Dijia to set up a trap and trap the white dragon horse in the sealing heaven decimating earth formation. If he could subdue it, he would make the white dragon horse his mount. If they couldn't be subdued, then they would be killed. What? Why was the little guy so impatient? Isn't it just that I almost robbed your ancestral tomb? Don't worry, I have 100 ways to enter your ancestral land. Next time, I will definitely rob all your ancestral tombs. The white dragon horse grinned, showing an expression that deserved a beating. Whoosh, its figure was like a ghost, able to use extreme speed. The sword chi that filled the sky was teleported away by it in an instant. It couldn't even touch its shadow at all. This is the so-called Heavenly King Bai? Why do I feel that it's so cheap? Someone's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. Brother, you might not know about Heavenly King Bai's past achievements. If you know, you will think that it's really cheap. A person next to him said. What do you mean? Hee, you don't know. Heavenly King Bai was the former mount of that taboo figure. Naturally, it was coveted by countless geniuses. They wanted to subdue it and make it their mount. However, Heavenly King Bai is very cunning and can use the great teleportation technique. Even if their cultivation is stronger than it, they can't catch up with it at all. In the past 100 years, Heavenly King Bai has visited the ancestral tombs of all the immortal sacred grounds except for the Supreme Tao Palace and the War God Temple. It has even visited the ancestral tombs of several great imperial clans. This bastard likes to rob tombs the most. It made the sacred grounds gnash their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. The person next to him explained. Then this Heavenly King Bai is really unique. Everyone was a little speechless. Who would have thought that this guy, who looked so handsome and had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and the Pegasus Clan, who was known as Heavenly King Bai, was actually so wretched, like a little hooligan in the mortal world? However, it seemed that it would not be so easy for Hua Dijia to subdue Heavenly King Bai. For elders, all of you attack together and suppress it. As long as it's still alive, when it falls into my hands, I will let it know what it means to beg for death. Hua Dijia's eyes were cold as he said coldly. Okay. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the four great elders. The white dragon horse's words had angered them. After hearing Hua Dijia's orders, they did not hesitate and instantly pounced on the white dragon horse. Boom, the four great elders of the Chinese clan attacked at the same time. Like four resplendent divine rainbows, they locked onto the white dragon horse in an instant. Old thing, do you think you can kill me? The white dragon horse sneered. In an instant, it used the secret teleportation technique and directly teleported tens of thousands of feet away. Its speed was extremely fast. However, everyone could see that after the mountain was shrouded by the great formation of sealing sky decimating earth, it was only tens of thousands of feet wide, which limited the white dragon horse's range of movement. Although it had extreme speed, it could not use it at all. In the end, it could only fight the 4 great elders of the Chinese clan head-on. Boom, the white dragon horse dodged the attacks of 2 elders, but the other 2 elders charged directly at it, making it unable to dodge. It could only take their attacks head-on, and then it was directly blasted away. Bastard! The white dragon horse was so angry that it cursed. Its eyes were filled with incomparable anger. After all, it only had the cultivation of an ordinary Saint King. Although its combat strength was extraordinary, it was still a little weak to fight against 4 peak Saint Kings at the same time, not to mention that Hua Dijia was watching from the side and did not make a move. Almost as soon as the battle began, the white dragon horse fell into a disadvantage. This fellow is still unforgiving with his words. However, it can't even break through a mere great formation. How embarrassing! Ling Xiao looked at the white dragon horse that was in a very sorry state. And a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to see how the white dragon horse would deal with it. After all, he knew that the white dragon horse had a lot of trump cards. If it was not a critical moment, it would not take out its trump cards so easily. Are you my daddy? Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a small hand grabbing onto his clothes, and said to him in a childish voice. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old standing behind him. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. However, her clothes were a little tattered and her little face was covered in dust. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her pair of eyes were as bright as gemstones, filled with innocence. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. P.S. The 3rd update has ended. Everyone, rest early. /7. The little girl raised her head. Although her face was covered in dust, one could still see that her big, watery eyes were filled with hope and surprise. Little girl, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Ling Xiao said with a gentle smile. However, for some reason, his heart suddenly trembled. He actually felt a sense of intimacy from this little girl, as if they were connected by blood. This little girl seemed to have some kind of strange connection with him. But you look exactly the same as my father. How can you not be my father? The little girl seemed to be a little aggrieved. Her crystal-like eyes dimmed as she carefully let go of Ling Xiao's clothes. She bit her lips, and her voice was choked with sobs. Little girl, who is your father? Ling Xiao's body trembled. He suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as though he had lost a treasure. Seeing that the little girl was about to cry, he hurriedly comforted her softly. My father is called Ling Xiao. He is the most powerful person in the world. My mother said that he will be back very soon. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the little girl's eyes instantly revealed an incomparably proud expression. Boom, it was as if something had exploded in Ling Xiao's head. Then your mother is, Ling Xiao's body trembled. A thought appeared in his mind, and his eyes revealed an incomparably nervous and excited expression. My mother is Xianxia. Uncle, do you know my mother? Then you must know where my father is, right? I miss him a lot. Can you tell my father that Chongqing misses him a lot? The little girl tilted her head and looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. Xianxia. So your name is Chongqing? My daughter, Ling Xiao, actually have a daughter? Ling Xiao's body trembled. He could no longer hold it in. He hugged the little girl in his arms, and his eyes blurred. This was his daughter, no wonder he felt that they were connected by blood. Chongqing, was it because of the Chongqing sect? Ling Xiao hugged Chongqing tightly in his arms. He was incomparably excited, afraid that he would lose his most precious treasure if he let go. Are you really my father? The little girl could feel Ling Xiao's excitement and asked timidly. That's right. I'm your father, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao carried Chongqing up with a gentle smile on his face. Father. Chongqing looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. Her eyes were filled with joy. However, her little nose suddenly twitched and pearl-like tears fell from her eyes. Chongqing, what's wrong? Ling Xiao was at a loss for a moment. He quickly asked softly. When he saw Chongqing crying, his heart was filled with pain and pity. This was his little princess. Now, all of Ling Xiao's attention was on Chongqing. Father, why haven't you come to see Chongqing? They all said that Xianxia was a wild child without a father and didn't play with Xianxia. They even scolded her mother. "Father, don't leave Xianxia in the future, okay?" Xianxia sobbed as she spoke pitifully. It was as though the more she spoke, the sadder she became. Her beautiful big eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She hugged Ling Xiao's neck tightly, afraid that Ling Xiao would disappear if she let go. "Them? Who are they?" "My Xianxia is the cutest little princess in the world. Whoever dares to scold you, I'll kill his entire family. Xianxia, be good. It's my fault. I promise I won't leave Xianxia in the future." Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, surging to the heavens. Xianxia's words revealed a lot of information. When Ling Xiao saw Xianxia so sad, he wanted to kill all of them that Xianxia mentioned. Xianxia must have suffered a lot in the past few years. Ling Xiao patted Xianxia's head lovingly and patted her back gently. His gaze became soft and gentle, filled with happiness. This was his daughter, his and Jinsei's daughter. Ling Xiao swore that he would take good care of Xianxia and never let her suffer again. "Father, quickly go and save Uncle White Dragon Horse. Those bad people want to kill him." "You can definitely save Uncle White Dragon Horse, right?" Xianxia blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Xiao hopefully. "Don't worry, Xianxia. Uncle White Dragon Horse won't die. With father around, no bad people can hurt him. After we save Uncle White Dragon Horse, I'll bring you to find mother, okay?" Ling Xiao smiled and said gently. "Okay. I miss mother too. She asked Uncle White Dragon Horse to bring me to find father. If she knows that I've found father, mother will be very happy." Xianxia clapped her hands and said happily. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and smiled foolishly. It was as if Xianxia was the only one left in the world. Everyone else had been automatically ignored by Ling Xiao. This was Ling Xiao's daughter. The more Ling Xiao looked at her, the more he felt that Xianxia was very similar to him. She had a high nose bridge, cherry lips, curved eyebrows, big crystal-like eyes, and long eyelashes. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Xianxia's every frown and smile tugged at Ling Xiao's heartstrings. Ling Xiao had never been so worried about his gains and losses as he was now. If others knew that the decisive heaven's chosen one and the master of demons, the peerless genius, Ling Xiao, had such a smile, no one knew what they would think. But at this moment, Ling Xiao hugged Xianxia. His heart was filled with endless happiness and joy. Boom! The white dragon horse dodged the attacks of the 4 Chinese supreme elders and wanted to take the opportunity to teleport away. However, it was sent flying by Huadijia's punch. The white dragon horse let out a strange cry and looked very pathetic. "Chinese, you despicable and shameless people. If you have the ability, let me go. I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Bullying me with numbers, what kind of ability is that?" The white dragon horse shouted angrily. "White Dragon King, I advise you not to waste your energy. Who doesn't know that you have the ability to teleport and have no integrity at all? If I let you go, I'm afraid you'll escape in an instant. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Huadijia sneered. "Bastard! This prince's helpers have already arrived. If you don't release this prince's helpers will definitely slaughter all of you." The white dragon king sneered. "Helpers? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Who in this world dares to come and save you? The War God Temple and Taishangdao Palace can't even protect themselves. There's no place for you in the entire divine realm. You can only live if you surrender to me obediently." Huadijia sneered. "Is that so?" At this moment, a faint voice sounded in the void. "P.S. I have a social engagement tonight, so I drank a little too much. I only have one update left. Everyone, rest early." Ling Xiao carried Xianxia in one hand as he strolled in the air. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, his black hair flying in the wind. He was handsome and elegant, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Although one could not tell his cultivation level, he seemed to be the focus of heaven and earth. He attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Xianxia was in his arms. She blinked her big eyes and looked at the crowd timidly. She seemed to be shy, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. She hugged Ling Zhao's neck tightly, as if that was the only way to give her a sense of security. Who are you? How dare you stand out? When Hua Dijia saw Ling Xiao, he frowned slightly and his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Although he could not see through Ling Zhao's cultivation level, he instinctively felt unhappy with Ling Xiao. The young man in front of him, whether it was his appearance or his aura, made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Hua Dijia instinctively felt hostility in his heart. You. When the white dragon horse saw Ling Xiao, its body suddenly stiffened as if it had seen a ghost. Its eyes were wide open, and it stuttered. Its eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. It did not expect it to be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had returned to the realm of the gods. Heavenly King Bai, is this the savior you were talking about? And he has a child with him? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Hua Dijia looked at the white dragon horse mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. Although he could not see through Ling Zhao's cultivation level, Ling Xiao was so young. His cultivation level should not be too high. After all, Hua Dijia knew almost all the kings of the younger generation in the realm of the gods, but Ling Xiao was a stranger. Who is this person? How dare he meddle in the affairs of the Chinese? He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Isn't that so? The three kings of the Chinese are notorious. Hua Dijia wants to capture Heavenly King Bai as his mount. Even the kings of the other immortal sacred grounds have to retreat. This kid is really reckless. Poor little girl. Such a cute little girl, too beautiful. I'm afraid she will die here because of this brat's recklessness. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a dead man. Their voices were cold and filled with mockery. The Chinese were the descendants of Emperor Tiandu. Although they had been living in seclusion in the great Havenlaw domain, they had erupted with an incomparably terrifying foundation in the past 100 years. Even some immortal sacred grounds couldn't compare to them. The Hua people had truly displayed the supreme majesty that an emperor clan should have. In addition, the Chinese people acted in an overbearing manner. The three kings of the Chinese people were like peerless geniuses, especially Heavenly King Hua Tianchong, who was a top king. He was known as the leader of the younger generation, which made the Chinese people even more unstoppable. No one dared to offend the Chinese. Therefore, everyone was gloating over Ling Zhao's forceful appearance. As for why no one could recognize Ling Xiao, after all, in the hearts of the people in the divine realm, Ling Xiao had already died 200 years ago. Although Ling Zhao's reputation was illustrious and could suppress the world, those who had truly seen Ling Xiao were either dead or in closed-door cultivation. Almost none of the people in the Dragon Lake mountain range who came to watch the show had seen Ling Xiao before. In addition, Ling Zhao's current cultivation was unfathomable. He had changed the aura of his primordial spirit and cultivation fluctuation. Even those who had seen him before wouldn't be able to recognize him. Only the old bastard Bai Longma had been with Ling Xiao all the time. He couldn't be more familiar with Ling Zhao's aura, so he recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. The Chinese are so arrogant and overbearing. They openly besiege the people of the War God Temple. Aren't they afraid of offending someone they shouldn't offend? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was very calm. His gaze fell on Hua Dijia as if he didn't put the people around him in his eyes. Hee hee, big brother, you don't know. The Chinese are used to being overbearing. They don't even put the other emperor clans and immortal sacred grounds in their eyes, let alone the War God Temple. However, big brother, you're someone they can't afford to offend. These guys don't even realize that they're about to die. What a bunch of idiots. The white dragon horse chuckled. Its eyes were filled with pride. He rolled his eyes and knew Ling Zhao's intention. Therefore, he didn't expose Ling Zhao's identity. However, Ling Zhao's appearance calmed him down, and he revealed a fearless expression. What a joke. 200 years ago, Ling Xiao had dominated the world. He had suppressed the geniuses of 10,000 worlds in the Heaven's Choice Convention and obtained the title of Heaven's Chosen Child. Furthermore, he had killed saints, great saints, and saint kings in the Ling Xiao mountain range with his half-saint cultivation. He had caused a reign of terror in the god world. In particular, the old monsters of the immortal sacred grounds were all shocked by Ling Xiao. How could a junior that they had never paid any attention to be so monstrous? However, Fortunately, Ling Xiao died in the end by detonating the wordless heavenly book. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was still alive, many immortal sacred grounds and emperor clans would be unable to sit still. Your heavenly king buys big brother? No matter who you are, you have to die today. What a joke. In the entire divine world, who can't be offended by the Chinese? Even if there is, it's definitely not you. Hua Dijia said with a murderous look. His eyes revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. He locked onto Ling Xiao. Blazing destructive thunderbolts spread out from his palm. Daddy, this bad guy looks so fierce. He's so ugly, but he still comes out to scare people. Uncle Bailongma said that such a bad guy will not be able to find a wife in the future. Even if he does find a wife, she will have children. Nothing. I forgot that there's nothing. Hee. Chongqing glanced at Hua Dijia fearfully and whispered to Hua Dijia. But in the end, Chongqing seemed to have forgotten. She scratched her little head embarrassedly and giggled. She was actually amused by herself. Hua Dijia smiled. Ling Xiao's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. He glared fiercely at the white dragon horse. What kind of nonsense is this bastard teaching me? My Chongqing is so cute, but she's being led astray by Bailongma. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shudder at the thought of how Long Outyen, who used to be so strong when he was young, ended up like this because he stayed with the old goat and the white dragon horse for a period of time. If Chongqing became like Long Outyen, Ling Xiao would definitely beat Bailongma to death. Cough. I didn't teach her this. Chongqing secretly learned it when I was scolding those Chinese bastards. Bailongma swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. He had already seen the anger in Ling Xiao's eyes. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His eyeballs rolled around as he quickly thought of how to escape from Ling Xiao's vicious beating. Hua Dijia was about to go crazy with anger. Chongqing looked innocent, pure, and cute. Her pair of pure big eyes flashed, making even a hard-hearted person's heart soften instantly. However, those words came from the mouth of such a cute little girl, which made Hua Dijia almost vomit blood. If Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse said it, he would directly scold them back. But what could he do about such a little girl? He was the dignified king of earth, the pride of the Chinese. Could he lower himself to the level of a little girl? Yes. Hua Dijia was so angry that he couldn't care less. Kid, you've successfully angered me. And your lowly daughter, when I kill you, I'll definitely let your daughter know what the greatest fear and pain in the world is. Hua Dijia stared at Ling Xiao and Chongqing with hatred. Daddy, I'm afraid. Chongqing's face was a little pale. She hugged Ling Xiao's neck tightly, not daring to look at Hua Dijia's fierce face. Chongqing, don't be afraid. Let Daddy deal with these bad guys. Ling Xiao patted Chongqing's back and said gently. Then, his eyes turned cold as he stared at Hua Dijia and said, after today, there will be one less of the 3 Chinese kings. His clothes fluttered, and he looked ethereal like an emperor. Although he didn't reveal any aura, there was a power that made the world tremble. Everyone's expression changed. Was he going to make a move? You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Hua Dijia's eyes, and he instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. The reason why he said so much before was to test Ling Xiao's identity. After all, Ling Xiao had such a temperament and was respected by the White Dragon King as his big brother. He was probably not an ordinary person. Although Hua Dijia was arrogant, he was also extremely cautious in his heart. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see Ling Xiao's true identity until now. Since that was the case, he might as well stop testing and directly crush him. In the entire heavenly realm, when had the Chinese ever been afraid of anyone? Rumble, blazing lightning rose around Hua Dijia's body. He was like the thunder god bathed in the thunderbolts all over the sky, blooming with dazzling light. A violet gold spear immediately appeared between Hua Dijia's hands. It was surrounded by endless lightning as if there was a lightning dragon coiling around it. In an instant, it pierced through the layers of space and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Purple lightning dragon spear? Hiss. That was Hua Dijia's quasi-emperor weapon. According to legend, it was a supreme weapon personally refined by an imperial monarch, and it contained the soul of a primeval lightning dragon. It possessed peerless might. With the purple lightning thunder dragon spear in hand, even a supreme holy king would not be a match for Hua Dijia, right? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the origin of the purple gold spear in Hua Dijia's hand. This brat is dead for sure. What a pity for that little girl. Someone said regretfully. Some of the female cultivators in the surroundings didn't even dare to look. Their eyes were filled with pity. Changxing, are you scared? Ling Xiao smiled gently at Changxing as if he didn't see Hua Dijia coming over at all. Father, I'm not scared. You're the most powerful person in the world. The bad guys definitely can't hurt you. Although Changxing's little face was pale, she still clenched her little fists and said crisply. Changxing is so brave. Ling Xiao patted Changxing's little head and said. Whoosh, as he spoke, the purple lightning dragon spear had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The lightning that filled the sky rushed towards them like a vast sea. The blazing lightning contained an aura that could destroy the world, as if it was about to completely drown Ling Xiao and Changxing in an instant. Ling Xiao didn't look back. The corners of his eyes were full of smiles. His gaze had been fixed on Changxing, and he just lightly slapped out. This slap was very casual, as if he was chasing away a fly beside him. Boom, the lightning that filled the sky exploded with a loud bang, instantly stirring up a huge wave. Ling Xiao's palm seemed to contain an unparalleled power, causing the incomparably violent lightning energy to stop in an instant, and then completely disintegrate into ashes. Clang, the purple lightning dragon spear was hit by Ling Xiao's slap, bursting into blazing sparks. It began to tremble violently as if a thunder dragon was wailing from it. The purple lightning dragon spear instantly became incomparably dim, and then it was directly sent flying. What? Hua Dijia's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Ling Xiao's slap had already pressed down on him. Rumble, the huge slap landed on Hua Dijia's body, directly slapping him down from the void. Below him was the mountain where the heaven-sealing decimation formation was located. Even the 4 Chinese supreme elders were controlling the heaven-sealing decimation formation. Each of them looked indifferent, and their eyes were filled with coldness. However, the gigantic palm imprint covered the sky and covered the earth. The incomparably powerful seal the sky decimating earth grand formation was shattered one by one. The void distorted violently as the grand formation was shattered with a loud bang. The 4 supreme elders of the Hua clan were also exposed to Ling Xiao's palm. They didn't even have time to resist, and their eyes were still full of shock. Together with Hua Dijia, they were slapped into the ground by Ling Xiao's slap. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone felt the earth quaking and the mountains shaking. The earth was trembling violently. That incomparably terrifying fluctuation made them feel a chill all over their bodies. In the void, Hua Dijia and the 4 grand elders of Hua clan had disappeared. Only Ling Xiao, in his snow-white robe, was standing in the void with Changxing in his arms, looking indifferent and calm. When the divine light in the sky dissipated, everyone saw that the huge mountain in front of them had been directly wiped out, and a huge 5-fingered palm print appeared on the ground. Hua Dijia and the 4 Chinese supreme elders were lying in the palm print, spitting blood wildly. Their clothes were torn, their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were full of disbelief and horror. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely stunned. They felt like they were dreaming, and they couldn't believe everything in front of them. What did I see? King of Earth, Hua Dijia, and the 4 Chinese supreme elders were suppressed by that person with a single slap. That's impossible. I must be hallucinating. Someone muttered to himself, his eyes were dull, his mouth was wide open, and his whole body was trembling. How is this possible? How could the 5 peak holy kings be suppressed by a single slap? Someone replied mechanically. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. There was a short silence between heaven and earth, and everyone was speechless. Brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to attack? Fortunately, I ran fast, or I would have been suppressed by you with a single slap. You're taking revenge on me. The white dragon horse came out of the void in a sorry state and looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter face. Ling Xiao's slap just now had confused everyone. Who would have thought that such a light slap could burst out such a terrifying power? Even the white dragon horse didn't expect that Ling Xiao's slap would include him. If it weren't for the collapse of the sky-sealing decimating Earth formation and the White Dragon Horse directly using the Great Void teleportation technique to avoid Ling Xiao's slap, the White Dragon Horse would be lying next to Hua Dijia now. The White Dragon Horse suspected that Ling Xiao did it on purpose. The White Dragon Horse's words brought everyone back to their senses from their shock. At the sight of the miserable look of Hua Dijia and the 4 grand elders of Hua clan, everyone couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Their eyes were full of fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. How can this young man be so strong? He actually suppressed 5 peak Saint Kings with a single slap. Could he be a heavenly venerable? Someone whispered, his voice trembling. I was wondering why he looked so young. He must be an old monster from the immortal sacred land. He just has a technique to retain his youth and looks very young. The Chinese have really kicked an iron plate this time. I just don't know if this is an old monster from the War God Temple or the Taishengdao Palace. His strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid the Chinese are going to suffer a great loss this time. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They had looked down on Ling Xiao because he was very young. Moreover, the Chinese were infamous. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be a match for the Chinese. However, Ling Xiao's slap was like a slap to everyone's face, making everyone feel a burning sensation on their faces. Especially those who had mocked Ling Xiao before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They lowered their heads, afraid that Ling Xiao would settle the score with them later. However, whether it was the White Dragon Horse's resentful eyes or the reverence of everyone, Ling Xiao did not care about them. Ling Xiao's gaze was still on Chongqing, filled with gentleness and love. Daddy, you're so powerful. Chongqing said excitedly. His eyes were filled with reverence and worship. Although she was very ignorant, she saw Ling Xiao slap all those bad guys to the ground. Naturally, she understood that those bad guys were no match for Ling Xiao. Of course, your daddy is invincible. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Hua Dijia stood up from the palm print on the ground. His body was swaying, and his clothes were torn. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was no longer as high-spirited as before, and his entire person looked incomparably wretched. He could not figure out why Ling Xiao was so strong. That palm was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he could not forget it. Damn it! Hua Dijia gritted his teeth and said, full of resentment, unwillingness, and shock. The Chinese? You're just SOSO. Ling Xiao turned his head, looked at Hua Dijia, and smiled faintly. His voice was like a fierce slap on Hua Dijia's face, making Hua Dijia tremble with anger. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of incomparable resentment. Who are you? Hua Dijia stared at Ling Xiao. His heart seemed to have been set off by raging waves, and a deep fear towards Ling Xiao was born. Until now, he still couldn't see through Ling Xiao's cultivation. However, Ling Xiao had suppressed him and the 4 grand elders of the Chinese race with a single palm strike. Thinking of this, Hua Dijia's heart trembled. Even in the entire divine realm, a heavenly master could be regarded as an overlord. In the immortal Holy Lands, they were the ancestors who controlled the fate of the world. They would not appear in front of the world easily. Such a person had been cultivating in seclusion. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see him break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. But Ling Xiao looked so young. How could he be a heavenly master? I've said that I'm someone you can't afford to offend. You want to catch the White Dragon Horse as your mount? Have you asked for my permission? Ling Xiao said coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Your Excellency, we don't want to be your enemy, but the Chinese are not easy to bully. You can take the White Dragon Horse away, but we will remember this. Seeing that Hua Dijia still wanted to say something, a Chinese Grand Elder hurriedly stopped him, and then took a deep look at Ling Xiao and said. The 4 Grand Elders of Hua clan were also extremely shocked. They knew that they might have kicked an iron plate this time. If they continued to stay, they would only suffer losses. It was better to retreat first and settle the score later. The 4 Grand Elders of Hua clan wanted to take Hua Dijia out of here directly. Did I allow you to leave? Ling Xiao said flatly. Hua Dijia and the 4 Grand Elders of Hua clan became stiff at once. What else do you want? Hua Dijia turned around and stared at Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. Aren't you Chinese always arrogant and overbearing? You want to catch the white dragon horse and speak rudely to me. Do you really think I have a good temper? Kneel down and slap your face. Ling Xiao said coldly, and his voice exploded in the void like thunder. He was exuding an irresistible majesty and momentum. Boom! Ling Xiao's words seemed to contain a vast power of heaven and earth, which directly suppressed Hua Dijia and the 4 Chinese grand elders. Hua Dijia and the other 4 all changed their faces. They felt that the surrounding void was suppressing them. They trembled all over and almost couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Ah! Hua Dijia roared, and his eyes were full of humiliation. Although he and the 4 grand elders were seriously injured, if they directly knelt down because of Ling Xiao's words, it would not only be a disgrace to them, but also to the Chinese. Therefore, they activated all of their cultivation to resist the pressure and aura emitted by Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao took a step forward and stepped on the void. The surrounding void shook at the same time, and blazing divine light gushed out. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to gather on Ling Xiao's body in an instant. A vast power of heaven burst out and suppressed Hua Dijia and the 4 Chinese grand elders. Hua Dijia and the other 4 all felt that the pressure on their bodies was getting greater and greater, as if there were thousands of divine mountains pressing down on them, making their legs tremble. Don't go too far. Hua Dijia roared, and his voice was full of monstrous anger. If the 5 of them were in their heyday, with the cultivation of the 5 peak Saint Kings, it was naturally impossible for them to be overwhelmed by the power of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's palm seemed to be light, but it knocked them down from the clouds. Not only did it disperse their cultivation, but it also caused irreversible injuries to their bodies. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the peak Saint Kings, ordinary injuries would be healed in an instant. Their strength was less than 1/10 of it. How could they withstand such a terrifying pressure? Bang, bang, bang. Ling Xiao was extremely calm. He held Xianxia in one hand, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and he walked toward Hua Dijia and the others step by step. Every step Ling Xiao took seemed to be on the note of heaven and earth. With each step, the vast heavenly might on his body became more and more powerful. The surrounding people all felt a little frightened. A great force of heaven and earth rushed towards them, causing them to retreat quickly. From this, it can be seen how much pressure Hua Dijia and the others are under right now. Kneel down. Ling Xiao said calmly. Boom! Hua Dijia and the 4 great elders of the Chinese clan could no longer bear the terrifying heavenly might. Their legs made a crisp sound as they broke. The 5 of them knelt down towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao also walked in front of the 5 of them. He stood in the air and looked at the 5 of them with indifference. Ah! The Chinese will not let you go. All of you must die. Hua Dijia was about to go crazy. His eyes were full of hatred as he roared at Ling Xiao. He was one of the 3 kings of the Chinese clan. When had Hua Dijia, the Earth King, suffered such humiliation? Hua Dijia and the 4 great elders of the Chinese clan were forced to kneel down by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. This was tantamount to slapping the Chinese clan in the face. It was imaginable that the entire God realm would laugh at the Chinese clan because of what happened today. And all of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Hua Dijia hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. If his eyes could kill, Ling Xiao would have been killed 1,000 or even 10,000 times by now. Chinese clan? Guarding the glory of their ancestors, they do things like robbers and prostitutes and bully humans. Is this the so-called Emperor clan? If Emperor Tiandu knows that their descendants are all like this, I'm afraid he will kill all of you. The white dragon horse sneered. The Chinese clan had been targeting the war god temple for many years. Many disciples of the war god temple had died in the hands of the Chinese clan. Especially the 3 kings of the Chinese clan. They had made a name for themselves in the god realm. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Many genius disciples of the war god temple were even killed by them. Ling Xiao, you must not let them go. Especially Hua Dijia. He killed countless disciples of the war god temple. Fengya died in his hands. Kill him and avenge Fengya. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao. Its voice was filled with hatred. What? Ling Zhao's entire body trembled, and his gaze instantly turned bone-chilling. Fengya, the girl from the Wind Spirit tribe, was quiet and elegant, like an orchid in an empty valley. She followed Ling Xiao and called him Big Brother Ling Xiao. Later on, she followed Ling Xiao into the War God Temple. Fengya could be said to be the first friend Ling Xiao had made after entering the God realm. Now, the white dragon horse said that Fengya had died in Hua Dijia's hands. Ling Xiao's heart was instantly filled with a monstrous killing intent. Originally, he did not intend to kill these 5 people. He only wanted to punish them. At most, he would cripple their cultivation. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao decided that he must kill them all. Young master, you have humiliated our Chinese people like this. We will never forgive you. If you don't want to be the enemy of the whole world and be hunted down by the Chinese, you'd better let us go. Otherwise, nobody can save you. A Hua Grand Elder said in a cold voice. They were extremely humiliated, but now that they had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands, their lives were no longer in their own hands. They could only endure the humiliation and hope that Ling Xiao would be wary of the Chinese and let them go. Let you go? If I let you go, how can I face the innocent humans who died? If I let you go, how can I face the righteous path of the human race? Now that we are facing a great enemy, all the worlds in the universe have treated the God realm as a piece of juicy meat. As the human race, instead of thinking of uniting against the outside world, you actually dare to be insolent. Your hands are stained with the blood of countless humans. Therefore, all of you have to die today. Ling Xiao said coldly. His voice was like the thunder from the 9 heavens, rumbling in the void. Ling Zhao's words caused the surrounding crowd to be moved as well. Even those who were gloating and watching indifferently from the sidelines became extremely solemn as if they had thought of something. The human race was indeed surrounded by danger. Over the past 100 years, countless humans had died in the hands of the invading foreign races. However, the Chinese seemed to like being insolent. The so-called 3 kings of the Chinese race didn't kill many foreign races. On the contrary, many talents of the human race had died in their hands. Ling Zhao's words were completely correct. Although they were afraid of the ferocious reputation of the Chinese race, their blood seemed to have been stimulated at this moment. They looked at Hua Dijia and the other 4 with indifference and anger in their eyes. You dare to kill me? Hua Dijia stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief and said with his eyes full of disbelief. There's nothing in the world that I don't dare to do. The Chinese race has committed a heinous crime, and the 5 of you deserve to die. I sentence you to be destroyed. Ling Xiao said coldly, and then he punched at Hua Dijia and the other 4. Rumble, Ling Zhao's fist emitted a dazzling light like the sun. At the same time, endless thunderbolts surged, containing the power of God's punishment. Instantly, the 5 Hua people were shrouded in it. Stop. At this moment, an incomparably old voice sounded, containing endless majesty and anger. Crack, the void was instantly torn apart, and an incomparably powerful figure walked out of the void. His entire body was shrouded in endless purple light as if there was a mysterious power of time flowing in it. It was an incomparably dignified old man. His face was rosy, and he wore a purple Taoist robe. His entire body was exuding a devouring aura. His entire body was emitting a vast pressure. As soon as he appeared in the void, he instantly slapped the air, trying to save Hua Dijia and the other 4. Great-grandfather, save me. The moment Hua Dijia saw the purple-robed old man, his eyes were filled with incomparable surprise, and he hurriedly yelled. They had just secretly sent a voice transmission to summon the patriarch of the Chinese race. Finally, the patriarch of the Chinese race arrived. This is a heavenly master of the Chinese race? Someone exclaimed, his eyes full of awe. That mighty aura seemed to be able to suppress the world, and it contained an aura of supremacy. He was clearly a heavenly master. The heavenly master of the Chinese race had arrived. After all, Hua Dijia was one of the 3 kings of the Chinese race, and there were 4 supreme elders of the Chinese race here. The Chinese naturally wouldn't let them die in Ling Zhao's hands. How dare a mere clone be so presumptuous in front of me? Die. Ling Xiao said coldly. His punch didn't stop at all, and it continued to suppress Hua Dijia and the other 4. At the same time, there seemed to be a dazzling immortal light erupting from between Ling Zhao's eyebrows, containing an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, it bloomed between heaven and earth like a prison, directly imprisoning the purple-robed old man. In the immortal light that filled the sky, there seemed to be a sharp finger light that contained the power of time, destruction, creation, and destruction. It seemed to be able to shatter everything as it pierced between the purple-robed old man's eyebrows. Time destruction finger. Rumble, the purple-robed elder was instantly drowned by the endless immortal light. The age annihilation finger shattered everything and pierced the purple-robed elder's body, causing him to tremble violently and roar continuously. At this moment, under Ling Zhao's peerless fist print, Hua Dijia and the 4 supreme elders of the Hua clan showed an extremely desperate look in their eyes. In an instant, their bodies were shattered and turned into ashes. The 5 peak holy kings were killed by Ling Xiao with a single punch. Even the celestial master ancestor of the Hua clan could not save them. Bastard, how dare you! The purple-robed elder roared angrily. Although the terrifying light around him burst out, he finally broke the prison, dissolved the power of the age annihilation finger, and rushed out. However, his breath was in disorder. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Hua Dijia and the other 4 supreme elders were killed by Ling Xiao right in front of him. The purple-robed elder's eyes instantly revealed monstrous anger. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at Ling Xiao with endless killing intent. Old thing, even if your original body is here, you dare not be presumptuous in front of me. You're just a clone. Do you really think you're something? Go to hell. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and threw another punch at the purple-robed old man. Crack, there was a blazing light blooming on Ling Zhao's fist print. It was vast and mighty as if the mysterious scene of the birth and death of an era and the shattering of heaven and earth appeared. It was fierce and domineering, unparalleled. What? You actually. The purple-robed elder's expression changed drastically after seeing Ling Zhao's punch. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he roared wildly. However, before he could finish speaking, Ling Zhao's punch drowned him entirely. Boom, the blazing fist light rose as if endless reincarnation had emerged. This was the supreme power of the Age Fist. It blasted the purple-robed elder's body, instantly causing his body to shake violently. Then, his entire body exploded with a loud bang, turning into a rain of light. Even the celestial master ancestor of the Hua clan was killed by Ling Zhao's punch. That's the celestial master ancestor of the Hua clan. Even he couldn't block his punch. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. His face was extremely pale and filled with disbelief. Didn't you hear him? That's just a clone of the Chinese celestial venerable ancestor, not his true body. Even if he's a celestial venerate's clone, his strength must be terrifying. He's far stronger than a peerless holy king, yet he couldn't block a single punch from that young man in white. Who is he? There's such a terrifying character, and it seems like he has a very close relationship with the War God Temple. It seems like the War God Temple is about to rise. How can it be so easy to rise up? This time, 5 great peak stage saint kings have died, and there's even a heavenly venerable ancestor's clone. The Hua clan will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm afraid that the immortal realm is going to be chaotic from now on. Everyone was discussing softly. They didn't even dare to look at Ling Xiao directly. They were filled with reverence. The few people who had spoken rudely to Ling Xiao earlier were so scared that they almost fainted. Father, I finally believe that you are invincible. Chongqing suddenly kissed Ling Xiao's cheek. Her face was flushed red as she said with some embarrassment and admiration. Being kissed by Chongqing, Ling Xiao was stunned. He immediately felt sweetness in his heart. He was happier than anything else. Chongqing, so you didn't believe me before? Ling Xiao teased Chongqing with a smile. That's not it, father. Chongqing has never seen father before, but mother told me that father is the most powerful person in the world. You're a first-class hero. Chongqing giggled. Your mother is right. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He liked being with Chongqing very much. It was as if it could make him forget everything. His heart was filled and peaceful. This was his precious daughter, the most adorable little princess. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to give her the best things in the world. However, at this time, there was still a tactless guy who interrupted the conversation between the father and daughter. I haven't seen you for 200 years, and your strength is so terrifying. Even the clone of a heavenly venerate was killed by you with one punch. You can't have broken through to the heavenly venerate realm, right? The white dragon horse ran in front of Ling Xiao. It stared at Ling Xiao as if it had seen a ghost. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. The white dragon horse and Pangu's heavenly dipper could become divine kings so quickly because they had obtained great opportunities and were fully nurtured by the war god temple. However, Ling Xiao had drifted for 200 years and wasn't in the realm of the gods at all. His strength had become so terrifying. It shocked and hurt him. Uncle White Dragon Horse, my father is the most powerful person in the world. Chongqing hugged Ling Xiao's neck and said proudly. Her big eyes were filled with excitement. Chongqing, you heartless person. If I hadn't protected you, would you have been able to escape from the Taishan Palace? I'm afraid you would have been captured by the Taishan Palace. Now that you've seen your father, you've forgotten about me. I'm so hurt. The white dragon horse pretended to be hurt. Escaped from the Taishan Palace? What's going on? Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He heard a crucial sentence from the white dragon horse's words. What the white dragon horse meant was that the Taishan Palace wanted to kill his Chongqing. Who would be so bold to target Chongqing? Ling Xiao, something happened to Xianxia. The white dragon horse's face immediately turned serious. It looked at Chongqing as if it wanted to say something. Then, it whispered to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. Xianxia, what happened to Xianxia? Ling Xiao's heart pounded violently as he stared at the white dragon horse. Ling Xiao, you might not know. In the 200 years that you weren't in the realm of the gods, the war god temple had been struggling. They were targeted by the immortal sacred grounds and the various emperor clans. They even thought that the wordless heavenly book was in the war god temple and sent spies to infiltrate the war god temple many times. Even the Taishan Palace, the ally of the war god temple, was targeted and suppressed by them. Countless talented disciples were killed, and even the elders in the sect suffered heavy casualties. The Taishan Palace couldn't take the pressure and was divided into two factions. One faction wanted to ally with the war god temple and would rather die than submit. They wanted to fight the other immortal sacred grounds to the end. The other faction wanted to draw a clear line with the war god temple and reconcile with the other immortal sacred grounds. The white dragon horse explained slowly. Get to the point. Ling Xiao frowned and glared at the white dragon horse. The white dragon horse smiled bitterly and continued, after your identity was exposed, the Taishan Palace naturally found out about your relationship with Xianxia. Forces like the Heavenly Curse Sect, the Five Elements Saint Sect, the Spacetime Heavenly Gate, the 9 Imperial Gates, and the Chinese told the Taishan Palace that if they didn't want them to target the Taishan Palace, they had to hand Xianxia over to them. Because of this request, the Taishan Palace naturally had an intense debate. However, the peacemakers gradually gained the upper hand in the Taishan Palace. 4 years ago, Xianxia, who was pregnant for 100 years, gave birth to Chongqing. The peacemakers started plotting against Xianxia. A few months ago, Xianxia sensed that something was amiss and sent me a telepathic message. She asked me to go to the Taishan Palace and handed Chongqing over to me. However, Xianxia was quickly imprisoned by the Taishan Palace. However, the peacemakers in the Taishan Palace were a bunch of bastards. They wanted to kill me and Chongqing. Fortunately, I escaped quickly and took Chongqing away from the Taishan Palace. That's how things ended up like this. The white dragon horse chattered incessantly. It was filled with resentment towards the Taishan Palace. However, in the end, it explained everything clearly. Xianxia was imprisoned by them? The Taishan Palace, it seems like some people are tired of living. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly, revealing a monstrous murderous intent. P.S. The 5th update has ended. Everyone, rest early. Daluo Territory. In the Chinese territory, numerous divine mountains rose from the ground and were coiled with vast origin energy. They emitted a myriad of divine lights, thousands of auspicious colors, and towering ancient trees stood in great numbers. It was a supreme paradise. In the depths of the Chinese, heavenly palace floated above the 9 heavens, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the Chinese seemed to be a little chaotic. The life tablets of the Earth King, Huadijia, and the 4 supreme elders have all shattered. Who is it? How dare you kill our Chinese people? Damn it, no matter what, we must take revenge. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Those who killed the Chinese, we must exterminate their families. Quickly send someone to investigate and find the murderer. Among the Chinese, figures with terrifying auras opened their eyes. Their divine thoughts intertwined like a vast heavenly might, causing terrifying lightning to appear in the void. Many Hua clansmen turned pale. Their eyes were full of shock and awe. They bowed to the figures in the sky one after another. The heavenly venerable ancestor had been cultivating in seclusion, and they were alarmed. It seemed that something big had happened to the Chinese. How dare he kill my clone? That young man's cultivation might have reached the heavenly venerable realm. We must not be reckless. Once we find out his identity, I'll kill him with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Above the void, an old man in a purple robe seemed to be surrounded by the sun, moon, and galaxy. He was majestic and mysterious, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. That's right. Pay close attention to the direction of the War God Temple. Since the murderer knows Heavenly King Bai, he must be related to the War God Temple. Once we find his whereabouts, we must kill him immediately. The Chinese cannot be humiliated. And that so-called Heavenly King Ling, Yi Liangchen, dared to kill the Chinese hero. We must not let him go. It seems that the Chinese have been silent for too long. Some people have forgotten about us and great Emperor Tiandu. These ant-like things deserve to die. The other figures also spoke with a cold expression. These were the celestial venerable ancestors of the Hua clan. They were also the true rulers of the Hua clan. They wielded great authority and stood at the pinnacle of the entire divine world. However, something had happened to the Chinese recently. In the past 100 years, the 3 lords of the Chinese clan had shone brightly and were regarded as the hope of the Chinese clan. They were even the peerless talents who could reach the emperor realm. However, a few months ago, Hua Xiong, the human king, was killed by Yi Liangchen. Now, Huadijia was also killed. It was said that he was humiliated before he died, which was an intolerable humiliation for the Hua people. It had to be washed away with the blood and lives of his enemies. Even the celestial master ancestor of the Hua clan, who had been in secluded cultivation, was alarmed by these 2 events. Following the order from the depths of the Hua clan, the entire Hua clan began to move. Many powerful figures left the Hua clan and began to search for Yi Liangchen and Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was carrying Changxing and riding the white dragon horse towards the Taishang Palace. The Taishang Palace was located in the Taishang Sky Domain. The Taishang Heavenly Domain was also one of the 3 upper heavens of the divine realm. Not only was it vast and boundless, but it also contained an incomparably majestic and vast origin energy. In the Taishang Heavenly Domain, it could be said that spiritual veins were everywhere. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be seen everywhere. Every mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall was filled with spiritual energy. It could be said that it was a paradise. The Taishang Palace was located in the extreme north. It covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. There were tens of thousands of divine mountains that rose from the ground. However, these tens of thousands of divine mountains were very strange. Half of them were covered in snow all year round and were bone-chilling. The other half was as warm as spring with hundreds of flowers blooming. This area seemed to be the intersection of extreme yang and extreme yin. However, there was a layer of Taishang Qi above the void. It was like the power produced by the convergence of yin and yang. It was extremely strange. The Taishang Palace was an extremely mysterious immortal holy land. Although there were not many disciples, each of them was amazing. Moreover, the Taishang Palace's foundation was also extremely deep. It was said that the Taishang Palace's inheritance came from a mysterious emperor in the ancient era. Not only was the Taishang Palace proficient in formations, but their attainments in swordsmanship were also beyond everyone's imagination. The Taishang Palace was also the immortal holy land with the most sword cultivators. The terror of sword cultivators made countless people's scalps tingle when they thought about it. Is this the Taishang Palace? Ling Xiao looked at the divine mountains that rose into the sky. The mysterious yin and yang qi gathered in the void. It vaguely seemed to form the mysterious scene of a black and white taiji diagram. This was the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Taishan Palace. Looking into the distance, the divine light was resplendent and the auspicious steam rose. It was as if there were many heavenly palaces and pavilions looming in the air. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a sliver of guilt. He should have come to pick up Xianxia long ago. But because of this delay, 200 years had passed. Xianxia, is he well? Xianxia had given him the most precious gift, the little princess in his arms. Daddy, is Xianxia going to see Mommy soon? I'm so happy. If Mommy sees Daddy, she'll definitely be very happy too. Xianxia said crisply. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. That's right. Xianxia will be able to see Mommy soon. Let's bring Mommy home together, okay? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Let's go home together. Daddy, I don't like this place and I don't like those people. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Xianxia hasn't been doing well these past few years. The peacemakers in the Taishan Palace are full of hostility towards her. They think that Xianxia is entangled with you because of her. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao. The Taishan Palace? I'll settle this score with them today. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he said flatly. He could hear the anxiety and nervousness in Xianxia's voice. Her days in the Taishan Palace must have been unpleasant for her. She must have suffered a lot. Ling Xiao could not help but feel pain in his heart. This was his most adorable little princess, but he wasn't by Xianxia's side. This filled him with guilt and made him want to make it up to Xianxia. Those who had bullied Xianxia in the Taishan Palace should all be annihilated. Ling Xiao, I'll ask you one more time. Do you really intend to barge in like this? The Taishan Palace has a heavenly honorable old ancestor, an ultimate emperor weapon that can suppress fate, and a flawless emperor array for protection. The white dragon horse said to Ling Xiao with a tinge of worry in its eyes. Don't worry. They can't stop me. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. There was a peerless sharpness in his eyes. Let's go. Let's go to the Taishan Palace and bring Xianxia home. Ling Xiao's voice was calm but there was an indescribable confidence in it. The white dragon horse couldn't help but be influenced by it. Instantly, boundless pride surged in its heart. That's right. So what if it's the Taishangdao Palace? *CK them. I'm here today to get back at those who beat me up. I'm going to beat them up today. The white dragon horse said with an arrogant look in its eyes. Roar, the white dragon horse let out a dragon's roar. It looked up to the sky and its body emitted a dazzling light. It looked like a bright sun. A vast dragon's aura exploded. It contained the aura of an ancient king, making the white dragon horse look even more majestic. It looked incomparably majestic. It shook its 4 hooves and swaggered towards the Taishangdao Palace with Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Who is it? How dare you be so presumptuous in my Taishangdao Palace? A cold voice resounded in the void. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the voice was heard, several powerful figures appeared in the void, blocking the white dragon horse's path in an instant. Devour, it was a group of experts in Taoist robes and carrying long swords. Each of them had a cold expression. Their eyes flickered with light and they exuded a cold, murderous aura. There were more than 100 sage-to-be experts. The middle-aged Taoist leading them was a sage-to-be expert. These were the mountain patrol guards of the Taishangdao Palace. When they noticed that there were uninvited guests in the Taishangdao Palace, they immediately appeared and stopped them. It's you? By Tian Wang? When the middle-aged Taoist saw the white dragon horse, his expression changed and he sneered. By Tian Wang, you colluded with that bitch Xianxia to create havoc in my Taishangdao Palace. Now you dare to come back? You really don't know what's good for you. Let's see who can save you this time. Clang! 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 The sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The mountain patrol guards of the Taishangdao Palace pulled out their swords instantly. Their eyes were cold as they surrounded the white dragon horse. Slap him. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. When he heard the middle-aged Taoist insult Xianxia, he couldn't help but be filled with killing intent. He slapped the middle-aged Taoist. Slap, a crisp sound rang out in the void. The middle-aged Taoist was sent flying by Ling Zhao's slap. He let out an incomparably miserable cry as his entire body exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Even his primordial spirit didn't manage to escape. It was completely destroyed. What? You actually killed the commander? The mountain patrol guards were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. And their faces were pale. They didn't expect Ling Xiao slapped the commander's head. Openly killing people in the Supreme Dao Palace, was this person really tired of living? You all, I'm king by Tian Wang. A bunch of ant-like things dare to be impudent in front of this king? S right. The white dragon horse sneered and said arrogantly. Bai Tian Wang is back. Although the mountain patrol guards were stunned by Ling Zhao's sudden attack, they quickly regained their senses. A few mountain patrol guards immediately shouted. Their voices were like thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire Taishang Dao Palace. They were the most loyal disciples of the Taishang Dao Palace. Even in the face of Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse's threats, they weren't afraid at all. Ling Zhao's gaze was indifferent. He didn't stop them and allowed them to do as they wished. He had long sensed that the entire Taishang Dao Palace was covered by an incomparably powerful divine sense. That divine sense belonged to a heavenly venerable. He and the white dragon horse had probably been discovered the moment they entered the Taishang Dao Palace. Today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what the Taishang Dao Palace's attitude was. White dragon horse, you still dare to come back? Very well. This time, I'd like to see how you can escape. I'll definitely make you submit willingly and become my mount. At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. A blazing light bloomed in the void. It was as if a bright sun had risen from the depths of the Taishang Dao Palace. In an instant, it crossed the sky and appeared in front of the white dragon horse. It was a young man wearing golden armor. He looked extraordinarily handsome and elegant. His entire body exuded an incomparably powerful aura of the holy path. His gaze was incomparably cold, exuding a kind of lofty arrogance. At this moment, he stared at the white dragon horse without concealing it. His eyes were filled with incomparable passion. Who are you? He also noticed Ling Xiao riding on the white dragon horse. His gaze turned cold as he asked coldly. Sun King? You couldn't catch me a few months ago. It's the same today. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later and let you know how powerful I am. When the white dragon horse saw this young man, it sneered coldly. Speaking of which, a few months ago, the white dragon horse had suffered a lot in front of the Sun King. In the end, it almost couldn't leave the Taishang Dao Palace. This fellow was vengeful and was filled with resentment towards the Sun King. At this moment, its eyes were filled with malice. It was thinking of how to teach the Sun King a lesson later. Ling Xiao, this is the Sun King, the holy son of the Taishang Dao Palace. He and Xianxia are known as the Taishang Dao Palace's peerless duo. His grandfather is a celestial venerable ancestor of the Taishang Dao Palace. He's also the leader of the peacemaking faction. This kid has always wanted to pursue Xianxia and almost hurt Chongqing. You can't let him go. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao, introducing the Sun King's identity. The Sun King? Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold. Just the fact that the Sun King had almost hurt Chongqing was enough to sentence him to death in his heart. White dragon horse, you really don't know what's good for you. I won't argue with you. When I catch you, you'll naturally know how powerful I am. You, get off. This is my mount. Who allowed you to sit on it? The Sun King sneered. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Xiao and Chongqing. He ordered coldly in a condescending manner. Seeing Ling Xiao riding on the white dragon horse, he instinctively felt displeased. He had long regarded the white dragon horse as his exclusive property. Only he had the right to ride the white dragon horse. The white dragon horse was the mount of the celestial emperor in ancient times. Being able to ride the white dragon horse was enough to prove many things. Perhaps he really would have a chance to reach the supreme celestial realm in the future. Daddy, I'm scared. After meeting the Sun King's gaze, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. Her little face turned pale as she hurriedly turned around and hugged Ling Xiao's neck. Xianxia, don't be afraid. With Daddy here, no one can hurt you. Daddy is invincible. I'm the most powerful person in the world. Ling Xiao gently patted Xianxia's little head. I'm not afraid, but you have to be careful, father. He's a bad guy, and he even hit mother. Xianxia nodded, but she still buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms, not daring to look up. Did you beat your mother? Very well. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a glint in his eyes. The white dragon horse saw Ling Xiao smile and couldn't help but tremble. This guy's smile was too cold. The white dragon horse knew that Ling Xiao was completely enraged, and couldn't help but mourn for the Sun King. The Sun King was done for after angering Ling Xiao, a slave to his wife and daughter. Father? You're Xianxia's father? Impossible. Who the hell are you? The Sun King suddenly trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He heard Xianxia call Ling Xiao father. However, he knew that Xianxia's father, who was also Jinsei's husband, was the forbidden person, the chosen one from 200 years ago, Ling Xiao. Could this white-robed young man be Ling Xiao? Impossible. The Sun King immediately rejected this idea. Who am I? No one has asked me this question for many years. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and his gaze fell on the Sun King, and he smiled faintly. However, there was a bone-chilling coldness in that smile. Ling Xiao? Impossible. Ling Xiao is long dead. Don't try to act mysterious here. No matter who you are, you're dead for daring to barge into the Taishangdao Palace. The Sun King trembled, and his eyes were filled with horror. However, he immediately sneered, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the news of the white dragon horse barging into the Taishangdao Palace alarmed the upper echelons of the Taishangdao Palace. Suddenly, a few old figures appeared in the sky, and their auras were unfathomable. They were all Saint Kings, the supreme elders of the Taishangdao Palace. As soon as they appeared, they scattered around the void, vaguely locking onto Ling Xiao and the white dragon horse, and their eyes were extremely cold. They had also heard Ling Xiao's words. You said you're Ling Xiao? What proof do you have? A supreme elder asked cautiously. The name Ling Xiao was already a taboo in the divine world. 200 years ago, Ling Xiao had become the enemy of the entire world. The peerless battle that had erupted in the Ling Xiao mountain range was still fresh in everyone's memories. Now, upon hearing this name, even the Grand Elder of the Taishangdao Palace revealed a grave expression despite his disbelief. I am who I am. Why would I need any evidence? I'm really curious. The Taishangdao Palace and the War God Hall have always been allies. Why would you betray the War God Hall and use your own disciples to curry favor with others? The so-called Supreme Dao Palace is really too disappointing. Ling Xiao sneered. Even when facing the Grand Elders in front of him and the White Dragon Horse, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest bit of fear, as if he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. He was here to bring Jinsei home, and also to get an answer. I don't care who you are. You're dead for impersonating Ling Xiao. As for betraying the War God Hall? The Supreme Dao Palace is a high and mighty immortal sacred land. We're only in a temporary alliance with the War God Hall. How can we betray them? We just don't want to be as stupid as the War God Hall, fighting against the entire divine world alone. The War God Hall will be removed from the divine world sooner or later. The Supreme Dao Palace is just following the trend. The Sun King sneered. Following the trend. The Supreme Dao Palace is so righteous even when betraying an ally. You've really opened my eyes. However, I can't be bothered with your trivial matters. Hand over Jinsei and I can let you off temporarily. I won't kill anyone in the Supreme Dao Palace. Otherwise, I don't know if the War God Hall will be removed, but the Supreme Dao Palace will be removed from the divine world today. Ling Xiao sneered. From the attitude of the people in the Supreme Dao Palace, he could feel that the Supreme Dao Palace had changed. They were no longer as high and mighty as before, looking down on all living things and using the heart of the heavens to reflect their hearts. Now, they were no different from the other immortal holy lands. Ling Xiao felt very disappointed. Was this the sect that Xianxia wanted to protect? Hand over Xianxia? Don't even think about it. Brat, you sure know how to boast shamelessly. Do you really think that you can erase the name of the Supreme Tao Palace? I think you've lost your mind. The Sun King was so angry that he laughed and his eyes were full of disdain. The supreme elders of the Supreme Tao Palace around him also looked cold. Terrifying auras were released from their bodies and faintly intertwined as if they were ready to strike at any time. Whether this person who called himself Ling Xiao was real or fake, they would know once they captured him. No matter what, anyone who dared to provoke the Supreme Tao Palace had to die. Ling Xiao, it seems like these idiots don't believe you. The white dragon horse said helplessly. It doesn't matter if they don't believe me. Once I kill them, it doesn't matter if they believe me or not. I didn't want to fight in the Supreme Tao Palace, but it seems like I can't avoid it today. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his expression was extremely calm. Arrogant. Kid, I'd like to see what you're made of. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Supreme Tao Palace? The Sun King's face darkened and a murderous aura surged around him, filled with cold killing intent. Rumble, blazing divine light rose around him like an immortal sun, shrouding him in a mysterious radiance. A vast aura spread out, pressing down on Ling Xiao. Peak Holy King. The Sun King's cultivation had reached the peak Holy King realm. With a flash of light in his palm, an incomparably wide golden sword appeared in an instant. Sharp sword chi burst out, overbearing and terrifying. The Sun King held the golden sword and slashed it down at Ling Xiao, locking Ling Xiao, Chongqing, and the white dragon horse. All of you, die. The Sun King roared in his heart, especially Chongqing. In his heart, he was also someone who had to die. Only with Chongqing dead would he have a chance to win over the person he yearned for day and night. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out a simple punch. It was like a 9-colored divine dragon wrapped in chaotic aura had shot through the sky. It contained a violent ripple of energy, instantly colliding with the sword chi and the huge golden sword. The divine light in the sky exploded with a loud rumble. The huge golden sword trembled violently, and the runes on its surface shattered. In the end, the huge golden sword directly exploded in the void, and turned into fragments that flew in all directions. The fierce fist print didn't have the slightest resistance. Like a bolt of lightning, it blasted onto the Sun King's chest. Crack, the Sun King's body shook violently. Streaks of blood spurted out, and his entire body exploded in the void. Ah! Grandfather, save me! The Sun King screamed. In the blood mist, an extremely illusory shadow appeared. It looked exactly like the Sun King, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of horror and hatred. This was the Sun King's primordial spirit. He was about to teleport away, but Ling Xiao grabbed him and caught him in the palm of his hand. You're too weak. Ling Xiao said indifferently. P.S. The third update is over. Everyone, rest early. In addition, Xianxia should have been pregnant for 200 years before giving birth to Xianxia. I made a mistake in my previous calculation and have corrected it. After all, Chongqing is the daughter of the Chosen One. Guess what Chongqing's constitution is? There will be a prize for guessing correctly. Taiyang King's physical body was shattered by Ling Zhao's punch, and his primordial spirit was caught in Ling Zhao's palm. Although he struggled with all his might, he could not escape from Ling Zhao's grasp. What? The supreme elders of the Taishan Palace were shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror. Taiyang King was a peak saint king, and even in the entire god world, he was a famous king of heaven. He was known as the hope of the Taishan Palace, and he was extremely talented and powerful. He had even defeated a supreme saint king before. However, he could not even withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. How could this young man in white be so terrifying? Could he really be Ling Xiao? Hand over the jints, or I don't mind turning the Taishan Palace into a river of blood. Ling Xiao said flatly as he grabbed Taiyang King's primordial spirit. You're asking for it. I don't care if you're Ling Xiao, but no one can save you for being so presumptuous in the Taishan Palace. Go, kill him. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the surrounding Supreme Elders as they pounced on Ling Xiao. Rumble, they exuded a terrifying Saint Path aura, and vaguely, they seemed to be able to mobilize the power of the yin-yang tai chi diagram above their heads, causing their aura to skyrocket. Beams of terrifying divine light fell from the sky, and they were about to drown Ling Xiao. "Looks like you're still not giving up," Ling Xiao said with a cold laugh. Rumble, in an instant, purple lightning seemed to explode around his body. Streaks of chaotic light rose, and immortal and mysterious fluctuations spread out. It was like a vast heavenly might, gushing out in all directions. The streaks of terrifying divine light were instantly annihilated. They couldn't even touch Ling Xiao within 3 meters of him, nor could they cause any harm to him. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out. The simple punch contained the power of his immortal body. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in the void. The Supreme Elder in front of him was shocked. He felt that Ling Xiao's punch was extremely terrifying, and he did not dare to take it head-on. He immediately moved back. Bang, the ferocious fist instantly pierced through the void. It was as if an immemorial divine mountain was pressing down. Its speed was so fast that the Supreme Elder couldn't dodge at all. His entire body shook violently. Then, his body exploded with a loud bang. A divine chain of order shot out from behind Ling Xiao. It intertwined with the power of laws and directly trapped the Great Elder's soul in the mist of blood. "Since you don't want to hand over the Jinsei, I'll kill you until you do." Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. He took a step forward, and the void rumbled. Vast laws of the Great Path surged. Ling Xiao seemed to have become the embodiment of the laws of the Great Path. Every step he took contained destructive power, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In the void, an illusory shadow rapidly approached Ling Xiao's back. The black rapier was extremely sharp, wanting to directly pierce through Ling Xiao's head. It was a Supreme Elder hiding in the void, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sure-kill attack. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. Instead, he pointed a finger in the air. Crack, the void shattered. In the endless turbulence of the void, Ling Xiao pierced through the forehead of a black-robed elder. His body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. A divine sequence chain swept out, imprisoning his primordial spirit as well. Boom, in an instant, 2 beams of black and white divine light shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. They intertwined with the qi of yin and yang, turning into 2 extremely sharp sword qi. They contained the power of the great path of yin and yang. They directly pierced through the elder who was charging towards him, completely shattering his body. The 2 souls wanted to escape, but they were also imprisoned by the divine chain of order behind Ling Xiao. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Xiao stepped into the void. He held Chongqing in one hand and constantly punched out with his other hand. Every step he took caused the surrounding space to tremble at the same time. The vast power condensed on him became more and more terrifying. It was like the might of the heavens, causing everyone to tremble all over. Their faces paled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao killed 1 person with each step he took. Those extremely powerful elders were like paper in front of him. Their physical bodies were destroyed and their primordial spirits were imprisoned. Before long, Ling Xiao had killed 8 supreme elders of the Taishangdao Palace. He completely destroyed their bodies, leaving only their souls imprisoned. Behind Ling Xiao, 9 divine chains of order danced in the air, imprisoning 9 resplendent balls of light. Vaguely, 9 souls were struggling with all their might, cursing something. Including the Taiyang King and the 8 supreme elders of the Taishangdao Palace, Ling Xiao destroyed their bodies and imprisoned their souls. This scene was extremely shocking. Many disciples of the Taishangdao Palace were scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was the Taiyang King and the 8 supreme elders of the Taishangdao Palace. In their hearts, they represented invincible existences. But now, they were so weak. Not only were their bodies destroyed, but even their souls were in danger. Everyone looked up at Ling Xiao in the sky with awe and respect. This? Could it be that Ling Xiao, the chosen one who fought in the Ling Xiao mountain range 200 years ago? Someone said with a trembling voice. His entire body was shaking. The disciples of the Taishangdao Palace had always been proud. They were extremely talented, and most of them were sword cultivators. They were said to be invincible among their peers. They cultivated the Taishang Dao scripture, and their state of mind was the closest to Xianxia. Therefore, although they had fewer people than the other immortal sacred grounds, they were not weak at all. They all thought that they were the chosen ones, the hope of the human race in the realm of the gods. However, when they saw the white-robed figure in the sky, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Something big is going to happen. Ling Xiao, the chosen one, is not dead, and has returned to the realm of the gods? This must be something that will shock the entire realm of the gods. The realm of the gods is going to change. I heard that Saintess Xianxia's husband is Ling Xiao. The sect treated Saintess Xianxia like this, and even wanted to use her to appease the other immortal sacred grounds. I'm afraid they are going to offend Ling Xiao. What are you afraid of? Our Taishang Dao Palace has an extreme emperor weapon, the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram, and a flawless emperor array, the Yin-Yang Great Array. Even if Ling Xiao is the chosen one, he won't be able to do anything. Just wait and see, the sect is going to be furious. When the heavenly honorable old ancestor arrives, he will definitely use the extreme emperor weapon to activate the flawless emperor array and kill this person. In the Taishang Palace, many disciples were discussing. Some were shocked by Ling Xiao's name, but some didn't think so. They thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by causing trouble in the Taishang Palace. He would die sooner or later. The third sect master. Rumble. At that moment, the sky above the Taishang Dao Palace was filled with wind and clouds. Lightning flashed and a blazing light lit up the entire area. Tens of thousands of sacred mountains began to tremble violently. Mysterious and vast yin and yang qi rose, causing the shadow of the yin-yang taiji diagram in the void to become more and more solid. It also began to rotate slowly. A vast emperor's aura filled the air, containing an aura that could destroy everything. It locked onto Ling Xiao. The Taishang Dao Palace's Yin-Yang Grand Array? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he looked at the black and white taiji diagram in the sky. The Taishang Dao Palace's Grand Array was the flawless emperor array, the Yin-Yang Grand Array. It was said that it was passed down by the Taishang Emperor in the ancient times. After being strengthened by the ancestral masters of the Taishang Dao Palace, it had become more perfect. Once the Yin-Yang Grand Array was fully activated, the emperor aura it contained could kill an emperor. Ling Xiao also felt a strong sense of threat. Crack, the black and white taiji diagram in the sky covered the sky. In an instant, blazing lightning flashed and a black light shot out from the black and white taiji diagram towards Ling Xiao. The lunar divine light was indestructible. Ling Xiao felt the threat of the lunar divine light. In an instant, a bright light flashed between his brows. The heavenly majestic monument soared into the sky like a huge mountain and blocked above Ling Xiao's head. Boom, the lunar divine light hit the heavenly majestic monument and a blazing light bloomed. The heavenly majestic monument shook violently, but it did not budge in the end. Although the Yin-Yang Great Formation was extremely powerful, Ling Xiao possessed an extreme Dao monarch weapon and had comprehended the Yin-Yang secret technique. Furthermore, Xianxia had even imparted the supreme Dao scripture to him. Hence, the Yin-Yang Great Formation did not pose much threat to Ling Xiao. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Taishang Dao Palace? Do you really think that there is no one in the Taishang Dao Palace? An old and majestic voice rang out in the sky. Rumble, the void trembled and divine light rose. In an instant, two dazzling beams of light shot up into the sky, enveloping two incomparably powerful figures. It was as if they could split open the world. In an instant, they appeared before everyone. They were two old men with white hair and beards. One wore a black robe while the other wore a white robe. Their faces were dignified and cold, and their bodies emitted an unfathomable aura that was vast like the sea. There seemed to be the qi of yin and yang converging around them, while the laws of the Grand Tao interweaved together and revealed various mysterious phenomena, causing them to seem even more dignified and noble. These were two great Empyrean powerhouses. Ling Xiao, these two old things are the leaders of the Supreme Dao Palace's peace faction, Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons. Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons is the Sun Monarch's grandfather. The white dragon horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao and introduced the two old men. Protect Changsheng. Leave the two of them to me. Ling Xiao said calmly before placing longevity on the back of the white dragon horse. Father, be careful. Although there was a trace of worry in Chongqing's eyes, she still replied obediently. Be good, Chongqing. Father will be fine. Watch father beat these two bad guys to death and save mother, okay? Ling Xiao smiled and patted Chongqing's little head. Okay. Chongqing nodded. So it's you two old things who betrayed the Supreme Tao Palace and tried to curry favor with the other immortal sacred grounds while Tao Lord Extermination wasn't around? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons. He could feel that Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons were very strong. Their auras were unfathomable. They cultivated the Grand Tao of Taiyang and Grand Tao of Taiyin. Moreover, both Grand Taos had been cultivated to perfection. The next step would be to touch the Grand Tao's origin and break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. Grandfather, save me. The Sun Monarch's primordial spirit began to shout as soon as he saw Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons. His eyes were filled with excitement. Although his physical body had been destroyed by Ling Xiao, his primordial spirit was still there. Especially since his primordial spirit had condensed the Holy Path tree. If he wanted to reform his physical body, he would just have to use a little more origin energy. The other 8 Supreme Elders were the same. When they saw the 2 Heavenly Venerates, they cried for help at the same time. I don't care who you are. Let them go and kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Heavenly Venerate Ninasun's eyes were dark and filled with anger and killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao. Kid, this is the Supreme Tao Palace. Don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you have an Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. If we activate the Supreme Emperor formation with all our might, you'll definitely die even if you have an Extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons sneered. Although the 2 of them looked indifferent on the surface, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Especially Ling Xiao's identity, it set off a storm in their hearts. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he had also returned to the Divine World, 200 years ago. In the battle at Ling Xiao Mountain Range, the entire Divine World had lost many saints, great saints, and even saint kings. That shocking battle had also caused Ling Xiao's name to shake the entire Divine World. They deeply felt the terror of the Heaven's chosen child. If he was allowed to grow, wouldn't he really be able to become the 10th Emperor of the human race? Ling Xiao had returned, but his strength was even more unfathomable. The Helios King was a peak saint king, and the other 8 Supreme Elders were ordinary saint kings and peak saint kings. They were extremely powerful, but now, they had been destroyed by Ling Xiao in such a short time. Even their physical bodies had been destroyed, and their primordial spirits had been imprisoned. The 9 divine chains of order behind Ling Xiao imprisoned 9 resplendent balls of light. It was so eye-catching that it was like a slap to the Supreme Tao Palace's face, causing them to be shocked and angry. If you want me to let them go, it's very simple. Hand over the jints. As long as you hand over the jints, I'll let them go. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was so powerful that even the 5 great saint kings of the Chinese were killed by him with a slap, let alone the Helios King and the Supreme Elders of the Supreme Tao Palace. Ling Xiao had only destroyed their physical bodies because he wanted to use them to exchange for the jints. Now that the jints was imprisoned by them, Ling Xiao was worried about her safety, so he could only use this method to protect her. Don't even think about it. There's no room for you to bargain here. The jints is a traitor of the Supreme Tao Palace, and no one can save her. If you don't let them go, don't blame us for activating the Emperor formation and killing you. Heavenly Venerate Ninasun's eyes turned cold as he sneered. His attitude was extremely unyielding. The 3rd Sect Master. Looks like you don't care about their lives. Since that's the case, let's kill them all. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Boom, the devouring fire rose from the Divine Order chain behind him. It contained a terrifying destructive power and enveloped the primordial spirit of one of the great elders, burning him into nothingness in an instant. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Nine Sun Heavenly Master was furious. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as if he was about to attack Ling Xiao. Now you know who I am? Since you know I'm Ling Xiao, how dare you imprison Xianxia? You really don't know what's good for you. Either you hand over the Xianxia now, Or you can watch them all die in front of you. Ling Xiao sneered. Boom, he didn't stop there. Another devouring fire rose from the divine order chain and enveloped the primordial spirit of another great elder, burning him to ashes. Grandfather, save me. I don't want to die. Elder Ninesun, save me, Elder Ninesun, please save us. The Taiyang King and the remaining 6 great elders' primordial spirits screamed in fear. Their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so ruthless. He attacked directly and killed the primordial spirits of 2 great elders in succession. Those were 2 saint kings, and their souls had been dispersed just like that. Ninesun Heavenly Master and Ninesun Heavenly Master's eyes were cold. They were filled with rage and murderous intent, but they didn't dare attack Ling Xiao for fear of angering him. They were the rulers of the Taishang Dao Palace. Ever since the Dao Lord extermination had left the Taishang Dao Palace, they had absolute authority. No one dared to defy them. Now, Ling Xiao was threatening them with the lives of the Taiyang King and the great elders. This made them extremely angry and enraged. It seems like you really want them to die. I didn't expect you to not care about your own grandson's life as a grandfather. Ling Xiao sneered. Sky-devouring fire appeared on the 7 chains behind him at the same time, as if it was about to devour the souls of the Sun King and all the great elders in a single instance. Stop. Heavenly Venerate Ninesun's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. How is it? Do you agree to give me the Jinsei now? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, you win. Fine, I'll give you Jinsei, but you have to let them all go, or Jinsei will die. Ninesun's heavenly sovereign gritted his teeth. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only let Ling Xiao threaten him. He had no choice. His grandson, the Sun King, was in Ling Xiao's hands. He couldn't just watch the Sun King die in Ling Xiao's hands. Don't worry, these pieces of trash are useless to me. I only want the jints. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good. I'll bring it to you right away. Lord Ninesun took a deep look at Ling Xiao, then gave Lord Ninesun a cryptic look before turning around and flying into the depths of the Taishang Palace. In the depths of the Supreme Dao Palace, there was a dungeon that was made of divine gold and covered in a powerful array. Outside the dungeon, there were 2 Saint King Realm Supreme Elders guarding it. Jinsei sat cross-legged in the dungeon. She wore a red dress and her skin was as white as jade. Her peerless face was filled with indifference, but her face looked a little pale. Her cultivation had been sealed and she had been imprisoned in the dungeon for a few months. A few months ago, the peace faction of the Supreme Dao Palace had the upper hand. Not only did they threaten the lives of the Supreme Elders of the war faction, but they also threatened Jinsei with Chongqing's life. In the end, Jinsei had no choice but to hand over the yin-yang tai chi diagram. Her cultivation was sealed and she was imprisoned here. Brother Ling Xiao, where are you? Jinsei murmured to herself, her eyes filled with longing. Since 200 years ago, Ling Xiao had fought against the sky-hell beast alone in the heaven prison world and parted with Jinsei. Jinsei had returned to the god world, but she had been missing Ling Xiao all the time. She didn't expect that 200 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and she had completely lost track of Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with worry and longing. Brother Ling Xiao, do you know? We have a cute daughter, she's called Chongqing. She's very obedient, but I didn't take good care of her. How nice would it be if you were here? Jinsei sighed softly in her heart. She was originally filled with deep feelings for the Supreme Dao Palace, and she was extremely respectful to her master, Annihilation Dao Lord. She saw him as a parent. However, ever since Annihilation Dao Lord left the Supreme Dao Palace a few years ago, the Supreme Dao Palace had begun to have internal strife, and it was getting more and more serious. Did Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang and Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yin think that by handing over Jinsei, they would be able to appease the anger of the Immortal Sacred Grounds? They were too naive. The Immortal Sacred Grounds had never targeted the Supreme Dao Palace because of Ling Xiao, but because they had always wanted to destroy the Supreme Dao Palace and War God Hall. Even if Jinsei was handed over, the result wouldn't change. The great calamity of the epoch was coming, and the Immortal Sacred Grounds all had their own plans. There were too many Immortal Sacred Grounds in the God world, and if they could destroy one or two immortal sacred grounds, they might be able to obtain more resources and increase their strength greatly. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to leave, but for Changxing's safety, she had no choice but to surrender. I hope the white dragon horse can bring Changxing back to War God Hall safely. If Brother Lingxiao returns to the God world, he will be very happy to see Changxing. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Her smile was blissful and sweet, revealing a soul-stirring beauty. However, coupled with her pale face, it made one's heart ache. At that moment, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang arrived at the dungeon. As Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang waved his hand, the two Grand Supreme Elders guarding Xianxia bowed to Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang and turned to leave. Elder Nine Yang, are you prepared to hand me over? Xianxia lifted her head and looked at Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang. Xianxia, you should understand that I'm not handing you over for my own selfish reasons, but for the safety of the Supreme Tao Palace. The Supreme Tao Palace can no longer afford to suffer such great losses. Handing you over is a last resort. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang said indifferently. What a last resort? Using Changxing to threaten me? Is that a last resort? Now that I have handed the Yin Yang Taijutsu to you, you have the entire Supreme Tao Palace under your control. What else do you want from me? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Xianxia sneered coldly. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. You have a good husband, and I'll hand you over to Lingxiao. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang said slowly. Brother Lingxiao? Heavenly Sovereign Nine Yang's words made Xianxia's body tremble. Instantly, her eyes were filled with joy. Had the person whom she yearned for day and night really returned? Xianxia's body trembled slightly, and a dazzling smile bloomed on her face. P.S. End of third update. Everyone, rest early. Xianxia had never imagined that she would hear about Lingxiao from Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun. 200 years was an extremely long time for Xianxia. She even felt like she had waited for Lingxiao in the God of War planet for tens of thousands of years. That unforgettable longing had long been imprinted in her soul, and it was also the hope that had supported her. Now, Lingxiao had finally returned. Come with me. Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the huge prison slowly opened. Xianxia's cultivation was still sealed, and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun had no intention of unsealing her. Whoosh, Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun rolled up his sleeves and instantly disappeared from the prison with Xianxia. In the sky above the Taishang Palace, Lingxiao carried longevity in his arms. Behind him, the divine chains of order imprisoned 7 powerful primordial spirits. There were many cultivators from the Taishang Palace around him. With Lord Ninein in the lead, they surrounded Lingxiao. Lingxiao's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about them at all. Daddy, will Changxing be able to see Mommy soon? Changxing blinked her adorable eyes and asked expectantly. That's right. Mommy will be coming to see us soon. Daddy misses your mommy very much too. Lingxiao smiled faintly. Lingxiao doted on his daughter, Changxing, and placed all his attention on her. However, Lingxiao could vaguely sense that Changxing's immortal skin and jade-like bones didn't look like a mortal body, but there was a powerful seal in her body. It seemed to have sealed the power of Changxing's bloodline. Lingxiao could sense Xianxia's aura from that seal. It was Xianxia who had sealed Changxing's bloodline. Lingxiao was very curious. Why would Xianxia leave such a seal? Was there something special about Changxing's bloodline? Daddy, Mommy misses you very much too. I've seen Mommy crying silently while looking at your portrait several times. Changxing looked at Lingxiao and said seriously. Lingxiao's heart trembled, and boundless guilt welled up in him. For a moment, he couldn't look straight into Changxing's clear eyes. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy will never leave you again. Lingxiao took a deep breath and said solemnly. Then let's pinky swear. Changxing extended her little finger and looked at Lingxiao expectantly. Alright, let's pinky swear. Lingxiao said with a smile. He then extended his pinky to hold Changxing's pinky. The big hand held the small hand. This was the warmest promise between father and daughter. Pinky swear. Don't change your mind for 100 years. Yes, not even in 10,000 years. Haha. Changxing said seriously. She tilted her head and looked very cute. After she finished speaking, she seemed to be amused by herself. She giggled and her face was full of an innocent smile. Ling Xiao stroked Chongqing's little head, his heart filled with endless tenderness and love. Mother! Suddenly, Longevity shouted. His eyes lit up and his voice was filled with excitement. Ling Xiao froze, then slowly turned his head around. In the void in the distance, a woman in a red dress stood. Her black hair was like a waterfall, flying with the wind. Her clothes fluttered and her figure was agile, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She had a flawless face, revealing a soul-stirring beauty. Anyone who saw her could not help but sigh in admiration. Why did the Creator love this woman so much? All the beautiful words were not enough to describe her. This face had appeared in Ling Xiao's mind countless times, making him yearn for it day and night. Every time he thought of it, it gave him endless hope even when he was in a desperate situation. This was the person he loved the most. Xianxia. Xianxia. Ling Xiao's body trembled. He opened his mouth as if he had thousands of words to say, but he did not know where to start. In the end, he only said 2 words and said softly. Xianxia's face was a little pale, but at this moment, her shoulders were trembling. Her eyes were filled with inexplicable surprise. She just stared at Ling Xiao in a daze. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared. Her eyes only saw Ling Xiao carrying Chongqing. It was so beautiful, so unreal. 2 streams of tears fell silently from Xianxia's eyes, blurring her vision. Xianxia's lips curled into an incomparably radiant smile. Her voice trembled slightly as she said slowly, "Brother Ling Xiao, you're finally back." "Xianxia, I'm back. I'm here to bring you home. From now on, our family will never be separated again." Ling Xiao nodded heavily. His eyes were also a little hot and red. In the end, a teardrop fell from the corner of his eye, as dazzling as a pearl. "Father, don't cry. Chongqing doesn't want you to cry." Chongqing stretched out her soft hand and gently wiped away the tear at the corner of Ling Xiao's eye. "Chongqing, father is not crying. The wind is too strong, and it's blinding my eyes." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He quickly circulated his cultivation to evaporate the tears in his eyes. His eyes were bright and radiant, filled with happiness and happiness. "These 2 fellows, why are they so worrisome? Isn't it just 200 years? Why do they have to be so emotional? I'm also blinded by the wind." The white dragon horse muttered softly. Its eyes were slightly moist as it grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "TSK, what a touching scene of a husband and wife meeting. Ling Xiao, I brought Xianxia here. Can you let them go now?" At that moment, a piercing voice broke this heartwarming scene. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. There was no change in his expression at all. Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Heavenly Venerate 9 Sunday. "I can let them go, but you have to undo the seal in Xianxia's body first." Ling Xiao could see that Xianxia's cultivation had been sealed by Heavenly Venerate 9 Sunday no problem. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun replied indifferently. He agreed very quickly and directly slapped the air. A blazing light rose, and mysterious runes appeared around Xianxia's body. Then, they quickly shattered. The power that sealed Xianxia's cultivation gradually disappeared. A powerful aura emanated from Xianxia's body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Xianxia's cultivation had also reached the level of a holy king, however, there was still a trace of the seal on Xianxia's body that hadn't completely shattered. It was obvious that Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun still had a trick up his sleeve. "How about we exchange at the same time?" Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. "All right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. The 7 divine chains behind Ling Xiao enveloped the 7 powerful primordial spirits as they slowly flew toward Heavenly Venerate 9 Sunday. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun also let Xianxia walk toward Ling Xiao. Kacha, when the 7 primordial spirits clashed with Xianxia, Ling Xiao released the seal on the 7 primordial spirits. 9 Sun's heavenly sovereign also released the last seal on Xianxia's body. Whoosh! 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 The 7 primordial spirits shot towards 9 Sun's heavenly sovereign like lightning. At the same time, Xianxia also flew towards Ling Xiao. Boom, at that moment, Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. As a golden rune in his palm shattered, Xianxia's body shook violently. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and her aura instantly weakened. A black mist spread out from Xianxia's body. It contained a cold and terrifying aura. It was as if some powerful creature was growing rapidly in Xianxia's body. It began to devour Xianxia's life force. Xianxia's aura was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign, how dare you? Ling Zhao's body shook. His eyes were filled with towering rage as he punched towards Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign. Although he had been very careful, he had not expected Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign to be so vicious. He did not know what kind of terrifying trump card he had left in Xianxia's body. It was about to completely devour Xianxia's life force. Rumble, Ling Zhao's punch was extremely ferocious. It contained a destructive aura. Vast blood energy rose, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The void in the sky shattered with a loud bang as endless chaotic currents surged. This punch caused Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign's expression to change involuntarily. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, not only will Xianxia die today, but you will also die. Nine Sun's heavenly sovereign laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom, he did not dare to take Ling Zhao's punch head-on. In an instant, he spat out a dazzling light from his mouth. In an instant, it turned into a yin-yang taiji diagram in the void. It spun and contained a vast emperor's aura as it charged towards Ling Xiao. This was the Supreme Tao Palace's emperor weapon, the yin-yang taiji diagram. Kacha, space trembled as blazing divine light erupted. Ling Zhao's peerlessly ferocious punch collided with the yin-yang taiji diagram, instantly erupting with a destructive shockwave. The yin-yang taijutsu was actually sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. However, a terrifying emperor's aura erupted, and Ling Xiao was forced back by the yin-yang taiji diagram. Jinx, are you alright? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue suppressing heavenly venerate Nine Suns. Instead, he hugged Xianxia in his arms, his eyes filled with worry. Yin and yang energy flashed in his eyes, and he instantly saw through Xianxia's body. He saw a black goo worm inside Xianxia's body, emitting a ferocious aura. It lay dormant in Xianxia's heart, devouring her life force. Mother, what's wrong? Wake up quickly, father, quickly save mother. Chongqing was also frightened by Xianxia's current appearance. His face was pale as he shook Xianxia while looking at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. Ling Xiao, don't even think about saving Xianxia. I have already planted the life-exterminating goo worm in her body. The life-exterminating goo worm is a primordial variant that can devour blood and life force. Once it enters the body, even a heavenly venerate will die without a doubt. Only I can control the life-exterminating goo worm. Heavenly venerate Nine Sun sneered, his eyes filled with indifference. Rumble, the Taiyang monarch and the 6 grand elders' primordial spirits shone brightly in the void. In an instant, vast amounts of origin energy gathered and reformed their bodies. The Taiyang monarch's eyes were filled with incomparable hatred and murderous intent. Grandfather, kill them. Kill them all. The Taiyang monarch hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He was the pride of Taishang Dao Palace, but he was trampled into the mud by Ling Xiao, losing all his dignity. He felt that it was a great humiliation. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he wash away this humiliation. How can you take back the life-exterminating goo worm and spare Xianxia? Ling Zhao's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at heavenly venerate Nine Suns. Very simple. Ling Xiao, you are the chosen one with the heavenly Tao providence. I am very interested in your heavenly Tao providence. Give up all resistance and let me kill you personally. Then, I will spare Xianxia's life. How about that? Heavenly venerate Nine Suns smiled faintly as a trace of passion flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Tao providence, ever since Ling Xiao appeared, he had been eyeing Ling Zhao's heavenly Tao providence. If he could refine Ling Zhao's heavenly Tao providence, he would definitely be able to take another step forward and break through to the Imperial Emperor realm. That was an irresistible temptation to him. Even if I die in your hands, how can you guarantee that you will let Xianxia go? Ling Xiao said coldly. Ling Xiao, you can't. This is their scheme. Don't fall for it. Let's kill our way out now. There will be a way to cure Xianxia. The white dragon horse's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly said to Ling Xiao. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be impulsive and agree to heavenly venerate Ninasun's request. Then, they would really be at the mercy of others. Ling Xiao, the life-exterminating parasitic worm in Xianxia's body, is devouring her life force. In 2 hours, her life force will be completely devoured. Then, even the unparalleled emperor won't be able to save her. She has deep feelings for you. Are you not willing to sacrifice for her just once? Don't worry, I can swear a heavenly Tao oath and a great mental demon oath. As long as you die in my hands, I will definitely save Xianxia. Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns smiled faintly, looking as if everything was under his control. Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns, I hope you will keep your word. Ling Xiao stared at Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns as he spoke. A trace of determination appeared in his eyes. I swear in the name of the Heavenly Tao that as long as Ling Xiao agrees to give up all resistance and dies in my hands, I will spare Xianxia's life and send them out of the Supreme Tao Palace safely. Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns made a prompt decision and swore a heavenly Tao oath and a great mental demon oath. These 2 oaths were incomparably terrifying. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the restrictions they would be subjected to. If one disobeyed the oath, it would result in chi deviation and the loss of one's cultivation level. In the worst-case scenario, one's soul would be scattered, never to be reincarnated. Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns wanted to gain Ling Xiao's trust, so he swore an oath without hesitation. White Dragon Horse, take good care of Chongqing. Good brother. If fate allows it in the next life, we will still be good brothers. Ling Xiao patted the White Dragon Horse and placed longevity on the White Dragon Horse's back. His eyes were filled with longing. Ling Xiao, don't. The White Dragon Horse was extremely anxious and wanted to stop Ling Xiao. Don't die, father. I don't want you to die. They're all bad people. You're the most powerful person in the world. You'll definitely be able to chase them away and save mother, right? Chongqing was also trembling. Her eyes were filled with fear as she hugged Ling Xiao's neck tightly. She did not want Ling Xiao to die. Be good, Chongqing. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, father and mother will definitely be by your side. Ling Xiao patted Chongqing's head gently. His palm was filled with saint power, causing Chongqing to fall into a deep sleep. Then, he passed her to the White Dragon Horse. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Suns, come and kill me. Ling Xiao turned around and walked resolutely toward Heavenly Sovereign Nine Suns. His back view looked extremely determined and tragic. His eyes were filled with despair and anger. He was like a lone wolf who had fallen into a desperate situation. All he could do was silently wait for death. Lord Nine Sun, Taiyang King, and many other cultivators from the Taishang Palace looked at Ling Xiao coldly. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Of course, they admired Ling Xiao for his loyalty. However, wasn't this also Ling Xiao's weakness? It was precisely because Ling Xiao valued Xianxia's life more than his own that they could use this to lure Ling Xiao into a trap. Ling Xiao walked step by step toward Heavenly Sovereign Nine Suns. His entire body exuded an extremely tragic and desperate aura. Ling Xiao, I really admire you. As the chosen one, you were able to survive that kind of desperate situation 200 years ago. This shows that you really have great luck on your body. If you don't die, you might really become the 10th emperor of the human race. However, you're going to die today. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Suns sighed softly. Despicable. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. You're right. I am despicable. If I hadn't seen the relationship between you and Xianxia with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that you would die for her. I was also gambling, but I still won. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Suns smiled faintly. Cut the crap. If you want to do it quickly. I hope you can keep your promise. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he slowly closed his eyes as if he was going to die. Don't worry. As long as I kill you, I will spare Jin's life. Now, I will use the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram to destroy your primordial spirit. I hope you don't resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't activate the extermination goo worm and kill Xianxia. The Nine Suns Heavenly Sovereign smiled. Weng, the yin-yang taiji diagram floated above his head, emitting a dazzling light. Black and white yin-yang qi flowed, and a vast emperor's aura filled the air, making the yin-yang taiji diagram look even more mysterious, as if it contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. As Heavenly Venerate Nine Suns waved his hand, the yin-yang taiji immediately descended towards Ling Zhao's head. Rumble, the black and white yin-yang divine light contained an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, it was about to shoot into Ling Zhao's forehead. This was the power of an extreme emperor. The yin-yang divine light was like an ancient yin-yang millstone, capable of obliterating all life. Heavenly Venerate Zhouyang was obviously very greedy. Although he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he also coveted Ling Zhao's immortal treasured body. He only wanted to obliterate Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and leave behind his physical body. Perhaps he could use Ling Zhao's physical body to refine a second clone. This bastard is really lucky. Otherwise, if he had fallen into my hands, I would have made him beg for death. The Sun Monarch's eyes were filled with gloomy killing intent as he said coldly. His hatred for Ling Xiao wasn't just because Ling Xiao had beaten him to the ground and destroyed his dignity. More importantly, he saw the deep affection between Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. They were even willing to die for each other, which made him go crazy with jealousy. One had to know that he had pursued Jin Sei for a long time, but Jin Sei had always been as cold as ice and kept a distance from him. When had she ever revealed such a gentle and happy expression? Since he couldn't have her, he would destroy her completely. The Sun Monarch had already decided that after Ling Xiao died at the hands of his grandfather, he wouldn't let Jin Sei and Changxing off. Once this pair of mother and daughter fell into his hands, he would definitely make them suffer. Rumble, just as the taiji diagram landed on Ling Zhao's head, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with cold and monstrous killing intent. There was no trace of despair left. He reached out and grabbed the taiji diagram. At the same time, a dazzling light bloomed between his eyebrows. The heavenly aura was like a prison monument that swept across the sky and shattered the two rays of yin-yang divine light. Then, it expanded in the void and turned into a terrifying giant monument that suppressed the taiji diagram. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun was shocked at first. Then, he flew into a rage, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. He had never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to resist. Did Ling Xiao really not care about Jin Sei's life? How dare he resist? Rumble, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun's terrifying saint aura surged. He activated the taiji diagram to escape the suppression of the heavenly aura. At the same time, he activated the life-exterminating parasitic worm to devour Jin Sei completely. Since you don't care about Jin Sei's life, then let her die. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Are you sure you can kill me? At that moment, a calm and ethereal voice rang out. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he turned around abruptly. He saw that Jin Sei had actually stood up. Moreover, the aura around her was increasing rapidly. She had actually recovered to her peak state very quickly. Moreover, her cultivation was still increasing. It was as if she was about to break through to the peak of the Saint Ruler realm. It was as if Jin Sei had eaten a great tonic. She didn't look weak at all. What terrified Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun was that he realized that he had actually lost his sense of the life-exterminating parasitic worm. Whoosh! At that moment, Jin Sei rose into the air and flew directly toward the taiji diagram. At the same time, mysterious yin and yang qi surged around Jin Sei vaguely. She seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the taiji diagram. Oh no! She wants to refine the taiji diagram. Hurry up and stop her! Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun roared angrily. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He couldn't care less about why Jin Sei's life force hadn't been devoured by the life-exterminating parasitic worm. Moreover, she didn't seem to be affected at all. Her aura was becoming stronger and more terrifying. He only knew that the taiji diagram couldn't fall into Jin Sei's hands. Otherwise, everything would be over. The Supreme Emperor formation of the Taishangdao Palace, the Yin-Yang Great Array, was controlled by the taiji diagram. If Jin Sei refined the taiji diagram, they would instantly lose control of the Yin-Yang Great Array. At that time, with an Extreme Emperor weapon and the Supreme Emperor formation, no one in the Taishangdao Palace would be able to stop Jin Sei. their time of death was about to arrive. P.S. End of third update. Everyone, rest early. Boom, Heavenly Lord Nine Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he knew that he couldn't let Jin's southeast get close to the Yinyang Taijita no matter what. Jinsei was originally the next master of the Taishang Dao Palace appointed by Dao Lord Extermination. She had obtained control of the Yinyang Taijutsu and inherited the supreme Yinyang secret technique. If they hadn't threatened Jinsei with immortality, Jinsei wouldn't have handed over the Yinyang Taijutsu so easily. Blazing divine light rose around Heavenly Lord Nine Yin, and an extremely cold aura gushed out. He rose into the air and slammed his palm down on Jinsei. The black palm print contained an extremely cold power that seemed to be able to freeze the entire world. Jinsei, back off quickly. I don't want to kill you. Heavenly Lord Nine Yin said coldly. Elder Nine Yin, you and Nine Yang have colluded and betrayed the Taishang Dao Palace. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master. Jinsei said indifferently, her expression extremely calm. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Her speed was extremely fast, as if she didn't stop at all because of Heavenly Lord Nine Yin's obstruction. You think you can do that? Heavenly Lord Nine Yin laughed in anger. The black palm print became even more terrifying. It contained an extremely cold aura and suddenly enveloped Jinsei. Freeze. Just as the black palm print was about to land on Jinsei's head, she suddenly spat out a word. Boom, a terrifying and vast power of time gushed out from Jinsei's body. It seemed to be able to turn time and space around her. In an instant, it formed a vast and mysterious time domain around Jinsei. That black palm print actually froze up in the void. Streams of the power of time flowed out and the black palm print shattered apart with a loud bang. What? How did you comprehend the great path of time? Heavenly Lord Nine Yin's expression changed, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He could feel the time domain spreading out, making his movements extremely slow. This was clearly the great Tao of time. However, he knew very well that Jinsei used the grand Tao of Yin and Yang as her foundation. She had comprehended the grand Tao of emotion from the grand Tao of indifference. Yin gave birth to Yang, and Yin and Yang worked together. This was Jinsei's foundation. Since when had Jinsei comprehended the grand Tao of time and cultivated it to such a terrifying level? Whoosh, Jinsei ignored Nine Yin Empyrean. With a flick of her finger, the time compass flew out and emitted a blinding light. The mysterious power of time flowed like a river of time in the void. The time compass, which contained a vast amount of time origin power, came crashing down on Heavenly Venerate Nine Yin. This was what Jinsei was relying on. When Ling Xiao gave the time compass to Jinsei, it was outside the demon world. Only Extermination Dao Lord and a few others knew about it. Hence, Empyrean Nine Yin and Empyrean Nine Yang didn't know that Jinsei had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon other than the Yinyang Taichi diagram. Empyrean Nine Yang's extermination parasitic worms were indeed powerful. However, Jinsei had refined the time compass. The extermination parasitic worms couldn't resist the power of time. Ling Xiao and Jinsei were just putting on a show. They wanted to numb Empyrean Nine Yang so that they could seize the opportunity to seize the Yinyang Taichi diagram. As long as Jinsei seized the Yinyang Taichi diagram and controlled the Yinyang Great Formation, the outcome would be decided. An extreme Dao Emperor weapon that contains the Great Path origin power. You. How could you have such a treasure? Empyrean Nine Yin exclaimed. His expression instantly turned ugly. Rumble, the time compass floated in the void like a dazzling sun. It came crashing down on Empyrean Nine Yin with a terrifying aura. Empyrean Nine Yin's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to underestimate it. As if he was facing a great enemy, he circulated all his cultivation to resist the power of the time compass. Jinsei didn't continue fighting with Empyrean Nine Yin. She instantly arrived in front of the time compass. Jinsei, Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Empyrean Nine Yang roared furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and malevolent aura. Puff, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. In an instant, the essence blood fused with the Yinyang Taichi diagram. The Yinyang Taichi diagram emitted a dazzling light. It spun like a blade and obliterated the flesh on Ling Xiao's hands. Only a pair of crystal clear finger bones were left. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel any pain. He was still holding on to the yin-yang tai chi diagram tightly. At the same time, he madly circulated the heavenly might to suppress the yin-yang tai chi diagram. He didn't want it to leave. Puff. 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 Emperor Nine Yang spat out 3 more mouthfuls of essence blood. That was the blood of his heart. It contained his complete understanding of the great Tao. At this moment, it fused with the yin-yang tai chi diagram, causing it to erupt with a vast emperor's might. The yin-yang tai chi diagram trembled violently. It actually sent the heavenly might flying back to Emperor Nine Yang's hands. Great supreme indifference is the Tao of yin and yang. Extreme yin gives birth to yang. When yin and yang work together, all living beings will be born, Xianxia softly recited the scripture. Her body began to emit a sacred and mysterious light. The vast yin and yang qi in the surroundings surged towards her. It seemed as if she was exuding a kind of yin and yang origin energy fluctuation. When the yin-yang tai chi diagram sensed Xianxia's aura, it suddenly trembled. It spun in the void and slowly flew towards Xianxia. Great Supreme Tao Scripture? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Xianxia was reciting the Great Supreme Tao Scripture. In addition, there was also the yin-yang origin secret technique. This was the supreme secret technique to control the yin-yang tai chi diagram. In the Great Supreme Tao Palace, only the palace master and his successor could cultivate it. Emperor Nine Yang had used his powerful cultivation to forcefully suppress the divinity of the yin-yang tai chi diagram. He had barely managed to refine a trace of it. He could use the yin-yang tai chi diagram to control the yin-yang great array. How could he snatch it from Xianxia now? Emperor Nine Yang was about to vomit blood when he saw the yin-yang tai chi diagram flying towards Xianxia. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with anger. You are courting death. Emperor Nine Yang roared. In an instant, endless blazing flames spewed out of his body. He was like a burning sun as he charged towards Xianxia. Old thing, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly blocked Xianxia. Then, he threw a punch at Emperor Nine Yang. Gotcha! The void trembled and chaos surged in all directions. Ling Xiao's punch seemed to have evolved into a mysterious world. There was reincarnation, birth, and destruction. The mysterious scenes of the epics and civilizations appeared. It was vast and endless and contained an unparalleled power. Epical Fist. Ling Xiao used the Epical Fist once again. It was the strongest power he had created after merging all techniques and nurturing all scriptures. It could contain and destroy everything. Every time Ling Xiao used the Epical Fist, he would gain new insights. The Epical Fist became more and more perfect, allowing Ling Xiao to comprehend the power of the great Tao origin. That was why Ling Xiao kept using the Epical Fist. He had a feeling that once he completely understood the supreme origin hidden in the Epical Fist, not only would the fist technique be perfected, but he would also enter a new realm. What? What kind of fist technique is this? It actually contained a trace of the origin energy? Could it be that you have broken through to the Imperial Emperor realm? Impossible. That's impossible. Your cultivation isn't as strong as mine. You must be bluffing. Kid, both of you will die today. Heavenly Sovereign Ninasun's body shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. He shouted in disbelief, but then his eyes revealed an extremely cold killing intent. Rumble, he unleashed all his cultivation, and vast sacred light surged around him like a volcano erupting. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao, and a mysterious vision of 9 suns appeared behind him. Endless power gathered in his punch, causing his aura to soar to the extreme. Emperor Technique, 9 Suns Sky-Destroying Seal. This was one of the supreme Emperor techniques of the Supreme Tao Palace, and also one of the Emperor techniques recorded in the Supreme Tao Scripture. When cultivated to the extreme, one could make the 9 suns appear in the sky and burn down all the realms. This Emperor technique was also Heavenly Sovereign Ninasun's strongest power. It was extremely compatible with his body, and he had already cultivated it to the Great Accomplishment realm. Epical Fist vs 9 Suns Sky-Destroying Seal. The attack between Ling Xiao and Heavenly Sovereign 9 Suns was destined to be earth-shattering. It would determine the outcome of the battle, and even their lives. Both of them were extremely confident. They had already reached the peak of the sage path, and they were extremely confident in themselves. Crack, the two fist seals collided, and in an instant, billions of lightning bolts were released, causing the void to distort violently. Then, the void shattered, and in the endless chaotic turbulence, dazzling divine light bloomed, everyone trembled, and their eyes were filled with respect as they stared at the two figures in the void. Who will win? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they unconsciously became nervous. They felt that if it weren't for the protection of the array and the Tao inscriptions of the Supreme Tao Palace's ancestral masters, the shockwaves would have destroyed the Supreme Tao Palace. Naturally, there was no suspense as they were completely annihilated. Rumble. At that moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the scene of the 9 suns in the void had actually dimmed. In the end, the suns exploded one after another. Endless storms of divine light surged, and a figure was directly sent flying out from within. Pooh! The figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became dispirited, and his face was incomparably pale. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Sun? Sovereign 9 Sun Sovereign how? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Rumble, blazing lightning flashed, and in the divine light storm, a figure bathed in divine light walked out. His white robe was peerless, and he was in high spirits. His entire body exuded an invincible aura. Ling Xiao. Many disciples of the Supreme Tao Palace looked at Ling Xiao in the void, and their eyes were filled with respect. This was the heaven's chosen son, the peerless figure who had suppressed countless geniuses in the divine world 200 years ago, and made countless monstrous kings pale in comparison. This was Ling Xiao. Now, he had really returned. With the bearing of a king, he swept across the world with the power of wind and thunder. Even a heavenly sovereign was no match for his punch. Who in the divine world could stop him? Previously, when Ling Xiao had first appeared, although everyone was shocked, they also felt that it was already 200 years later. The divine world was brimming with vitality, and geniuses were everywhere. Even if the heaven's chosen one had returned, so what? They didn't think that Ling Xiao would still have the strength to suppress his peers 200 years later. Therefore, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang and Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin chose to break off relations with the War God Temple and compromise with the other immortal sacred grounds. However, this time, everyone in the Supreme Tao Palace really felt that Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang and Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin had made a mistake. Those immortal sacred grounds, ancient clans, and monarch clans that had wanted to kill Ling Xiao were in trouble now. Rumble. At that moment, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin escaped from the time domain with great difficulty and broke free from the suppression of the time compass. He wanted to help Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang was defeated by Ling Xiao with a single punch, and it looked like he had suffered heavy injuries? You'd better behave yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and the time compass landed in his palm. It emitted an incomparably intimate and sentimental fluctuation, like a wanderer who had been away for a long time finally meeting his family. Then, it bloomed with an incomparably bright light in Ling Xiao's hand. Rumble, chaotic light surged within the time compass, and the river of time revolved around it. A mysterious figure seemed to appear vaguely. His aura engulfed the world and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He came from the ancient era and exuded an eternal aura. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his aura was like that of an emperor above the 9 heavens. Everyone trembled and almost couldn't help but kneel down. Whoosh, the figure slapped down with his palm. The time compass bloomed with dazzling light and merged with the palm. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun, and its aura was terrifying to the extreme. No. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with despair. He roared crazily and wanted to resist. However, all his attacks were destroyed and absorbed by the time compass. Then, his entire body was slapped down from the sky by the palm. Rumble, the great emperor trembled violently. Emperor 9 Yin's body suddenly shattered and turned into dust. His primordial spirit struggled to escape, but it was instantly imprisoned by divine chains of order. Then, it was directly suppressed by the time compass. That figure was naturally the mark of the flowing time great emperor. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor and had completely refined the time compass. He was the true owner of the time compass. When he took out the time compass, he directly activated the vast origin energy within the time compass, and even the mark of the flowing time Great Emperor appeared. Heavenly Sovereign 9E was naturally suppressed. Boom! At the same time, Xianxia's robes fluttered as the yin and yang qi flowed around her. The yin-yang taiji diagram emitted a mysterious Taoist rhyme that enveloped her. Xianxia had also refined it and regained control. The yin-yang taiji diagram floated above Xianxia's head. The surrounding yin and yang energy surged toward Xianxia, making her aura stronger and stronger. In the void, the vast yin-yang formation seemed to have formed a mysterious resonance with Xianxia. It made Xianxia look like the embodiment of the yin and yang great Tao, mysterious and holy. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Why is even a heavenly venerable no match for him? I can't accept this. The Sun King's eyes were filled with fear and anger. He had thought that Ling Xiao would surrender under his grandfather's threat. However, he had not expected that Xianxia would not be threatened by the life-exterminating parasite worm at all. Instead, she had played along with Ling Xiao and turned the situation around. Now, Heavenly Venerable Nine Yin's physical body had been destroyed by Ling Xiao and his primordial spirit was suppressed in the chrono compass. As for the Nine Sun Heavenly Exalted, he was also seriously injured. Furthermore, the yin-yang tai chi diagram, the Heavenly Might Prison Steel and the Time Compass, the three extreme Tao Emperor armaments, had all locked onto the Nine Sun Heavenly Exalted. Even those who had sided with Heavenly Venerable Nine Yang and Heavenly Venerable Nine Yi were panicking. They were like birds that had been startled by the twang of a bow. Elder Nine Yang, what else do you have to say? Xianxia looked at Heavenly Venerable Nine Yang indifferently. There was a complicated look in her eyes. Both Heavenly Venerable Nine Yang and Heavenly Venerable Nine Yin had treated her extremely well. After knowing that she had the Supreme Taoist body, they had treated her as the hope of the Supreme Tao Palace and had nurtured her with great care. Although the Supreme Tao Palace did not have many disciples in the past, everyone had gathered together and erupted with great cohesion. Xianxia had liked such a sect. However, 200 years ago, the Supreme Tao Palace had been targeted by many immortal sacred grounds and monarch clans since the extermination pathmaster had helped Ling Xiao at Xianxia's request. Over the past 200 years, the Taishang Tao Palace's disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Many elders had also been murdered. Even Emperor Ninsen's son and several of his disciples hadn't died in the war with the demons, but to the revenge of other immortal sacred lands. Not even their corpses remained. In the end, Heavenly Venerables Nine Yang and Nine Yi were truly afraid. After the Tao Lord extermination left, he took several Celestial Venerables with him, leaving only Celestial Venerables Nine Yang and Nine Yi to assist Xianxia in guarding the Taishang Tao Palace. They blamed everything that had happened to the Taishang Tao Palace on Xianxia and wanted to use her to quell the anger of the other immortal sacred lands. It was just that they did not expect that Ling Xiao's return would cause all their plans to go down the drain. There's nothing to say. The winner takes all, Xianxia. I still don't regret my choice. If you hadn't dragged the Taishang Tao Palace into the mud, the Taishang Tao Palace wouldn't have suffered such great losses in the past 200 years. You deserve to die. Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang's face was pale as he sneered. Elder Nine Yang, do you really think this is all because of me? That's right. 200 years ago, I was the one who begged Master to help Brother Ling Xiao. Even if Master didn't do anything, given the relationship between the War God Hall and the Taishang Tao Palace, would those people have let the Taishang Tao Palace off? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of pain as she sighed. Xianxia, there's no need to say anything to him. They are just a bunch of self-pitying losers. They don't dare seek revenge on those people and only know how to bully their own people. They killed the disciples of the Taishang Tao Palace. Don't you know how to take revenge? If they killed one disciple of the Taishang Tao Palace, you killed 10 of them. If they killed one elder of the Taishang Tao Palace, you killed one of their sacred rulers. At the end of the day, you are just too cowardly. Ling Xiao held on to Xianxia and sneered. Ling Xiao, you don't know how strong they are. The reason why the immortal sacred lands and monarch clans were able to pass down their legacies for hundreds of millions of years is because their foundations and methods are not something you can imagine. So what if you can defeat a heavenly venerate? Can you defeat an imperial emperor? They can even kill an imperial emperor. What do you have to fight them? I am not a coward. I just want to protect the Taishangdao Palace. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons said with a pale face. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes as he slowly closed them. He had actually accepted his fate. Protect the Taishangdao Palace? The great calamity of an era is coming. This might be the most terrifying great calamity of an era. All the worlds will be swept up in it. When the time comes, the worlds will disappear and the Eldritch continent will be formed again. The entire human race will not be able to escape, let alone the Taishangdao Palace. So what if those people are strong? They can never make me, Ling Xiao, submit. I, Ling Xiao, am back. Whether it is the War God Hall or the Taishangdao Palace, I will take revenge on those people one by one. However, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see it. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao said coldly. His eyes were filled with a bright light. Rumble, terrifying fluctuations emanated from his body as if he was about to attack and kill Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons. No. You can't kill us. My grandfather is the Taishang Elder. Only the sect master can kill him. Xianxia, are you trying to betray your master? Have you forgotten what my grandfather taught you back then? You can't kill him. You can't kill me. Helios Monarch was completely flustered. He hurriedly shouted as he stared at Xianxia with pleading eyes. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Xianxia sighed softly. Her eyes were filled with desolation. In fact, Xianxia wasn't happy at all about killing Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons. These were Heavenly Venerates of the Taishangdao Palace. The death of one was a great price, let alone two Heavenly Venerates. However, there had to be an end to today's matter. You're right. Xianxia won't kill your grandfather. However, what if I kill your grandfather? At that moment, an extremely cold voice rang out in the void. Crack, the void distorted and dazzling divine light shone. 4 figures appeared in the void. 3 men and 1 woman, exuding powerful auras. The leader was a middle-aged woman in a Taoist robe. Her aura was cold and sharp. Although she was beautiful, she exuded a chill that kept people away. The aura around her was unfathomable and surged like the sea. At that moment, her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Master? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The middle-aged Taoist nun was the Taishangdao Palace Master, the Extermination Sect Master. P.S. End of 3rd update. Everyone, rest early. End of chapter. The Path Master is back? Everyone in the Taishang Taoist Palace was shocked, and their eyes were filled with joy. Even the extreme young monarch and the others paled and showed a trace of despair. No one had expected the Path Master to return at this time. The Path Master was the master of the Taishangdao Palace and had great prestige in the Taishangdao Palace. He was the spiritual pillar and faith of all the disciples in the Taishangdao Palace. However, the extreme young monarch knew how terrifying the Path Master was. She was ruthless to the demon race and other races. She had always killed all of them. She was even more ruthless to her own people. Anyone who dared to betray the Taishangdao Palace would be mercilessly killed by her. In the past, Extermination Daolord's nephew had colluded with other immortal sacred grounds in order to steal the exalted Tao scripture. However, when Extermination Daolord found out about this, no matter how much her nephew cried and regretted, she showed no mercy and killed him with her own hands. One could imagine that with such a peerless ruthless person returning, there was no way they could survive. Pathmaster, weren't you severely injured by the demon race in the extraterritorial battlefield? Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun was also shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A few years ago, the Pathmaster had gone to the extraterritorial battlefield. Later on, news had spread that the Pathmaster had fallen into the demon race's trap and had been severely injured by a demon king. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It was because of this news that the Taishangdao Palace had sent 2 Heavenly Venerate Patriarchs to the extraterritorial battlefield. This had given Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun and Heavenly Sovereign Nine Sun the opportunity to take over the Taishangdao Palace. In their opinion, the Pathmaster had been severely injured by the Demon King and was dead for sure. Who would have thought that the Pathmaster would return? Martial Granduncle Nineson, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Not only did my mother escape from death, but she also obtained a fortuitous encounter and improved her cultivation. Why must you kill junior sister Jinx? Is it because she's Ling Xiao's partner? A young man in a Daoist robe who was in high spirits behind Dao Lord Extermination sighed lightly. He was Feng Qingyang, the son of the Pathmaster. He was worried about the Pathmaster, so he had gone to the extraterritorial battlefield with the two Heavenly Venerate Patriarchs. Actually, they had already been back for a while. However, they had been watching the farce that Heavenly Venerate Nine Sons and the others were putting on. Senior Brother Nine Yang, Senior Brother Nine Yin, you actually did such a disgraceful thing? Jinsei is the next Daoist master of the Taishang Dao Palace that we have appointed. You all have committed treason. How should you be punished? Before we left, we asked you to assist Jinsei. Is this how you assist her? I'm afraid you guys can't wait for us and Miju to die in the foreign battlefield, right? That way, you can completely control the Supreme Dao Palace. Behind the Extermination Dao Lord, there were two old men with white hair and beards. Their auras were unfathomable, and their eyes were filled with rage. Speaking of which, the four Heavenly Venerate Patriarchs were also fellow disciples. They usually had a very good relationship with each other, which was why they were reassured to let Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang and Heavenly Venerate Nine Yin stay behind to assist Jinsei. However, they had never imagined that something like this would happen. Martial Uncle Nine Yang, Martial Uncle Nine Yin, you've really disappointed me. The Extermination Dao Lord looked indifferently at Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang and Heavenly Venerate Nine Yin. His eyes were filled with deep disappointment as he spoke coldly. The Extermination Dao Lord exuded a vast and unparalleled aura. Like a Heavenly Venerate, he was surrounded by an invincible aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Her cultivation had also broken through to the Heavenly Venerate realm. The Extermination Dao Lord's encounter this time was indeed very dangerous. She had survived the pursuit of the demon race's demon monarch. Furthermore, she had entered a star's secret realm and obtained an unparalleled opportunity that had greatly increased her cultivation. However, she had never imagined that the Supreme Dao Palace would be in such a huge mess. Martial Nephew Miju, I have nothing to say. You are the Dao Lord. You have every right to kill me. Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang closed his eyes and looked as though he was at the mercy of others. He also understood that there was nothing more to say. Speaking of which, he was also doing this for the Taishang Dao Palace. Even though he refused to admit that he was weak, his feelings for the Taishang Dao Palace were deeper than anyone else's. Now that he had won, he was willing to accept his death. Dao Lord, too many people have died in the Supreme Dao Palace in the past 200 years. If this goes on, I'm afraid the disciples will be disloyal. We are weak, but we also want to protect the Supreme Dao Palace. I only hope that after we die, you can ease your relationship with the immortal sacred grounds. The Supreme Dao Palace cannot be destroyed in our hands. Heavenly Venerate Nine Yin's primordial spirit had also been released by Ling Xiao. It floated in the void and had a pleading expression as it spoke to the Extermination Dao Lord. Ling Xiao and Jinsei looked at the Extermination Dao Lord and waited for her decision. Martial Uncle Nine Yang, Martial Uncle Nine Yin, you have committed such a grave mistake. Your crimes are unforgivable. Even if I kill you, it is only right. However, you are the Heavenly Venerates of the human race. You should not die here. You should die on the battlefield of the human race. Go to the battlefield outside the region and never return to the divine realm. The Extermination Dao Lord said slowly. This sentence seemed to have drained all of her energy. Her face was filled with desolation and sorrow. Did Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang and Heavenly Venerate Nine Yin deserve to die? Indeed, they deserved to die. From Ling Xiao's point of view, they were his enemies. Since they dared to harm Jinsei, they had to be completely annihilated to prevent future troubles. However, they were Heavenly Venerates of the human race. After the 9 emperors of the human race had not produced a supreme emperor for hundreds of millions of years. Now that the great tribulation of the era had arrived, the human race, which had occupied the divine realm, would become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of the other races. The tragic fate of the human race could be imagined. Heavenly Venerate experts stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Path. They could touch the Supreme Emperor realm with a single step. They were considered the strongest of the human race. A single word from them could decide the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. Including the extermination Tao Lord, the Supreme Tao Palace only had 5 Heavenly Venerates. If Heavenly Venerate 9 Yang and Heavenly Venerate 9 Yin were killed, it would be a great loss to the Supreme Tao Palace. Furthermore, to the human race Heavenly Venerates, being buried on the battlefield outside the region was their most sacred and honorable resting place. You won't kill us? Heavenly Venerate 9 Yang and Heavenly Venerate 9 Yin trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In their opinion, the extermination Tao Lord was vicious and merciless. They would definitely die this time. However, who would have thought that the extermination Tao Lord would allow them to leave the Supreme Tao Palace and head to the battlefield outside the region? Was the extermination Tao Lord really not worried about them? Was he not afraid that they would seek refuge with other immortal sacred grounds? End of chapter. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the extreme young king and the other elders. However, when they heard about the extraterritorial battlefield, their faces turned pale. The extreme young king's eyes were filled with fear. The extraterritorial battlefield was the most tragic battlefield for the human race. Even a sage ruler would not be able to hold on for long in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse for the human race, a hell on earth. Uncle Masters, I still remember how you protected and loved me in the past. You were full of expectations and hope for me. You thought that I was the hope of the Supreme Tao Palace and gave me all the benefits without holding back. I still remember that Xianxia of the Fane of Destiny plotted to injure me. It was you who resisted the pressure of the Fane of Destiny and chased him for 30 million miles to kill him and avenge me. Because of that, you were even heavily injured by the Fane of Destiny's ancestor. I remember many things. I remember all the good you've done for me. You all truly love the Taishang Tao Palace. You all have sacrificed too much for it. But why have you become like this? I don't recognize you anymore. You're so unfamiliar and weak. Are you willing to give up your dignity just to survive? Uncle Masters, you know my temper. I didn't kill you not because of what you've done for me, but because I don't think you should die here. You should die with value. So, go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Even if you die, you should die with a bang on the battlefield against the foreign races. The extermination pathmaster said slowly. Her words rang in the hearts of 9 Yang and 9 Yin heavenly sovereigns, causing them to tremble violently. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shame. They had never thought that the extermination pathmaster would let them go so easily. They knew the extermination pathmaster's methods very well. He had always killed all the traitors of the Supreme Tao Palace without leaving any future trouble. So, why did he show mercy to them? Moreover, the extermination pathmaster's words of even if you die, you should die on the battlefield shocked them and made them feel extremely ashamed. Their blood that had been silent for a long time seemed to be boiling. Ling Zhao's expression was calm. With his temper, there was no way he would let the extreme young king and the extreme young king go. He would definitely kill them and not leave any future trouble. However, the extermination pathmaster was Jin Sei's master. Ling Xiao believed that she had her reasons for doing this, so he did not say anything. Great! Martial nephew extermination pathmaster, since you're willing to spare our lives, we'll take them to the extraterritorial battlefield and never return to the divine world. The 9 sons heavenly sovereign said slowly with a hint of determination in his eyes. Uncle Masters, I hope you won't disappoint the ancestors of the Supreme Tao Palace. The extermination pathmaster said of the Supreme Tao of Destiny. I'm not going to the extraterrent of death. Even if I die, I die to die. Exasperated King Yang King. Yang King's Yang Emperor said, Extreme King, death 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 King Yang King, King of to say to the to see. To Emperor to die death death death. He. Of the Yang Cross. Of. Him Yang Master. Of Earth was. If you don't go to the extraterritorial battlefield, you'll die. The Tao Lord Extermination glanced at the Helios monarch with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. When Feng Qingyang was not in the Supreme Tao Palace, Jin Sei and the Extreme Yang King were known as the Supreme Tao Palace's unparalleled prodigies. However, the extreme Yang King was too disappointing. With his temperament, even if he obtained a large amount of resources and improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds, it was almost impossible for him to reach the supreme god realm in the future. Were the descendants of the 9 sons heavenly venerates so afraid of death? Pathmaster, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted junior sister Xianxia. Please spare me. I promise I won't do anything to let the Supreme Tao Palace down. I only beg you not to send me to the extra torrent of destiny. The extreme Yang King did not have a shred of integrity. He knelt before the extermination pathmaster and begged. You only have 2 choices. Either you go to the extra torrent of destiny or you die. The extermination pathmaster said indifferently. He was not moved at all. Even if I die, I won't go to the extra torrent of destiny. The extreme Yang King roared, his eyes filled with anger. Do you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. At that moment, 9 sons heavenly venerate said faintly. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Boom, he instantly slammed his palm down. His palm contained blazing flames. It was like a divine mountain that instantly suppressed the extreme Yang King. The extreme Yang King trembled. He had not expected the extreme Yang King to attack him. Grandfather, you, the extreme Yang King's eyes were filled with disbelief. I was wrong. I'm afraid of death, and my descendants are also afraid of death. If I let you stay, how am I supposed to face the ancestors of the Supreme Tao Palace? Extreme Yang, grandfather will accompany you soon. The extreme Yang King's body trembled. His eyes were filled with incomparable pain, but he still attacked resolutely. The palm print seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It directly obliterated the extreme Yang King's physical body and primordial spirit. The extreme Yang King had not expected the all-out attack of a heavenly venerate. Thus, he was killed by the extreme Yang King. Who else is unwilling to go to the extraterritorial battlefield? 9 sons heavenly sovereign's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze over the supreme elders. Immediately, the supreme elders' expressions changed. They could not help but lower their heads to show their submission. No one else dared to express any objections. Xianxia, I was wrong. You are the future hope of the Supreme Tao Palace. Your choice is the most correct. Let us 2 old bones lend you a helping hand. 9 Yang and 9 Yin heavenly sovereigns looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination. Boom, terrifying divine light rose around the 2 of them. In an instant, a vast amount of life origin gushed out like a great river and surged toward Xianxia. Xianxia's aura began to soar. Why do you have to do this? A complicated look appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She could see that the extreme Yang King and extreme Yang King were already prepared to die. Even if they went to the extraterritorial battlefield, they would not be able to last long. However, Xianxia was gratified that they had actually repented at the last moment. Rumble, vast amounts of life essence and life origin energy surged into Xianxia's body. The 2 heavenly venerates had burned their lifespan to pass on their cultivation to Xianxia. This caused Xianxia's aura to soar. Her cultivation almost instantly reached the peak of an ordinary great sage ruler. She was breaking through to the peak of the great sage ruler stage. In the end, Xianxia's cultivation broke through to the peak of the great sage ruler stage. Let's go. After the extreme Yang King and extreme Yang King finished passing on their cultivation, they did not look at Xianxia, the extermination pathmaster, and the others. They instantly soared into the sky and swept up the Grand Supreme Elders who had previously submitted to them. They tore through the void and teleported toward the extraterritorial battlefield, resolute and tragic, forward courageously. P.S. I had a social gathering tonight and drank a little too much. There are only 2 updates today. Everyone, rest early. End of chapter. Ling Xiao had a complicated look in his eyes as he watched Heavenly Venerate 9 Yang, Heavenly Venerate 9 Yin, and the others leave. Did he hate Heavenly Sovereigns 9 Yang and 9 Yin? Yes, if Ling Xiao and Extermination Pathmaster hadn't returned, Xianxia might have been sent to the other immortal sacred grounds. Xianxia had almost died at their hands. Therefore, Ling Xiao wished he could cut them into pieces. However, from the perspective of the Supreme Tao Palace, they weren't wrong. They just wanted to protect the Supreme Tao Palace. In their opinion, sacrificing Xianxia to protect the Supreme Tao Palace was worth it. they were detestable, but also pitiful. As heavenly sovereigns, they were cowards when facing the other immortal sacred grounds. They didn't dare to go against them and only wanted to sacrifice Xianxia's life to appease the immortal sacred grounds. Therefore, in Ling Xiao's opinion, they had no hope of reaching the divine emperor realm. There was fear in his heart. Without an invincible heart, how could he touch the supreme god realm? However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that extermination pathmaster hadn't killed them. Instead, he'd sent them to the extraterritorial battlefield. However, before they left, they'd consumed millions of years of their lifespan to strengthen Xianxia and raise her cultivation to the peak holy ruler realm. She wasn't far from the peerless holy ruler realm. This was a supreme opportunity. Perhaps they were trying to atone for their sins. They consumed 99% of their lifespan to forge a supreme foundation for Xianxia. I'm afraid they only have 100 years left. It seems like they're already prepared to die. However, if they knew this would happen, why did they do it in the first place? Extermination Pathmaster muttered to himself. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. The two heavenly sovereign patriarchs behind him also looked sad. After all, they were fellow disciples who had been together for countless years. Although they had their differences, their relationship was extremely deep. They hated each other's misfortune and were angry that they didn't fight. Now that the Supreme Tao Palace had lost Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang and Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin, its strength had weakened significantly. Although this internal strife had been resolved in the end, everyone's hearts were incomparably heavy. Xianxia's eyes were slightly red. Although she hated Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yang and Heavenly Sovereign 9 Yin, when she thought of the past, she felt even more sorrow. Those two old ancestors who had once held her with endless expectations, she would probably never see them again. It's best for them to go to the battlefield outside the realm. Human Empyreans should naturally shoulder their responsibilities. Don't be sad, Jinx. What they did is wrong. Ling Xiao walked to Xianxia's side with longevity in his arms. He gently held Xianxia's hand and said slowly, "Mother, I miss you so much. Do you want to live forever?" Chongqing's eyes were filled with excitement as she struggled out of Ling Xiao's embrace. She stretched out her hands towards Xianxia as she spoke in a childish voice. "Of course I want to live forever. Chongqing, mother will never leave you again." Chongqing's words seemed to make the sadness on Xianxia's face dissipate a little. Xianxia's eyes were filled with endless gentleness as she hugged Chongqing tightly in her arms. Although she was smiling, there were sparkling tears in her eyes. That was a happy smile. Xianxia's heart was filled with guilt. Chongqing was still so young, but she had no choice but to leave her. Although she had the protection of the white dragon horse, Xianxia's heart was filled with endless worry and heartache. During the time she was imprisoned, every day felt like a year to Xianxia. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Chongqing. Now, everything is great, big brother Ling Xiao is back, and he even brought my baby Chongqing. Silly girl, you're already a mother. Why are you still crying? Xianxia, you've suffered all these years. Our family will never be separated again. Ling Xiao said with a smile as he gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Xianxia's eyes. His eyes were bright and warm, just like when Xianxia first saw Ling Xiao. Mother, you're crying? Hee hee, shameful, shameful. Mother, don't cry, okay? Chongqing is so obedient. I won't make you angry in the future. Chongqing blinked her big bright eyes as she giggled. Her eyes were extremely pure, and her long eyelashes fluttered. She looked as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Chongqing is so obedient. Xianxia's face was full of smiles as she patted Chongqing's little head. However, her other hand was tightly clasped with Ling Xiao's hand. She had never let go. Bright sunlight shone down from the sky, shining on Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Chongqing. Their bodies were glowing, and they looked like a beautiful painting. No one could bear to break this beautiful scene. How shameful. This family is showing off their love in public. They don't even know how to avoid it. They're torturing single dogs. No, they're torturing horses. The white dragon horse's eyes darted around as it muttered softly. However, no one came to disturb Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Chongqing. The two heavenly venerables left quietly. There were still some loopholes and flaws in the Yin Yang Great Array. They went to inspect the array and intimidate the surrounding rascals. Feng Qingyang went to appease the disciples of the Taishang Dao Palace. As for Dao Lord Extermination, he had been scrutinizing Ling Xiao. Dao Lord Extermination's expression was cold as he stared at Ling Xiao unkindly. "You're the one who made Jin Se lose her appetite and search for you for 200 years? Ling Xiao, although you're the chosen one, you're a bastard through and through." After hearing Dao Lord Extermination's words, Ling Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled bitterly and bowed to Dao Lord Extermination. "Senior, you're right. I'm a bastard. I've made Jin Se suffer all these years. However, I still have to thank Senior for taking care of Jin Se. I can't thank you enough. I don't need your gratitude. Jin Se is my disciple. It's my duty to protect her. If it weren't for you, Jin Se might have broken through to the heavenly venerate realm by now. To be honest, I don't like you. Jin Se has suffered greatly by following you." Dao Lord Extermination said coldly. Ling Xiao could feel Dao Lord Extermination's hostility and deep resentment. Dao Lord Extermination really didn't like Ling Xiao. 200 years ago, during the battle at Ling Xiao Mountain Range, if it weren't for Jin Se's pleading, Dao Lord Extermination wouldn't have wanted to save Ling Xiao at all. In Dao Lord Extermination's opinion, Jin Se was the hope of the Taishang Dao Palace. She should be like him and pursue the pinnacle of the great Dao. She shouldn't be restricted by love. Moreover, because of Ling Xiao, Jin Se had been severely injured several times. After Ling Xiao self-destructed, she had embarked on a journey alone to find Ling Xiao. End of chapter. Every time she thought about it, Annihilation Daolord's heart ached. She hated Ling Xiao as much as she loved Jin Se. Moreover, when Jin Se had returned to the God world 200 years ago, she had told Dao Lord Extermination that Ling Xiao was still alive. She had even been pregnant at that time. But Ling Xiao, that bastard, actually didn't return to the God realm to look for Jin Se for 200 years. He allowed Jin Se to be pregnant for 200 years and gave birth to Chongqing alone. The Dao Lord of Extermination knew how much Jin Se missed Ling Xiao, but she had waited for 200 years. And now, Chongqing was already 4 years old, and this bastard Ling Xiao actually only came back now. When the Extermination Dao Lord thought of this, he wished he could slap Ling Xiao to death. "Grandmaster Grandmother, can you not blame father?" At this moment, Chongqing's obedient and somewhat aggrieved voice rang out. Mija Dao Lord lowered his head and saw Chongqing looking at him with her big, watery eyes. Chongqing had left Jin Se's embrace and was now hugging Mija Dao Lord's leg. Her eyes were filled with pleading. Her gaze was extremely pure and she looked as though she was about to cry. The coldness on Dao Lord Extermination's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by an extremely pained expression. He hastily pulled Longevity into his embrace. "Chongqing, don't cry. Grandma. Grandma is angry at your father. How much suffering did that bastard make your mother suffer? Chongqing, be good. Grandma won't scold him anymore, okay?" The Dao Lord of Extermination was utterly defeated by Longevity, his eyes filled with incomparable affection. The white dragon horse's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Is this still the vicious and merciless Extermination Dao Lord that I knew?" The white dragon horse widened its eyes in disbelief. Previously, the white dragon horse had stolen an origin source sacred herb in the Supreme Dao Palace. When it was discovered by the Annihilation Dao Lord, it was almost chopped to death. That ferocious face of the Annihilation Dao Lord had become a nightmare for the white dragon horse. Extermination Dao Lord had an illustrious reputation in the entire divine world. He was a peerless, ruthless person. He was always blunt with his words. Even Feng Qingyang, the son of Extermination Dao Lord, had never received a smile or praise from Extermination Dao Lord. He would always be beaten up miserably every time. The white dragon horse rubbed its eyes. Was it hallucinating? Scram. The Dao Lord of Extermination seemed to have heard the white dragon horse's muttering. Instantly, a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. He swung his palm and sent the white dragon horse flying. Ah! The white dragon horse let out a blood-curdling screech and instantly disappeared. No one knew where the Dao Lord of Extermination had sent it. "Thank you, Grandma. Grandma is the best." When Chongqing heard Mija Dao Master's words, his tears turned into laughter. His eyes were filled with excitement. He hugged Mijidao Master's neck and kissed him on the cheek. This mouthful seemed to have melted Extermination Daelord's heart. A soul-stirring smile appeared on Extermination Daelord's face. It was filled with endless love. He held Chongqing in his arms and did not intend to return it to Xianxia. On the other hand, Chongqing kept calling her grandma again and again, causing Daelord Extermination to be overjoyed. "Mother, you are so biased." At this moment, Feng Qingyang also saw the scene from afar. He let out a miserable howl in his heart as his eyes revealed a look of envy and jealousy. He was so envious of Chongqing. Although he was the son of Extermination Daelord, he had never been treated well by Extermination Daelord. Since young, Feng Qingyang had grown up under Extermination Daelord's punches and kicks. If he did something wrong, he would be beaten. If he did something right, he would never be rewarded by Extermination Daelord. This had caused a deep shadow in his heart since young. When did Extermination Daelord treat him like how he treated Chongqing? He did not even dare to dream about it. Sometimes, Feng Qingyang even thought that he might not be Extermination Daelord's biological son. Perhaps he was the son of her enemy, which was why he had suffered so much. Feng Qingyang felt hurt when he saw Extermination Daelord and Chongqing getting along so well. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with an extremely strange expression. When he saw Extermination Daelord earlier, he felt a little guilty. After all, she was Xianxia's master. He actually felt like he was meeting his mother-in-law. Even if he was reprimanded, he could only accept it humbly. Ling Xiao was even prepared to be beaten up by Extermination Daelord, but he did not expect Chongqing to resolve it with just a few words. When Master left the Supreme Dao Palace, Chongqing had just turned 1 year old. At that time, Master loved Chongqing the most. Master would often carry Chongqing. I know Master has an obsession, but Chongqing seems to have resolved Master's obsession. That's why Master's cultivation was able to break through consecutively. Xianxia stood beside Ling Xiao and explained to him with a smile. Extermination Daelord, it seems like she isn't like the legends. She really loves Chongqing. But Xianxia, you have suffered all these years. I am sorry. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. However, before he could finish, he felt a fragrant wind blowing in his face. Xianxia's hand covered Ling Zhao's mouth. Brother Ling Xiao, I won't allow you to say that. Since the God of War world until now, you have lived 2 lives. I have also waited for you for 10,000 years because I know that I will definitely be able to wait for you. There's no need to say these things between us. I know your intentions and I understand your ambitions. That's why I will follow you to the top. Xianxia smiled at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with a kind of happiness. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair fell like a waterfall. She was even more beautiful than before. She looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship and love. That kind of love made Ling Zhao's heart tremble. Ling Xiao seemed to be in a daze. Xianxia was becoming more and more beautiful, and her cultivation was also becoming stronger. However, the only thing that did not change was her gaze. It was as if it reminded Ling Xiao of 10,000 years ago. When they first met on Gemini Mountain, Ling Xiao had been mistaken for life. At that time, Xianxia was just like now. She smiled faintly and called out Brother Ling Xiao with a smile. Time passed, and she loved you as before. However, Xianxia was still the same Xianxia from before. Everything was still the best. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? I, Ling Xiao, don't deserve it. Ling Xiao was a little emotional. He reached out and pulled Xianxia into his arms as he muttered to himself. At this moment, looking at Chongqing's pure smile and feeling Xianxia's breathing and heartbeat in his arms, Ling Zhao's heart was at peace. P.S. Second update. Everyone, rest early. There have been too many things to do in the past 2 days. Yesterday, I missed 1 update. Today, I missed 1 update. Tomorrow, I will make up for it all. End of chapter. The aftermath of the battle in the Supreme Dao Palace was quickly quelled. The Supreme Dao Palace was a reclusive place. Although it was located in the Taiqing celestial domain, it was like a world of its own. Very few people dared to spy on the Taiqing celestial domain. Furthermore, the Yinyang Great Array had been activated during Ling Zhao's battle with Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun and Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun. Thus, no one had noticed that an earth-shattering battle had taken place in the Taishang Palace. However, due to the opening of the Supreme Emperor Array, the Yin and Yang Grand Array, it aroused the suspicions of some experts. They sent out their divine consciousness to investigate what was happening in the Supreme Tao Palace, but they were unable to penetrate the barrier of the Emperor Array. The Supreme Tao Palace will be activated today. Seal the mountain. No one is allowed to leak the news of Ling Zhao's return to the realm of the gods. With the Tao Lord Extermination's decree, the entire Supreme Tao Palace began to seal the mountain, rumble. From afar, one could see that the Yin-Yang Great Array seemed to have been completely revived. Endless Yin and Yang Qi lingered around it, forming a vast Yin-Yang Taiji diagram in the sky above the Taishang Palace, enveloping the entire Taishang Palace. Did something happen in the Supreme Tao Palace? Why is the Supreme Emperor formation activated? Could it be that the Tao Lord Extermination died in the extraterritorial battlefield? Something big must have happened in the Supreme Tao Palace. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We must find out what happened in the Supreme Tao Palace at all costs. Powerful divine senses collided and intertwined around the Supreme Tao Palace. They were filled with uncertainty. The experts in the realm of the gods could faintly feel that something had happened in the Supreme Tao Palace. However, because the Supreme Tao Palace had sealed off the mountain, the news of Ling Zhao's return to the realm of the gods did not spread. This caused many people to speculate. On the other hand, the Chinese were completely crazy. The human king and earth king of the three kings of the Chinese had fallen. There were also the 4 sage king ancestors of the Chinese. A total of 6 sage king experts had fallen. This was a great loss to the Chinese and made them extremely angry. They began to send out experts to search for Heavenly King Ling, Yi Liangchen, and the White Dragon Horse. They also issued a bounty. The entire realm of the gods was shaken. King Ling had killed King Huaxiong 3 months ago. Now, King Hua Dijia and the 4 holy king elders had died in the hands of a strange young man. Many people were guessing who that strange young man was. How could he be so bold as to offend the Chinese? However, that unfamiliar young man claimed to be Heavenly King Bai's elder brother. Everyone was guessing, could it be King Pangu's Pangu Heavenly Dipper? However, to be able to kill 5 great peak stage holy kings in an instant, even a supreme holy king would not be able to do so. Although the Pangu Heavenly Dipper was a monster, it should not have such battle prowess. At the very least, it should be a heavenly venerable elite. Many people were guessing, could it be that the War God Temple's Empyrean ancestor had made a move? After all, the Chinese had been arrogant and despotic for so many years, and countless disciples of the War God Hall had died at the hands of the Chinese. The two sides were like fire and water, and there was a great enmity between them. Many Chinese elites also appeared at the War God Hall, wanting to punish the War God Hall. However, the War God Hall's attitude was extremely tough, and they directly chased the Chinese elites out. However, the White Dragon Horse was able to teleport through the void. Although its battle prowess was not very strong, its speed was extremely fast. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse might not be able to match it. Thus, no one knew where the White Dragon Horse had gone. The entire realm of the gods was in chaos. At this moment, Ling Xiao, Jin Sei, and Changxing finally had a few days of peace in the Taishang Palace. The joy of reuniting after a long time made Ling Xiao temporarily forget everything. Every day, he hugged Changxing and told Jin Sei what he had experienced over the years without holding back. Even Jin Sei was extremely moved. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have experienced so many things in the past 200 years. Not only did he become the lord of the heavenly prison realm, but he also promoted the integration of the 5 holy clans in the demon realm. He even became the lord of all demons, refined the primitive heart, and controlled the primitive secret realm. Any one of these identities of Ling Zhao's would cause the entire realm of the gods to tremble. Unknowingly, the chosen one of the past had grown to such a level. Brother Ling Xiao, you must have suffered a lot over the years. But now that you're back, I'm really happy. But once the news of your return spreads, I'm afraid the immortal sacred grounds and monarch clans will not let this matter rest. Jin Sei sighed softly, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Over the years, as Jin Sei's cultivation increased, she gradually came into contact with some hidden matters, and understood the power and terror of the immortal sacred grounds. Although the realm of the gods did not have a great emperor, the 12 immortal sacred grounds and the monarch clans were able to become the rulers of billions of people, and their legacies had been passed down for countless years. They won't let this matter rest? I'm afraid it won't be their turn. 200 years ago, they forced me into a corner. It won't be long before this debt is settled, and I will personally pay them a visit. Xiao smiled faintly, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. Soon, the time of reckoning will come soon, but now that Xiao had suddenly become a father, and had such an adorable daughter like Changxing, he had temporarily put everything aside, so he did not care about the immortal sacred grounds and monarch clans. Brother Xiao, no matter what decision you make, I'll support you. Xianxia smiled gently, her eyes filled with gentleness. Seeing Xiao's confident look, Xianxia's worries were slowly put to rest. Furthermore, she had a certain understanding of Xiao's current strength. The Xiao of today was no longer the chosen one that they had schemed against and besieged 200 years ago. Xianxia could imagine, once the news of Xiao's return to the realm of the gods was spread, it would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Xianxia, Changxing's body seems to be a little special. I saw that you left a powerful seal in her body, what's going on? Xiao asked curiously. He had previously sensed that there was an incomparably powerful seal in Changxing's body, and it had Xianxia's aura. It should have been left behind by Xianxia, but that seal was rather beneficial to Changxing, so Xiao did not dare to recklessly examine it. That was why he had come to ask Xianxia the seal in Changxing's body? Brother Xiao, I was just about to talk to you about this. If my guess is correct, Changxing should be the legendary innate chaotic body. Xianxia looked at Xiao seriously, and slowly said. Innate chaotic body? Xiao's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of incomparable shock. Third sect master. Xiao didn't expect Xianxia to say that Changxing had the legendary innate chaotic body. The innate chaotic body was the #1 chaotic body in the world. It was extremely powerful and contained the origin of the Tao of Chaos. It possessed unparalleled talent and luck. As long as it didn't die, it could be cultivated to an extremely high level. The immemorial emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the human race, had the legendary innate chaotic body. However, Xiao knew that the Wuji saint of the chaotic heaven sect also had the sacred chaotic body. However, the sacred chaotic body wasn't the innate chaotic body. The Wuji saint had the bloodline of the immemorial emperor and inherited a trace of the innate chaotic body. That was why he had the sacred chaotic body. It could only be considered an acquired chaotic body. The real innate chaotic body was an innate understanding of the Tao of Chaos. It was the most heaven-defying existence in the world. However, Xiao found it hard to believe that he actually had an extremely ordinary physique. Although he had condensed the primordial immortal body, it was built on the foundation that he had fused with 2 great chaos treasures and obtained the 12 sky skill secret technique. It could be said that the primordial immortal body was an acquired one. On the other hand, Xianxia had the supreme Taoist body. The combination of the primordial immortal body and the supreme Taoist body could give birth to the innate chaotic body? That's right. Changxing has the innate chaotic body. Master also knows about this. When Changxing was born, there was a phenomenon in the world. The Daos trembled and the 3,000 Daos congratulated her. The entire god realm was filled with chaotic phenomena. If Master hadn't sealed Changxing's phenomenon with the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram, the entire god realm and even the other worlds would have known about the birth of the innate chaotic body. The innate chaotic body is too special. Before Changxing fully grasps her power, she's like the brightest sun. Wherever she goes, she'll attract everyone's attention. That's why Master and I placed a seal in Changxing's body to temporarily seal the power of her innate chaotic body. When she becomes a saint, the seal will be unsealed. Then, she'll be able to fully grasp the power of the innate chaotic body. However, before that, Changxing can't reveal her innate chaotic body. Otherwise, there will be a disaster. Xianxia said slowly with a solemn expression. I see. But now that you've sealed Changxing's innate chaotic body, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to grow up. Unless you can break the seal, Changxing will remain a child forever. Xiao nodded. He finally knew the origin of the seal within Longevity's body. Innate chaotic body, my goodness, I didn't think that my daughter would have such heaven-defying talent. The reason why the innate chaotic body was known as the number one physique in all the heavens was because it contained the power of the origin of chaos. It was born with the ability to fuse with the 3,000 great Daos. As long as Xianxia embarked on the path of cultivation, he would not have any bottlenecks to break through. There would not even be any major obstacles before he reached the Imperial Emperor realm. If others knew about such a heaven-defying physique, even sovereign emperors would be tempted. If he could refine the innate chaotic body into an avatar, he might be able to walk a different path. This was a temptation that even imperial emperors could not resist. It's all right. Xianxia had the innate chaotic body. If she wanted to cultivate, it would not take long for her to break through to the saint stage. However, in the past few years, I've been imprisoned and Master has gone to the extraterritorial battlefield. Xianxia has not been able to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you, Father, to build the foundation for Xianxia. Xianxia said with a smile, her face full of confidence. Although she was shocked by the fact that Xianxia had the innate chaotic body, she was also extremely excited. With such a heaven-defying physique, Xianxia might be able to attain the Tao and become an emperor in the future, just like the Han Yuan emperor. Build the foundation for Xianxia? Of course, I'll have to do it myself. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was also looking forward to seeing how strong Xianxia would be if she could completely control the power of the innate chaotic body. Father, will Xianxia become very powerful in the future? Xianxia had been playing in Ling Xiao's arms. At this moment, she could not help but raise her head. She blinked her big clear eyes and asked Ling Xiao. Of course. Xianxia will be very powerful after she cultivates, very powerful. By then, all the bad guys will be no match for Xianxia. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Really? Then Xianxia needs to cultivate too. Father, can you teach Xianxia how to cultivate? Xianxia blinked her big eyes, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Okay. Father will teach Xianxia how to cultivate. In the future, Xianxia will be the most powerful person in the world. When the time comes, Xianxia will help Father beat the bad guys, okay? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay. I'll help Father beat all the bad guys away so that they can't bully Father and Mother. Xianxia nodded with a serious expression on his face. Xianxia is such a good girl. Ling Xiao patted Xianxia's little head and said. He had already decided that he would personally build the supreme foundation for Xianxia. Xianxia had the innate chaotic body. Although the power of the innate chaotic body was sealed now, once she started cultivating, her cultivation would naturally skyrocket with her talent. Ling Xiao could sense that although Xianxia did not possess any cultivation base at the moment, his body contained an incomparably vast amount of essence power. Moreover, Xianxia's flesh was as smooth as jade. There was not the slightest bit of impurity on his body. His flesh was crystal clear and his bones contained imprints. Even his soul was clear and flawless. Even if Xianxia's innate chaotic body was sealed, such a heaven-defying physique would be treated like a treasure if it was discovered. They would want to recruit her. Xianxia, then I'll build the foundation for Xianxia now. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. Now that the great calamity of the era was approaching, all sorts of monsters would appear. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, it would be difficult for him to ensure Xianxia and Xianxia's safety. No matter what, he had to give Xianxia some ability to protect herself. Ling Xiao waved his sleeve and immediately swept Xianxia and Xianxia up. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the prison steel. The space within the prison steel was sealed. Even if there were any fluctuations within, the outside world would not notice. Ling Xiao was going to build the foundation for Xianxia in the prison steel. Whoosh, light flashed in Ling Xiao's palm, and immediately, many treasures appeared. There were all sorts of powerful origin sacred herbs, innate spiritual roots, enlightenment tea leaves, and the Myriad demon's fruit that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Myriad demon's ancient tree. In the end, Ling Xiao even took out some of the supreme materials he had collected. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless in building the foundation for Xianxia. He took out the most precious treasures and prepared to build the supreme foundation for Xianxia in order to prepare for the integration of the innate chaotic body. P.S. Second update. My leader arranged for me to go on a business trip today. Muyu drove the whole night and couldn't deliver the promised 5 updates. Please forgive me. However, Muyu remembers that I owe 4 updates. I'll make up for it in the next 2 days. End of chapter. Swoosh, Ling Xiao's palm shone brightly. In an instant, the good fortune jade disc flew out of his body and floated in the air. It was like a lotus flower that slowly bloomed. The fluctuations of the 3,000 great paths flowed around it. It was very mysterious. Chongqing, Daddy is going to build your foundation for you. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao hugged Chongqing and said with a smile. Daddy, I'm not afraid. I want to cultivate. I want to protect Daddy and Mommy. Chongqing looked curiously at the creation jade disc in the void and shook his head. Alright. Let's start now. Ling Xiao stroked Longevity's little head, then gently placed Longevity on the fortune jade disc. Rumble, the jade plate of fortune contained 3,000 grand Tao laws. It was incomparably mysterious. When Longevity sat cross-legged on the jade plate of fortune, chaos energy suddenly seeped out from his body. In an instant, it produced an extremely peculiar reaction with the jade plate of fortune. Divine chains of order shot up into the sky from the jade disc of good fortune. All 3,000 divine chains of order were enveloped by the chaotic qi. They vaguely resonated with the longevity qi in a strange way. It seemed like something in Chongqing's body had broken. The seal in Chongqing's body has broken? Jinsei said in shock. The seal in Chongqing's body was set up by Jinsei and Extermination Daolord together with the extreme power of Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. It was impossible for ordinary people to break the seal. However, just by sitting on the good fortune jade disc, the seal within Longevity's body was broken. Radiant light shone from Longevity's body. Thousands of streaks of auspicious radiance shone from him. It was as though there was a small sun inside him. Streams of primordial energy seeped out from his body, giving Longevity a somewhat different appearance. Is this the innate chaotic body? The creation jade disc contains the 3,000 great ways. It comes from the same source as Chongqing. The chaos contains everything. This creation jade disc is the ultimate treasure for Chongqing to build his foundation. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of understanding as he spoke slowly. Ling Xiao could see that as Chongqing sat on the fortune jade disc, the 3,000 great path nomological laws contained within the fortune jade disc began to slowly fuse into Chongqing's body as he activated the fortune jade disc. The innate chaotic body could accommodate all things in the world. Although Chongqing still couldn't understand the 3,000 great Tao laws in the fortune jade disc, they were all stored in Chongqing's body and became his foundation. In time, when Chongqing stepped into the saint realm, he would definitely be able to erupt with unparalleled power. Boom, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He activated the jade plate of good fortune to cleanse Chongqing's body with the 3,000 great ways precepts. At the same time, he activated the sky-devouring fire to refine those worldly treasures. At Ling Xiao's current level of cultivation, he understood the origin of heaven and earth and the principles of all living things. By fusing all those incomparably precious natural treasures, he would be able to refine a supreme golden core. The treasures that Ling Xiao had accumulated over the years were continuously taken out and refined by the sky-devouring fire. They formed the most original energy and gradually condensed into an elixir. The sky-devouring fire was turbulent and contained the power of the flame origin. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the surroundings and lightning continuously struck on the elixir. Ling Xiao used the sky-devouring fire to refine the elixir and a mysterious vision of heaven and earth appeared in the surroundings. The sky-devouring fire even intertwined in the void and formed an illusory elixir furnace. It continuously absorbed countless natural treasures and refined them into a supreme golden core that was like a small sun. In the end, Ling Xiao even added a few supreme treasures. Although extreme-grade treasures were supreme treasures that could be used to forge extreme-grade emperor weapons, they could also be used to concoct pills. However, they were too precious. Ordinary people would be extremely lucky if they could get their hands on an extreme-grade treasure, let alone concoct pills. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the concept of saving. He wanted to build a supreme foundation for Chongqing, Kacha. In the end, when the golden core was refined, the surrounding winds and clouds surged and lightning blazed. The 3,000 great Daos shook violently and intertwined into lines as if they were going to descend from the sky and destroy the golden core completely. Disperse! Ling Xiao shouted softly. It was as if his words were the law and contained supreme heavenly might. In an instant, all the visions in the surroundings disappeared. The golden core was like a stream of light and instantly merged into Changxing's body. Boom! Blazing divine light rose from Longevity's body as chaotic air gushed out. 3,000 divine chains of order burst out from the jade disk of good fortune and wrapped around Longevity in an instant like a huge cocoon. All the visions in the surroundings gradually disappeared. In the void, only the huge cocoon was left. It wrapped around Changxing and was undergoing the final transformation. Thump! 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 Although Ling Xiao and Jinsei couldn't see Changxing, they could hear Changxing's heartbeat. Every heartbeat caused the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble violently. The fluctuations were ancient and mysterious, as if they were going to spread across the universe. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the prison of heavenly might, the fluctuations would have spread across the entire divine world and even spread across the universe. Countless experts would have sensed it. The birth of the innate chaotic body was a heaven-defying constitution that would cause the heavens and earth to resonate with the great Daos. Ling Xiao and Jinsei could feel Changxing's aura growing stronger and stronger. Brother Ling Xiao, the golden core that you refined just now contains the power of origin. I'm afraid it's already considered a great emperor pill, right? With the support of the 3,000 great Daos from the creation jade disk, I wonder what Changxing will become. Jinsei said softly with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. It does contain the power of the great Daos, but it's not a great emperor pill. It should be a quasi-emperor pill. With the support of the 3,000 great Daos from the creation jade disk, Changxing's talent is already heaven-defying to the extreme. Even though so-called princes are far inferior to Changxing, my daughter is definitely not weaker than anyone. Ling Xiao said with a smile, his eyes filled with confidence. Brother Ling Xiao, do you think Changxing will break through to the sage realm directly? A strange look appeared in Jinsei's eyes. She suddenly felt that the great Daos were intertwined around Changxing's body. There was an extremely pure aura of the great Daos that filled the air. The 3,000 great Daos intertwined and formed a Dao fruit in Changxing's body. The Dao fruit was the symbol of a sage, a 4-year-old sage. Jinsei couldn't believe it and exclaimed in her heart. It's possible. But it's still a little short. Light flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes and he instantly jabbed a finger forward. Next, a mysterious scripture with endless streams of chaotic energy swirling around it fused with Longevity's sea of wisdom. Next, it began revealing various mysteries of the world. Primal Chaos Secret Technique. Peak. The Primal Chaos Secret Technique was ranked first among the 12 sky skills. It contained the power of the Primal Chaos origin and was the most compatible with Changxing. Just like that, Ling Xiao passed it on to Changxing. Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to pass on the Primal Chaos Secret Technique to Changxing after she grew up and broke through to the Sage Realm. However, after seeing Changxing's current state, Ling Xiao changed his mind. Perhaps Changxing could really break through to the Sage Realm. The Primal Chaos body was far beyond Ling Zhao's imagination. Rumble. As the Primal Chaos Secret Technique merged with Changxing's body, the Primal Chaos light surged and lightning flashed. The chaotic chi seemed to flow in Changxing's body in a strange way. The gigantic cocoon of chaos abruptly shattered. Like a torrent of chaos, it fused into Longevity's body. A brilliant sun seemed to appear above Changxing's head. It was faintly intertwined with 3,000 great Dao laws. It was dazzling and gorgeous, flowing with the purest saint path aura. Changxing had really broken through to the sage realm. Father, I feel like I've become very powerful. Changxing slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chenfeng curiously. Then, he said in a pleasantly surprised tone. She sat cross-legged on the lotus-like jade plate of fortune. Her body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. Her skin was as white as jade and looked crystal clear. Although her face looked very young, it was flawless. It was as if she had been carefully carved by the Creator. There was no flaw. Changxing blinked her big, watery eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze was pure without a trace of impurity. It made people want to hug her and cherish her. Changxing clenched her small, delicate hands. Lightning bloomed from her hands, and the void cracked slightly. This was a sign that her power had reached the peak. However, Chongqing was still unable to control her power. Chongqing, come and let mother have a look. Xianxia stretched out her arm, her eyes filled with joy. Chongqing had completed the foundation establishment. What she did not expect was that Chongqing had directly broken through to the Saint Realm. This meant that there was no need for a seal. As long as Chongqing did not use the power of the innate chaos, ordinary people would not know that she had the legendary innate chaos body. Whoosh, like a stream of light, longevity instantly flew into Xianxia's bosom. Mother, can Chongqing protect you in the future? Chongqing was very obedient and said seriously to Xianxia, good. In the future, Chongqing will protect mother. Xianxia's eyes turned into crescent moons as she said dotingly. Mother, I'm so sleepy. In the end, she fell into a deep sleep in Xianxia's arms. Haha. A pure smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked obedient and cute, like a porcelain doll. Her body has fused with a lot of source energy, which will make her stronger and stronger. She is digesting the source energy in her body. Ling Xiao explained and patted Chongqing's head. Looking at the way Xianxia was carrying longevity, Xianxia's entire body seemed to exude a motherly radiance. It gave Ling Xiao an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Big brother Ling Xiao, if you have time, go and bring little sister Shui Wei back. Xianxia's gaze landed on Ling Xiao as she smiled. Shui Wei. Hearing this name, Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tremble. The image of a gentle and elegant lady in white appeared in his mind. She was the one who followed behind him and always called him young master. Xianxia, Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Xianxia. Big brother Ling Xiao, I think you know Shui Wei's feelings for you better than I do. She followed you from the war god's world to the god's world. She gave up everything for you and even risked her life several times. You should give her an explanation. At our current cultivation level, the number of people who are important to us is decreasing. Every one of them is the most precious gift in our lives. Little sister Shui Wei's love for you is no less than mine. I sincerely hope that big brother Ling Xiao can bring her home. Xianxia said sincerely. Xianxia, I understand what you mean. Is Shui Wei doing well in the Samsara temple? In a few days, I will make a trip to the Samsara temple and bring Shui Wei back. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Ling Xiao had a good impression of the Samsara temple. Back then, the master of the Samsara temple had helped Ling Xiao in the Ling Xiao mountain range. Although Ling Xiao knew that it was because of Shui Wei's pleas, Ling Xiao was still grateful to the Samsara temple. If he went to the Samsara temple this time, he would have to thank the master of Samsara properly. Xianxia carried the sleeping longevity and left the majestic prison monument with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, something has happened. Ling Xiao saw the anxious white dragon horse as soon as they left the Samsara temple. What happened? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. The Samsara temple has announced to the world that the sacred son of Samsara, Xianxia, will marry the sacred daughter of Samsara, Shui Wei in 3 days' time. White dragon horse looked at Ling Xiao and said. What? Ling Xiao's entire body shook, and his face instantly turned ashen. Shui Wei. Ling Xiao had always told himself that he only saw Shui Wei as a younger sister. Even when Xianxia mentioned Shui Wei, he would hesitate. But at this moment, he suddenly panicked. It was as if the most precious thing in his life was about to be taken away from him. Shui Wei's face appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Shui Wei had been hurt for him several times without asking for anything in return. She only hoped that her young master could find Xianxia and live happily ever after. Ling Xiao felt a piercing pain in his heart. If that's the case, should I go to the Samsara temple to congratulate Shui Wei in 3 days' time? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His face was pale and he forced a smile. Ling Xiao, don't be silly. You're a bastard, a bastard. You're even more of a bastard than me. Shui Wei treats you so well. Are you willing to let her marry Xianxia? I've heard that Shui Wei agreed to marry Xianxia because she begged the master of the Samsara temple to save you 200 years ago. However, Shui Wei had been in seclusion in the forbidden land of Samsara for the past 200 years. She had just come out of seclusion when Xianxia forced her to fulfill her promise. That's why the Samsara temple announced that Xianxia would marry Shui Wei in 3 days' time. If you're still thinking of running away, I'll look down on you. If you're a man, go get Shui Wei back and kill that bastard Xianxia. What a bastard! How dare he covet Shui Wei? White Dragon Horse said fiercely. His eyes were red. Shui Wei was forced? Ling Xiao's body trembled. In an instant, a terrifying murderous aura rose around him, causing the surrounding void to rumble. His eyes revealed a monstrous murderous intent. In the Sanctus Palace of the Samsara Temple. Junior Sister Shui Wei, this is the 9-colored feather robe that several celestial venerate ancestors had crafted together. Countless heavenly treasures were used to craft it, and it's comparable to a quasi-emperor weapon. It's your wedding dress 3 days from now. I believe that Junior Sister Shui Wei will be unparalleled in her generation after putting on the 9-colored feather robe. A young man in a white robe said to Shui Wei with a smile. He was tall and slender, and his face was as clear as jade. He looked like a gentle young master. He held a 9-colored feather robe in his hand. It unfolded in the void and emitted a 9-colored divine light. It was surrounded by auspicious vapors and glittered brilliantly. There seemed to be the cries of dragons and phoenixes ringing out from it. It was crisp and peaceful. A young girl in a white robe sat in front of him. She was shrouded in a misty light and her face could not be seen clearly. However, her eyes were cold and bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Put it down. A cold voice rang out. It contained a coldness that kept people at arm's length. The young girl in a white robe was Shui Wei. She looked at the young man in a white robe. There was an indescribable disgust in her eyes, but she did not show it. Xianxia, the son of the Samsara Temple Master, was also the Samsara Temple Holy Son. 200 years ago, Shui Wei had to agree to marry Xianxia in order to ask the Temple Master to help her during the battle at the Lingxiao mountain range. After the battle at the Lingxiao mountain range, Shui Wei entered the forbidden grounds of the Samsara Temple to reincarnate and comprehend the reincarnation great way. She had been in seclusion for 200 years. Now, Shui Wei had come out of seclusion. Under the request of the Temple Master and Xianxia, Shui Wei had to fulfill her promise. Young Master, I believe that you're not dead. It's just that Shui Wei can't continue to follow in your footsteps. I hope that you and Sister Xianxia can live a peaceful and happy life. The figure of the young man in a white robe seemed to appear in Shui Wei's mind. The young man who stood on the longevity mountain and smiled at her became her life's goal. However, in the end, it all turned into a deep sigh in her heart. Perhaps she would never be able to see young Master again. Junior Sister Shui Wei, in 3 days, many immortal sacred grounds and monarch tribes will come to congratulate you. Father hopes that you will be happy. After all, this is a joyous occasion for the Samsara Temple. Once we become cultivation partners, Father will abdicate and I will become the new master of the Samsara Temple. By then, you will be the wife of the Temple Master. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes were burning with passion. Although Shui Wei had covered her face, Xianxia knew that there was a peerless beauty hidden under the mist. The person that he yearned for day and night was finally going to fall into her hands. Tell the palace master not to worry, I know what to do. However, senior brother Qin, please remember that although I am married to you, we are only Tao companions in name. I am determined to dedicate my life to the great Tao. I will not fall in love with anyone. Shui Wei said flatly. Looking at Shui Wei's indifferent eyes, Xianxia was inexplicably furious. His handsome face darkened and he said, Are you still thinking about that trash Ling Xiao? He knew clearly why Shui Wei had agreed to marry him in the first place. At that time, he was mad with jealousy. He had tried many times to win Shui Wei's favor, but Shui Wei had always been cold and indifferent to him. Only Ling Xiao, that damned heaven's chosen one, was able to affect Shui Wei's heartbeat. Xianxia, I won't allow you to talk about young master like that. You naturally know my intentions. You knew it from the moment you forced me to marry you. Shui Wei's gaze instantly turned cold. She slowly stood up, and a mysterious chi of samsara emanated from her body. Boom, the Sanctus Palace seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. Shui Wei's aura was so terrifying that it seemed to have transformed into a vast and boundless world. Xianxia's face changed involuntarily. From Shuiwei's body, he actually felt an unimaginable threat. How is this possible? I'm already a peak holy king. How can this bitch be so powerful? Could it be that she has already broken through to the Supreme Saint King realm? Qin Miesheng roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had thought that even if Shuiwei's cultivation had increased greatly after coming out of the Forbidden Grounds, she would at most be an ordinary holy king. However, it seemed that he was wrong. Shuiwei's cultivation was far beyond his imagination. No way. I must ask my father to keep an eye on this bitch. I can't let her escape. The reincarnation saint physique is indeed terrifying. Perhaps she has already comprehended the reincarnation origin. As long as she falls into my hands and I pluck her reincarnation origin, I might be able to break through to the Empyrean realm in one fell swoop. I might even reach the Empyrean realm. Qin Miesheng was angry and happy at the same time. His heart was burning with passion. He had to marry Shuiwei not only because of his obsession and desire to possess her, but also because of Shuiwei's reincarnation sacred being. Once the reincarnation sacred being reached the great achievement and comprehended the reincarnation origin, it would be the best furnace. If Qin Miesheng obtained Shuiwei's reincarnation origin, his cultivation would immediately soar and save him thousands of years of cultivation. This was the supreme fortune that his father, the Samsara Temple Master, had planned for him. Humph. Shuiwei, you'll be married to me in 3 days. I hope you'll behave yourself and don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Miesheng stared at Shuiwei and sneered. He tore off his disguise and left the 9-colored feather coat behind. Although Shuiwei's aura was extremely terrifying, Qin Miesheng was not worried at all. Shuiwei would not be able to cause any trouble in the Samsara Temple. When the time came, he would teach this bitch a lesson. Qin Miesheng felt his lower abdomen burning at the thought that Shuiwei would be able to enjoy him in 3 days. Bitch, I'll let you be arrogant for a few more days. I'll teach you a lesson in 3 days, Qin Miesheng sneered in his heart. Seeing Qin Miesheng leave the Saintess Palace, Shuiwei withdrew her aura and sat down slowly. Her eyes were full of exhaustion and blankness, which made people feel sorry for her. Young master, I'll be married in 3 days. It would be great if I could see you again. Shuiwei muttered to herself softly and finally let out a long sigh. Saintess, why do you have to do this? The gray-haired old woman beside Shuiwei hadn't said anything all this time. At this moment, when she saw Shuiwei's appearance, a trace of pity appeared in her eyes, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. Peek. Granny, this is what I promised the temple master. Moreover, the sect has treated me well, so I'm repaying the sect. In this way, the young master won't be in a difficult position. Shuiwei said with a faint smile. Her smile made one's heart ache. The sect has treated you well, but you've done a lot for the sect over the years. Moreover, the temple master is taking advantage of you. Qin Miesheng doesn't look like a good person. He's full of evil tricks. Ling Xiao is also a bastard. You've done so much for him, but he still hasn't come to see you. Shuiwei, I think you'd better forget about Ling Xiao. The old lady looked at Shuiwei and said angrily. The old lady was Shuiwei's guardian and the closest person to Shuiwei in the Samsara Temple. She treated Shuiwei like her own granddaughter and watched Shuiwei grow to where she was today. While she was gratified, she also felt sorry for Shuiwei. This girl has too much on her shoulders. She's always thinking for others, but she's never thought for herself. Granny, the young master must have been delayed by something. I believe he'll come back. Those who hurt him in the past will pay the price. Shuiwei said with a smile. You silly girl. Although Ling Xiao is the chosen one, he hasn't appeared for 200 years. So what if he comes back? There are so many geniuses and kings in the realm of the gods. It's no longer the era where he dominated his peers. The old lady sighed softly. Even if Ling Xiao returned to the realm of the gods, the old lady didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be able to cause any trouble, let alone there was no news of him. When the strength of the immortal sacred grounds was revealed, people would understand why the immortal sacred grounds could dominate the realm of the gods for hundreds of millions of years after the 9 emperors of the human race. At this moment, in the depths of the Samsara Temple, Qin Miexing passed through layers of majestic palaces and finally entered a mysterious space through the teleportation formation. Rumble, this space appeared to be incomparably huge. It was surrounded by an endless amount of primal chaos chi. The primal chaos chi actually formed mysterious bubbles. Countless bubbles gathered together, as if there was an endless world within. A figure sat cross-legged amidst the chaos chi. His aura was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. Each time he puffed out the heaven and earth, those bubble worlds would shatter before reforming once more. That figure seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. He was like the emperor of this endless primal chaos space, causing people to involuntarily want to kneel down and worship him. Father, the 9-colored feather coat has been delivered. But that bitch Shui Wei seems to still be thinking about Ling Xiao. Qin Miexing's eyes revealed a hint of awe as he bowed to the figure and said, "Thank you for your help." No one knew better than him just how terrifying this figure was. His father, the master of the Samsara temple, was probably the most powerful expert in the Samsara temple. It doesn't matter. Miexing, you have to understand that everything in this world is an illusion. Only power is eternal. What you want is not her heart, but her reincarnation origin. That figure said faintly. I understand, but I just can't accept it. Moreover, father, if we do this, what if the ancestor returns? Shui Wei is his only disciple. Qin Miexing's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Ancestor? He's old, and he's too soft-hearted. The great tribulation of the era is coming, and the Samsara temple can't escape it. Now, all we need is a voice. Father, could it be that you've taken that step? Qin Miexing's body suddenly trembled. He could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. The wedding in 3 days' time will be held as scheduled. You have to show your poise. Otherwise, how can you lead the divine world in the future? How can you become the emperor of the younger generation and suppress the kings? This time, let me see what kind of monster dares to jump out. That figure said noncommittally. Yes. Qin Miexing bowed. His eyes shone with an incomparably blazing and brilliant light. Since his father had taken that step, there were no more surprises. Even if the ancestor returns, he won't be able to stop him. This was the general trend of the Samsara temple. His father had suppressed everything. Perhaps it was just like what his father had said. Everything was an illusion, and only power was eternal. When I get that bitch Shui Wei's reincarnation origin, who among the younger generation will be my match? Qin Miexing was in high spirits, and he felt that everything was under his control. The news that Qin Miexing, the holy son of the Samsara temple, was going to marry Shui Wei, the saintess, spread throughout the divine world. The Samsara temple was ranked at the top of the 12 immortal sanctuaries, and their strength was unfathomable. In addition, they had always been neutral, so they had good relations with many immortal sanctuaries, ancient tribes, and emperor tribes. When the news spread, all the immortal sanctuaries, ancient tribes, and emperor tribes sent messengers to the Samsara temple to congratulate them. In many people's eyes, Qin Miexing and Shui Wei were a match made in heaven. A saintess marrying a saintess was a perfect match. However, many people who knew the inside story felt that it was a little strange. Shui Wei, the saintess of the Samsara, is deeply in love with the forbidden character, the chosen one. Why would she marry Qin Miexing? You don't know, do you? I heard that 200 years ago, the Samsara temple broke their neutrality and helped Ling Xiao because Shui Wei begged the temple master to marry Qin Miexing. That was why the Samsara temple master intervened. Does that mean Shui Wei was forced? Saintess Shui Wei is one of the 3 fairies in the divine world. She's on par with Jin Sei fairy of the Taishang Palace and Moon God fairy of the Destiny Temple. She's also the most gentle. She's my goddess. How could she let Qin Miexing take advantage of her? Damn it. TSK, Saintess Shui Wei is my goddess. Say that to the Samsara temple if you dare. Let's see if Qin Miexing will beat you to death. I wonder if the Samsara temple will invite the War God temple to participate. It's said that Shui Wei used to be the forbidden character's maidservant. Now that Qin Miexing is marrying Shui Wei, and it seems that Shui Wei didn't agree to it, isn't this a slap to the War God temple's face? The War God temple? The War God temple can't even protect themselves now. After so many years, they've lost many disciples and elders. They've been suppressed by the other immortal sanctuaries. I'm afraid they're about to fall out of the 12 immortal sanctuaries. Even if they're unhappy, they wouldn't dare to offend the Samsara temple. That's right. It seems like Shui. Sigh, what a pity. In the divine world, those who knew the inside story were talking about it. Although they knew that Shui was forced to marry Qin Miexing, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only talk about it casually. Some of them were even gloating over it. The news had also spread to the War God Temple. Even the Samsara Temple's emissary came to the War God Temple to deliver an invitation. This was the greatest provocation and humiliation. P.S. Second update. I've been busy for the past few days. I'm sorry, but I'll update 7 today to make up for the lack of updates from the past 2 days. Third sect leader. The Samsara Temple has gone too far. In the War God Hall, Pangu's celestial body's eyes were cold and murderous. He was dressed in black armor, and the muscles all over his body were intertwined, containing explosive energy fluctuations. His hair danced wildly, rich and glossy, and his entire body emitted a wild aura. Pangu's celestial body had broken through to the King's Sage realm and was known as King Pangu. He was the most dazzling figure among the younger generation of the War God Hall and was now in charge of the War God Hall. The emissary of the Samsara Temple did not stay long in the War God Hall. He left the message and the invitation. When Pangu's celestial body heard the news, he rushed over, but the emissary had already left. Pangu's celestial body was furious when he heard that Shui was going to marry Qin Miexing. The Samsara Temple seems to be neutral, but their attitude is subtle. They have close ties with the Heavenly Curse sect, Spacetime Heavenly Gate, 9 Imperial Gates, and the Chinese. They have been secretly targeting the War God Hall over the years. However, Shui might have been forced to marry Qin Miexing by the Samsara Temple. Great Elder Lu Wenjing said slowly. He looked even older. His eyebrows were white and there were many wrinkles on his face. His eyes were full of vicissitudes and wisdom. Shui and Jin Sei should be the people that junior uncle cares about the most. This time, it's better for me to go there personally. If there's a chance, I'll see if I can bring Shui back. Lu Bai, who was dressed in a white robe, said flatly from the seat of honor. He was surrounded by bright light and auspicious air. His body was emitting a mysterious glow. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Even though Pangu's celestial body had broken through to the King's Sage realm, he still felt great pressure in front of Lu Bai. War God, I'll go with you. Qin Miexing is just a defeated opponent. How dare he covet Shui? I'll kill him if I have the chance. Pangu's celestial body's eyes flashed coldly. You almost killed Qin Miexing. If the ancestor in the royal robe had not arrived, you would have suffered a great loss. If you want to go with me this time, you'd better behave yourself. Lu Bai glared at the Pangu celestial handle and said. A few years ago, Pangu celestial handle defeated Qin Miexing in a battle, which almost led to a confrontation between the Samsara Temple and the War God Temple. However, the battle prowess of the Pangu Heavenly Dipper was indeed extremely powerful. The name of King Pangu was well known throughout the entire divine realm. He was known as one of the strongest kings. It might be useful to bring the Pangu's Heavenly Dipper to the Samsara Temple. Lord God of War, the Samsara Temple might have set a trap for you if they dare to announce the wedding. You and Pangu Tian Gang must be careful of their traps. Lu Wenjing said worriedly. Don't worry, Grand Elder, we will definitely be able to save Shui. I just don't know where Ling Xiao is now. It would be great if he returned to the divine world. Pangu Heavenly Dipper sighed. Ling Xiao, he will definitely come back. Lu Wenjing said seriously. He will come back. Lu Bai nodded his head and said. The entire War God Temple believed that Ling Xiao was still alive, and they were all waiting for Ling Xiao's return. Even though the War God Temple had been through incomparably difficult times these past few years, suffering heavy casualties, and countless disciples and elders dying in battle, they had never given up hope. They were all waiting for Ling Xiao's return. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to lead them and make those people pay with their blood. Jade Clear Sky Domain, Reincarnation Mountain. Reincarnation Mountain was an extremely huge mountain range. It was like a giant dragon lying dormant on the endless land. divine mountains rose from the ground and exuded a vast aura. This was where the Samsara Temple sect was located. It could even be called the reincarnation realm. The ancestors of the Samsara Temple had set up the Thousand Tribulations reincarnation formation with their supreme divine power, enveloping the area around Reincarnation Mountain. Usually, strangers who dared to approach Reincarnation Mountain would be instantly killed by the supreme power of the formation and turned into ashes. Today, the formation was opened and Reincarnation Mountain appeared in front of everyone. The majestic divine mountain pierced through the clouds like a divine sword. Boundless origin energy radiated from it and even condensed into an origin elixir river. It floated above the Samsara Temple and looked extremely majestic. Ancient trees towered into the sky and exotic flowers and plants were everywhere on Reincarnation Mountain. Groups of immortal deers and white apes roamed the mountain. Each of them was extremely spiritual and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Groups of golden-horned tiger beasts galloped on the ground. Lightning seemed to rise from their golden horns. Experts in golden armor with powerful auras rode on the backs of the golden-horned tiger beasts and patrolled the area. These golden-horned tiger beasts were all primitive variants. They were extremely powerful. The golden-horned tiger beasts and the golden-horned tiger beasts cooperated well with each other. It was as if they could explode with great combat strength in an instant. Golden-armored guards, they were one of the 4 most powerful guards of the Samsara Temple. Only experts in the Sage-to-Be realm were qualified to become golden-armored guards. The commanders of the golden-armored guards were sages and supreme sages. They were extremely powerful and had made great contributions to the Samsara Temple. Over the years, countless sects and families that were hostile to the Samsara Temple had been annihilated by the golden-armored guards. Xianxia was the commander of the golden-armored guards. Over the past 3 days, many people had rushed to Reincarnation Mountain to attend the wedding of Xianxia and Shuiwei. Although only the immortal sanctuaries, ancient clans, and monarch families were invited by the Samsara Temple, the sects in the divine world still sent their disciples to present gifts. In particular, the sects in the Jade Pure Heavenly Domain wanted to establish a good relationship with the Samsara Temple. The Samsara Temple was extremely mysterious and many people did not know about the situation at Reincarnation Mountain. Now that they had entered Reincarnation Mountain, they were shocked by the powerful foundation of the Samsara Temple. Isn't the origin energy here too rich? It's dozens of times stronger than the outside world. It's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. They walked and stopped as if they were beggars who had barged into the palace. After all, the Samsara Temple is one of the 12 immortal sanctuaries, second only to the chaotic Heavenly Sect, Destiny Shrine, and Myriad Buddha Temple. This is only the outer sanctum. It's said that the origin energy in the inner sanctum is 100 times stronger than the outside world. It's as if you've been to the inner sanctum of the Samsara Temple. Hee, although I haven't been there. But the brother of my distant uncle's son's cultivation partner is an inner sanctum disciple of the Samsara Temple. He told me. This relationship is really distant. Look over there, that's the elixir river formed by the origin elixir? SSS, is this the foundation of the immortal sanctuaries? The Samsara Temple has a total of 18 elixir rivers of origin? Someone exclaimed as his gaze fell on the void in the distance. There, the 18 elixir rivers of origin were as vast as the heavenly river. They surged endlessly and contained vast and unparalleled origin energy. The fluctuations they emitted were like thunder, causing everyone to tremble. Peak. Hua Tianchong, the heavenly king of the Chinese, is here. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Rumble, dazzling light flickered in the void as a huge palace flew over. A group of people with extraordinary auras stood in front of the palace. They were led by a black-robed elder and an imposing young man. The young man was radiating dazzling light. He wore a dazzling golden chainmail, a jade crown on his head, and a pair of cloud boots on his feet. He had a jade-like face and exuded the aura of a king. His face was indifferent as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He flew across the sky with the black-robed elder and entered the Reincarnation Mountain. The human king and earth king of the Chinese have been killed. Only Hua Tianchong is left. Hua Tianchong must be holding back his anger and wanting to kill someone. Someone whispered with a look of awe in his eyes. Hua Tianchong, the heavenly king of the Chinese, was undoubtedly one of the top kings in the divine world. He was powerful and had many glorious achievements. The people from the Five Elements Sacred Sect, the Heavenly Curse Sect, and the 9 Imperial Obelisk are here too. 3 divine rainbows flew side by side in the void. They were the people from the Five Elements Sacred Sect, the Heavenly Curse Sect, and the 9 Imperial Obelisk. They were led by an elder and a young supreme talent. Although the saints of the Five Elements Sacred Sect, the Heavenly Curse Sect, and the 9 Imperial Obelisk were all killed by Xianxia in the chaotic ancient land 200 years ago, their previous generation of saints and saintesses had been born. They were also known as kings and were extremely powerful. The saint of the Silence Temple is here. The saintess and elder of the Spacetime Heavenly Sect are here. The Wuji saint of the chaotic Heavenly Sect is here. The Arhat of the Myriad Buddha Temple is here. In the Reincarnation Mountain, the experts and young supreme talents of the various immortal sacred grounds and powerful ancient clans came to the Reincarnation Temple to attend the wedding of Qin Miexing and Shui Wei. Many supreme talents had only heard of their names in the past but had never seen them in person. Now that the Reincarnation Temple was holding a grand event, many supreme talents had gathered and everyone was extremely excited. These young supreme talents represented the future of the divine world. Perhaps, the 10th emperor of the human race would be born from these supreme talents. Rumble, suddenly, a resplendent immortal light bloomed. Countless heavenly flowers sprinkled down while golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. Auspicious vapors rose like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The void was shrouded in a mysterious mist. A peerlessly beautiful figure stepped through the air. Her face was covered with a light veil, and she wore a gauze dress. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was like a cloud that covered the moon. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her eyes seemed to contain a myriad of emotions, causing everyone to involuntarily tremble. This is, the moon god fairy of the Shrine of Destiny? Someone exclaimed, his eyes filled with infatuation. It really is the moon god fairy. She's one of the 3 fairies of the god realm, just like Fairy Shui Wei. She's here on behalf of the Destiny Shrine? The moon god fairy is a peerless beauty. Rumor has it that she has comprehended the great Tao of Destiny, and her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. She is the young master of the Destiny Shrine. Now that I have met her, she really lives up to her reputation. I wonder if Fairy Jints of the Taishang Dao Palace will come. If she does, then the 3 fairies of the god realm will be gathered here today. We'll be able to feast our eyes on them. Everyone exclaimed in amazement as their eyes lit up. The moon god fairy before them had an ethereal aura, and she was mysterious and otherworldly. Her entire body exuded an aura of destiny, as if she was the embodiment of the great Tao of Destiny. She was noble and holy, and one could not help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. The moon god fairy did not stop at all. Her gaze was indifferent, and it was as if she had caught a glimpse of something in the void. Soon, she flew into the Reincarnation Shrine. Almost all the immortal sacred grounds and ancient races are here, but no one from the War God Shrine is here. Could it be that they don't dare to come? Someone exclaimed. It's not just the War God Shrine. No one from the Taishang Dao Palace is here either. The Taishang Dao Palace and the War God Shrine have suffered heavy losses in the past few years. They've been in a state of half-sealing their mountains. Could it be that they don't dare to come this time? If they don't dare to come, then they'll be humiliated. The crowd discussed fervently. When they realized that most of the immortal sacred grounds were here, but no one from the Taishang Dao Palace and the War God Shrine were here, they began to speculate. Look. Isn't that the War God Lu Bai of the War God Shrine and the Pangu Emperor, Pangu Celestial Body? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone raised their heads abruptly and saw a dazzling light in the void. The void was torn apart and 2 incomparably powerful figures appeared in front of everyone. One of them was dressed in snow-white robes. His aura was faint and ethereal, and he was shrouded in a dazzling light. No one could see his face clearly. The other was dressed in black armor. His aura was extremely violent, and his aura was incomparably terrifying. The moment the 2 of them appeared in the void, they attracted everyone's attention. It's really Lu Bai and Pangu Celestial Body. they actually tore apart the void to come here. Are they trying to embarrass the reincarnation shrine? A strange look appeared in some people's eyes. Although the crowd was a little slow, they could tell that something was wrong. Lu Bai and Panga's celestial body didn't seem to be here simply to attend the wedding. They seemed to be here to cause trouble. War God, Brother Panga's presence brings light to the reincarnation shrine. A hearty laugh rang out. Everyone saw a figure with a powerful aura fly out from the depths of the reincarnation mountain. It was a young man dressed in white. He looked like a modest gentleman. He was riding a golden-armored tiger beast, and the corner of his mouth was curled up in a gentle smile. Qin Miexing? Panga's celestial body's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Qin Miexing. Congratulations, Lu Bai said with a faint smile. His eyes were incomparably deep. Please come in. My father has also come out of seclusion. He'll be very happy to see the two of you. Miexing is extremely happy that the two of you can attend my wedding with Shui Wei. Qin Miexing said with a faint smile. It was as if he didn't notice the coldness in Panga's celestial body's eyes. His temperament was extraordinary, and his demeanor was extraordinary. Qin Miexing is indeed extraordinary. He's a modest gentleman and as gentle as jade. I'm afraid only such a person is worthy of Fairy Shui Wei. Someone said with a soft sigh. It had to be said that Qin Miexing's demeanor had won the hearts of the crowd. He was extraordinary and was the son of the Samsara Temple Master. He was destined to be the next Samsara Temple Master. He would definitely be an important figure in the divine world in the future. Everyone looked at Qin Miexing with awe in their eyes. Looking at Qin Miexing's handsome face, Panga's celestial dipper wished he could smash Qin Miexing's face into pieces. What right does this hypocritical bastard have to marry Shui Wei? However, he held himself back in the end. Before meeting Shui Wei, he knew that it was best not to cause any trouble. Humph. Panga's celestial dipper snorted and turned his head away. Out of sight, out of mind, he did not give Qin Miexing any face. Please follow me, Qin Miexing said with a faint smile. He did not mind Panga's celestial dipper's rudeness. Instead, he led Lu Bai and Panga's celestial dipper into the Samsara temple. Panga's celestial dipper, it's fine if you don't cause any trouble today. If you do, I'll make sure you don't leave. Qin Miexing sneered in his heart, but he still looked like a gentle gentleman on the surface. When the crowd saw Lu Bai and Panga's celestial dipper, they became excited. This is going to be a good show. The War God Temple really dares to come? Hua Tianchong of the Chinese is here. I heard that Yi Liangchen, who killed the human king, and the mysterious man who killed the Earth King are related to the War God Temple. I'm afraid the Chinese will take this opportunity to make trouble. That's right. Maybe Hua Tianchong and Panga's celestial dipper will fight. I wonder where the white dragon horse is. If the white dragon horse also comes to the Samsara temple, it will be even more exciting. White Dragon King. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. If he does, the Chinese will skin him alive. Even the War God Temple won't be able to save him. With the arrival of Lu Bai and Panga's celestial dipper, the Samsara temple became more lively. The Samsara mountain range was vast. However, only the immortal sacred grounds, the ancient race, and the emperor race could enter the inner gate mountain range. The rogue cultivators, powerful sects, and divine nations could only stay in the outer gate mountain range of the Samsara temple. Qin Miexing arranged for Lu Bai and Panga's celestial dipper to stay in a courtyard. It was unknown whether he did it on purpose, but the people in the courtyard next to it. The War God Temple? How dare you come to the Samsara temple? Just as Lu Bai and Panga's celestial dipper arrived at the courtyard, they heard an incomparably cold voice. Hua Tianchong was wearing a golden chainmail, exuding a powerful aura. His eyes were cold as he led the Chinese people towards Lu Bai and Panga Heavenly Dipper. What a joke! Hua Tianchong, why can't we come to the Samsara temple? You Chinese, on the other hand, are becoming more and more arrogant. You even dare to hunt down the people of my War God Temple. Panga's celestial dipper sneered when he saw Hua Tianchong. The Panga Heavenly Shield naturally knew that the white dragon horse was being hunted down by the Chinese. Panga Tiangang was very curious about who had helped the white dragon horse to kill Hua Dijia and the 4 Saint King elders of the Hua clan. However, he was very happy in his heart. The Hua clan had been too arrogant and overbearing these years. It was exactly because of the Hua clan that the war god Hall had suffered a great loss. Therefore, when Pangu's heavenly dipper saw Hua Tianchong, it naturally did not have a good expression. Sooner or later, I will pull out the tendons and skin the white dragon horse. I will roast its soul in the 9 nether fire for billions of years. War god Lu, if you hand the white dragon horse to me now, the Chinese may not target the war god temple for the time being. Otherwise, don't blame me. Hua Tianchong stared at Lu Bai with sharp eyes and said coldly. He was extremely angry. The human king and the earth king were his blood brothers. They were the most talented kings of the Chinese. Now that Yi Liangchen had killed the human king and the white dragon horse had joined forces with others to kill the earth king, how could he not be angry? Even when he saw Lu Bai, he did not show any respect. Instead, he directly threatened him. Hua Tianchong, not to mention that I don't know where the white dragon horse is, even if I know, why should I hand it to you? Lu Bai smiled faintly and looked very calm. However, his words made Hua Tianchong's face turn gloomy. Hua Tianchong could understand the contempt and indifference in Lu Bai's words. Hua Tianchong was not qualified to ask Lu Bai to hand over the white dragon horse. After all, Lu Bai was the war god of the war god temple. In terms of status, he was comparable to the patriarch of the Chinese. What right did Hua Tianchong have to say such words to him? Hua Tianchong, Hua Dijia actually dared to kill the white dragon horse. He simply didn't put the war god temple in his eyes. His skills were inferior, so he deserved to die. What? Do you want to avenge Hua Dijia today? Panga Tiangang sneered. Panga Tiangang, if I kill you here, I'm afraid the war god temple will have no hope. Hua Tianchong's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. He knew the identity of Panga Tiangang better than anyone else. He was the young master of the Panga clan and the only remaining bloodline of the Panga clan. He was the mortal enemy of the Chinese. Now, he was the Panga king of the war god temple. The Chinese had long wanted to kill Panga Tiangang, but they had not found the opportunity. Kill me? You? Panga Tiangang said coldly with a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. He recognized Hua Tianchong. Hua Tianchong was very similar to the person in his memory. He was afraid that Hua Tianchong was the descendant of that person. That person was one of the culprits who destroyed the Panga clan. Panga Tiangang had been thinking about avenging the Panga clan all the time. However, the Chinese were powerful and had a strong foundation. He could only bury the thought of revenge deep in his heart. Now, Hua Tianchong's provocation had aroused the killing intent in Panga Tiangang's heart. Qin Miexing saw that Panga Tiangang and Hua Tianchong were confronting each other and had no intention of stopping them. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He had planned all of this on purpose. If Panga Tiangang really fought with Hua Tianchong, he would be happy to see it happen. Panga Tiangang, do you dare to fight with me? If you lose, you will hand over the white dragon horse. Hua Tianchong stared at Panga Tiangang and said indifferently. What if I win? Panga Tiangang sneered. If you win, I will give this to you. How about it? Hua Tianchong smiled faintly. An ancient seal the size of a palm appeared in his palm. It looked very ordinary and dusty. However, when Panga Tiangang saw the ancient seal, he couldn't help but tremble. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. I believe you should recognize this ancient seal. How about it? Let's fight. If I win, you will hand over the white dragon horse. If I lose, this ancient seal will belong to you. Hua Tianchong said indifferently with a look of victory as if he wasn't worried that Panga Tiangang would reject him. Panga seal, it's actually Panga seal? Panga Tiangang shouted in his heart. There was a trace of incomparable excitement in his eyes. End of chapter 2772. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.